Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1968 to Chapter 2063. As long as Angor wanted to, he could observe everything happening in the dream wasteland using God's eye. If the witches who stood at the top of the pyramid decided to hold their private tea party in the dream wasteland, Angor would be able to find out what they were talking about. Normally, a man could disguise himself as a witch and sneak into a normal tea party to collect information. Someone would do this at every tea party. It was not rare to see such a thing. However, a high-level tea party like this was usually held in a small circle where everyone knew each other. Even if someone tried to disguise himself as one of the witches would still be able to see through his disguise. It would be much more difficult to find out what the witches were talking about. Angor's mind began to waver. In the end, he looked up at Sunders and nodded. "Let's do it then." Angor preferred to be more open-minded. He just didn't want to be too open-minded. He wanted to use the small circle he was familiar with to slowly spread to the larger circle of the wizarding world. Sunders, on the other hand, wanted to start from the top-level wizards and spread the word from the top to the bottom. In a way, Sunders had similar ideas. They both wanted to start from a small circle to a larger one. It was just that they chose different targets. Angor preferred to be more open-minded. He also considered the pros and cons of opening up the tea party, but not as thoroughly as Sunders. And the conclusion he came to was that he could try to open it at the tea party. After considering Sunders' words, Angor finally agreed to let the tea party start with an experimental opening. After all, he had full control over the dream gate and the gatekeeper. Even if someone tried to destroy the dream wasteland, they would not be able to get past him. Also, there would be a limit to the number of times he could open the tea party's login device. Angor planned to use the tea party as a base for now. After making sure there were no problems, he would slowly open the device to the public. Sunders wasn't surprised to hear Angor's agreement. It was a good thing for him. Sunders nodded and quickly changed the topic. "Since you've decided to open the tea party, we need to prepare a few things." First, he needed to determine where the tea party would be held in the dream wasteland. For these witches, the tea party had to have at least two characteristics: privacy and uniqueness. With these two benchmarks, other aspects such as appearance, presence, environment, and supplies would become bonus points. Of course, the more outstanding the better. Therefore, they couldn't just casually find an open field to do it. It wasn't a picnic. In this regard, the dream wasteland was actually very advantageous. Because it already had privacy and uniqueness, they only needed to prepare other categories. Through the dream whelk, Angor could provide the best tea for the guests, as well as the most important thing in the tea party. In any case, with the dream whelk, his main body wouldn't be consumed. He could use whatever he wanted. However, the most important thing was the location and environment of the event. This would need to be discussed in the future. In addition to the venue, there was another thing that needed to be prepared in advance, which was to determine the number of people who would enter the dream wilderness. There were not only witches who came for the tea party, but also people from Brute Cavern. Since this matter was related to Brute Cavern and the reputation of the organization, Angor couldn't just give out logins to random witches. He needed to talk to Rain and Tree Spirit first and convince them to hold the tea party in the dream wasteland. Tree Spirit was easy to convince, and Angor might even earn Tree Spirit's gratitude. But to convince Rain, Angor would need to provide real evidence. In other words, the first step of opening the tea party to the public wasn't to let the witches in first. Instead, Rain and the others had to enter the dream wasteland so that they could get an impression of it. Angor didn't have any objections to this. According to his plan, he would start with a small circle of people he was familiar with, which included the leaders of Brute Cavern. Therefore, he had no choice but to tell Rain about the dream wasteland. Besides, if he really wanted to set up the location of the tea party, he would need Rain's help. The construction of the new city in the future would also require Rain's permission to send people from Brute Cavern. Choosing the location and determining the number of people who would attend the tea party were the two things that needed to be prepared in advance. Apart from that, they also needed to do something like a risk assessment. Even if the witches were to hold a tea party here, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. What they meant by not too much trouble meant that the foundation of the dream wasteland would not be shaken. However, there would still be a lot of unforeseen incidents that could happen. For example, what if the witches who entered the dream wasteland didn't focus on the tea party but went to explore the dream wasteland? What kind of emergency plan should they prepare? Also, what if the witches had doubts about the energy system of the dream wasteland? How should they explain it? Humans would always have conflicts. What if the witches got into an argument during the tea party, or even started a fight? How was he going to resolve it? This was the purpose of risk assessment and emergency plan. By listing out all the possible scenarios in advance, they would be able to deal with them more easily. Angor agreed with Sunder's advice. The first thing he needed to do right now was to determine the number of people who would attend the tea party. As for the risk assessment, he would work with Sunders, Freud, and Rain. As for the tea party, Angor didn't need to worry too much about it. After all, women knew each other better. It would be better to let the witches do whatever they wanted. After making up his mind, he did not hurry to find more candidates. Instead, he asked Sunders about John's condition. As far as Angor was concerned, the worst outcome of opening the dream wasteland to the public was that the dream wasteland would eventually collapse. Of course, this was highly unlikely. But if it did happen, Angor didn't care about the others. John was the most important person to him. John's body is still in a stable 3-state balance. He won't go back to his normal state anytime soon. But I've already told you the pros and cons of the 3-state balance. It won't be easy to solve. Of course, Angor knew how difficult it was to solve the 3-state balance. But since he was actively looking for a solution, he could put it aside for now. More importantly, John's body was still in good condition. Angor sighed in relief. As long as John's body was fine, even if something did happen to the dream wasteland, he should be able to bring John's consciousness back to his body first. The second day of the stargazing day had already begun. Not long after Angor returned to reality from the dream wasteland, Sunders and Rain arrived at the ruin. Judging from past experiences, the first day of the stargazing day was the most important day for Rain, so he paid the most attention to it. As for the next few days, he wasn't in such a hurry. He could wait until Maya came back and talk about it. However, this stargazing day was a little different. This was the first time the stargazing day attracted so many observers, but there were almost no predictions made on the first day. Everyone was guessing that these observers would only speak on the second day of the exchange. For the first time, Rain paid more attention to the second day of the stargazing day. Sunders and Rain didn't go inside the ruin right away. Instead, they stopped at a corridor on the first floor. When he arrived at the hallway, he saw them standing at the entrance, looking at the 3D map projected by the magic array on the door. Tree Spirit stood beside them and explained some information about the 3-dimensional map in a low voice. Sunders and Rain didn't say anything. They only nodded at him and returned their attention to the map. While doing so, they also sent out spirit feelers to search the ruin. Sunders was the first to look away. Angor looked at the screen expectantly, but Sunders only shook his head helplessly. Obviously, it was very difficult to find any clues from this map alone. A moment later, Rain withdrew his spirit feelers as well. Unlike Sunders, however, Rain frowned as if he had thought of something. Everyone, including Tree Spirit, was waiting for Rain to give them an answer that was beyond their expectations. When Rain looked up, Tree Spirit was the first to speak. "How is it? Did you find the entrance to the hidden room?" Looking at Tree Spirit's expectant eyes, Rain's lips twitched. After a long while, he said, "No. I think I found the same thing as you." Tree Spirit's eyes dimmed a little at the familiar answer. Tree Spirit turned around and looked at Rain, who had a calm expression on his face, and said in an annoyed tone, "You looked so serious, and your eyebrows were so tightly knitted that I thought you found something. So it's just an act. The Peach Heart Theater will arrive in the southern region soon. You're not preparing to perform on stage, are you?" He didn't know anyone who dared to challenge Rain in Brute Cavern before, but now, he finally met a brave warrior. Rain was not angry. He knew Tree Spirit's temperament very well. Tree Spirit looked cynical, but in fact, he was cynical. Among the 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit was the one who got along best with everyone else. Therefore, when he was babbling nonsense, it was fine to just listen to it. There was no need to think too deeply. "I did think of something," but it has nothing to do with this ruin. At this point, Ryan hesitated for a moment, as if he was considering whether to say what he had thought of. In the end, Ryan said, "I'm actually thinking about the ruins." Ryan did not mention that ruin, but everyone knew that Ryan was talking about the one he was suppressing. It was also a gathering spot for the nightmare creatures. "Do you mean that this relic is related to that relic?" Tree Spirit's voice suddenly rose. "If they were related, it would be a big news." Ryan shook his head. "I don't think so. I was just looking at the runes on the door, and I thought there were similar runes on the door of that ruin. It would be great if there was a 3D map of that ruin." Everyone was speechless. "So you're thinking about these useless things?" Tree Spirit said. "Almost all ruins have defensive runes on them. But that doesn't mean they all have the same creator." "Yeah. That's why I said they are not related. I was just thinking about it." Ryan smiled awkwardly. It was precisely because he knew this that he was hesitant to say it out loud. Tree Spirit took a deep breath. He really wanted to complain that Angor was wasting everyone's time thinking about useless things. But in the end, he held back his urge and did not say anything. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Angor tried to save some face. "I haven't seen that ruin yet, but I think they have something in common. Neither of them was built by Brood Cavern's ancestors. Maybe they drifted to the shore from the void." Everyone looked at Angor in silence. They did not say anything, but they all looked at Angor with their eyes. Angor did not know what to say. He was just trying to lighten the atmosphere. But now, it looked even more awkward. "Ahem. When I go to the ruin later, I'll fix the runes on the door. Maybe there really is a map?" Angor said. After all, Mr. Ryan's sudden mention might be a subconscious inspiration. Angor's words did make the atmosphere a little better. It seemed to make sense if he used the word inspiration as an excuse. Everyone began to think about this possibility. Angor sighed in his mind. He did not want to be the one trying to lighten the atmosphere. Let it be. He was not the one feeling awkward anyway. If he spoke, not only would he fail to ease the atmosphere, but he would also attract attention. If he could not explain himself, he would be the one feeling awkward. "It's worth a try," Tree Spirit said after some consideration. Sunders nodded. He did not think the map would be useful. Still, there was no harm in trying. Ryan also looked at Angor with admiration. "Whether it works or not, it's always a good chance. If you need any materials, just ask Tree Spirit, and he'll get them for you from the material storage." Angor believed that Ryan's praise was only meant to ease his embarrassment. There were no clues on the map, so they gave up in the end. The map only told them that there was a hidden room. They still had to figure out how to get in. So far, they had used their spirit power to search the entire ruin countless times without finding anything out of place. There was nothing else they could do. The only clue they had was the knight's armor. Obviously, only Angor, who was an expert in runes, could solve the mystery of the knight's armor. There was nothing they could do to help. After giving up on exploring the hidden room, they gathered in the study room on the second floor of the basement. The mini-signal towers were arranged properly, but there was still some time before the meeting ended. They did not stay idle. Ryan contacted the two city lords of Floating Mech City through the mini-signal towers, while Angor asked Ryan about the content of today's meeting. While Ryan and the two city lords of Floating Mech City were discussing how to deal with the Germinal organization, the Starliege Church was also discussing the Germinal organization. However, unlike Ryan, who was talking about the Germinal organization in public, they did not reveal too much information during the meeting. In the vast and quiet stargazing hall, the Twisted Whisperer Solidal, who was wearing a swirl mask and only had his left eye exposed, said casually, "Let me be the first speaker today. But I don't think what I'm going to say will be as shocking as Dodoro's." As Solidar spoke, his eyes scanned the crowd. He noticed that almost everyone was looking at Dodoro. After a night of preparation, the news about the Peach Heart Theater had spread far and wide. They now understood the significance of the theater, which was why they were all surprised by Dodoro's prophecy. However, Dodoro seemed to be in a completely different world compared to the others. He did not seem to notice the heated gazes at all. He was still sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, looking down at his own thoughts. Soledar nodded to himself when he saw Dodoro's calmness. If Dodoro was really a member of that race, it was not easy for him to remain so calm despite being blessed by the world's consciousness. Surodal knew very well that one of the reasons why the Prodigy clan had fallen was not only because of their innate talent, but also because they had been blessed by the heavens, which had led to their arrogance and willfulness. Soledar admired Dodoro's calmness. As long as Dodoro continued to develop, Soledar believed that even if Dodoro did not enter the Temple of Time, he would be qualified to become an observer in no time. Soledar praised Dodoro in his mind, but he did not show it on his face. In fact, he only glanced at Dodoro from the corner of his eyes and continued, "It's hard to tell whether what I'm going to tell you is important or not. Just treat it as a story. I'm going to tell you about the attack on Mayor Lawson of Floating Mech City." Soledar blamed the mastermind behind Castellan Rosen's attack on a very extreme secret cult. This sect naturally referred to the Germinal Organization. However, Soledar did not mention the name of the Germinal Organization, nor did he reveal any information about the organization. Instead, he said, "I did not find out where this cult came from, but I can vaguely feel that this cult is shrouded in endless darkness. Their goal may be to overthrow the entire southern region Magus world. This is what makes me tremble with fear. Therefore, if anyone here comes across such secret sects in the future, please do your best to eradicate them to avoid future troubles. This is also for the future of the southern domain." After Soledar finished speaking, he did not care about what the others thought. He nodded to the crowd and returned to his observer position. The other observers did not say anything about Soledar's speech because it was their decision to let Soledar briefly reveal the Germinal Organization's information. Originally, they did not plan to tell anyone about the Germinal Organization. After all, the Germinal Organization was very important. Some of the wizards who did not know much about the Germinal Organization might become rebellious due to various reasons and end up helping the Germinal Organization. The observer thought that all he needed to do was to meet with the leaders of the major sorcerer organizations. However, under the request of Mayor Lawson of Floating Mech City, they were forced to reveal some information. Mayor Lawson did not really want the information about the Germinal Organization to be spread around. He only wanted to appease the citizens of Floating Mech City. The loser's arrow caused a huge commotion and shocked the citizens of Floating Mech City. Lawson was unharmed in the end and did not show any abnormalities. However, the loser's arrow did not completely dissipate. In order to appease the citizens, Lawson promised to ask the prophets of Starliege Church to investigate the origin of that arrow. That was why Soledar said what he did today. It was also a way to fulfill the promise Lawson made to the citizens. As the first person to speak, the first thing Soledar said was actually very important. However, among the people present, only Maya and Dodoro understood the significance of the Germinal Organization. Everyone else really treated it as a story and did not have much of a reaction. If it wasn't for the observer, there probably wouldn't even be any sparse feedback. Maybe it was because Soledar was able to tell such a meaningless story, but after Soledar finished speaking, several other prophets spoke up as well. These prophets really were talking about meaningless fragments of the future. Not only that, but they also wanted others to help them analyze the information and find some interesting points. By others, they were not referring to the prophets below the stage, but the observers on the stage. The observers were all indifferent and did not want to talk to them. Only Lupanai smiled and pointed out some meaningful points, which gave the prophets enough respect. However, even so, when the sixth prophet stood up and once again spoke of a meaningless fragment of the future, some of the observers finally spoke up. "You can't even tell if the fragment of the future you saw is meaningful or not. What right do you have to stand up and take up everyone's time?" The one who spoke was Ivan, whose expression was very cold. "All of you can listen quietly," he scolded sternly. "But if you make such meaningless prophecies in this gathering again, be prepared to leave early." Everyone felt that Ivan's words were very serious, but even so, no one refuted him. Even Sarah, who usually liked to bicker with Ivan, remained silent, obviously supporting Ivan's words. Even the observers had silently agreed to it. In such a serious and cold atmosphere, the prophets who were about to speak but were unable to judge themselves dared not speak anymore. Those who did not intend to speak in the first place, on the other hand, were secretly delighted. Although the prophets who did not intend to speak did not see anything in the riddles of the stars, they were not limited by the fragments of the future, so they were more accurate in judging the atmosphere. This meeting was obviously different from the past. In the past, the observers would finish their prophecies on the first day and leave on the second. Therefore, on the second day of the meeting, the prophets would talk about meaningless scenes of the future. In fact, it was not a big deal. It was just to collect some future material for the prophets to broaden their horizons. But this time, on the second day of the meeting, all the observers were still present. This showed how much importance they placed on this meeting. Under this kind of importance, the prophets would not allow meaningless fragments of prophecies to be thrown around. After Ivan finished expressing his anger, the meeting still had to continue. The prophets who said the meaningless fragments of prophecies felt comfortable and sat down. However, as soon as he sat down, no one took over his position. Obviously, everyone was afraid that Ivan would vent his anger on them again. As the silence continued to spread, Lupanai looked at the observers' seats. Obviously, he wanted someone among the observers to take over the prophecies. However, before the observer could speak, Maya, who was sitting below, stood up first. During yesterday's meeting, Maya had already proven her strength through the prophecy of the apocalypse. Coupled with her identity and status, when Maya stood up, no one thought that she would say anything meaningless. However, what surprised them was how much of the prophecy Maya had seen. After seeing Maya stand up, Lupanai did not let the observer speak again. Instead, he looked at Maya with a kind gaze. "Which Maya, are you going to speak?" Maya nodded. "Yes." Lupanai waved his short staff, indicating that he would leave the rest of the time to Maya. After a moment of silence, Maya said, "I'm sorry, but what I want to say today is not a new prophecy. It's an additional explanation of the apocalypse that I mentioned yesterday." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's attention was focused on Maya. Even the observer, who thought highly of himself, could not help but perk up their ears. For the upper echelons of the southern region wizard world, besides the Germinal Organization and the Mahogany Theater, the apocalypse that Maya mentioned was the thing that attracted their attention the most last night. Although Lupanai said that the apocalypse might not happen in the southern region, this could not be confirmed. Many times, the more one did not want the worst to happen, the more the answer would lead to the worst. Everyone had a common enemy toward the Germinal Organization. They respected and looked forward to the Mahogany Theater, and they were wary and afraid of the apocalypse that Maya mentioned. It could be said that out of these three important prophecies, the one that scared everyone the most was the apocalypse. Now that Maya mentioned this prophecy again, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Maya took a deep breath and then said, "Actually, regarding the apocalypse, I still have a segment that I did not show yesterday." In this segment, a group of figures appeared. Because of some rules and characteristics, although I saw these figures, I did not see their faces clearly. I don't know who these people are, but I feel that they are somewhat familiar, so I hid this segment yesterday and went back to investigate their identities. Maya's excuse was actually a little clumsy. However, no one cared because even the observer would hide some information when talking about the future. Therefore, it was not a big deal that Maya hid the information. The point was, why was Maya suddenly willing to reveal the information that she hid? Did this mean that the figures she saw would affect everyone's judgment of the scene of the end of the world? Everyone tensed up and looked at Maya, waiting for her to speak. Maya slowly turned around and looked at a diviner sitting not far away from her. It was a man whose time seemed to have shifted. His face was young, and his skin was as transparent as that of a baby's, but he had a head of withered white hair and a pair of turbid eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of life. This person's robe was embroidered with clocks of different styles and styles. Just from this strange robe alone, one could tell his identity. Lucci, the prophet wizard from the Moon Frost Alliance who believed in the Wheel of Time. Lucci seemed to feel Maya's gaze. He slowly raised his eyes. Two pairs of equally old eyes, separated by a few steps, seemed to be separated by a gap of time. Maya took a deep look at Lucci. One of the people I saw was from Moon Frost Alliance. Although everyone had probably guessed the reason why Maya looked at Lucci so seriously, when Maya said it, they were slightly surprised. Maya saw people from Moon Frost Alliance in the apocalypse. What did this symbolize? Who is it? Lucci frowned and asked. Maya gently raised her hand, and the illusion nodes that had been prepared quickly condensed into a shadow in midair. This shadow was only a human shape at first, and it didn't show its appearance. What I saw at first was just a vague figure. However, after my investigation and consideration, I have determined the identity of this person. Maya waved her hand and revealed the true body of the shadow. There was an uproar in the hall because the true body of this shadow could be recognized by anyone who paid attention to the recent Rising Star competition. This young man with black cat ears. Wasn't he the cold-eyed cat Yeha? Lucci carefully looked at Yeha's appearance. This person hasn't been included as a member of the Alliance. Yeha was from Chilly Winter Academy. Moon Frost Alliance was an alliance of several wizard organizations, and one of them was Chilly Winter Academy. But as Lucci said, although Moon Frost Alliance was a collection, it was very detached. It drew the elites of various wizard organizations and now formed a powerful force. Although Yeha was from an organization under Moon Frost Alliance, he hadn't been transferred to the Alliance, so he couldn't be regarded as an official member of the Alliance. The meaning of Lucci's words was actually very simple. Why would Yeha appear in the apocalypse in the future should have nothing to do with Moon Frost Alliance. However, this was something that happened in the future, and it didn't rule out that Yeha would be included as an official member of the Alliance in the near future. Since Yeha appeared, could this apocalypse be a foreign world that Moon Frost Alliance is conquering? Or a world that is about to be explored? Someone guessed. Lucci also listened. If this was the case, then it was necessary to explain to the higher-ups of the Alliance and carefully review the worlds that were being explored and about to be explored to avoid accidents. However, Maya said again. I don't know if it's a foreign world that Moon Frost Alliance is conquering. But in addition to Yeha, there are several figures. These people are not all from Moon Frost Alliance. After saying that, Maya displayed all the shadows she had seen. The figures were different, but only 3 of them showed their true faces. They were Yeha from Chilly Winter Academy, Dorais from Summerdew Ridge, and Falca from Silent Hill. I only recognize these 3 people. The others are either too vague or not obvious. But if you are familiar with them, you can try to recognize them. As soon as Maya finished speaking, a young man with glasses said excitedly, the woman with the sword is Ms. Monica from Breezy Valley. I'm sure. After a while, they found out that the young man with glasses was a prophet apprentice from Nocturnal Forest. He was also a part-time reporter for Firefly Night Language. He also did an interview at the New Star competition. Not only did he recognize Monica, but he also recognized several other people, including the broad-shouldered man, Kalu, the porcelain doll in a tutu skirt, and Romero with a round shield. At first, everyone was puzzled as to why these people from different sorcerer organizations would appear in the scene of Doomsday. But as the young man with glasses recognized more and more people, they felt more and more strange. These people came from different organizations, but they all had 2 things in common. First, they were all apprentices. Second, they were all contestants from the New Star competition. Those so-called supernovas. They're all apprentices from the southern wizarding region. Is the apocalypse really happening in the southern wizarding region? But why are they all from the New Star competition? Does this have something to do with Floating Mech City? Someone whispered. The others did not answer, but they all agreed on the idea. Everyone looked at Oplia, the prophet apprentice who lived in Floating Mech City, and tried to get some answers from him. However, Oplia was even more confused than them. It was obvious that he did not know what was going on either. When the meeting is over, I'll contact Mayor Lawson and ask him about it. As for the specifics, I will inform you at tomorrow's exchange meeting. Opulia said these words very sincerely and received everyone's approval. After all, this matter involved many adept organizations. Floating Mech City also had a record of killing apprentices in the Purification Garden. And judging from the shadows, these apprentices were not in good condition. Whether or not they had something to do with this incident, Floating Mech City had to come out and explain. After Maya finished her prophecy, she sat down. Maya didn't expect everyone to turn their attention to Floating Mech City so quickly. Still, she wanted to know how Floating Mech City would respond to this. Because of Maya's words, the waves that had already calmed down a little were now stirred up again. Everyone's attention was once again focused on the apocalypse. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic, and the hall was filled with noisy chatter. In the end, it was Lapui who waved his staff and performed the Star Palace secret technique. Only then did the clamor slowly die down. However, even as they forced themselves to calm down, their worries were not dispelled. One of the diviners, who had a reputation for being a coward, couldn't help but stand up and respectfully ask Lupi, "Sir Starcrown, what do you think of the information that which Maya added today?" Other observers would not care about such a question at all. But Lupi considered for a moment and answered, "More and more of the truth is being revealed. But compared to yesterday, it's even stranger. If the apocalypse really happened in the southern wizarding region, why are all the apprentices in such a dangerous place? Where did the official magus go? I don't think it's appropriate for apprentices to appear in a world where gods are fighting each other." Lupi spoke slowly as if he was thinking. "I still don't think the apocalypse happened in the southern wizarding region. It's just my intuition. But I agree with your speculation. Maybe it has something to do with the floating mech city. After all, these apprentices were chosen as supernovas in the new star competition. Judging from the images which Maya showed us, they are all still apprentices. They didn't improve much. Therefore, the time of the apocalypse should not be too far from now. For a short period of time, if nothing unexpected happens, these apprentices should be training in the endless corridor right now." Although Lupui said that it was his intuition, an observer's intuition was very accurate. Therefore, when Lupinai said that, compared to the Star Palace secret technique, it was more convincing. "Let's see what the floating mech city will say tomorrow." Lupi's words confirmed the conclusion of the prophecy. Everyone nodded and stopped talking. The meeting continued. Most of the time, it was the observers who spoke. Apart from prophet wizards like Lucci, ordinary prophet wizards rarely stood up. Some of the prophecies were good, while others were bad. Some had great effects, while others were minor. Generally speaking, they were not as good as the prophecies about Peach Heart Theater and Apocalypse. Because of this, people started to think highly of Dodoro, a rising star in the world of prophets. However, it did not mean that the observer was not as good as Dodoro. It was more likely that the observer hid something important from them. They would not speak about these prophecies during the meeting. But they would reveal them privately to people who needed to know. Of course, they would not do it for free. This was not a rare occurrence, and all the prophets knew this in their hearts. However, they would not talk about it openly. Most of the observers' prophecies were not related to Brute Cavern, so they did not need to pay too much attention to them. There were only two prophecies that which Maya. The first one was about the future of the abyss. The person who shared this prophecy was unruly visionary Dexter. He only said one sentence: "A new safe zone is about to appear in the abyss." Any large adept organization would pay close attention to this prophecy. After all, only a few major alliances, such as Moonfrost Union, had the power to establish a safe market in the Abyss Plane. The Abyss Plane was rich in resources. Any organization that could occupy a safe zone would gain a tremendous amount of power. Which Maya represented the will of Brute Cavern. She knew that Rain was very disappointed that Brute Cavern did not get a seat in the Abyss Plane. This prophecy was also a source of hope for Brute Cavern. The second prophecy was related to Goman Kingdom, which was located at the western border of Fey Continent. Goman Kingdom was going to undergo a great change in the near future. The observer who came up with this prophecy was Hydra. He did not say what the great change was, but he vaguely mentioned, "The madman who forcefully suppressed his madness will eventually be devoured by his own actions." This prophecy might indicate the future of the Goman Kingdom. Maya paid attention to this prophecy because of one of her students, White Bear. White Bear came from Goman Kingdom, and he was one of the victims of the Goman King's oppression. That was why Maya paid extra attention to this prophecy. Apart from these two prophecies, the rest of the prophecies had basically been heard before and did not leave much of an impression in Maya's mind. Time passed quickly, and the exchange lasted from the morning until the sunset. When the meeting was about to come to an end, Lupinai, who had remained silent all this time, finally spoke. Under everyone's expectations, Lupinai did not disappoint. At least, Maya was not disappointed. Lupinai's first prophecy was about the great change in the Evernight Kingdom. The great change in the Evernight Kingdom had attracted the attention of the entire wizarding world. However, it did not reach their doorsteps. Everyone knew how terrifying the Evernight Kingdom was, but they still did not pay enough attention to it. Until the incident at the Peach Heart Theater drew everyone's attention to the Evernight Kingdom. They all hoped to get a seat in Peach Heart Theater. In their eyes, Peach Heart Theater was not that dangerous. Instead, the terrifying creatures in the Evernight Kingdom became their biggest threat. Therefore, Lupanai's prophecy attracted everyone's attention. Lupanai's speech was straightforward. He did not use any fancy words to describe his prophecy. I once said that the change in the Evernight Kingdom might be even more terrifying than the shadow of the demon god. That's what I still think. Lupanai's expression was serious. In the future I saw, after the Evernight Kingdom went into hibernation for a while, those dangerous creatures stabilized and grew stronger. In the near future, they will rapidly expand to the surrounding areas. Both the rich lush kingdom and the Goman Kingdom will suffer. The future I saw did not show what the Goman Kingdom's future would be like. Perhaps the great change in the Goman Kingdom that Hydra mentioned was caused by this. But I saw the future of the rich lush kingdom. Lupanai looked at a young man in a yellow robe. Moxa Westland, get ready to move. The young man in the yellow robe was Moxa Westland from the rich lush kingdom. He suddenly looked up. Sir Crownstar, you mean, he did not finish his sentence, but Lupanai knew what he meant. He nodded and said, Moxa Westland is on their path of expansion. Get ready in advance. Hearing this, everyone looked at the young man in the yellow robe with sympathy. However, they were also afraid. If Moxa Westland was included, the change in the Evernight Kingdom had forced at least 3 medium-sized wizarding organizations to move. In other words, those terrifying creatures were expanding their territory, eroding the land of the southern region like maggots. Moreover, they seemed to have no way to stop them. Is there any other way? The young man from Moxa Westland did not want to believe it. There should be a way to avoid it, right? In fact, this was also the answer that everyone wanted to know. How should they deal with the terrifying creatures from the Evernight Kingdom? Lupanai shook his head. I didn't see anything in the future. However, it seems that those creatures need to rely on the radiation from the dome to unleash their full power. Once they go beyond a certain range, their strength will plummet. If we can find a way to deal with the dome, we might be able to get rid of them once and for all. That being said, according to past records, when Sleepless City fell, almost every major sorcerer organization in the southern region had sent people to investigate the situation. However, no one had been able to find a way to deal with the dome. Even the most powerful adepts of the major organizations were unable to do anything to the dome. Could Moxa Westland really find the dome's weakness on his own and break through it? The young man knew that it would be very difficult. Could it be that the best solution was to migrate? Although the relocation could ensure the safety of the personnel, it would not only damage the foundation that had been established for many years, but it would also weaken the influence of the surrounding areas and reduce the right to speak. They would try their best not to move. But what else could they do? Moxa Westland was right next to the Evernight Kingdom, and they had been keeping an eye on the situation there for a long time. Therefore, they knew very well that almost everyone who fell into the dome would end up dead. The young man was surprised. Almost did not mean almost everyone. Wait, Mr. Phantom came out from the dome, right? The young man looked at Maya and asked, Mr. Phantom knows the dome better than anyone else, right? Does he know how to deal with it? Maya did not look happy. It was not because of the young man's question. When Lupanai mentioned that the creatures were still expanding, even Brute Cavern, which was right next to the Evernight Kingdom, sensed great danger. If Moxa Westland needed to move, what about Brute Cavern? Maya tried her best to suppress her annoyance. Didn't I already tell you that Mr. Phantom was able to escape from Sleepless City? First, he was lucky. Second, the dome wasn't fully repaired yet because it hadn't been long since the fall of Sleepless City. That's why Sir Phantom Demon had the chance to come out. As for how to deal with the dome? If His Excellency Phantom Demon really knew, would he let the Evernight Kingdom become what it is today? Brute Cavern is much closer to the dome than Moxa Westland. When the yellow-robed young man heard this, his hopeful expression turned into one of confusion once again. Maya was right. Brute Cavern was in greater danger than Richland. Besides, Brute Cavern was much bigger than Moxa Westland. If Mr. Phantom really had a way to deal with the dome, they would have done so a long time ago instead of leaving such a dangerous thing by their side. But if even Brute Cavern couldn't do anything about it, would Moxa Westland really give up? While the yellow-robed youth was still confused, Maya turned her head and looked at Lapui. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. However, Lupinai was one step ahead of her and said, "I know what you want to ask." Maya looked at Lapler. Lapui continued, "I didn't see Brute Cavern in the future I saw. But I didn't see a large number of terrifying creatures heading to Parmajai Highlands. They were mostly targeting Richland and Goman Kingdom. In other words, Brute Cavern was not the worst place Lapui saw. Maybe it's because Brute Cavern is built on a highland, and there aren't many people living there. That's why the creatures didn't pay much attention to them," Lapui explained. It was a reasonable explanation, but there were still a lot of things that didn't make sense. For example, Maya knew that there were many terrifying creatures gathered in the strange ruins that Rhine was suppressing. There were no living people there at all. Since Lapui didn't know either, Maya decided to discuss it with Rain first. "Mr. Starcrown, I have a question." Tualu from Song of the Deep stood up. "Go ahead." Lapui did not refuse. Like Maya, Tualu was an excellent prophet. However, Maya was more proficient in astrology, while Tualu was better at analyzing fate. According to Dodoro's prophecy, the first ticket booth of Peach Heart Theater appeared in the Evernight Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, Peach Heart Theater should be nearby as well. If the Evernight Kingdom is so dangerous now, can we still go there when Peach Heart Theater shows up? Tualu asked the question that was on everyone's mind. They also wanted to know the answer to this question. After all, Peach Heart Theater was a rare opportunity. Because Sleepless City is there. The Evernight Kingdom's danger won't decrease, but it won't increase either, Lapui replied. Lapui did not answer Tualu's question directly, but everyone knew what was going on. People from various major organizations were patrolling the Evernight Kingdom right now. They were here to eliminate potential threats and to find a solution to the crisis. Most of them were apprentices who accepted missions from various organizations. They were stationed all over the Evernight Kingdom to warn outsiders not to set foot in the kingdom. Therefore, if the Evernight Kingdom could remain as dangerous as it was now, it was still within their acceptable range. After Tualu sat down, Lapui saw that no one had any questions, so he began to talk about the second prophecy he saw. However, compared to the first prophecy, Lapui was a little vague about the second one. "In the sea of stars, I sensed a glimmer of hope, and a turning point for the south." What was the glimmer? What was the glimmer? What was the glimmer? What was the glimmer of hope? Lapui did not say it out loud. It was not that he did not want to say it out loud, but that he did not feel it. Lapui remembered that he was in a sea of stars that looked like an ordinary starry sky. However, Lupinai noticed that some of the stars were constantly flickering. As he stared at the twinkling stars and fell into deep thought, a vague premonition arose in his heart. And this strange premonition was what Lupui had said. As a matter of fact, Lapui did not understand the meaning of the prophecy himself. However, after seeing all kinds of dark prophecies during the stargazing day, Lapui decided to share it with the others. "I didn't understand it, but I have a feeling that it has something to do with the great work I mentioned during the last stargazing day. Cornucopia and Goman Kingdom are affected by the Evernight Kingdom? Moxa Westland has to move?" Tree Spirit's voice was a few octaves higher than usual. On the other side of the screen, Maya nodded. As soon as the conference ended, she immediately went to the signal tower and told everything that had happened during the conference. Tree Spirit was still in a daze. Moxa Westland was not an ordinary organization. It was much more powerful than Sleepless City. If Moxa Westland was forced to move, it meant that the nightmare creatures from the nightmare realm were too much to handle. Tree Spirit began to worry about Brute Cavern's future. Lupinai did not see how much Brute Cavern was affected by the nightmare creatures, but no one could say for sure that Brute Cavern would not be affected. Tree Spirit sighed again and again. Rain, on the other hand, was more optimistic. "The future seems fixed, but it's still a script that can be changed. There's still a chance to change the script." What Rain meant was that the future was not fixed. There was still room for change. However, Tree Spirit sighed and said, "Compared to changing the script, I'd rather tear this script into pieces. Tree Spirit looked at Sunders and slowly shifted his gaze to Angor. I think Lupuel was right about one thing during the meeting. If we can find a way to destroy the dome, we might be able to change the future script from its foundation. Both of you went to Sleepless City, the first dome. Do you think there's a way to destroy it? Very difficult, Sunders answered without hesitation. Angor's answer was the same as Sunders. Since he had been to Sleepless City before, he knew that the space under the dome had been turned into a mezzanine. To completely destroy the dome, they had to destroy the interlayer space first. There were two simple ways to do that. One was to take over the space and turn it into a nightmare domain. The other was to destroy the half-passage inside the interlayer space. However, these two methods were almost impossible to achieve. Not to mention that this interlayer space was too big, and it was contaminated with too many aspects of reality. Once they took the risk, no one could be sure of the consequences. As for destroying the half-passage, it was also impossible. Generally speaking, the half-passage was surrounded by heavy soldiers. It was easier said than done to destroy it. That was why Sunders answered very difficult without hesitation. Tree Spirit could tell that Sunders was not lying even though he did not tell the truth. He thought for a moment and said, "It's just that it's very difficult. There's still a way, right? The possibility of destroying the dome is relatively low. The only way is to get rid of the manipulator behind the dome. In other words, the nightmare creatures with positions. Nightmare creatures had a strong sense of hierarchy. Only by breaking the hierarchy could the problem be solved." He also had another thought in mind. Maybe Angor could slow down the expansion of the nightmare creatures. The nightmare creature named Shava was definitely not a low-level one. So far, Sunders did not see anyone more powerful than Shava apart from the queen whose face was covered in stitches. He might be able to stop them from expanding, but he would not be able to order them to give up. There were still some nightmare creatures who wouldn't listen to his orders, such as Yorkshire and Sleepless City. It was obvious that Yorkshire was weaker than Angor, but he still dared to go against Angor and even threatened him. What if there was something more powerful than Yorkshire? Angor's status in the nightmare realm was high, but he was not powerful enough to do whatever he wanted. It was unrealistic to rely on Sunders to solve the problem of the dome. Rain broke the tense atmosphere. So far, those terrifying creatures are only sending some parasites and living threads deeper into Parmajai Highlands. They are all gathered inside the ruin. I think it might be of great help to figure out the secrets of the ruins first. Rain looked at Sunders. Sunders nodded. All right. Angor and I will go check it out later. Rain nodded and did not say anything else. He calmly brought up the topic that made Moxa Westland extremely anxious. Rain looked back at the screen. Thank you for your help today, Witch Maya. It's my pleasure, Maya replied. It was clear that the two sides were ready to end the conversation after they finished speaking. Hold on, Angor stopped Maya from cutting off the connection. He then pointed at Dodoro and said, I need to talk to Dodoro in private. I have something I need to discuss with Dodoro later. Maya looked at Dodoro and Angor on the other side of the screen. She didn't want to ask, but she didn't. Okay. Maya nodded at Dodoro and left the signal tower, leaving Dodoro alone on the other side of the screen. Rain knew that Angor wanted to talk to Dodoro alone, so he left with Sunders and Tree Spirit. Before leaving, Sunders patted Angor's shoulder. I'm going to check out the ruin first. You can ask Tree Spirit to bring you here later. As a matter of fact, he also wanted to know what kind of secrets were hidden in the ruin guarded by Rain. After everyone left, the study room became empty again. Angor looked at Dodoro on the other side of the screen. Go ahead. There's no one here. Sir, I saw a prophecy on the stargazing day, and I'm very confused about it. Dodoro spoke without hesitation as if he already knew what Angor was going to ask. Sir, I saw a prophecy on the stargazing day, and it's very confusing. Angor pushed open the door of the ruin and stepped through the void to return to Parmajai Highlands. As soon as he stepped out, the giant tree covered by an illusion released a faint green light that represented life energy. As the light dissipated, Tree Spirit walked out of the tree. Done talking with Dodoro? Tree Spirit asked. Let's go then. Tree Spirit didn't ask what Angor and Dodoro talked about. Angor's decision to talk to Dodoro alone already made his attitude clear. Tree Spirit slowly flew into the air. The ruin that Ryan is guarding is actually not far from here. However, it's different from the other ruins that are on the open ground. Its location is slightly hidden. Since it's your first time there, let me lead the way. Up ahead is the Starfall Sea, known as one of the wonders of Parmajai Highlands, Tree Spirit said as they flew past a small mountain range. Angor looked ahead. It was midnight. He could only see darkness in front of him. But judging from the rich water elements in the air, there should be a lake in front of them. Still, the lake had to be quite large if it was called the Starfall Sea. As Angor tried to figure out how big the Starfall Sea was, they had already arrived above it. Angor finally understood why Tree Spirit called the Starfall Sea one of the wonders of Parmajai Highlands. It was indeed a beautiful place. Even someone like Angor, who used to think with the left side of his brain, was stunned by the beauty of the Starfall Sea. Calling it the Starfall Sea wasn't really appropriate. It would be more accurate if the word fall was removed. From Angor's point of view, the endless lake was like the cleanest mirror in the world, reflecting the stars in the night sky. When flying above the lake, it was hard to tell whether there was a starry sky under your feet or above your head. When the night sky was filled with stars, the lake could be called a sea of stars. A sea of stars in the truest sense of the word. Beautiful, isn't it? Tree Spirit slowed down as they flew past the Starfall Sea. He looked at Angor and saw that Angor's eyes were already shining with the light of the stars. Witch Maya used to live in the Starfall Sea when she was still an apprentice. She built a wizard tower beside the lake and lived here all year round. It is also because of the characteristics of the Starfall Lake's perfect reaction astrology that Maya made great progress in astrology. However, after she became famous for her astrology, many magi came here to look for her, hoping to ask her to perform astrology. She didn't refuse at first. But one day, a group of people who called themselves the Blood Demon Cult asked her to find a key in a maze. Maya did as she was told, but when she said the answer, the witch, who was holding her hand and saying words of gratitude, stabbed a sharp blade into her chest without any warning. Of course, Maya didn't die in the end. I saved her. Maya was the only prophet apprentice in Brute Cavern who had the potential to become a wizard, so she was the center of attention. Tree Spirit planted a clone tree in front of Maya's wizard tower and saved her when she was about to die. After that, Maya moved back to the mirror world from the Starfall Sea. Why did those Blood Demon Church wizards do this to Maya? Are they enemies of Brute Cavern? Tree Spirit shook his head. No, but they are going to explore a maze left behind by a legendary wizard. At that time, another team was also qualified to explore this maze. They were worried that the other team would also come to find Maya and learn the key to the maze. Because at that time, Maya's reputation was at its peak, and she would not reject the request of outsiders for prophecy. So, they decided to strike first and gain the upper hand. They wanted to kill Maya and completely bury the secret of the maze. It sounded like Tree Spirit was telling Angor something, but Angor knew that Tree Spirit was actually trying to warn Angor and Dodoro. The world of adepts was not a kind and peaceful society. There were always people who would try to kill you for reasons you couldn't understand. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know why you died. In this kind of world where good and evil were set aside and where the style of solipsism was the main theme, one's own strength was the most important. If you weren't strong enough, you should try to hide it. You might have a great skill, which was fine in itself. But it wasn't a good thing to have it. Angor was a wizard now, and he was not far away from becoming a truthfinder. Tree Spirit didn't tell Dodoro this story as a warning. Instead, he hoped that Dodoro would listen to his advice. It was a good thing that Dodoro had made a name for himself during the stargazing day. However, he was not strong enough to ignore the rules and pressure, and he could easily be affected by his reputation. More importantly, Dodoro was a descendant of the Reverend clan. His reputation was currently flourishing, and if his true origins were to be discovered, there would definitely be many people who would be tempted by him. It would be fine if it was just a prophecy, but what if he encountered people like the Blood Demon Church? Not everyone was as lucky as Maya, who was protected by Tree Spirit when she was attacked by the Blood Demon Cult. Therefore, the best solution was to keep a low profile when his strength didn't match his reputation. Of course, Tree Spirit also wanted to tell Angor that since Maya had returned to the mirror world, Dodoro should come back as soon as possible. Only in the mirror world could Dodoro be safe. Angor understood what Tree Spirit was trying to say, but he didn't want to talk about Dodoro. I didn't know Maya had such a story. Every living being in this world is alive. They will become the main characters in their own timelines, and they will walk toward the future alone. Apart from themselves, no one can know what they've been through, whether it's happiness or sadness. Perhaps it was because they were currently hovering above the dreamy Starfall Sea, but Tree Spirit also became somewhat emotional. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. So, Maya didn't foresee the disaster that would befall her? If everything could be foreseen, Maya wouldn't be an apprentice anymore. She would be a legendary wizard. The Starfall Sea was huge. They flew for 3 minutes without seeing the end of it. However, they weren't looking for the end of the sea. When they reached a certain point, Tree Spirit suddenly adjusted his direction and flew in a different direction. After flying for about 15 minutes, Tree Spirit stopped. They could already see a small hill in the distance, which meant the edge of the lake wasn't far away. However, they still saw a sea of stars right below them. There was a dark shadow at the edge of the sea of stars. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the black shadow was actually a mass of dense fog. Within the fog, he could vaguely make out a small island. "We're here," Tree Spirit said. Angor already sensed it before Tree Spirit told him so. The thick mist was not mist at all. It was the aura of the nightmare realm that had almost materialized. The thick nightmare aura all came from the island below. Without a doubt, the ruin full of nightmare creatures was on the small island. Angor stared at the thick fog created by the nightmare aura. As he looked deeper, he saw tall stone towers, dark wastelands, ancient castles crawling with rose vines, and other strange sights. They were all scenes of the nightmare realm. The fog shone into the illusion and projected into reality. It was a sign that the nightmare aura was extremely strong. "Let's go down. They're waiting for you on the island." "Oh, right. Follow me and make sure to avoid the fog. Rain always cleans the place, but there are always living threads and parasites hiding in there." Angor didn't feel any threat from the fog. In fact, he even felt a sense of intimacy. Still, he nodded and followed Tree Spirit's advice. Tree Spirit and Angor had to pass by the edge of the fog on their way to the island. Now that they were so close to the fog, Angor could clearly sense the powerful aura inside. Angor couldn't help but whisper, "Such a strong nightmare aura, the semi-passage inside the ruin must have been completed already." Tree Spirit and Angor went around the mist and landed on the island. Treading on the gravel beach, Tree Spirit raised his head and looked at the thick fog that covered the night sky. His eyes were filled with doubt. "Why do I feel that the fog became more active when we landed? It wasn't like this during the day. Did the living threads come again?" Tree Spirit didn't understand, but he didn't think too much about it. He would go to the ruin later. Even if the living threads did come again, Sunders should be able to control them to a certain extent. While Tree Spirit looked up at the mist, Angor was observing the surroundings of the island. Angor couldn't see clearly because of the fog in the sky. Now that he was on the ground, he realized that this wasn't really an island. It was more like a peninsula at best. There was a small tail to the north of the island, which connected to the vast wasteland. The island wasn't big. There weren't any trees or plants on it. The entire island was made up of small rocks that could be seen at a glance. Angor couldn't see the ruin with his eyes, but his spirit power allowed him to clearly sense an illusion barrier at the center of the beach. The illusory barrier was constructed perfectly and blended in with the surroundings, making it difficult for others to detect. Of course, the illusion nodes couldn't fool Angor. The wisps of nightmare energy leaking out from the top of the illusion barrier had already revealed its identity. Come to think of it, behind the illusory barrier should be that strange relic. As he observed the illusion barrier, the ground not far away from him began to tremble. Following a series of cracking noises, a skeletal hand reached out from the ground. Soon, a hole appeared on the ground. A white skeleton with a staff in its hand and an aura of death was standing in front of them. Without wasting any time, the skeleton swung its staff and unleashed a beam of black light at Angor. In the end, the explosion created a small crater 2 meters in front of him. The skeleton kept staring at Angor with its dark eye sockets. If it was a real attack, it was impossible for it to miss. Clearly, he wasn't going to attack Angor. This is a forbidden area. Don't go any further. Angor heard a faint voice. Angor didn't know what was going on. Brood Cavern seemed to be the one who sent the skeleton here. Angor looked at Tree Spirit to see what he had to say. However, Tree Spirit pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered with a frown, "Looks like Duncan is slacking off again." Tree Spirit looked at Angor and said, "This skeleton is Duncan's skeleton guardian. Duncan accepted a guard job and has been staying in the ruin for a while. But he built a research lab next to the ruin. He's been slacking off every day and only ordered the skeleton guards to chase away visitors. The bone guards only listen to orders and don't recognize people. Even if Ryan came, he would be stopped by the bone guards." After Tree Spirit finished speaking, he gently raised his hand, and a green vine drilled out from the ground and bound the skeleton guard tightly. "Don't mind it. Let's go." As Tree Spirit spoke, he took the lead and walked forward. When he passed by the skeleton guard, he also grabbed a vine and stripped the staff from the skeleton guard's hand and played with it. Angor glanced at the staff. This is a necromancer's staff made from the bones of the dead and requiem stone. This is why the skeleton guard can attack with death aura. The quality seems to be okay. The craftsman must be quite skilled. Why did Mr. Tree Spirit take the staff away? Angor asked in a professional manner. Tree Spirit chuckled and said, "You may think that this staff is only good for looks, but to Duncan, this staff is his treasure. Since he's slacking off, let's make him pay for it." Angor didn't know what to say. "That's a little childish, isn't it?" Tree Spirit put the staff away and asked Angor, "By the way, when we were descending, I heard you mumbling something about the passage being completed. What do you mean?" Angor considered. "I didn't see the dome, but the nightmare aura here is so strong that it's almost tangible. I think there's already a semi-passage leading to the nightmare realm inside the ruin." In other words, the inside of the ruin had become a mezzanine. To a certain extent, the ruin was under the dome. For normal wizards, the ruin was as dangerous as the various domes in the Evernight Kingdom. Tree Spirit didn't know much about semi-passages, but he understood Angor's words. "You mean there's a passage leading to the nightmare realm?" "You can say that. If that's the case, Tuolu said he saw those nightmare creatures running into the ruins with the dimensional materials. Did they do it to open up a tunnel?" Tree Spirit immediately thought of the prophecy Maya told them not long ago. Angor considered for a moment. "It's hard to say." The semi-passage is, before Angor could finish his thought, a ripple appeared in the illusion barrier in front of him. Next, a dark figure rushed out from the ripple. "Who's there? Take my staff away." His hoarse voice resounded throughout the small island. After shouting angrily, he looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the two people who were walking towards the illusory barrier. When he saw the staff of the white bone guard being played back and forth by a young man who was almost naked, his arrogance from before was instantly extinguished. Mr. Tree Spirit. The person who came out of the illusory barrier and was covered in a black cloak was Duncan, an occult summoner who specialized in bone summoning. His nickname was Ghost Whisperer. When Duncan saw the staff in Tree Spirit's hand, he quickly put away his angry expression and stopped looking at it as if it didn't exist. "Mr. Tree Spirit, why are you here?" "I'm bringing..." Tree Spirit was about to say Angor's name, but he quickly changed his mind. "I'm bringing a wizard who knows a thing or two about ruins." Tree Spirit glanced at Duncan. "Rain will inform you if I'm not mistaken. But if you're lazy, you probably won't get the message." Duncan ignored Tree Spirit's words. The ruin wasn't going to explode yet. He was just taking a break. How was that lazy? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. His staff was still in Tree Spirit's hands. Duncan didn't say anything, which meant he accepted Tree Spirit's suggestion. He then looked at the man beside Tree Spirit. It was a middle-aged man with red hair and golden eyes. From his eyes to his posture, he looked lazy. Judging from the energy waves he was releasing, he was a formal wizard. However, in Duncan's memories, he could not find any magus that matched the appearance of this man. He was either a wandering wizard or someone who changed his appearance. Of course, Duncan couldn't recognize all wizards. But someone who was brought here by Tree Spirit and named by Rain couldn't be an ordinary wizard. In Duncan's mind, the man must be someone famous. Since he couldn't find anyone who looked like him, there were only two possibilities. Duncan had his own guesses, but he didn't say them out loud. No matter which one it was, he was brought here by Tree Spirit, so there shouldn't be any problems. Duncan took off his cloak and nodded at Angor. Duncan was a middle-aged man with a gray beard. His expression was cold, and there was no warmth in his eyes. At first glance, he looked like a skeleton covered with a layer of skin. Duncan nodded to greet Angor. He wanted to hear what Angor had to say. According to etiquette, he should at least introduce himself. Seeing that Angor didn't say anything, Duncan felt a little suspicious. But he didn't show it on his face. He only narrowed his eyes and said nothing. "I'll bring you in." Although Tree Spirit knew the way, Duncan still took the initiative to lead the way. He knew Tree Spirit too well. Tree Spirit was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Furthermore, he would never cross the line. If he wanted the staff back, Tree Spirit would nag at him even if he gave it to him, so he might as well admit defeat and shut Tree Spirit up with his actions. Duncan did not mention anything about the staff from the beginning to the end. He also dutifully talked about the recent situation of the ruins along the way, which indeed touched the soft spot of Tree Spirit. When Duncan brought them to the ruins, the Tree Spirit returned the staff to Duncan without any complaints, as Duncan had expected. "It's time for you to change your magic wand. The energy on it can no longer support too much death aura. If you use all your strength, this magic wand will be destroyed in a year or two at most," Tree Spirit suggested sincerely after throwing the magic wand back to Duncan. Duncan shrugged. "I know. I heard Wizard Pat is going back to Brute Cavern. I'll ask him to help me when he comes back. As for now, we'll just have to make do with it. I'll take my leave now. I'll keep watching the perimeter." Duncan bowed to Tree Spirit and nodded to Angor before he turned to leave. Angor looked at Duncan's departing figure and suddenly remembered something. He didn't have much contact with Duncan. The only time they talked was when he brought the 3 Crocoks to meet their teacher, and Duncan was one of them. Duncan was Rococo's teacher. Among the 3 Crocoks, Rococo was the one with the highest talent. However, due to the obvious flaws in her personality, Angor didn't have much of an impression of her. But when he thought about Rococo, he immediately thought of the other 2 Crocoks, Papaya and Kudu. Angor wasn't worried about Papaya. She was a woman who had a clear goal in mind. He was thinking about Kudodo, the seemingly honest young man he met before. Before he came back from Floating Mech City, Kudodo's teacher, Leona, mentioned that Kudodo had been in a negative state for a long time. He had almost completely lost the will to cultivate, and now he couldn't even cast a beginner spell. Angor promised Leona that he would go and check on Kudu after he returned to Brute Cavern. However, he forgot about Kudu because he was too busy to do so. "Angor?" Tree Spirit's voice reached Angor's ears. "What are you thinking about? When will Duncan ask you to do his alchemy?" Angor shook his head. "I'm just thinking about Rococo." "Rococo?" "Duncan's student. That little guy is very talented. I remember that he has already learned several magic tricks. However, her personality was too introverted and shy. She was unwilling to expand her social circle and was not decisive in doing things." "Well, you couldn't say that. Actually, she also had some stubbornness. She wanted the first creature she summoned to be a pig. That's why she hasn't done a proper summoning ritual yet." Tree Spirit sighed. "I don't know what she's thinking. Why does she want to summon a pig?" Angor knew why Rococo was obsessed with pigs. Rococo's deceased grandmother used to tell her a story called Flying Pig Man, in which the main character was a flying pig. When Rococo was testing her talent, the phenomenon she saw was also a little flying pig with a red cloak and a golden body. It could be seen that Rococo's obsession with pigs was pardonable. "Do you know what's going on with Papaya and Kudu, Mr. Tree Spirit?" Angor asked. "Papaya is training, isn't she? Kudu. That kid is strange. He's never focused on training, but he's been going out on missions with several teams recently. Is he trying to save money? Tree Spirit didn't know what was going on with Kudu. But compared to Papaya and Rococo, the only male Krokok was much weaker. Angor was even more puzzled by Tree Spirit's words. I guess I'll have to pay Kudu a visit later. Kudu, Rococo, and Rococo were all apprentices to different teachers, but they were still related to Angor in some way. Just like how Dodoro was related to Angor, they were Angor's social circle. This was why Leona told Angor about Kudu and asked him to pay Kudu a visit. Tree Spirit said, let's not talk about anything else. We're already at the entrance of the ruins. Let's go in. Angor took a step forward and found himself in a new world. The small hill of rocks that they had seen before had disappeared. It was as if they were in two different worlds. Instead, they were looking at a shallow pool. The pool was so shallow that it could only reach up to their ankles. However, the reflection of the water was much clearer than the starfall sea outside. The starry sky above his head was perfectly projected onto the pond that was a few hundred meters wide. Angor stepped into the pool and felt as if he was stepping on a sea of stars. The ripples created by each of his steps were shattering the undulating stars. The ripples extended all the way to one side of the pool. A small pavilion that looked like a stargazing pavilion stood above the sea of stars. There were no walls in the pavilion, only 12 thin pillars holding it up. Looking through the gaps in the pillars carved with demonic patterns, one could see several figures standing still in the pavilion. Rain was standing at the center of the pavilion, while Sunders was standing at the edge. The old man was looking at Angor with his deep eyes. The starry sky above his head was reflected in his eyes, which shined brightly. You're here. Sunders didn't ask anything else. He nodded and led Angor into the pavilion. Angor didn't get a good look at the pavilion from the outside. Now that he was inside, he realized how luxurious the pavilion was. Runes of stars were everywhere, which reminded him of the extravagance of an ancient astrologer. Apart from Sunders and Rain, there were two other wizards in the pavilion. Firewalker Philo and Revenant's Redemption Angor had met them before. The former was a resident wizard of Sleepless City, while the latter was Sunders' best friend. Angor knew them, but he didn't act like he was familiar with them since he had changed his appearance. He simply nodded at the two of them, a polite greeting based on the fact that they were strangers. Philo and Ness didn't know who the red-haired man was, but Sunders had high hopes for him. Tree Spirit accompanied him here, and even Rain came to greet him with a smile. They knew that this man was as strong as them, but there had to be something special about him. This is my friend. He's here to help me solve the mystery of the nightmare creatures. Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point. Sunders looked at Rain. I need to clear the area. Clear the area? One or all of them? Everything, Sunders said without hesitation. Before Ryan could reply, Ness interrupted, Old friend, are you really going to clear the place? I still want to see how you're going to display your might. Dennis put his hand on Sanders' shoulder as he spoke. Sunders shook off the old man's hand. The two of us are enough to clear the place. Ness frowned. But there's no need to clear them all. If there's no one in the 3 observation pavilions, they might attack. Even if they do attack, it'll be hard for them to hold on with just the few people in the star pond. There's no difference between a few more people and a few fewer people. Sunders was right. There were 3 observation pavilions in total, each of which was guarded by a powerful wizard. Although they were meant to suppress monsters, they were not really useful. If all the monsters in the ruins were to move, no matter how many people there were, they would still have to run. Their biggest role now was to warn each other and prevent some monsters from escaping from different directions. Also, they could observe the frequency of parasites and live threads. Yeah, but it's better to have more people. Ness mumbled. But he knew he could not object since Sunders had already made up his mind. Nessie also noticed that Ryan had started to send a voice transmission to the other 2 guardian wizards, asking them to leave for now. Nessie couldn't do anything about it. As for Firewalker Philo, he did not object at all. He had witnessed how Sunders fought his way out of Sleepless City. Of all the people here, Sunders was probably the one who knew the most about the monsters. If Sunders said no, no one else would. While listening to Ryan's voice transmission, Angor glanced at the 2 pavilions in the distance. One was in the southeast, while the other was in the northeast. They formed a triangle with the pavilion in the west. The guardian wizards in the other two pavilions were the white-haired old man, Wallace, and a silver-haired old lady with a kind smile. The old woman sensed Angor's gaze and looked at him with a smile. She held a cup of flower tea in her hand and offered it to Angor. Iron Granny. Angor muttered her name in his mind. He didn't expect Iron Granny to come to the ruin as well. Someone told him that Iron Granny hadn't left the tributary for years. Now that even she had appeared, it seemed to mean that the ruins had reached an extremely dangerous state. While Angor was still pondering, Ryan spoke to Sunders again. "I've told them. They'll leave right away." Ryan paused and put on a serious look. "Wait a moment. I'll leave as well. You have to be extra careful after I leave. Don't get careless and don't wander into the ruin carelessly. Even if you really want to, don't take him with you." Sunders nodded with a strange look. He knew Ryan was worried about Angor's safety. But he knew that even if he died, Angor would still be alive and well. Those nightmare creatures had a natural class barrier. Even Yorkshire, who threatened Angor in Sleepless City, wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Still, Sunders wasn't going to tell Ryan about this. He nodded. "I understand." Ryan glanced at Sunders and the red-haired man who was acting lazily. He took a deep breath and said, "Be careful. Even if you don't find anything, don't do anything reckless." With these final words, Ryan led Philo and Ness away from the Star Pond. "What's on your mind?" "I didn't think Iron Granny would be here." Angor spoke without thinking. "That's just one of Iron Granny's clones." "A clone?" Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. He didn't see anything strange. "That's a spell she created herself. It's both a clone and her real body. Right now, it's her clone guarding the ruin. Her real body is still in the tributary. However, she can switch between the two bodies at any time when she's in danger." Sunders looked a little envious. Iron Granny's ability meant that she had multiple lives. As long as one of her clones was still alive, she would never be defeated. Angor nodded. So it was a cloning spell she created herself. The real body and the doppelganger could be interchangeable, so it was no wonder that he couldn't see any clues. "I think Iron Granny recognized me." "That's normal. Iron Granny is much stronger than you think. Anyway, let me show you around the ruin first." Sunders paused. "But before that, there's one more thing." Sunders looked at a corner of the pavilion and saw Tree Spirit standing in the shadow, pretending that he didn't exist. Sunders didn't say anything, but Tree Spirit knew what he meant. "Are you sure? I'm not going to spy on you." Sunders didn't change his look. Tree Spirit lowered his head in frustration. Fine. While mumbling, Tree Spirit walked out of the ruin helplessly. When they were alone in the pool, Sunders gestured for Angor to follow him. They walked on the sea of stars and were bathed in the starlight. It was as if they had become one with the ripples on the water. "So Dodoro already knows about the dream wasteland," Angor said as they continued to walk on the water. "You told him?" Angor shook his head. He predicted it himself. Earlier, when Angor asked Dodoro to stay behind, Dodoro told Angor about the future he didn't want to talk about. To Angor's surprise, Dodoro chose to keep the dream wasteland a secret. Angor didn't know what Dodoro saw, but he was sure that Dodoro knew that the dream wasteland belonged to Angor. Since Angor didn't tell anyone about it, Dodoro didn't want to reveal it in front of others. Only when Angor was alone with Dodoro would he reveal it. A prophecy. Sunders' eyes went blank for a second, but he quickly regained his composure. As expected of the last descendant of the Provenance clan. It seems that Dodoro's gift of prophecy is as unique as his own. With the help of Riddle of Stars, Dodoro's prophecy almost reached the level of an observer. That's unimaginable. Sunders looked at Angor. But now, he's in the same predicament as you. His strength doesn't match his status. He has the means to climb to the top, but he doesn't have the ability to stay at the top. You should pay more attention to him. Angor nodded. That's what Mr. Tree Spirit said. Success and failure all depend on one's reputation. I'll tell him to keep a low profile when he returns to Brute Cavern. Since Tree Spirit already mentioned it, Sunders didn't say anything else. Besides, Dodoro was one of Angor's contacts, so Sunders believed that Angor would handle the situation well. Did Dodoro tell you anything else apart from the Dream Wasteland? He also said something else, but he said it very vaguely. I didn't understand it. He still remembered how Dodoro tried his best to cover up his words when he said those words. This was the first time he saw Dodoro hiding his prophecy from someone. Instead, Dodoro chose to use a special word to convey his meaning. Still, he didn't understand what Dodoro was trying to say. What did he say? Sunders was curious. When the gears turn, the path of destiny will be laid out. Our original intentions have not changed, and we can forge ahead. He repeated Dodoro's words to Angor. He repeated the sentence again, but he still could not understand it. It sounded like a motivational statement, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. Sunders fell into deep thought. A moment later, he muttered to himself, my original intention is still the same. Could it be related to Origin City? Sunders shook his head. I don't think it has anything to do with Foundation City. What Dodoro is trying to tell you is to never forget your original goal. Don't let the outside world disturb you. So it's an inspirational warning again? I don't think it's a prophecy then. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. It's not that simple. Do you know what gears represent in the study of divination? Angor hesitated. In alchemy, gears were mechanical devices that could be used to transfer power. But was there such a thing as gears in a prophecy? Angor thought for a while and still couldn't find an answer. He looked at Sunders and saw the man looking at his chest. Sunders seemed to be looking at something. Angor reached a hand to his chest and felt a ticking sound coming from his fingertips. He thought of something and quickly took out a bronze pocket watch from his inner pocket. The ticking sound was caused by the hands of the pocket watch moving. Angor looked at the pocket watch and realized something. The Wheel of Time? There were three main categories for divination wizards, namely the River of Fate, the String of World, and the Wheel of Time. The image that often appeared in the Wheel of Time was that the hands of the clock were spinning rapidly under the linkage of the gears. Therefore, in a sense, the gear could represent the Wheel of Time. So, Dodoro's words meant that the Wheel of Time was coming, and the path of fate was laid out before you. You had to stay true to your heart to reach the end. It sounded more complete, but what did the prefixes of Wheel of Time and Road of Fate mean? Sunders suddenly spoke, everyone's fate is different. Even twins from the same social class and family will have different destinies when they grow up. Choice? Angor felt something exploding in his head. People's minds were not the same. They would make different choices when faced with the same problem. When you make this choice, even if you are twins, even if all the karma is the same, because of the different choices, the trajectory of your life will constantly deviate, and you will each have a different destiny. The Wheel of Time, choice, and path of fate. Angor already had an answer in his mind when he put all these together. As the answer appeared, a figure whose face he couldn't see clearly appeared in his mind. The Time Thief, Angor muttered the name. Sunders nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Dodoro is trying to warn you that the Time Thief will come to steal your choice in the near future. Also, the choice must be related to the Dream Wasteland. Dodoro didn't dare to tell Angor the truth because he knew that the Time Thief was much stronger than him. But Dodoro had to do everything he could to tell Angor the answer. Angor's future was at stake, and Dodoro had to do everything he could to get the answer. That was why Dodoro's words were so difficult to understand. I've been wondering when he's going to come and why. Now I know the answer. He's here for the Dream Wasteland. That's why the Dream Wasteland has so much potential, said Sunders. Sunders smiled and patted Angor's shoulder. Don't worry. Dodoro already told you the solution, didn't he? Don't forget your original goal and keep moving forward. As long as you have a strong will and don't give in to the temptation of the Time Thief, you will eventually reach the end of the path. Sunders looked at Angor with a determined look, and he slowly relaxed. When the Time Thief showed up, Sunders wouldn't be able to help Angor. Angor would have to make the decision himself. It was easy for Sunders to say, but there were still uncertainties when he had to make a choice. Without a strong will, it would be hard to make it to the end. Sunders didn't want to make Angor more anxious. Instead, he wanted to strengthen Angwar's confidence. This was why Sunders didn't seem to care at all. However, he wasn't as relaxed as he looked. Sunders didn't want to talk about the time thief's choice. If Angwar didn't know what to do yet, he could at least try to make him nervous. But since Sunders was sure that the time thief was going to do something in the dream wasteland, the more he talked about it, the more anxious he would become. When Sunders saw Angwar's determined look, he quickly changed the topic. "Now that you mention it, you never asked about the ruin," said Sunders. Angwar shrugged. "Since we're already at the entrance of the ruin, I'd like to see it with my own eyes." This was why Angwar didn't ask anyone about the ruin. He wanted to see it for himself. Sunders nodded. "You said we're at the entrance of the ruin, so you should know where it is, right? You took me to the entrance, didn't you, Professor?" Angwar looked at the center of the triangle between the 3 observation pavilions, which was also the centermost area of the ruined astral pond. He didn't see anything strange with his naked eyes, but he could clearly sense the thick nightmare aura coming from there. The dense fog in the sky, which was almost solid and difficult to disperse, came from there as if nothing unexpected happened. "Yes, that's an entrance. But there's more to it." Under Angwar's puzzled gaze, Sunders looked down at the shining astral pool. "Take a look at your feet," Sunders said in a soft voice. Angwar followed Sunders' words and looked down. The ripples caused by their movements tore apart the stars in the water and shattered their own projections into pieces. It was as if space itself was rippling. The distance between reality and the illusory light and shadow was clearly separated and distinct. As he stared at the surface of the water, his vision suddenly changed. The surface of the water became a mirror, and the mirror became a spatial barrier. On the other side of the barrier, there was another dimension. There was a long ancient path, a complex and traditional attic, and a room that was covered by 7 colored clouds, whose appearance could not be seen clearly. "That's..." Angwar's eyes widened. "What you see is the original appearance of the ruin." Sunders looked around the astral pond. "The entrance to the ruin isn't limited to the center. Every part of this star pool is an entrance to the ruins." That being said, Sunders did not stop. He kept moving forward. Only when they arrived at the center of the ruins did they stop. Both Angwar and Sunders felt great joy when they arrived at the center of the ruin. That was the thought that popped up in his mind when the nightmare energy flowed into his body. "Look again," said Sunders. Angwar was already looking at the water without Sunders' reminder. In the beginning, it was still the lake surface that reflected the starlight. However, after staring at it for a long time, the world behind the lake surface appeared once again. Unlike before, this time Angwar saw a pitch-black tunnel. There was no complicated structure, nor were there any rooms covered by colorful clouds. There was only one passageway that seemed to lead to the abyss. As he stared at the end of the tunnel, he felt a pair of eyes staring back at him from the deepest, darkest corner of the tunnel. "What did you see?" "A tunnel with no end in sight," Angwar said. "Where does it lead to?" Sunders shook his head. "I don't know. But this tunnel is the only source of nightmare energy in the entire astral pond. Back then, the Magi from Song of the Deep who went missing also entered this tunnel. I've discussed this with Mr. Rain, and we agreed that this tunnel might lead us to the true core of the ruin." Angwar thought about it and agreed with him. The nightmare energy here was already strange enough. Besides, they could clearly see the end of the tunnel in other parts of the astral pond, but there was only one long, dark tunnel here. Did the living threads and the nightmare creatures come from this tunnel as well? Angwar asked. No. They can come from anywhere in the astral pond. Most of the nightmare creatures went in, but only a few came out. Even if they did, they wouldn't stay in this tunnel. Sunders slowly reached out a hand. Next, I'll open the passage. Mr. Rain, didn't you say, I can't enter the ruin without permission? I'm only opening the door, not letting you in. I need you to sense the emotions inside the ruin. Before Angwar could react, Sunders already released a ball of light from his fingertip. From the ball of light, a beam of light shot straight into the water. There were no ripples on the surface of the water, but a pitch-black passageway slowly opened up. As the passage was opened, more concentrated nightmare energy gushed out of the ruins. Angwar's unruly red hair was fluttering in the wind. A gentle spirit wave landed on Angor's body and turned into a spirit bond when Angor accepted it. Sunder's voice came from the other end of the spirit bond. Ignore all external disturbances. Carefully sense the emotions left in the ruin. Rain and Tree Spirit didn't know why Sunders wanted Angor to come to the ruin. The main reason was Angor's ability to sense the emotions of nightmare creatures. It seemed Angor was born with the ability to read the emotions of nightmare creatures. Sunders knew that the only way to obtain information from the ruin without entering it was to let Angor read the remaining emotions of the nightmare creatures. This was why Sunders took the risk to open the tunnel. As long as Angor didn't step into the tunnel, he should be fine. Even if he did, Sunders believed that Angor would be fine as long as he ran into a nightmare creature. However, that was only if he ran into a nightmare creature. The nightmare creatures weren't the only scary thing about the ruin. The ruin itself was also full of strange things. When the ruin was first discovered, the nightmare creatures hadn't occupied it yet. However, they still devoured wizards from Song of the Deep. Even Sunders himself would not enter the place without being fully prepared, let alone Angor. Angor didn't need Sunders to remind him. As soon as the passage was opened, the remaining emotions were already attacking his senses. Normally, he could simply block out these emotions. But now, he needed to decipher these emotions, so he had to continue using his perception to investigate these complicated messages. Angor frowned. The chaotic emotions were making him uncomfortable. Also, there was something else that annoyed him. None of the emotions had any real meaning. Most of them were just emotions, such as excitement, fear, or excitement. Angor couldn't understand the meaning behind them at all. Even if there were some emotions that he could decipher, they were not continuous or logical. For example, they were gathering, dispersing, lining up, going down, and so on. Angor couldn't find any useful clues from them. The only thing he knew was that most of the emotions were expressed by the colorful dragonflies or the rainbow dragonflies. Angor once had a close encounter with the rainbow dragonflies. Back when he was trapped in a plain passageway, it was the dragonflies that carried him out of the void. From that experience, Angor clearly knew that the rainbow dragonflies would line up in groups of rainbow dragonflies. As for why, Angor didn't think it was anything special. Perhaps it was just a training method, or maybe it was just for fun. Angor felt really tired when all the emotions he sensed were similar. Most importantly, the information was still incomplete. Perhaps it was the residual emotions left by the rainbow dragonflies that passed through this channel a few days or weeks ago. He spent a lot of effort trying to decipher the broken emotions, only to find that they were arranged into a single character or a human character. One could imagine how he felt right now. But there was nothing he could do about it. There were no nightmare creatures in the passage, so he could only decipher the remaining emotions. Luckily, Angor didn't come up empty-handed. He managed to find some useful information, such as minister, arrival, and repair. These were several key words in the chain of emotions. Angor believed that the emotions were not being expressed by low-intelligence creatures such as the rainbow dragonflies. Maybe it was some kind of high-intelligence monster such as the frog chanter or the fox zither-bearer. It seemed to be a series of emotions, but it had been too long for Angor to recover them. It took him a lot of effort just to extract these keywords. In fact, Angor also read some other information from the emotion, but he did not know what it was. The only words he could understand were these three words: minister, descent, repair. The title of minister already gave him a bad feeling. To be able to be called a minister, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. No matter how much the nightmare creatures tried to stir up trouble, none of the ministers showed up. The spotted dog he saw in Sleepless City was the pet of one of the officials. If he wasn't mistaken, the Dalmatian itself was a living version of a mysterious object. Pets were all mystery creatures. Angor couldn't imagine how powerful the minister himself was. Angor shivered and did not dare to think further. He simply put this information aside and continued to decipher the other emotional fragments that were surging out. However, there was nothing noteworthy about the emotions of the participants that followed. While Angor was engulfed by the chaotic emotions, he noticed one particular emotion that was clearer than the others. But when he read the emotion, he was stunned. Shava. Your Excellency. To some extent, Shava represented both Angor and the unknown creatures in the nightmare realm. When he sensed the emotion, he was really surprised. Did Shava come to the ruin as well? But when he thought about it again, he realized something was wrong. Legendary otherworldly creatures would cause a huge commotion in the wizarding world. Was it really possible for a creature like Shava to come here so easily? And the strangest thing was, why was this emotion clearer than the other emotions, as if it had just leaked out, just? Angor's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened his eyes. He was still standing on the astral pool, but the passage to the ruin had been closed. Sunders was frowning. His hand was still releasing some light mist, which meant it was Sunders who closed the passage. Angor looked down at the rippling surface of the water. He was already familiar with the place. It only took him a moment to see the ruin behind the water. It was still a dark tunnel with no end. Nothing was different from before. What's going on, Professor? Angor looked up. Sunders narrowed his eyes and glanced at the dark tunnel. I'll tell you later. Let's go to the observation pavilion first. They returned to the pavilion. Sunders pondered for a moment and asked, Did you sense anything strange? The residual emotions that came out were all messy and vague. But at the last moment, I sensed a very clear emotion, as if it just came out, Angor said. He was calling Shava by her name. Did a nightmare creature just come out? Angor asked. Angor thought so because of Sunders' strange behavior, as well as the information he heard, which almost sounded like a whisper. It was as if a creature was calling him from the other side. Sunders remained silent and nodded. It should be a nightmare creature. But I didn't see what it looked like. I only saw a pair of shoes. At the end of the tunnel, where light and darkness intersected, Sunders saw a pair of shoes. It was a pair of plain-looking leather shoes. Coincidentally, the area above the leather shoes was dark, so he couldn't see anything clearly. A sense of danger rose in his mind when he saw the shoes. Without hesitation, he closed the gate of the ruin. Sunders was about to drag Angor away from this place. However, it did not seem like the creature was going to come out. It only stood at the intersection of light and darkness for a moment before slowly retreating into the darkness. At the same time, Angor woke up from his reading of emotions. Sunders told him what he saw. If I'm not mistaken, the emotion you sensed just now came from that nightmare creature. A creature wearing leather shoes. Logically speaking, it should be a human or a humanoid. However, nightmare creatures did not follow logic. The frog chanter and the fox harpsichord were mutants that could walk upright and dress up neatly. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the identity of the creature in the leather shoes without seeing its true appearance. Did you find anything from reading the emotions? Sunders asked Angor. Angor replied, most of them are vague and incomplete, so it's pointless to decipher them. However, among all these useless emotions, there is one coherent emotion that is very special. Angor told Sunders about the information he sensed. Minister. Arrival. Repair. Sunders repeated the words in a low voice and fell into deep thought. Literally speaking, a minister from the nightmare realm has arrived. Angor frowned. I don't know if it's his real body or just an envoy. If it's the former, I have a bad feeling about it. Sunders' expression turned serious. Nightmare creatures have a strong sense of hierarchy. If we include the official position, combined with my previous speculation, the minister must be quite powerful. In fact, it's very likely that it's above the legendary level. Angor already knew that a minister was strong, but he did not expect Sunders to say that it was above legendary. Angor wondered if the world's consciousness would allow such a creature to enter the wizarding world so easily. Sunders quickly answered Angor's question. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a semi-passage in the ruin, which means it's already a demiplane. A demiplane is a gap between the nightmare realm and the real world. The world's consciousness is not the supreme ruler, so as long as it doesn't invade the real world, it's possible for a legendary creature to appear in a demiplane. Sunders paused. There's one more thing. Basically, all nightmare creatures who enter the wizarding world, even if they're in the gap, will lose a lot of strength. So, a minister might be above legendary in the nightmare realm, but it's not as strong in the real world. However, these two guesses were just guesses. Sunders could not confirm the level of the monster's current strength. But in the nightmare realm, a minister was definitely above a legendary battle pet warrior. Think about it. There were already legendary creatures outside the nightmare realm. The place where Grea's body was missing was filled with legendary creatures. A creature from the core area of the nightmare realm was at the level of a minister. Brute Cavern would be in great danger if a Grand Vizier who was stronger. Then a legendary creature showed up in the ruins. Let's hope it's just a messenger like last time in Sleepless City, Angor muttered. Sunders didn't look happy either. Their guesses about ministers were just the fantasies of low-level people. This kind of fantasy was always an unequal blind guess. Just like how summer insects couldn't talk about ice, all guesses were in vain. Perhaps, ministers were more powerful than they had imagined, and they could ignore the rules of the world even more. Thinking of this, the atmosphere became slightly heavy. Back at the Twilight auction, the toy owl named Olga mentioned something about the ministers. Among them, Minister Mana seemed to be in charge of supervision, while Minister Golan liked to give speeches. Other than that, I also know of another minister, the owner of the spotted dog in Sleepless City. His name is Minister Tim. If it really is a minister, will it be one of the three? Sunders shook his head. No one knew the answer to that. Among the three known ministers, none of them had revealed their strength. However, Minister Tim's spotted dog was a mysterious living creature. Even in the source world, this was probably a legend. To be able to become the owner of a spotted dog, Minister Tim's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Is the owner of the shoes a minister? Angor asked. I don't think so. If it really is a minister, he'll come out to meet you. Sunders shook his head. In his opinion, the owner of the shoes was much weaker than Shava, which was why he didn't dare to appear in Angor's sight. Back in Midnight Sovereign, the parasites in Darkaville Empire would all avoid Angor and only praise Shava from afar. That was why Shava was so important to them. However, even if the owner of the shoes wasn't a minister, Sunders still couldn't let his guard down. This was because the sense of danger he felt when he saw the pair of leather shoes was still lingering in his heart. If the ruin was filled with creatures of this level, he couldn't imagine how dangerous it would be. Sunders stood in the pavilion and looked at the glittering star pool in the distance with a worried look. Since you're done with your first exploration, tell Mr. Rain and the others to come back first. We'll discuss the rest later. The star pool seemed peaceful at the moment, but no one could tell when it would change. For safety's sake, Sunders didn't want the three guardians to leave the place for too long. Now that Angor had found some clues, it was time for them to come back. About 10 minutes later, the three guardians returned to the three observation pavilions. Rain and Tree Spirit also showed up, but Ness and Philo didn't follow them. Minister? Arrival? Repair? Rain frowned as if he was thinking about something. At the same time, the guardians in the other two observation pavilions were also observing the situation. Iron Granny's expression became serious. She seemed to have thought of something. Old Wallace didn't look too good either. He didn't know what a minister meant, but his intuition told him that something was wrong. Next time, if you want to enter the ruin again, tell me in advance. Tree Spirit pretended to scold Sunders and went straight to the point. Let's forget about the shoes and the identity of the minister. The most important one is the last word. Repair. Tree Spirit repeated the word in a serious tone. What are they trying to repair? Did the minister come here just to repair it? Repair means to restore the original state. In other words, they're trying to repair and improve something that already exists. I have a theory. Maybe they're trying to repair something that already existed in the ruin. They still didn't understand why the nightmare creatures didn't venture deeper into Parmajai Highlands. Instead, they chose to gather at this ruin. They thought the nightmare creatures only wanted to use the ruin as a base, but they didn't try to expand their territory, which didn't make sense. Now, Sunders suggested that the nightmare creatures did not intend to use the ruin as their base. Instead, they were trying to repair a primordial creature in the ruin. Now that they thought about it, it made a lot of sense. It doesn't matter if the thing they're repairing is native to this ruin or not. We can be sure that the thing the nightmare creatures want to repair is still inside the ruin, Rain chimed in. What we need to consider now is what they're repairing. What kind of side effects will this repaired object cause? Tree Spirit sighed. If you want to know what it is, you have to go deep into the ruins. But it was difficult to do that now. The ruin was full of terrifying nightmare creatures, and almost everyone who went missing. How about? Tree Spirit looked at Angor. Let him stay in the ruin for a while. If there are any nightmare creatures in the ruin, let him sense their emotions. Tree Spirit didn't call Angor's name because Iron Granny and Wallace were both looking at them. Even if Angor's identity was already known, Tree Spirit wouldn't expose him as long as he didn't reveal his real identity. Tree Spirit's suggestion was reasonable. Nobody could communicate with a nightmare creature. Angor was the only one who could do that. Angor was able to get important information from the remnant emotions he sensed several days ago. If Angor could sense the creature directly, he might be able to get more information. Rain thought it was a good idea, but he still needed to make the decision himself since it was about Angor. Angor nodded without hesitation. Sure. Angor was curious about the ruin anyway. It wasn't like he was going to fight a nightmare creature to the death. He just wanted to sense the creature's emotions. You're in a special situation. How about this? You don't have to stay in the ruin. Just stay where you're supposed to be. I'll let you know if anything happens. He was still in the process of settling down. Besides, the Germinal organization had their eyes on him. If he stayed in the ruin for too long, he might be exposed. Therefore, Rain did not plan to let Angor stay here forever. If a nightmare creature did show up, Rain would be able to notify him in no time. Rain also heard about Angor's first spell slot, which was called Space Diversion. This place was very close to the ruin where Angor was training. Using teleport, he should be able to reach it in time. Alright. During the Stargazing Day meeting, Tuola said that he saw many nightmare creatures moving toward the core area of the ruin while carrying a space element. Could these spatial magic materials be used to repair something? Tree Spirit pondered for a moment before replying, that's possible. But if it's a space magic material, then it must have a space attribute. What could it be? No one could answer this question now, so they could only give up. Still, everyone had a bad feeling about this. Space was one of the most powerful elements in terms of both offensive and functional capabilities. Something that was valued by a nightmare creature, and even a minister-level creature was sent here just to fix this thing, was definitely something special. Regardless of whether the item was used for attacking or functional purposes, it was not good news for them. In another observation pavilion, Iron Granny slowly picked up a cup of flower tea and took a sip. Looks like we won't be able to solve this problem in a short time. Iron Granny heaved a long sigh. Wallace, the white-haired old man, was also worried about the ruins, but he was more interested in the red-haired, lazy middle-aged man. Since Mr. Rhine is so considerate of him, his identity is self-evident. Wallace's eyes glowed as he stared at Angor with an unreadable expression. Inside Angor's observation pavilion, Rain sighed and broke the silence. Since we don't have any other clues, you may as well go back. Tree Spirit said, I'll just stay here. Anyway, Tree Spirit gestured at Angor with his mouth. My clone is with him. I can inform him as soon as possible if anything happens. Rain nodded. Tree Spirit would do it faster than him. Sunders wanted to stay and observe the ruin as well, but he had to leave since he still had to take care of the hospital. Angor followed Sunders out of the pavilion. However, as soon as Angor stepped out of the observation pavilion, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. Angor halted his steps. As he stopped, ripples appeared on the water surface and the starlight shattered. What's wrong? Sunders looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. I'm fine. Angor looked into the observation pavilion. Rain and Tree Spirit were looking at him as well. Mr. Rain, where is the entrance to the ruin? Angor looked at Rain. You still want to see if there's a map behind the door? Rain quickly realized what Angor meant. Angor nodded and showed a satisfied smile. The entrance to the ruin is inside the tunnel at the center of the astral pool. It's not that far. Just walk for a few dozen meters. I was going to take you there, but Sunders saw the pair of leather shoes. For your own safety, I think you should put it aside for now. Rain didn't seem to mind at all. He didn't think there would be a map behind the door. I think it's worth a try, Angor said stubbornly. Everyone looked at Angor, wondering why he suddenly said something like that. When I stepped into the astral pool, an image flashed in my mind. It's a door. I don't know if it's just my imagination or a sign from somewhere. But I hope it's the latter. Rain remained silent for a moment. If the image in Angor's mind was really a sign of wizardry, then it was worth a try. Rain considered. I hope it's the latter as well. It's not a problem to give it a try. But there's still a safety hazard in that tunnel. Let's wait for a few days. I'll go inside and check. Once I'm sure, I'll send Tree Spirit to inform you. Angor and Sunders left the astral pond. Still thinking about the ruin? Sunders noticed Angor's frown on their way back. Angor nodded. I still feel something is wrong. Why did I suddenly see a door in my mind? Maybe it's just a whim, said Sunders. Angor remained silent for a long time without saying anything. When they were about to reach the ruin, Sunders spoke again. I don't think it's just a whim. I tried to recall what I felt at that time. It felt like my spirit was connected with a certain consciousness. At that moment, my mind was clear, and I really felt something important. Sunders narrowed his eyes as he thought of something. Connected with a certain consciousness? Angor nodded. Yes, I did. It sounded like I was being controlled by a certain consciousness, but I didn't feel anything at that time. Instead, it felt very natural. Sunders considered and did not comment. Instead, he asked another question. What do you think? Do you really think there's a map behind the gate? At least, that's what I believed at that moment. If there's a map, then you subconsciously thought that the ruin you're staying in is somehow connected to the one guarded by Mr. Rain. Angor nodded. If there was a map behind both gates, it would be hard to say that there was no connection. Sunders considered for a moment and spoke in a serious tone. Maybe you're right. You said you felt your spirit was connected with a certain consciousness at that moment. At first, it sounded strange to me. But if you think about it carefully, I think it makes sense. Sunders looked at Angor. Have you ever wondered why you're the only one who felt something like that? Angor hesitated. Is it because of my nightmare form? Sunders shook his head with a smile. You only felt something from the ruin. You didn't feel anything from those nightmare creatures. Besides, there are no nightmare creatures in the ruin you're staying in. There shouldn't be any connection between the two. Sunders did not keep Angor in suspense. The rest of us didn't feel anything like that, but you did. Perhaps the real reason is that you're the only one who stays in these ruins. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the ruin where Angor was staying. Sunders pointed at the ruin. Because you've been staying here for a long time, your aura resonates with the ruin. And this ruin might really be inextricably linked to the ruin that Ryan is guarding. So when you go to the astral pond ruin, you will feel that your spirit sense has merged with some kind of consciousness. This might actually just be your aura coinciding with the aura of the astral pond ruin. Angor was the only one who could feel it. It was because Angor's aura was similar to the ruin itself. Of course, it's just a guess. As for its authenticity, we will have to go to the entrance of the astral pond remnant and take a look. Only after confirming that the gate to the astral pond relic had similar magewefts and holographic maps. Only then would they have evidence to prove Sunders' theory. What are you two talking about? A slightly frivolous voice came from behind them. Angor looked back and saw a glowing humanoid spirit slowly leaning forward from the trunk of a tree in front of the ruin gate. It was Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit broke free from the tree trunk and approached Angor with a smile. I think I heard you two talking about the astral pond ruin. Did you find something new? Angor shook his head. No, but my professor mentioned a theory. Oh? What is it? Let's hear it. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up. He seemed to be very interested in any game that could be solved. Angor glanced at Sunders. Seeing that Sunders did not stop him, Angor began to tell Sunders about their previous conversation. At first, Tree Spirit thought it was just a joke. But in the end, his expression changed and he frowned. I have a feeling that Sunders is right. Rain stayed at the astral pond remnant for a long time, and he never felt anything. But when you went there for the first time, you saw something similar to a wizard's premonition. When I talked to Rain just now, I also thought it was strange. But now, it does make sense. Tree Spirit's eyes shone brightly. We still need to go to the Astral Pond remnant to verify it. But now, I have a feeling that there is a connection between the two ruins. Tree Spirit's eyes dimmed. But even if there is a connection, I don't think we can find anything useful. At most, we can confirm that there is a holographic map behind the Astral Pond remnant. You're right. Unless we can find the hidden room in the ruin. If there really was a connection between the two ruins. If they wanted to confirm the connection and find some unknown clues, their only hope was to go to the hidden room. After going around in circles, they were faced with the problem of finding the hidden room again. But, there was nothing they could do. They didn't have any clues to open the hidden room yet. Sunder saw both Angor and Tree Spirit's helpless expressions and shook his head. Don't think too much about it now. Let's wait until we can confirm the connection first. If there really is a map in the Astral Pond remnant, it might contain some secrets. There's no point in thinking about it now. Tree Spirit agreed with Sunder's words. There was no need to worry about something that hadn't happened yet. Still, Tree Spirit said, anyway, I'll go talk to Rain first. Rain didn't care much about it at first, but after hearing what you said, I think he'll enter the passage in 2 days. With that, Tree Spirit returned to the tree trunk and contacted his clone inside the Astral Pond remnant. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder. I'm going back to Puppet Asylum. Let me know if you need anything. By let me know, Sunders meant going to the Dream Wasteland. They still needed to come up with a detailed plan for opening the Dream Wasteland to a small area later. Angor shook his head. I'm not going back yet. I need to go to the mirror world first. Angor was standing at the entrance of the mirror world under the natural moat. He could see that the holes on the walls had all regained their light. The people of Windmill Town had survived the disaster and resumed their work. Many merchants were pushing carts full of goods to the mirror world, waiting for the gate to open so that they could enter and trade with the supernaturals inside. Angor and Sunder's arrival attracted the attention of some of the people in the Earth's core. However, when they realized that they were supernaturals, they quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at them again. However, the mortals did not avoid them either. Angor could tell that the supernaturals of Brute Cavern treated mortals fairly well. At the very least, they would not try to kill them. Sunders nodded to Angor and walked toward Windmill Town without saying anything. He planned to enter the mirror world at the same time when it was open to mortals. The slightly curved surface of the mirror suddenly glowed, and a young man wearing a black leather coat with a cold expression emerged from the mirror. He did not say anything and walked to the edge of the cliff. He crossed his arms and looked at the mortals who were dragging their goods. He was the apprentice who was in charge of supervising the mortals' entry and exit. Step onto the mirror in order. Don't do anything stupid, or you know what will happen. The young man reached out a hand and stroked the strange spider that crawled out of his sleeve. Although he was young, his gaze was clearly cold and sharp. He looked at the mortals around him without any emotion. It was as if he was a high and mighty god and they were ants kneeling on the ground. Due to the young man's arrogance and fear of the spider, a merchant who was holding a small box and trying to curry favor with the young man stopped. The young man was clearly aware of the merchant's actions. He merely sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. He looked around and finally set his eyes on Angor. Angor was already standing on top of the mirror. The young man opened his mouth and tried to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. The red-haired, golden-eyed man in front of him did not release any aura, but he already had a terrifying aura just by standing there. He could restrain his aura, but he didn't need to. The young man knew that Angor was a supernatural, and that Angor was definitely stronger than him, so he didn't dare to offend Angor. He just stood aside and didn't look at Angor anymore. Angor looked at the young man and thought to himself, as expected, cruelty and cruelty have been carved into his bones. Although he used to be full of cynicism, he didn't view humans as ants and completely forgot that he was also a human. Yes, he knew the boy. Von Man. It was one of the talents he brought to Brute Cavern from the old Earth. Von Man and Guena, who had been turned into a human stick, were obviously egotistical. They were cruel and callous at such a young age. It was common for them to kill others. Even if the other party had done them a favor, even if the other party was just a child, they could still kill without batting an eyelid. Neither Von Man nor Guena cared about what was right or wrong. All they cared about was how to survive. He didn't like their behavior, but he could accept it considering their living conditions. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have brought them all the way from the old earth to Brute Cavern. Von Man's change was within Angor's expectations. Von Man had always been a cold-blooded and crazy man. He didn't care about other humans except for Guena. When he came into contact with the supernatural world, he was exposed to the extreme opinions of some supernatural people, such as wizards are no longer inferior to humans. It was normal for Von Man to become like this. When Angor first became a supernatural, he also considered whether wizards were still humans or not. However, he soon gave up on the idea because he found it ridiculous. Von Man, on the other hand, didn't have such a worldview. The only thing in his mind was hatred, which made it easy for him to get lost in such words. Angor knew what was going on in Von Man's mind, but he didn't plan to correct it. Von Man's change in personality might affect his future, but it wouldn't affect him in the short to medium term. Besides, Angor didn't need to interfere with Von Man's life. When the mortals dragged their goods onto the mirror, Von Man put away his impatience and walked back to the center of the mirror, ready to open the channel. However, just as the surface of the mirror shone with a faint light, a young girl wearing an animal skin skirt suddenly rushed out of the passage in the cliff. "Sir Wizard, can you wait for a moment?" The girl walked out of the cliff while dragging a bag that was almost twice as big as her body. Clearly, she was also someone who wanted to do business in the mirror world. Von Man didn't even look at the girl. "Get out of my way." The girl's face turned pale. She stood at the edge of the mirror and didn't know what to do. Angor raised an eyebrow. He had seen this girl before. She was one of the refugees from the Evernight Kingdom when he and Tree Spirit went to the ruin for the first time. It was Angor who told the girl that the only way to survive was to jump into the abyss. He didn't expect her to really jump in the end. Judging from the bags of leather she was selling, Angor guessed that she wasn't the only one who jumped into the abyss. More than half of her tribe must have gone to Windmill Town. Angor did save the girl's life, but he wasn't going to do anything for her right now. If he didn't go in this time, he could always wait for the next one. Besides, Von Man had been following the rules of his mission. He had the right to refuse anyone who didn't enter the mirror within the time limit. However, when the girl was about to return to Windmill Town, a tall man came out of the passage. "Wait." Feng Man was clearly annoyed. She raised her head and looked at the person who spoke. Von Man was about to shout, but when he saw who it was, his expression changed. Without saying anything, Von Man stopped opening the passage. Clearly, he was following the man's advice. The man walked to the girl and patted her shoulder. "Let's go." "I'm going in too." "Let's go together." The girl and the man successfully reached the mirror. Angor looked at the man with a strange expression. It had been a long time since he last saw his old friends here. Angor was familiar with the man himself. It was Rafig, the talent who came to Brute Cavern with him. However, for some reason, he was sent to the other side of the mirror world. When Angor first met Rafig, Rafig gave him the impression of a mature, reliable man. Compared to his best friend, Orlando, Rafig was simply the other extreme of steadiness. Because of this, Orlando relied too much on Rafig for everything in his life. As a result, they were forced to be separated when arranging for their mentors. One was arranged in the mirror world, while the other was arranged outside the mirror world. Rafig was the one who spent most of his time training outside the mirror world. Angor was surprised to see that Rafig, who used to wear black and white clothes, was now wearing a different outfit. But now, Rafig looked completely different. Brown and black leather pants, a wine-red shirt, and a golden windbreaker made him look like a male host who was about to dress up and participate in a performance. What has Rafig been through all these years? Why is there such a huge difference? Angor's mind was filled with questions. Rafig, on the other hand, had no idea that someone was wondering about his transformation. He stood behind the mirror and stroked his mustache. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the new summoner called the Newbie Butcher in the Sky Tower, aren't you?" Von Man asked with a smile. Von Man was still focusing on opening the mirror tunnel and didn't answer. Rafig didn't mind Von Man's attitude. He kept stroking his mustache. Young man, climbing the sky tower is only a test of your strength. It's not good to be too murderous. Von Man remained silent for a while before he spoke through gritted teeth. Thank you for your concern. It sounded like he was thanking Angor, but his grin sounded like he was saying, it's none of your business. Rafik didn't seem to understand what Von Man meant. As long as you understand. Next, Rafik began to ramble on, this is a lesson from someone who has been there before. You know, Rafik's seemingly gentle and caring words made Von Man's expression turn uglier and uglier. However, Von Man didn't dare to explode. After all, Rafik was already at the peak of a level 2 apprentice, while he himself was only a level 1 apprentice. If Von Man was still immortal, he could do whatever he wanted without a care in the world. However, after experiencing the cruelty of the supernatural world, he deeply understood that the difference of a single level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even though he was extremely angry in his heart, he did not dare to be rash in front of Rafik. One was eager to teach, while the other was filled with hatred. None of the mortals dared to look at the strange scene. Angor, on the other hand, was enjoying it. He thought that Rafik had changed, but now it seemed that only his clothes had changed. His personality was still preaching. However, Rafik was not facing Orlando, who believed in him brainlessly, but Von Man, who had been corrupted since childhood. No matter how carefully he preached, it would only have the opposite effect on Von Man. Later, Rafik seemed to have realized Von Man's emotional problems. He sighed regretfully and shut his mouth. Von Man heaved a sigh of relief, and he hastened the activation of the mirror channel. Finally, with a flash of light, the mirror channel was opened. The mirror under their feet seemed to have turned into a sea of light that slowly swallowed them up. The merchants who often traveled back and forth were already used to this strange feeling of falling. However, it was the first time that the young girl with the big and small bags had experienced such a magical experience. Her eyes were filled with both fear and yearning as she curiously turned her head to look at every detail. So, this is the wizarding world? It's so magical. She whispered to herself, her eyes shining. That's right. This is the wizarding world. Are you looking forward to it? Rafik echoed the girl's mumbling. The girl nodded. Yes, I am. I told you when we were in town. The wizarding world is not as peaceful as you think. It's filled with cruelty and bloodshed. Do you still want to go there? From Rafik's words, Angor could tell that this was not the first time he met the girl. There must be a reason why he helped the mortal girl. I still want to go there. Because I want to see his world too. Him? Rafik caught the strangeness in the girl's tone. Yes, he was the one who saved me in the snowy plains. He was also the one who guided me and my clansmen to jump down the natural moat and find a place to stay. I think he should be an extraordinary too, right? The girl's eyes were filled with longing. However, in the blink of an eye, her eyes were filled with regret. Unfortunately, I was very dizzy and had a severe fever. I can't remember what he looked like. I only remember. The girl carefully thought about it, but in the end, she could only think of a back that she couldn't see clearly. Rafik muttered to himself for a moment and patted her shoulder. Although this reason makes you want to go to the wizarding world, it's a little too rash. However, any choice made when you're young is usually made on impulse. Just like my good friend Orlando. The reason he left the Dark Nightmare continent and came to the wizarding world to become a wizard was actually just a random choice. As for me, I also casually decided to walk the path of a wizard with my good friend. That's why I'm here too. Since you want to become an extraordinary, you can go to the Tree Spirit Hall after exchanging your goods in the underground market. There, you can test whether you have talent or not. Rafik was seriously suggesting this to the girl. However, when the others heard his words, they didn't have much hope for the girl to become an extraordinary. As merchants who traded with superhumans, they naturally knew how rare it was to become a talented person. Countless young people in Windmill Town wanted to become an extraordinary. However, the reality was that no one in Windmill Town had the talent to become a wizard in the past 5 years. As a refugee girl from the Evernight Kingdom, the chances were very slim. However, the girl didn't know this herself. After hearing Rafik's words, she nodded heavily. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle. I'll try. While the girl was talking, she didn't know that a thin strand of spirit energy had circled around her body. Rafik seemed to have sensed something. He frowned and looked around. In the end, he fixed his gaze on a red-haired man. He could sense that the energy around him seemed to have changed. Von Man was maintaining the stability of the tunnel. The only person who could do this was the supernatural whose strength he couldn't see clearly. Rafik didn't know what the red-haired man meant. But since the man didn't do anything else, Rafik didn't say anything. Of course, Rafik was looking at Angor. He didn't hide his spirit energy earlier. He just wanted to check the girl's spirit level. He was curious, and Rafik wouldn't say such things for no reason. He suggested that the girl go and test whether or not she had the talent. Perhaps he had already confirmed that the girl had the potential to become a talent. However, Angor was a bit disappointed. His spirit energy didn't tell him that the girl had reached the threshold of becoming an extraordinary talent. In other words, she didn't have the potential to become an extraordinary talent. It seemed that Rafik's words were only meant to comfort her. When the ocean of light slowly dissipated, the group appeared near Tree Spirit Garden in the Mirror World. The merchants bowed to Von Man in a familiar manner, then pushed their goods toward the apprentice town. Their main customers were the beginner apprentices, so they usually restocked their goods in the apprentice town or sold them in the underground market. The girl in the animal skin skirt walked forward and bowed to Von Man, just like the others. When the others bowed to him, Von Man was expressionless. However, when the girl walked up to him, Von Man did not move, but he snorted. Obviously, Von Man hated this innocent girl because of Rafik. While Von Man snorted at the girl to express his dissatisfaction with Rafik, a cold wind blew from behind him. Von Man did not sense anything amiss in the wind, but his strong sense of danger made him react quickly. Von Man lowered his body and subconsciously chanted a defensive spell. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and hundreds of white-legged sea spiders were thrown around like rain. When Von Man lowered his body, he finally saw the situation behind him. A man with a twisted expression and bloodshot eyes was charging toward Von Man like a gust of wind, wielding a sharp dagger that glowed with a dim light. The man's attack failed because Von Man lowered his body. However, when Von Man curled up, the girl in the skirt behind him was exposed. The man seemed to have lost his mind. He only wanted to kill Von Man and did not care about the trembling mortal girl. Even if she died, she deserved it. "Jen, be careful. Dodge!" Rafik yelled. Rafik did not expect this at all. It was just a routine bowing to Von Man to thank him for bringing them into the mirror world. How did this happen? Rafik quickly turned into a blur and tried to pull Jen out of the attack range. However, he was still some distance away from Jen. The man with the dagger was already in front of Jen. More importantly, this man was a bloodline acolyte. Like Von Man, he was only a late-stage level 1 apprentice, but no matter what level he was in, he could beat anyone of the same level. His strength, speed, reaction, and explosiveness were all very powerful. In fact, in terms of the power generated by his physical body in the material world, he was even stronger than Rafik, who had not yet merged with his bloodline. Therefore, even if Rafik wanted to save Jane at this moment, it would not be that easy. In fact, Jane could have chosen to lower her body like Von Man. She might have been able to avoid the disaster. After all, the man's main goal was to kill Von Man, not a mortal girl. But Jane's reaction speed wasn't that fast, and the ground was covered with white-legged sea spiders. They were originally highly poisonous reptiles, and after being enhanced by Von Man's summoning ability, ordinary people would die upon contact. Therefore, Jane was now almost on an island. There was the dagger man in front and the sea spider behind. It was as if death was already fated. Seeing that the dagger man was getting closer and closer to her, a look of despair appeared in Jane's eyes. Just as Jane's eyes were covered by the sharp dagger, a white tentacle suddenly appeared in front of Jane. Before Jane could react, a white tentacle suddenly appeared in front of her. Before she could react, the white tentacle gently wrapped around her and pulled her out of danger. She fell behind Rafik in a parabola. Jane was still in a daze. She only regained her senses when she landed on the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. Jane raised her head. Her eyes were blurred by dust. She vaguely saw a white tentacle that looked like a bone whip. It swept through the air and finally merged into the body of a red-haired man not far away. I'm saved? Jane muttered in a daze. Rafik landed beside Jane and made sure she was fine. Then he looked at the red-haired man in front of him from afar. However, the red-haired man did not look at Rafik at all. Instead, he was watching the fight between Von Man and the Dagger Man with great interest. Yes, Angor was watching Von Man and the Dagger Man fight. They were weak, but Angor was still Von Man's guide. He wanted to see what Von Man learned in Brute Cavern and how much she had improved. Saving the girl named Jane was only a matter of convenience. Involving mortals in a fight between supernaturals, especially in the territory of Brute Cavern, would be a disgrace to his status. Angor watched for a while and shook his head. Von Man was doing fine. He had a strong sense of battle. His body was cut several times, but none of them were fatal. However, as a bloodline user, Von Man's performance was not good enough. He activated his bloodline at the wrong time. His dagger skills were all at the beginner level. He was not even as good as Leon. Most importantly, he was so angry that he lost his judgment. Von Man did not have any obvious weaknesses, but this bloodline user, who was the strongest among his peers, did. According to Angor's estimation, it would not take long for the Dagger Man to lose. As expected, it took less than 2 minutes for the fight to end. When the Dagger Man was blinded by anger and provoked by Von Man's actions, he did not notice that a white-legged sea spider had sneaked up to his side and bit his exposed ankle. The poison quickly entered his body. The Dagger Man's vision blurred and he began to wobble. Von Man took the chance and controlled all the sea spiders to climb onto the Dagger Man's body. In an instant, the Dagger Man was covered by hundreds of spiders. Green liquid oozed out of the Dagger Man's body, and he collapsed on the ground. Von Man. The Dagger Man looked at the sky with his blurry eyes and mumbled a name. It seemed he was going to crush the name into his soul and bring him to hell. Von Man walked to the Dagger Man, picked it up, and stabbed it into the man's heart. As blood gushed out of the Dagger Man's body, the flame of life was extinguished. Von Man was also covered in wounds and blood. However, he looked at the dead Dagger Man with a smile. It was a smile that was cruel, and a little crazy. Rafik looked at Von Man and sighed. Rafik did not comment on Von Man's actions. Instead, he looked at Angor in the distance and wanted to say something. However, before Rafik could do anything, Angor walked to him first. Angor did not talk to Rafik at all. Instead, he walked past Rafik and approached the corpse of the Dagger Man. When Rafik looked back in confusion, he saw Angor talking to someone who suddenly showed up instead of looking at the Dagger Man. As for that almost naked figure, Rafik couldn't be more familiar with it. One of the 3 ancestor souls. Mr. Tree Spirit, in Rafik's eyes, Tree Spirit was the most powerful being in existence. But now, Tree Spirit was talking to the red-haired man with a smile. A conversation. It was a conversation of equals, Rafik did not need to guess. Tree Spirit's attitude told him everything. Without a doubt, the red-haired man was at least a wizard. After confirming this, Rafik did not want to continue the conversation. Instead, he grabbed Jane and prepared to leave as soon as possible. At this time, Jen was still in a state of confusion, so when Rafik pulled her, she naturally followed. However, before leaving, she looked at her savior in the distance. Against the light, the red-haired man's back looked very tall. Jane was stunned for a moment. That figure seemed to overlap with the image in her memory. Von Man didn't expect Tree Spirit to show up either. Clearly, Tree Spirit wasn't here just for the fight. Back when he and Guina first became Transcendents, Tree Spirit didn't even show up when they robbed the apprentices passing by the Skybus station. If Tree Spirit wasn't here for this fight, then there was only one possible explanation. Von Man looked at the red-haired, golden-eyed man who was talking to Tree Spirit. Von Man quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the man any longer. If Tree Spirit treated him so well, this man must be someone powerful. Von Man didn't know who the man was, but he was sure that the man was not an apprentice. He could only be a wizard or higher. Von Man was glad that he had restrained himself in front of the mirror and hadn't confronted this man. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Von Man's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. However, he knew that even if Sir Tree Spirit did not come for him, the dagger man he killed was still right beside Sir Tree Spirit's feet. No matter what, he had to express something. Von Man hesitated for a moment before he lowered his head again. Mr. Tree Spirit didn't mind. No need to say anything. Just leave. As for the man you killed, he doesn't have anything valuable on him. You don't need to search for anything. Now go. Von Man didn't dare to resist. He lowered his head and collected the scattered spiders, then quickly ran toward the apprentice town. Tree Spirit sighed when Von Man was out of sight. Now you know why I told you not to worry about Von Man and Guena. Those two are as capable of stirring up trouble as Flora. After Tree Spirit finished speaking, his feet moved slightly, and a dark brown tree root emerged from the ground. It wrapped around the dagger man's body and pulled it underground. Von Man didn't know if he was going to use the corpse as fertilizer or something else. As he did so, Tree Spirit nagged about the grudge between the dagger man and Von Man. In fact, the purpose of this attack was very simple. It was revenge. Von Man was a cruel and merciless person. After Blackjack became Shildine's student, Von Man replaced him and became the nightmare of all newcomers in Sky Tower. His actions were even more reckless than Blackjack's. Blackjack was known for his sadistic behavior in the arena. Sometimes, he would kill his opponent, but that was only sometimes. However, Von Man was different. As long as his opponent did not admit defeat at the beginning of the match, he would die in the end. His death would be extremely painful. He would die helplessly and hopelessly under the influence of the 10,000 spiders addiction. If Blackjack was a rookie killer, then Von Man was a rookie butcher. However, even if he was a butcher, it was impossible for him to intimidate everyone. When the sins of killing accumulated to a certain extent, there would inevitably be a backlash and retaliation. The dead man had a lover who had been in a stalemate with him for a long time. Not long ago, Von Man killed her in Sky Tower. That's why he appeared here and attacked Von Man. Clearly, he's avenging his lover. Tree Spirit sighed. It's a pity that he was too weak. His anger got to his head, and in the end, he got himself killed. Maybe he came here with the will to die. Angor recalled that the dagger-wielding man kept murmuring a name before he died. It must be his lover. Angor could tell that the man's voice was filled with regret, and something else. Maybe. Tree Spirit sighed again. He didn't ask too many questions after collecting the dead body. It wasn't a big deal to him. Mr. Tree Spirit, you mentioned Guena. I met her a while ago. Why is she hanging out with Abel all of a sudden? Angor asked. I'm curious as well. But I think she has a purpose. Tree Spirit remembered that Guena had set up a trap to get to know Abel and get closer to her. Now, they seem to be best friends. Since Guena set up the trap, she must have some other purpose. But Tree Spirit didn't know what Guena was planning. Abel was one of the weakest apprentices in the world. Tree Spirit couldn't think of any reason why Abel could be used. Why do you care about them all of a sudden? Tree Spirit asked curiously. I brought Von Man and Guena to Brute Cavern. I'm just curious about their progress. Angor wasn't lying. He didn't like the personalities of these two people, but since he was the one who brought them to Brute Cavern, he wanted to know what had happened to them. One of them is out in the open, while the other is in the dark. They almost caused a mess in Brute Cavern. Tree Spirit said, however, this is not necessarily a bad thing. These apprentices have been quiet for too long. With these two troublemakers, they might be able to stir up a pool of stagnant water. They talked about Guena and Von Man for a while longer before they stopped talking. After all, this was just a matter between apprentices, and it couldn't be overturned. Tree Spirit finally asked about Angor's purpose. I thought you went back to the ruin. I didn't expect you to come to the mirror world all of a sudden. What are you going to do here? I'm going to see Kududu. You're worried about Kudu? Tree Spirit asked. Yeah. I promised Leona that I'll go check on Kudu when I get back to Brute Cavern. Mr. Tree Spirit, I don't think he left Brute Cavern right now, right? Or the Rose Garden? No. But he's not in the Rose Garden right now. I'll find him for you. Tree Spirit closed his eyes. After a while, Tree Spirit opened his eyes and said, "He is now in the underground market." Angor finally arrived at the underground market. Looking at the overlapping houses and the sky tower in the distance, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. However, his emotional state only lasted for a second before it was broken by the voice in his ear. "You know where the dark alley is, right? Kudodo is in the dark alley now." Since there was no one around, the only one who could talk to him was Tree Spirit. Angor did not answer. He walked toward the dark alley and answered the question with his actions. "You came at the right time. I think Kudodo is going to leave Brute Cavern again." Tree Spirit didn't wait for Angor's answer and kept talking to himself. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you." Tree Spirit suddenly stopped talking in a casual tone after talking for a long time. "I've told Rain about your theory about the door, and he agrees. Ryan also agrees with your idea. He plans to enter the central passage within the next 2 days to check if the owner of the leather shoes who appeared in the passage is still there." Tree Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, "If he's not, I'll contact you right away. You can go and check if the door is as you think." "Sure." Angor nodded. "Just like how you fixed the runes on the door, you should make some preparations in advance to avoid any unexpected problems. Behind the door is the real ruin, after all. The longer you stay there, the greater the risk." "I understand," Angor said seriously. "Good. Now that you're in the dark alley, I won't bother you anymore. And..." Tree Spirit paused and sighed. "Leona brought Fiery Charm to me again. Leona must be here to ask Tree Spirit to open up the space inside the ruin again." Angor could only sympathize with her. "Just hang on for a few more days. Once I tell her about the dream wasteland, you'll be free." The dark alley. Unlike the bright streets of the underground market, the dark alleys were mostly dark alleys, which were filled with evil and chaos. Every now and then, Angor would smell something rotten. Even though the streets looked clean and smooth, the new mud covering the old ground told him how much blood and filth were hidden under the ground. The managers of the underground market knew about the dark activities in the dark alleys, but no one suggested to clean them up. Although the dark alleys were filled with evil and chaos, they also had the most developed and free information center. The reason was simple. A large number of spies and pawns sent by other wizard organizations were hiding in the dark alley. With the help of these spies, most of the intelligence agencies in the southern wizarding region gathered in the dark alleys. In the eyes of the managers, it was better to give the spies a place to work together than to scatter into the vast ocean. Apart from the lack of information, this was also one of the reasons why they didn't bother to clean up the dark alleys. Because the dark alley had the most information gathering, it was also the favorite place for some adventurers. He was heading to a bar where adventurers gathered. He stopped in front of a wall covered in moss and dirt and gently tapped on a bird pattern on the wall. A small wooden door hidden behind an illusion appeared on the wall. On the wooden door, there were 2 panels that could be opened and closed from the inside out. Both panels had words written on them, and together, they read, "Night at Swan Lake." Swan Lake Night was the name of the bar. When he stepped through the door, the cold and gloomy air outside was instantly washed away. He was greeted by a wave of hot air mixed with the rich aroma of wheat wine, accompanied by loud noises. The bar was almost full of people. Most of the tables were already in a drunken state, and because of this, the noise was incessant. A clerk dressed as a maid was shuttling back and forth in the shop with a tray of new wine. It added a bit of gentleness to this masculine bar. The bar was lively. Everyone was talking to each other, so no one noticed Angor's arrival. Angor walked along a long, exotic carpet and past the narrow tables. When Angor sat down at the bar counter, the bartender with short gray curly hair looked up. The bartender studied Angor discreetly while showing a lazy smile on his face. "What can I do for you, sir?" "I'm looking for someone." Angor did not bother with pleasantries. "Who are you looking for?" The bartender chuckled and narrowed his eyes. "I hope you're looking for a living person." Angor raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" "If you're looking for a living person, we can find him quickly and at a lower price. But if you're looking for a dead person, it's going to be very troublesome. There are too many dead people in the dark alley. Who knows where they're buried?" Unfortunately, those who come to the dark alleys to look for people are usually looking for dead people, the bartender said as he rinsed the wine in his glass. Angor chuckled. I'm looking for a living person. Let me see where he is. Before the bartender could understand what Angor meant, a powerful wave of perception covered the entire bar. The perception did not affect the drunken people around. However, the bartender in front of Angor felt great pressure. Sweat dripped down his forehead as if he was facing a towering mountain. At this point, how could the bartender not understand that the person who came was definitely not an apprentice? The bartender swallowed his saliva. Although the bar had served many official magi before, those magi were all famous. Even with his experience, he had never seen this red-haired, golden-eyed middle-aged man before. Facing an unfamiliar official magus would bring about uncertainty. And uncertain factors were very likely to bring danger to the bar. The bartender was prepared to calm the stranger down no matter what he said. To his surprise, the stranger quickly withdrew his perception and said, "The third last room on the right of the second floor." "I'm going in." The bartender quickly recalled the information about the rooms on the second floor. He remembered that the guest in the third last room on the right of the second floor was a small person. Literally, a small person. You. The bartender was thinking about what was going on behind the scenes, whether it would trigger a chain effect, and whether there would be any consequences for the bar. Angor interrupted his train of thought. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in this bar." The bartender smiled awkwardly. "This way, please. I'll take you there now." Angor nodded and followed the bartender to the second floor. Of course, Angor could break in directly. However, he heard from Tree Spirit that the owner of this bar was Rosa Konoha Yethaway. Since Tree Spirit had a crush on Yethaway, Angor did not want to offend her, so he did not force his way in. The bartender led Angor to a room labeled 215. "Do you need me to open it for you, sir?" Angor shook his head. "No need." Angor signaled the bartender to leave and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door was opened. There was no one behind the door. Angor looked down and saw a small person about the height of a bull looking up at him with a puzzled expression. "You're the invigilator of tiger armor?" Kudodo took Angor's silence as a yes. He politely opened the door and let Angor in. "I've learned heal, mana QQ, and grease cantrip. I also have some talents for my race. I can act as a scout. But I'll have to pay a higher price because it'll be more dangerous." Kudodo explained his talents as he led Angor into the room. The red-haired man was standing at the door. Suddenly, water ripples appeared behind him. Then, with the red-haired man as the center, the surrounding environment began to change slowly. It was as if a new layer of space had appeared, superimposing and covering the original space. In the blink of an eye, the originally narrow and old room changed into another appearance. He was in an extremely luxurious hall. Wine-red curtains inlaid with gold, crystal chandeliers, embroidered carpets, dark candlesticks made of unknown materials, and a starry veil hanging above his head. All of these indicated how luxurious the hall was. It was just like the banquets Kuda read about in books, which were usually built by nobles to show off their family's wealth. While Kuda looked up and saw a group of teacups playing around the chandeliers in the air. It was obviously a cute teacup, but it grew slender hands and feet, playing the piano and the bagpipes. There were also performers who were swaying to the music. 1 second ago, he thought he was in a noble's banquet hall, and the next second, he felt like he was in a magic room in a fairy tale. Kudu had no idea what was going on, so he could only look at the red-haired man not far away. Previously, the red-haired man was still standing at the entrance of the cramped room. Now, he was sitting on the mahogany sofa, lazily leaning against the armrest. He was not reserved at all, as if he had returned to his own home. "Tester?" Kudu stomped his feet and dashed to the tea table in front of the red-haired man. He looked at the red-haired man in confusion. "My test is held here?" Angor looked at Kudu, who was standing on the plate. Kudu's expression was just as honest as before, and he even looked a little silly. He stood on the white porcelain plate as if he was the main dish in this spacious magic room. Did he really think this was some kind of test? Angor chuckled. He was going to play along with Kudu's words. However, when he saw Kudu's serious expression and the longing in his eyes, Angor decided not to tease him. This isn't a test, Kudu. Look at who I am first. As soon as he finished speaking, every inch of his muscles began to wriggle. Before he realized it, Kudu tried to move further away, but the spoon's handle blocked his way. It took Kudu a while to realize what was going on. He stood up and tried to run away. However, before he could do anything, a light blue illusory hand grabbed him in the palm of his hand. I thought you were brave. Since when did you become so timid? Angor controlled the hand and forced Kudu to turn around. Kudu was forced to look at the monster behind him. But when he saw the person's face, he was surprised. The scene of the strange muscles moving around was gone. Sitting in front of him was a handsome golden-haired man. He was somewhere between a teenager and a young man. He had the youthful aura of a rising sun, but also the maturity and steadiness of the noon sun. Kudu didn't recognize the man in front of him, but he couldn't be more familiar. Papa, Mr. Pat. Kudodo's face lit up with joy. But in the next second, he seemed to be afraid of being deceived. Are you really Mr. Pat? Or is this just an illusion? You're more cautious than before. Looks like you've been through a lot lately. Angor didn't explain. He simply flicked a finger and summoned the illusion of a tall building beside Kudu. Kudu was very familiar with this place. Back in Angor's bracelet, all the Krokiks lived in this very building. No one else knew about this. In other words, the man in front of him was Mr. Pat. Kudu was happy to see Angor's real identity. But he soon realized something, and all the emotions in his heart turned into words. But just as he was about to express his emotions, Kudu suddenly stopped. He didn't know whether he should tell Angor or not. After all, this had nothing to do with Angor. What Kudu didn't know was that Angor had already seen all of Kudu's emotions. So Kudu is hiding something important from me, just like Liana said. Since Kudu didn't say anything, Angor decided to speak first. I'm here because I have something to ask you. But before that, why did you think I'm an invigilator? Kudodo spent most of his time traveling between different adventurer groups, but he still knew that Angor had become a wizard and was no longer a nobody. Despite Angor's gentle tone, Kudu didn't dare to ignore him. I submitted an application to join the Tiger Armor Adventurer team 2 days ago, and they invited me here today. That's why I mistook you for one of the team's examiners, Kudu said, lowering his head in embarrassment. You're still a beginner. You're not even a mid-level level 1 apprentice yet. All your cantrips are level 0 ones. You should focus on your training instead of going on adventures. Of course, it's not wrong to go on adventures. But you should know that they're very dangerous. With your current level, I reckon that you can't even defeat a mortal knight. What are you going to use to take the risk? Brute Cavern supported adventuring apprentices. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many field quests in the questing hall. However, the minimum requirement to accept a field quest was to be a level 1 apprentice or above. Only after reaching this level could an apprentice learn more cantrips and become strong enough to survive in the wild. Before that, apprentices could only accept quests from the organization even if they needed money. Of course, this was only an unspoken rule. There were also ordinary level 1 apprentices who went on adventures. They might not be able to accept a field quest, but they could still go with an adventurer group, which was an exception. Obviously, Kudu was in the same situation. You know Von Man, right? I heard he's really popular in Sky Tower. He's almost a public enemy among apprentices. Kudu nodded. He hadn't been to Sky Tower yet, but he knew who Von Man was. I brought him to Brute Cavern as well. He entered the supernatural world later than you did. But he's already a level higher than you. Maybe he'll become a level 2 apprentice soon. Angor continued, if you keep going with adventurer groups, you'll be left behind by your peers. Kudu lowered his head in frustration. But I'm really short on money. I can only earn magic crystals by joining an adventurer group. Earlier, when Tree Spirit was commenting on Kudu, he had also guessed that Kudu was in need of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to join an adventurer team and wander around the wilderness. However, Kyudo was only a level 1 apprentice. Why would he need so many magic crystals? Angor knew that low-leveled apprentices were in need of money. However, this problem would only happen when they reached the peak of level 1. At that time, they would need to use a large number of magic crystals to break through the barrier and break through the barrier with external help. With Kyudo's current level, as long as he wasn't too ambitious and wanted to buy standard-grade alchemy equipment, the rewards would be more than enough. What do you need them for? After a moment of silence, Kyudo said, I want to buy blood arts. Angor was a little surprised. He thought Kyudo was trying to raise money because he had his eyes on a certain item or weapon. But he didn't expect Kyudo to give such a bizarre answer. Yes, it was very strange in his eyes. Blood spells was not the secret blood spells Flora was studying. Its full name was Kent Blood Spells. It was a general cantrip textbook written by a bloodline wizard named Kent. All the spells recorded in it were bloodline cantrips. There were 3 scrolls, each corresponding to the 3 stages of a bloodline acolyte's cultivation. If he remembered correctly, Kyudo's talent was wood element. You're just a nature apprentice. Why would you want to buy a bloodline cantrip encyclopedia? This was why Angor found the whole thing so ridiculous and ridiculous. It wasn't that Kyudo couldn't cultivate other departments, but that he hadn't reached the stage where he could. He didn't even have a solid foundation for his own nature element, yet he was already eyeing the bloodline element next door. This was no longer a matter of insatiable greed, but a problem with his intelligence. Blood arts is not something you should learn at this stage. What you should learn now is natural cantrips, not blood arts. Kyudo lowered his head. I know, but I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for Papaya. Kyudo hesitated for a while and decided to speak his mind. Angor carefully observed Kyudo's expression to make sure he was not lying. He also knew that Papaya was a bloodline user. If Kyudo wanted to buy bloodcraft, Papaya would be the only one who could do it. He also knew that Kyudo was secretly in love with Papaya. Kyudo chose to join the Crocox because he wanted to follow in Papaya's footsteps. Right now, Kyudo was in his teenage years, and for the sake of the goddess in his heart, it was indeed possible for him to act impulsively. He sighed again. Leona asked him to find out what was going on with Kyudo, and now he knew why. Perhaps Kyudo only joined the adventurers because he wanted to pursue Papaya, and he had no interest in training. This wasn't wrong either. The youthful love of youth was actually a very beautiful memory. Many famous novels, even if they ended in tragedy, would still eulogize 1 or 2 poetic stories of youth. Pursuing beautiful things was naturally not a problem. But in Angor's opinion, Kyudo was putting the cart before the horse. Seeing Kyudo lowering his head in silence, Angor considered for a moment and decided to say something since he already promised Leona. The most beautiful thing is to stand by her side and fight side by side with her. If you keep trying to please her, you'll only be helping her. You'll only be wasting your own time and your own potential. Angor didn't mention Kyudo's name, but he believed Kyudo would understand. He thought Kyudo would at least listen to him, but to his surprise, Kyudo shook his head. No, it's not like that. He looked at Kyudo quietly and saw the man slowly calming down. After a moment of silence, Kyudo spoke again. I know we're all doing this for the future of our race, and I also want to stand by Papaya's side with my own strength. But I can't bear to see Papaya working so hard. She's the most hardworking of us all. Not only does she have to shoulder the future of our race, but she also has to bear the pressure of time. Fate is so unfair to her. Angor agreed with Kyudo's words. Among the 3 of them, Papaya was the most hardworking one, and Angor had high hopes for her. As for the pressure of time, Kyudo was referring to Papaya's promise to her grandmother. She also wanted to learn from Angor and make a 5-year promise. She would do everything she could to improve herself and go to the old earth to save her grandmother's life. Angor didn't understand why Kyudo would say that fate was unfair to Papaya. Before Angor could ask, Kyudo already told him the answer. No one taught Papaya. This was the truth. Angor was a little surprised by the answer. But after thinking about it, he found it reasonable. Papaya's teacher was ruthless Thorn Madeline. Ever since Madeline went to the Abyss Plane with Angor, she never returned because she wanted to ambush East Sea. For Madeline, she was doing this for the greater good and for the sake of her deceased family. What she did wasn't wrong. Moreover, she was an official magus, and no one could restrict her from leaving. Poor Papaya. She had just become Madeline's student when Madeline left and never came back. Without a teacher to teach her, she couldn't learn any bloodline cantrips. The only way was to use magic crystals to buy relevant cantrip books from Cloud Library. It was difficult for Papaya to earn magic crystals. She was too weak to accept any quests that could earn her money. Thus, it became an endless cycle, forever at the bottom of the cultivation chain. She was like Dave and Balba. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see a way to climb higher. Papaya looked gentle, but there was also tenacity and strength in her gentleness. She was too proud to ask for help from others, so she could only endure the pain in silence. Kudodo was secretly in love with Papaya, so he knew that Papaya was in a difficult situation. Without hesitation, he decided to help her. Angor couldn't help but sigh when he heard the whole story. It wasn't a simple love story. It was a story of redemption and hope. Madeline left Papaya too early, so Papaya didn't receive the complete legacy. Kudodo didn't want to see Papaya's situation, so he gave up on his own cultivation. Leona probably didn't expect things to turn out this way. Angor looked at Kudodo's red eyes and sighed. I see. Take me to Papaya. As soon as Angor withdrew his nightmare domain, his face twisted again, and his blonde hair turned red again. Even his elegant temperament was replaced by a careless one. Kudodo looked at the scene in front of him and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Angor quickly put his index finger on his lips and made a shoo gesture. Kudodo was smart enough to know that Angor didn't want to reveal his identity. Brute Cavern didn't hear anything about Angor's return to Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern must be under Angor's control. Let's go. Lead the way. I'm going to see Papaya. Angor pushed the door open and walked outside. Kudodo didn't know what Angor was going to do with Papaya, but he was sure that it wouldn't be anything bad. Maybe this was a chance for Papaya. With that in mind, Kudodo followed Angor without waiting for the invigilator. He quickly went down to the front hall of the bar from the second floor in big strides. Kudodo was small, but his natural talent granted him great speed. He could easily keep up with Angor's pace, which was why he applied to become a scout for Tiger Armor. The bartender didn't seem surprised when he saw Angor and Kudodo leaving. He put down his drink and muttered to himself, why would a powerful wizard contact Kudodo? Angor had already left Night Swan Lake. As soon as he stepped out, the door behind him slowly disappeared and became one with the mottled walls covered in moss. The bustling noise in the bar was also completely cut off. Do you know where she is now? Angor looked down at Kudodo. Kudodo looked up. Yes. She's near Tree Spirit Garden. Angor didn't ask for the specific location. Since Kudodo already knew, he could just let the man lead the way. With Kudodo leading the way, Angor released his spirit threads and spread them deeper into the dark alley. Angor planned to use his spirit threads to check Prom's alchemy shop since he didn't come to the underground market often. However, nothing happened in the alchemy shop, as the doors of the shop were tightly shut. On the other hand, when Lin Li's mind power spread to the alchemy shop, he heard a lot of interesting information. Someone was passing the information to each other in the dark alleys, and Angor managed to capture it with his spirit power. The content of the message was very messy. There were some gossips and secrets. He even heard something about himself. But what surprised him the most was the prophecies he heard from the stargazing sun. One had to know that the stargazing day had just ended, and the exchange meeting had not yet ended, but the news had already begun to spread in the dark alleys. Moreover, almost all of the news was true. If it wasn't leaked by the higher-ups, then the dark alley really had their own information channels. Angor didn't want to find out how the news got out. He was more concerned about the fact that Dodoro was the main character in all the news. Everything about Dodoro was related to schemes, cooperation, and conspiracies. Many people were interested in Dodoro's prophecy. Sure enough, what Sir Tree Spirit predicted is starting to show signs. Most of the people in the dark alleys were apprentices who were plotting against Dodoro, but there was no doubt that Dodoro would be targeted by wizards soon. It seemed that Angor needed to send Dodoro back to Brute Cavern as soon as possible. The apprentices might plot against him in Brute Cavern, but there was always a way to deal with them. If he ran into wizards outside, he would be in big trouble. After leaving the underground market, Kododo went through the apprentice town and headed toward the center of the mirror world. The apprentice town seems to have lost a lot of people. Angor checked his surroundings as he walked. It's not just the apprentice town. The underground market has also lost a lot of people lately. Did you notice that many shops are closed for the time being, sir? Fewer people in the underground market? Angor didn't notice. Even so, the underground market was still crowded with people. However, Kododo mentioned that many shops were closed for the time being, which reminded him of Prom's alchemy shop. Normally speaking, Prom's alchemy shop would only close when it needed to restock. Angor thought it was just a shop assistant who went to restock. But Kododo seemed to be telling him something else. The tea party is going to be held in Brute Cavern soon, said Kododo. Lady Leona has issued a lot of quests related to the tea party in the questing hall, such as setting up the venue, preparing for the celebration, training people to make elemental fireworks, hunting magic materials, buying refreshments, and so on. These quests all require a lot of manpower, so many people from both the apprentice town and the underground market went to prepare for the event. Papaya accepted the task as well. She's going to set up a place near Tree Spirit Garden. Angor nodded. Papaya's there too? So there are a lot of quests, and the rewards are good. Why did you go on an adventure in the wild? You can earn magic crystals by setting up the venue. Kododo smiled bitterly. I want to. But Lady Leona's quests all require a certain level of strength, and I'm too weak to accept them. As for setting up quests, well, I want to do them too, but I can't beat the others. Papaya got the chance because she's involved in setting up the tea party hall in some buildings. In order to prevent men's pheromones from being left in the hall, such quests are usually done by women. There were very few women in Brute Cavern, be it apprentices or wizards. That was why Kyudodo couldn't do the same for Papaya. Now Angor understood why there were so few people in the apprentice town. They were all preparing for the tea party. It made sense. Even Mr. Rain attached great importance to the tea party. Now that Leona was the host of the event, Brute Cavern had to take it seriously. When Angor arrived at Tree Spirit Garden with Kododo, he immediately sensed the lively atmosphere before the event. They hadn't reached the main venue yet, but Angor could already see people walking around. Not only supernaturals, but even mortals were here. They all had the same goal, the subsector of Tree Spirit Garden, which was located on the shady side of the Tree of Eternity. That area wasn't developed much in the past, so it was more or less their backyard. But now, for the sake of the tea party, the backyard was removed and all kinds of buildings were erected. These buildings were all unique to Leona's style. The air was filled with the fragrance of roses. Everything looked like a young girl's dream. The buildings included the necessary space for a tea party, a trading area, and an auction room that looked like a teapot. It could be seen that Leona had thought it through thoroughly in order to make this tea party a success. After passing through the crowded construction area, Kododo brought Angor to a corner of the subsector. They stopped in front of a grand hall that was filled with the fragrance of flowers. I saw Papaya when I was around here last night. She came out of this hall. I asked around and found out that it's the inner area of a tea party. But men are not allowed to enter, so I don't know what's going on inside. Kyudodo said as he stretched his head to look inside the hall. However, because of the curtains in the inner hall, he couldn't see anything. Since he couldn't enter the hall directly, he had to use his spirit feelers to check the place first. A moment later, he frowned. The situation inside the hall was quite normal. Many female apprentices were decorating the place. However, he didn't see Papaya anywhere. He tried to use his spirit feelers, but he didn't sense her presence either. Sir, there's a lady wearing a green straw hat over there. She's about to enter the hall. Should I ask her to pass a message to Papaya? No need. Papaya isn't inside. Angor reached out his spirit feelers to the Tree of Eternity. If Papaya wasn't here, the only way to find her was through Tree Spirit. Before he could contact Tree Spirit, he heard a rustling sound coming from above. With the sound of the wind, a shadow appeared above their heads. Cudido looked up and saw a huge round table flying over their heads. The table was inlaid with marble on the inside and transparent glass on the outside. It could fit more than 10 people at once. From this, it could be seen that the weight at this round table was definitely not light. To Kudodo's surprise, he didn't see anyone carrying the table. It was as if the table flew over on its own. Huh? The table flew by itself? Kudodo wondered. Is it some kind of alchemy item? Who told you the table flew by itself? Look carefully at the inner leg of the round table. Kudodo followed the direction and saw the image on the screen. His eyes lit up. It's Papaya! Kudodo exclaimed. The round table did not fly by itself, but was carried by someone. It was none other than Papaya who was carrying the table. Papaya was so small that she looked like an ant compared to the giant table. She was flying so fast that it was easy to overlook her as if the table was flying by itself. Kudodo's excited shout attracted the attention of the people around him. Papaya also heard his shout in the sky. Papaya looked down and saw Kudodo standing next to a red-haired man. The red-haired man was waving his hand at Papaya. Seeing this, Papaya quickly descended and landed on the ground. As soon as she landed, several female apprentices came out of the hall and used their mana to lift the table. They then invited Papaya inside. You guys go ahead. My people are looking for me. I'll go back after I meet them. Papaya told her companions about the situation and walked toward Kudodo. Why are you here? It had been a while since Papaya last saw Kudodo. Did you accept the tea party mission too? Kudodo's heart raced when he saw his beloved girl walking toward him. However, he didn't know what to say right now. I didn't accept the mission. Kudodo glanced at Angor and didn't know how to introduce him. It didn't seem appropriate to use his real name. Angor smiled at Papaya. I'm the one who's looking for you. Who are you? Papaya looked at Angor cautiously. She never saw him in Brute Cavern before. You'll know who I am soon enough. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a place to sit down first. He looked around and saw the Tree of Eternity. What do you think of the Tree Spirit Palace? Papaya would have to think twice if it were some other place. But the Tree Spirit Palace was where Tree Spirit lived, and no fighting was allowed there. To the apprentices of Brute Cavern, the place was a safe zone. Papaya glanced at Kudodo, who was giving her an earnest look. All right. Kudodo nodded after a moment of consideration. Papaya thought the red-haired man would choose to talk inside the Tree Spirit Palace, but he didn't. Instead, he went straight to a side door. As the red-haired man gently pointed, the closed side door was opened. Papaya had been to the Tree Spirit Palace before, but she never saw the door open. Who is he? Confused, Papaya followed them through the door and walked along a branch until they reached an empty leaf. Here. The red-haired man stopped. When Papaya was about to say something, the environment around her suddenly changed. The green leaves under his feet suddenly turned into a cold marble floor. The blue sky was also covered, and an extremely gorgeous chandelier appeared above his head. Everything around her was changing rapidly. Reality and illusion began to twist in Papaya's eyes. Soon, the empty leaf turned into a luxurious hall filled with traditional nobility. At the same time, the red-haired man who Papaya had never seen before was also showing a strange expression on his face. His hair color was changing, his body shape was also changing, and even his aura was undergoing an obvious change. When the lazy red-haired man was replaced by a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, Papaya was stunned. Mr. Pat? Papaya couldn't believe what she just heard. Angor nodded. It's me. Surprised to see me? Papaya lowered her head in embarrassment. A little. I have some friends who admire you, and they've been following you around. They thought you were still at Floating Mech City, but they didn't expect you to be back already. Angor sat down on the sofa and asked Papaya and Kudodo to join him. I've been back for a long time. But for some reason, I didn't want to tell anyone about it. So, it's best if you don't tell anyone that I'm back. Papaya and Kudodo nodded without hesitation. Seeing that Papaya had let down her guard, Angor said, "I'm here to tell you something." While speaking, Angor kept an eye on Papaya. Compared to Kudodo, Papaya was a much more hardworking girl. She had now reached the peak of a level 1 apprentice, and looking at the saturation of her mana, she was almost on the verge of advancing. If she wanted to, she could become a level 2 apprentice in just a few days. However, she could only rely on her mana pool to do so. Without the assistance of other abilities and without knowledge as a foundation, it was like a baby with a sharp knife. It had a threatening weapon, but without the ability to use it, it might even hurt itself. This was not normal in other people's eyes. But it was normal for Papaya to do that. Madeline didn't teach Papaya any bloodline cantrips, nor did she give Papaya any specific knowledge, but she must have taught her channeling method. Papaya could not learn any cantrips or bloodline powers. The only thing she could do was to try her best to learn channeling methods. Compared to Kudu, Papaya's channeling method was much better. Without the help of cantrips, Papaya would only end up in a head-over-balance situation. "You're on the verge of breaking through? Did you stop yourself from leveling up?" Angor asked. Papaya nodded. "For some reason, I haven't finished building the knowledge system yet. So, I'm holding back a little bit." Papaya didn't explain why, which meant she didn't want to tell Angor about it. Unbeknownst to Papaya, Kududu had already told Angor about what happened. "Is it because of Madeline?" Papaya looked up and tried to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything. "Madeline followed me to the Abyss Plane. I saw her when I left. She doesn't plan to leave the Abyss Plane for now. Since your teacher isn't here, it'll be difficult for you to build your knowledge system." "Sir, how's my teacher doing?" Papaya asked. "She's fine for now. But she might run into a disaster in the near future." Papaya looked a little worried when she heard about the disaster. Angor noticed that Papaya was close to her teacher. "But you don't have to worry. His Excellency Rhine has already sent people to the Abyss to rescue Madeline. But I don't know when she'll come back. In the prophecy, Madeline was killed by the East. But now that the prophecy had come true, the possibility of saving her was very high. However, would Madeline return to the wizarding world even if she was saved? Would she continue to attack the East Sea Snake? This was still uncertain. So, if you want to wait for Madeline to come back and teach you the bloodline cantrip, it's still unknown." Papaya remained silent. On the other side, Kududu suddenly said, "Then, sir, do you have any ideas?" Kudodo knew Papaya's personality. She had a strong self-esteem among her peers, and she would never ask for help. Kudodo had to help her quietly. Of course, this was only between people of the same generation. Because of the same age, she had some stubborn self-esteem. However, Papaya wouldn't refuse if she was talking to someone of the same level as Madeline. However, Papaya was still lost in her own thoughts and didn't realize what was going on. Kududu was a little impatient, so he decided to ask for Papaya's sake. "Do you know about bloodline?" Angor glanced at Kududu and looked at Papaya again. Papaya hesitated for a moment before she nodded. "Yes. It's a textbook for bloodline cantrips. I've been doing quests to save up magic crystals so that I can buy volume 1 of bloodline cantrip." "Then I'll be frank. I can teach you bloodline cantrip," said Angor. Papaya didn't expect such a good thing to happen to her. She even wondered if her ears were playing tricks on her. "Sir, you said, I said I can teach you bloodline cantrip." Angor paused for a moment. When he saw Papaya's happy expression, he added, "Of course, you know what's the most important thing for a wizard." "Knowledge and truth," Papaya replied without thinking. "Yes. That's why I can't give it to you for free." "I understand. What do you want me to do, sir?" Papaya nodded and put away her joyful expression. If Angor really taught her the blood cantrip without hesitation, she would probably feel uneasy as well. But if Angor asked for something, Papaya would feel more at ease. Angor was pleased to see Papaya calming herself down. A volume of bloodline cantrip wasn't a big deal to him. He could give it to Papaya as a gift. However, he was in need of new talents, especially those he was familiar with, so he decided to ask Papaya for help. "I have a research project that needs a lot of manpower. You want me to join you, sir? Papaya nodded without hesitation. I'll do it. Aren't you going to ask me what kind of research it is? Angor raised an eyebrow. I'm just a beginner apprentice. I'm not qualified to know anything about your research, sir. I just need to follow your orders and do as you say, said Papaya. You're mistaken. It's a research project I'm working on, but I'm not going to join it. If you do, someone else will need your help. Then I'll agree. I trust you, sir, Papaya said again. Since you agreed, let's do a test and see if you're suitable for the research. Papaya nodded. She once accepted a quest to take care of a magic material in the questing hall, and the wizard who gave her the quest asked her to learn something about it. She believed that Angor's test was similar to the previous quest, which required a certain level of qualification. Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he knocked on the tea table and summoned an illusion in front of Papaya. This illusion was like a white drawing board, with all kinds of paint casually poured on it. It was chaotic and complicated, and it was crumpled into a ball. However, the drawing board was flat. This illusion, however, was three-dimensional, with different lengths and widths. Therefore, the colors in the illusion were even more complicated and chaotic. Just by looking at it, Papaya felt like she was going to die from OCD. What's this, sir? Papaya looked at the mess of colors curiously. This is your test. Angor smiled. All you need to do is to remove all the colors. You'll pass the test. Remove all the colors? Papaya frowned a little. The mess of colors was an illusion created by Angor. If he wanted to erase it, he would have to use illusions to do so. But Papaya never learned illusions, and Angor wasn't going to give her a test like this. There had to be another way to remove the colors. And it was something she could do. But what should he do? It's easy to remove the colors. Focus on one of them and use your mind to trace the shape of the color in your illusion. You'll be able to get rid of it. Angor's main goal was to see if Papaya's consciousness was pure enough. He didn't want to waste her time trying to figure out a solution. Although the method to erase the color is simple, you have to remember. You have to trace the shape of the color in your illusion all at once. Also, you can only trace one color at a time. If you accidentally touch another color, you'll have to start over. Papaya didn't understand the purpose of the test, but she still followed Angor's instructions and focused on the color. Papaya chose a shade of green first. The color wasn't evenly distributed, but it didn't get mixed up with the other colors, which made it easier to trace. After getting a general idea of the color, Papaya began to trace it. But before she could do it, she hesitated for a second. How do I do it with my mind? She stared at the shade of green and tried to trace its shape in her mind. As soon as Papaya finished drawing the outline, the green light in her illusion slowly faded away until it was completely gone. Really? Papaya was surprised. She thought she had to use her spirit power to trace it, but it turned out to be this easy. Papaya couldn't help but look at Angor again. She wondered if she was doing the right thing. Angor nodded. You did well. But it's not going to be so easy in the end. As his voice fell, the place where the green light had dissipated changed. The colors in the surroundings were like flowing water, slowly spreading towards the empty space created by the disappearance of the faint green. In other words, not only were the colors not evenly distributed, they were also beginning to flow. Once it began to flow, it would not be easy to trace its outline. He had to complete the outline in his consciousness as fast as possible. Papaya felt pressured as she looked at the illusion that looked like an abstract work. Under such pressure, Papaya carefully chose a simple green color, which was a lighter shade of emerald. Papaya carefully observed the movement of the green energy, and a certain shape appeared in her mind. The emerald green on the illusion disappeared. Success! Papaya was glad to hear that. But she didn't dare to be careless. Things would only get more complicated later. Next, Papaya chose light green. It was another success. Papaya didn't mind. She thought it was only because the first part of the experiment went smoothly. Crimson, first success. Orange, first success. Crimson. First success. Papaya believed that the hardest part was yet to come. However, she didn't notice that the colors in her illusion were disappearing at a visible speed. Even Angor was surprised by how fast the colors were disappearing. Angor set up this test because he wanted Papaya to help John develop the Mother Tree network. In the Mother Tree network, one's consciousness was the key. To develop the network, one had to have a strong consciousness. Angor's color test mainly tested one's consciousness. In other words, it tested the purity of one's consciousness. Normally speaking, the purer one's mind was, the purer one's consciousness would be. However, if one's mind was too pure, like that of a child, one's consciousness would be much weaker. Only when both were present could one separate the colors so clearly. He always believed that Papaya had a pure heart, and after going through so many hardships, she should be able to pass the test. However, he didn't expect Papaya to complete the test so easily. She would have to go through a lot of setbacks before she could win the battle. To his surprise, Papaya had passed all the tests on the first try so far. And she did it very quickly. Papaya's color elimination had become a form of color elimination. It was as if Papaya didn't have any obstacles in her mind. The more Angor watched, the more surprised he became. At the same time, he admired Papaya more and more. A pure heart and a determined and hardworking personality. She won't be affected by external forces, and she won't be affected by external factors. She can think independently, and she has the drive to improve herself. Angor nodded in his mind. Papaya was the one who could go the furthest among the three of them. She was also the one who had the most potential to shoulder the great responsibility of her race. When Papaya finished removing the first color, she was about to move on to the next one. But when she looked around, she didn't see anything. She was still waiting for the most difficult color. In the end, it was over. Is it really that simple? Papaya murmured in disbelief. Well done. Angor chuckled. It's not hard, but it's not easy to do it all at once. With that, he waved a hand and summoned another illusion of different colors. He looked at Kudodo. You want to try this time? Kudodo was already eager to try when he saw Papaya removing the colors. Hearing Angor's request, he nodded without hesitation. Following Papaya's example, Kudodo picked a cyan color first. The first one worked. When the colors began to move again, Kudodo picked a bright yellow color. Another success. Angor didn't know what to say. He asked Kudodo to do it so that he could tell Papaya that it wasn't easy to complete the test. However, it didn't seem to work. Angor watched as Kudodo, however, he was glad that Kudodo made a mistake when the colors became more and more intertwined with each other. It took Kudodo 4 tries to remove the color with the highest number of mistakes. 4 times didn't sound like a lot, but Angor didn't think it was a good result. He was expecting Papaya to make 10 or so mistakes. After Kudodo successfully removed the colors, Angor was no longer in the mood for comparison. He considered for a moment and asked, "Do you want to try?" Angor didn't expect the consciousness test to be so easy for these two. He thought Papaya was the only one who could pass the test, but Kudodo did the same. But it wasn't a bad result. At the very least, it showed that there was no problem with the concentration of these two people. Their thoughts were pure and flexible. Even if they didn't participate in the research, they could still become assistants. When Angor returned to the inner hall of the Tree Spirit Palace, he could still hear Kudu giggling behind him. Just like Papaya, Kudu also joined the research of the Mother Tree Network. For Papaya, the research was a great opportunity for her. For Kudu, seeing Papaya's determination and working together with her was something to be happy about. Because of this, even though Kudu tried his best to hide his excitement, the laughter that escaped from the corner of his mouth showed how excited he was. Papaya didn't know why Kudu was giggling, but she didn't bother to guess. She walked to Angor and said, "Sir, I need to go to the questing hall to submit my current mission before I can report to you at Phantom Island. I'm not staying at Phantom Island right now." But Angor considered for a moment. "Come with me." Angor walked to one of the side doors of the palace and saw Tree Spirit sitting on a rocking chair on a bare leaf not far away. Tree Spirit waved at Angor with a big smile. Angor bowed to Tree Spirit. Mr. Tree Spirit, you told me that I can accept and issue quests from your place? Yes. Tree Spirit nodded. Tree Spirit's ability was required to update the information on the bone cards, so the information in the questing hall was connected to Tree Spirit Palace. Tree Spirit gave Angor a curious look. You finally decided to accept a quest? I haven't considered accepting missions for the time being. But I want to issue a new one. Tree Spirit was surprised. A new one? You. What identity do you plan to use to post in the mission hall? No need. Just make it a private one. Angor glanced at the two kids behind him. Just let them accept it. Angor didn't need to issue a quest. He could just take Kudu and Papaya away. However, he knew that apprentices had to fulfill certain mission requirements. Since he was going to let them follow him to do his research, he might as well take care of their requirements as well. Therefore, the most direct way to get them to accept the mission was through issuing the mission. Tree Spirit nodded. Sure. Tell me about the quest, and I'll go around the questing hall and update the information in their bone cards. As for the description, tell them that I'm looking for helpers for a research project. It will take about 2 months. As for the reward, I'll give Papaya the first volume of Bloodcraft. That was the reward he promised Papaya. Angor glanced at Kududo. Kududo, I don't need the reward, sir. I'm just going to learn from you. Angor could tell that Kudu meant what he said. The chance to do research with Papaya was already a great reward for Kudu. However, since Angor decided to go through the proper channels, he would give Kudu a reward as well. He thought for a moment and said, if it's Kududu, I'll give you elementary cantrips, modified. Tree Spirit nodded and tapped on the bone cards of Kudu and Papaya. A moment later, the quest records on Kudu and Papaya's bone cards were updated. Tree Spirit also told Papaya to finish the tea party quest she accepted earlier. Papaya didn't have to go there herself. After doing all this, Tree Spirit asked curiously, are you going to let them help you with your research? In Tree Spirit's opinion, Kudu and Papaya were too powerful for Angor to hire them as cleaners instead of research assistants. My research doesn't need to be too strong. They should be able to do it. Research that doesn't need to be strong? I'm a little curious about your research topic. Could it be the topic of the undead and souls that Ryan mentioned to you before? Angor shook his head. Nope. It's about information exchange. Information exchange? You mean, communicators? Tree Spirit pondered for a moment. Something like that. But I think there's more to it than that. John's blueprint for the future of the Mother Tree Network appeared in his mind. As far as he was concerned, there were many possibilities. Tree Spirit nodded and said, speaking of which, many wizards have complained to me about Ryan's obsession with the communication device. If you can really develop a better one, please don't make a crystal ball. Angor nodded with a smile. He was tired of crystal balls anyway. I'll be looking forward to seeing your results then. After saying goodbye to Tree Spirit, Angor asked Papaya and Kudu to pack their belongings. They would probably be staying in the ruin for a while. After Papaya and Kudu left, Angor went to the shadow side of the Tree of Eternity, where the tea party would be arranged. If he wasn't mistaken, the Dream Wasteland would also have a tea party set up. Angor planned to use this time to observe the style of the tea party and think about how to design the Dream Wasteland. Of course, he wasn't going to ask Tree Spirit to design the tea party. Still, no matter who designed it, Angor could always give his opinion. Angor carefully observed the layout of the tea party. Even though he had seen it before, it was only a fleeting glimpse. Now that he was taking a closer look, he could see many details. The buildings were all tiled with pointed roofs and decorative windows. At first glance, they looked like Gothic buildings. However, the carvings on the buildings were all flowers, vines, and roses, which symbolized Leona's preference. The walls of the buildings were all pure white. Instead of the gloomy Gothic style, they looked more like Mediterranean buildings. A large number of buildings rose up and down, forming a huge contrast with the gorgeous rose color. The air was filled with the fragrance of roses, which made Angor feel quite comfortable. After taking a stroll around the area, which was as big as a small town, Angor gained some personal experience. Generally speaking, Angor was quite satisfied with the layout of the tea party. If it was used as a gathering place in the real world, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was moved to the dream wasteland, there would be some problems. The Tea Party town was designed to reflect Leona's personal style. The rose fragrance, the rose decorations, and the occasional rose shower were all designed to show off Leona's unique personality. It made sense. After all, Leona was the host of this tea party. Since she was the host, it was perfectly fine for her to use rose as the theme for the Tea Party town. But moving the town to the dream wasteland was not a good idea. It wasn't that the dream wasteland couldn't show off Leona's personal style. It was just that Leona's personal experience was too restrictive. His plan was to use this tea party as a starting point to unveil the secret of the dream wasteland to the entire southern wizarding region. It could be said that the main purpose of this tea party was to open the curtain of the dream wilderness. Once the curtain was lowered, the dream wasteland would become even more complicated. Therefore, he didn't want to bring the tea talk town to the dream wasteland. But if he didn't copy it, how could he design it in a way that wouldn't embarrass Leona? He found a random bench in the pebbled fountain garden and sat down to think about the problem. However, as time passed, he still could not come up with a perfect solution. Forget it. I'll figure it out when the time comes. I'll just ask Leona to add some personal elements. Angor checked the time. It had been half an hour. Papaya and Kudodo should be done by now. With that in mind, Angor stood up and prepared to leave. As he stepped out of the fountain garden, a bulky man approached him from not far away. The man didn't react when they brushed past each other. Angor looked at the man's back. Angor stared at the man not because he sensed something strange, but because he already knew the man. Balba. Angor muttered the man's name in his mind. Balba joined Brute Cavern at the same time as Angor. He was born with a strong body, and he was the real winner of the deathmatch. No other talent dared to challenge him, not even Hookdick. If everything went well, Balba would become a bloodline wizard in the future, and he might even become stronger than Nausicaa. However, Balba's bloodline had made him what he was, but it had also shackled him. Wizards were strictly forbidden from passing on their knowledge to otherworldly beings. However, half of Balba's blood came from a barbarian from another world. Although there was no restriction on mixed blood, it was still very difficult for wizards to accept a mixed blood like Balba. Balba's life in Brute Cavern was miserable. He almost became a puppet. Fortunately, after Leona took Davin as her student, Balba became an assistant at Prom's alchemy shop. Only then did his predicament become slightly better. Wait, the alchemy shop in the underground market isn't open yet. So Balba was asked to build the town too? Balba suddenly stopped walking and took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. After reading the parchment several times, Balba took out a scroll and placed it on his palm. Following a brown flash, the scroll began to release the elemental energy of Earth. When the power of the earth gathered to a certain extent, Balba began to intervene, turning the invisible power into tangible power. With a loud rumble, the ground began to bulge. Under Balba's control, the ground quickly formed the frame of a house made of grey stones. In the blink of an eye, the structure became solid, and a small church appeared. Angor could tell that Balba was using the scroll to control the energy of Earth to build the building. Angor saw many similar scenes on his way here. However, the others stopped after they finished building the building. It was enough for them to create a rough outline of the building. The rest of the fine lines, exquisite carvings, landscape design, and so on were left to other people. It wasn't that they couldn't do it. It was just that it wasn't easy to control the energy of Earth to do something so delicate. Angor noticed that Balba didn't stop after he finished building the church. Instead, he kept working on it. In about 3 minutes, the rough shape of the church was carved out. At this point, it was already good enough. Many churches in the mortal world were basically like this. But Balba didn't stop there. He kept working on it. Graceful patterns of thorny vines began to appear on the plain and unadorned walls. Layers of gorgeous roses also began to slowly bloom under his hands. He watched as a beautiful, pure white church appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. After finishing the church, Balba even took out a scroll and painted a painted window. When the window was completely attached to the church, Balba inspected it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. The Church of Rose is complete. 1,000 merit points earned. Balba's eyes lit up. 1,000 merit points could be converted into 10 complete magic crystals. 10 magic crystals were equivalent to 1/3 of his monthly salary. It only took him less than 20 minutes to earn 10 magic crystals. Of course he was happy. Unfortunately, such construction quests didn't exist in normal times. But thanks to the tea party, there were more wolves than meat. It wouldn't be easy to get one. Balba quickly put away the scroll and headed back to the questing hall to see if he could get another construction quest. Just as Balba was about to leave, a male voice came into his ears. "Your church is quite well built. Both the carvings and the patterns are all in one piece. Looks like you have a strong artistic background." Balba looked back and saw a red-haired, golden-eyed man standing beside him. The man was looking at the church not far away. When did he come here? Balba's heart skipped a beat. He didn't sense anyone approaching. Balba didn't want to argue with such a powerful stranger. He lowered his voice and said, "I don't know much about art. I'm just following the blueprint. The real artist is the creator." Balba waved the blueprint he hadn't put away. "Even so, the fact that you can perfectly replicate the design, even the most minute details, is also a very outstanding ability. Thanks for the compliment. But I'm afraid it's just a compliment. I'll be going now. I need to turn in my quest." Balba didn't know what the red-haired man wanted, but he didn't want to find out. Getting more quests was more important. However, right at this moment, a voice entered his ears. "I have some construction quests here. Do you want them?" Originally, Tree Spirit had his eyes closed and his thoughts were focused on his clone in the Stellar Pond ruins. However, when he sensed the heavy movement of the veins under the recliner, Tree Spirit suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Angor walking toward him with a man. The man had a bulky build and was not wearing anything on his upper body. His muscles were covered with colorful tattoos, and he was giving off a powerful aura. At first glance, he looked like a barbarian from a primitive tribe. "What? You left for a while and now you're back with someone else? Or is he going to join your research project?" Angor nodded. "Yes, he's going to join my research project. But it's a different one." Tree Spirit raised an eyebrow. "You have a lot of research projects?" "Only one, actually. But he's in charge of some small, unimportant research at the bottom of the project." "Even the information exchange you mentioned is just a small research project?" "Sort of." Tree Spirit's curiosity was piqued, but he knew that Angor wasn't going to tell him, so he didn't ask. Tree Spirit looked at Balba and asked him to show him his bone card. While he was updating Balba's mission, he said, "So you're saying that you'll need a lot of people for your research this time, right? I can help you recruit some people over to your side." "Yes, I do. But I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait a few days." Once Angor told Tree Spirit about the Dream Wasteland, Tree Spirit wouldn't even need to ask him to do so. As for now, Tree Spirit might not be qualified to enter the Dream Wasteland. It was better to wait for a few more days. As for Papaya and the other apprentices, Angor knew them well, so he didn't have to worry about sending them into the Dream Wasteland. Tree Spirit didn't know why Angor wanted to wait, but it wasn't important. If Angor wanted to find someone, he would still have to register a mission with him. He would know when the time came. "What's the reward you're going to give him?" Tree Spirit gestured at Balba with his lips. "Magic crystals, I guess. As for the exact amount, I'll tell him in detail when the time comes." Tree Spirit tapped on the bone card in Balba's hand, and the mission record on the bone card was updated. Not only had he received the contribution points from building the Rose Church, but he had also received a new mission, which was to join the red-haired man's long-term research. Balba remembered that the red-haired man said that he was here for a construction mission. How did it turn into a research mission? However, Balba didn't dare to ask. His previous judgment that the red-haired man was a powerful being was proven to be correct. Judging from Tree Spirit's attitude towards him, it was clear that he was not an apprentice. An official sorcerer or a truth-finder sorcerer, either way, Balba couldn't afford to offend them. Hence, he did not dare to ask any questions. He could only lower his head and pray that this unfamiliar magus would be easy to get along with. The best outcome would be to complete the mission smoothly, and everyone would be safe. The worst would probably be that the other party would hate him for being a mixed blood from another world. If it really came to that, he would have no choice but to self-destruct. Even if self-detonation wouldn't threaten the man's life, and even if Balba desperately wanted to live, activating his parasite bloodline was the only way he could save his dignity. Tree Spirit noticed that Balba's face was pale and grim after he finished updating the bone card. Tree Spirit quickly understood what Balba was thinking. It seemed that Angor didn't tell Balba his true identity yet. Of course, Tree Spirit wasn't going to tell Balba about it. Besides, he found Balba's anxious expression quite interesting. Are Papaya and the others coming? Because they were going to leave the mirror world through the teleportation array in the Tree Spirit Palace, they agreed to meet in the Tree Spirit Palace. Papaya is already here. She's in the hall outside. As for Kudu, he should be here soon. Tree Spirit's tone sounded a little strange when he mentioned Kudu. Did something happen to Angor? Before Angor could figure it out, the door behind him was pushed open. He turned around and saw a graceful figure walking toward him against the light. Even though he could not see the woman's face clearly due to the backlight, the familiar rose scent told him who she was. Rose Crown Leona. As expected, Angor saw the familiar illusion of a shower of rose petals around the woman. There was no doubt that Leona was the one who loved the roses so much. Apart from Leona, Kudu and Papaya were also following behind her. Papaya didn't show any expression, but Kudu looked like he was about to cry. He didn't even dare to look at Angor. Angor quickly realized what was going on. I saw you a few days ago, and I already felt something strange about you. Now I see that my intuition was right. Leona walked to him and inspected him from head to toe. You look like the same person from inside to outside. Lazy, and undisciplined. It seems that this is the true request in your heart? Then you're really different from your professor. Without a doubt, Leona already knew who he was. It's just an act. Who knows if I'm being sincere or not? Angor glanced at Kududu. Did Kududu tell you? Leona shook her head. No. But he's a different spirit now. After being depressed for so long, he's finally getting positive again. Think about it, and I know who you are. Leona was the one who asked Angor to find Kudu, so she was sensitive enough to notice the change in Kudu's mood. I can't hide it from you. Angor nodded without hesitation. Leona grinned. I don't care why you're hiding your identity. But I'm curious. What kind of research are you doing with Kudu? You didn't come here just to ask about that, did you? You're right. I have something I need your help with, Leona said. But it's something I want to know as well. After all, Kududu is my student, and he has no ambition nor progress. I'm curious, what kind of research do you want this trash to do for you? Kudu lowered his head even more. If he wasn't standing on a tree branch, he would probably be buried under the ground. A small research project. You asked me to talk to Mr. Rain when I returned to Brute Cavern, right? My research has something to do with it. Leona was surprised. You mean, the crystal ball? Angor nodded. To be precise, it's information exchange. I need some people to help me with my research. Kudu and Papaya are both good candidates. It was Leona who asked Angor to persuade Mr. Rain to change the design of the crystal balls. At that time, Leona thought that Mr. Rain might listen to her since Angor was now a member of the research department. Did he really persuade Mr. Rain to listen to him? And he was already working on a new communicator? Leona was delighted. I see. I'll leave Kudu in your care then. Make sure you do your best. Tell me if you need more people. Even if you need wizards, I'm sure some of them won't mind. Most wizards in Brute Cavern couldn't accept the crystal balls. They had been using them for more than 1,000 years. Especially Leona. A few days ago, she was thinking that the other witches who came to the tea party would laugh at Brute Cavern's outdated crystal balls even if they didn't say anything. But she couldn't help it. Leona could argue with Tree Spirit in the tea party because Rain would definitely stand on her side. However, the crystal ball was related to Rain's hobby. No, it should be said that Rain would never change his hobby. Rain had already shown Leona mercy by not covering all the standard sorcerer's robes and vehicles with the pattern of the crystal ball. Therefore, even though Leona knew that she would be laughed at by the other witches during the tea party, she could only endure it. But now, Angor said he was working on a new communicator. Wasn't that a new communicator? Of course, Leona was excited. It would be great if Angor could release the communicator before the tea party. However, Leona was an alchemist herself. She knew that the research and development of alchemy tools wasn't that simple. It probably wouldn't make it in time for the tea party. Still, Leona fully supported Angor's decision. She had enough of the crystal balls. As long as they could be flexible, she wouldn't ask for anything else. Even though Leona knew that Cutadu should focus on his training, she still agreed to let Cutadu join Angor's research. Angor looked at Leona's excited eyes and knew what she was thinking. Angor smiled bitterly in his mind. He really wanted to tell Leona that he didn't persuade Rain to change the design of the crystal balls. He considered for a moment and decided not to tell Leona the truth. After all, once the Dream Wasteland was popularized in Brute Cavern, crystal balls would no longer be necessary. It was a roundabout way to save Brute Cavern. He quickly changed the topic. You said you need my help, right? Oh, right. Leona nodded. Since there were several apprentices around, Leona did not say it out loud. Instead, she used a cantrip to send a voice transmission to Angor. Tree Spirit, on the other hand, grinned when he saw Leona's reaction. Tree Spirit's smile didn't mean that Leona had said something good. He simply wanted to express, "Great, I'm finally not alone." There was a fellow traveler. Leona hoped that Angor could help her craft some special alchemy tools before the tea party. They didn't have to be practical, but they had to make the tea party look grand. Although it sounded a little vain, every tea party was actually like this. Competition was everywhere. Vanity and competition were not a good atmosphere, but they often became the driving force behind the development of the tea party. Some of them even made the tea party bigger and bigger until it became one of the most important events in the southern wizarding region. This was something that many male wizards could not understand. Tree Spirit didn't know why either. But when he saw Leona aiming at Angor, he felt a little happy about it. That was why he laughed. However, he soon felt a little sad. After all, he was in the middle of a storm, and he could sympathize with Angor's situation. But to Tree Spirit's surprise, Angor didn't reject Leona's suggestion like he did. Instead, he was considering it seriously. Leona thought Angor would refuse right away. She didn't expect him to think about it so seriously, which made her feel a little embarrassed. "I didn't know you're still working on the transmitter. How about this? If you don't have time, I'll go to Xianxia Academy and find someone else." Leona took a step back. The tea party was only going to be held once, and the transmitter was more important. Angor considered for a moment. "Let's put this off for a few days." A few days? Leona didn't understand. If he couldn't do it, he could just reject her earlier and ask for help from Xianxia Academy. Tree Spirit was also puzzled. He didn't know what Angor was thinking either. Angor said he needed a few days to find someone for him. Now, Leona's request was the same as well. Was there something fishy going on? Angor blinked at Tree Spirit and Leona's confusion. He mimicked White Bear's tone and spoke in a vague way, because something new might happen in a few days. Something new? Leona was even more confused now. Wasn't it just making a few alchemy tools to show off? What did it mean? Is something big going to happen in a few days? Something so big that we can't even hold the tea party? Is it the arrival of a demon or a plane invasion? Leona couldn't believe it. If something like this was going to happen, someone on the stargazing day would surely tell her. It won't affect the tea party. But it might change the way things are supposed to be, Angor said. As for what exactly it is, you'll know when it happens. It won't take long anyway. Leona and Tree Spirit were still confused. But since Angor said something like this would happen in a few days, they didn't mind waiting. Alright then. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're talking about. You'll know when it happens. Angor used a mysterious tone. Then he changed his tone and spoke in a lazy tone. That's all, right? I'll take them away. You're not staying at Phantom Island? Angor nodded. I'm staying in a ruin outside. If you need me, you can come to Mr. Tree Spirit. He knows where I am. With that, Angor signaled Balba and the two little ones to follow him and headed for the door. Leona watched Angor's figure disappear with a frown. When he talked about the variables, his face was full of certainty. I have a premonition that the variable he spoke of is no small matter. Leona didn't know what Angor was talking about, but she had to take it seriously since Angor was so concerned about it. Whatever it is, it'll be great if we can solve the problem of the tea party space. Tree Spirit muttered. Leona turned around. No way. Even Angor can't create a suitable space out of thin air. Mr. Tree Spirit, please make a decision quickly so I can go inside and make arrangements. Tree Spirit's eyes darted around. Ryan is looking for me. I have to go now. Let's talk later. Tree Spirit closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Normally, Leona would have woken Tree Spirit up and continued to talk. But today, Leona was in a good mood since she had a new transmitter and could get rid of her old crystal ball. Tree Spirit would agree in the end anyway. Even if Leona didn't urge him, Rain would. With that in mind, Leona followed Angor and left. Inside the teleportation room in Tree Spirit Palace. Aren't you going to pack your stuff? Angor asked Balba. No, thanks. I don't have anything to pack. Balba shook his head. Are you sure you can leave the alchemy shop? Balba looked up in confusion. How did the red-haired wizard know that he worked in an alchemy shop? Did Angor find out everything about him in such a short time? Master Prometheus has been in seclusion to craft a new piece of art. He hasn't shown up for a month. He sent me a message a few days ago, saying that he'll close the shop until he comes out. He didn't say when he'll come out. But I think it'll be a long time. This was why Balba had time to accept the construction task for the tea party. Is Prom in seclusion? Angor muttered. He was planning to include Prom in the list of candidates for the first test. After all, he was a veteran alchemist, and he would be of great help in the construction of the new city or the setting up of the tea party. More importantly, he knew Prom's personality very well. But since Prom was still in seclusion, Angor had to give up. After making sure that Balba didn't need to pack anything, Angor led them to the teleportation point. A moment later, they stepped out of the chasm and landed on the ground of Parmajai Highlands. It was the month of soothing wind, but it was still freezing cold at Parmajai Highlands. As soon as the two little fellows came out, they shivered from the cold. They quickly took out thick clothes from their bags and put them on. Balba was the least clothed one among them. Not only was his upper body naked, but his feet were also bare. However, he didn't seem to be affected by the cold at all. His expression didn't change at all. Aren't you cold, big guy? Kudodo looked at Balba with a curious expression. No. After strengthening my bloodline, I can keep my body temperature stable as long as I'm not in extreme weather. Bloodline strengthening? So you're a bloodline user like Papaya? Kudodo's eyes lit up. You've already absorbed your bloodline. Can Papaya and I talk to you about bloodlines later? Papaya glared at Kudodo. She didn't want Kudodo to drag her into the conversation, but she didn't stop him. Deep down, she wanted to talk to Balba as well. Communication of bloodlines? Balba's expression was a little absent-minded. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Balba wanted to tell Kudodo that his bloodline was the umbrella fungus bloodline, which was known as a one-time-use bloodline. However, looking at Kudodo's expectant face, he didn't know what to say. Balba's bloodline is very special. I can't give you any constructive advice on the nature of his bloodline. Besides, Papaya's bloodline is plant type, which is a special branch of bloodline. Instead of asking for Balba's help, you can try to get the new illustrated handbook of natural bloodlines from the Cloud Library. He easily diverted everyone's attention away from Balba. Balba looked at the red-haired wizard in front of him. Is he trying to help me? Balba felt grateful. This was probably the first wizard who showed him kindness ever since he came to Brute Cavern. But at the same time, he was also confused. Who was this red-haired wizard? Why did he feel like the man knew him so well? Angor looked at Papaya. Also, your body is very weak right now. I think you need to learn blood cantrip first to stabilize your blood essence. Then, you can think about which bloodline to use. Papaya's eyes were filled with sadness. She knew she needed to learn blood cantrip first. But if she didn't accept Mr. Pad's mission, she didn't know how long it would take her to get one. I'll give you the book when we get back. But I need you to record your daily training progress. Next, he looked at Kududu. You too. Make a list of the cantrips you want to learn and record your progress. Papaya and Kududu were both surprised. They knew what Lucian meant, but they didn't know why he did that. Papaya had a feeling that Mr. Pat really cared about their progress. Angor didn't bother to explain. They would find out once they entered the dream wasteland. This time, he brought them into the dream wasteland first, not only to let them be John's assistants, but also to record their progress in practicing cantrips in the dream wasteland. After all, the illusory mana in the dream wasteland was just right for them to learn. Since they could construct cantrip models using this mana, they didn't need to worry about the models collapsing. This would give them more chances to find cantrip models that were suitable for their mind space faster. This was one of the many things Angor needed to learn in the dream wasteland. Time to go. Since he had 3 apprentices with him this time, he decided to use gondola instead of flying to the ruins. Papaya and Kudodo didn't react much to gondola's appearance. They both jumped onto it obediently. Balba stared at the dreamlike airship in front of him in a daze. Although he had never been on this flying boat before, how could he not know the origin of such a conspicuous flying vehicle? So far, there was only one person who had gondola. Balba looked at the red-haired wizard and gulped. Is he Angor? If it was really Angor, everything that happened today would make sense. In all of Brute Cavern, Angor was the only one who saved him from the abyss of darkness and misery. Balba once saved Angor's life from an assassin before Angor became a supernatural. At that time, Balba only did it casually. Since then, Angor had returned the favor many times. It was Angor who gave him the channeling method anonymously. It was Angor who saved him when he was about to be made into a puppet. Later, it was Angor who taught him elementary cantrip, modified. Balba even knew that Master Prom kept him as an employee because of Angor. If the red-haired wizard was really Angor, it made sense why Angor knew about his whereabouts and kindness. Angor was probably the only wizard in Brute Cavern who would show him kindness. While Balba was sure that the red-haired wizard was Angor, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He knew that Angor had already paid him back a lot over the years. Angor had already paid back the small favor he owed him in the past. All these years, Balba had been hoping that he could repay Angor's kindness one day. But now, it seemed that Angor was still the one pulling him up. Angor was getting stronger while Balba couldn't make any progress. Maybe it was getting harder and harder for him to repay Angor's kindness. Balba felt a little apologetic about this. On their way back to the ruin, Angor saw Balba's expression changing a few times, and he could guess what the man was thinking. However, Balba might be wrong this time. He brought Balba back not because he wanted to recruit Balba, but because he had seen Balba's construction quest. Compared to the others in Tea Party Town who had accepted the construction mission, Balba was obviously more serious and meticulous. Judging from the construction of the Rose Cathedral, Balba might not be an artistic genius, but he was able to perfectly replicate the artistic essence of the building. It was a rare talent. The construction of the new city in the Dream Wasteland was about to begin. The composition of John's city was already perfect and full of artistic feeling. If Angor allowed those who thought too highly of themselves to do as they pleased, they would ruin the integrity of the city. It was better to find someone like Balba, who could turn John's fantasy punk city into reality. However, Angor didn't explain anything to Balba. Once Balba entered the Dream Wasteland and took over the construction of the new city, he would be so busy that he would not have the time to think. Therefore, there was no need to explain right now. It only took them a few minutes to return to the ruin on gondola. Angor took them to B3 of the ruin. He pushed open the door of the material warehouse and entered first. They walked all the way to the man-made lake. Kudodo looked around and noticed that they were in a flat, open area right next to the man-made lake. They could smell the damp air. As a nature-type apprentice, Kudodo liked this place very much. However, Kudodo was a little confused. Why did Angor bring them here? Was this the place where they were supposed to study? It wasn't just Kudodo who was wondering. Both Papaya and Balba were wondering the same thing. But they didn't dare to ask. They just waited for Angor's next move. Nice place, Angor muttered. Before anyone could react, he pointed at the lake and released a blast of air from his fingertip. The air blast brought with it a thick white mist that blocked everyone's vision. When the mist dispersed, they saw a small, fine-looking wooden house next to the lake. The house had a red roof and white walls, which were painted with clouds. A wind chime was hanging on the door, and 2 clouds were floating near the chimney. You'll be staying here. The 2 clouds on the roof are cloud soil, and there are rooms on them. Kudodo, Papaya, you can choose to live on the cloud soil or in the house. Angor pointed at the wooden house. Sir, is this a magic hut? Kudodo asked curiously as he looked at the fairy-tale-like room. No, it's an illusion. Illusion? Everyone looked at Angor in surprise. Kudodo hesitated for a moment, then walked to the door and touched the stairs. There was an obvious wooden feeling under his fingertips. Was this really an illusion? Kudodo couldn't believe it. If it was an illusion, why did he feel that it was so real? Kudodo didn't ask, but his eyes said it all. Angor chuckled. Yes, it's an illusion. It's being maintained by a magic crystal. As long as you don't destroy it on purpose, it'll last for a few years. Angor chose to use an illusion to create a house for them. It wasn't because he didn't know how to use a mana house, but because he needed some materials to do so. Although the materials weren't expensive, they were still quite wasteful. The mana house, on the other hand, only required a small number of illusion nodes and nightmare energy to create a house that looked like a real house, which saved a lot of money. This was a unique way of manipulating nightmare illusions he learned after he built a room for Flower Sparrow. You can decide how you want to live later. Now, I'm going to tell you something about your job. As soon as Angor finished speaking, the 3 people who were standing around the mana house all returned to Angor's side. Their expressions didn't reveal anything, but they were still worried. Could they really do what Angor asked them to do? Angor took out 3 monocles that glowed with a faint silver light from his pocket and handed them to each of them. For Balba, the monocle was just a normal monocle. But for Papaya and Kudodo, it was just a monocle. The monocle was actually a login device for the Dream Wasteland. Angor hadn't created a device suitable for Crocox yet, so Papaya and Kudodo had to make do with the monocle. Angor waited for them to finish examining the monocle. We'll talk about your specific tasks later. For now, activate your loggers. Why was a monocle called a login device? But they didn't dare to ask. They simply followed Angor's instructions and activated the monocles one by one. As soon as the devices were activated, all 3 of them were pulled into the dream bridge. Angor snapped his fingers and summoned a soft, illusionary sofa. Next, he used Nightmare Illusion on himself, which brought him back to the dream wasteland from the real world. Angor appeared in a newly built garden in the middle of a street in Foundation City. Due to the appearance of the plants, the garden was packed with people who came here for a stroll. However, it just so happened that it was nighttime. The little garden was quiet and there was no one around. As soon as Angor entered the garden, the tree of authority in his mind space began to move on its own despite the lack of wind. The tree, which represented the power of Dream Gate, warned Angor 3 times in a row. Warning! Intruders are entering the Dream Wasteland. Warning! Angor ignored the warning and allowed them to enter. With his permission, the 3 figures who were blocked outside the door of the dream felt a dazzling light in the darkness. When the light engulfed their bodies, the 3 figures broke through the barrier of reality and ascended into the garden of the dream. Papaya once read an author's description in a travel book. A mortal who has never seen supernatural powers suddenly enters the wizarding world, and the shock that changes your view of the world is a kind of baptism that helps you grow up. If you could realize that there was a bloody and dirty fight hidden under the flashy world, then you would be a qualified superhuman. Papaya had experienced it herself. She could still remember how shocked she was when she first saw the supernatural world. She could never forget how she felt at that time. And now, in the dream wasteland, Papaya experienced the same thing again. Both the external environment and the mental world were shocking to Papaya. Her body was hers, but it didn't feel like it. She could control her mana, but it felt different from before. Even the elements in the air gave her a strange feeling. Her spiritual sense told her that they were real, but her thoughts in the dark denied their existence. It was something that Papaya had never experienced before. She had been in this world for half an hour, but her mind was still in a daze. Papaya, it's your turn. Kudodo nudged her from behind and woke her up. Papaya looked up and saw the curly-haired man sitting in front of her desk. Don't worry. It's just an ID registration. As a matter of fact, you don't need to register because you're supernaturals. But the new city is still under construction, and you'll need to stay in Foundation City for a while. To avoid unnecessary trouble, please register first. Papaya nodded. It wasn't Mr. Pad who asked them to register, but since Mr. Pad gave them to this man, Papaya believed that he wouldn't harm them. Besides, Papaya didn't want to be uncooperative since everyone else was already registered. Papaya, Krokok, 16 years old. After Papaya finished registering, the curly-haired man quickly organized the documents and handed them to his assistant. You now have legal status in Foundation City. You can enjoy the benefits of being a citizen of Foundation City. You can ask the service staff in Firmament Tower for more details. A legal resident of First Heart City? Kudodo scratched his head. He felt that what happened today was quite strange. He thought that he was here to participate in the research. How did he suddenly become a resident of a city? Yes, are you dissatisfied with this? The curly-haired man looked at Kudu with a smile. Although the other party was smiling, Kudodo felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly shook his head. I'm not dissatisfied. I'm just curious why I've never heard of this place before. How long has it been since you became a superhuman? It's normal that you haven't heard of it. But, Mr. Pad. Kudodo tried to argue, but the man in front of him interrupted him. Since Mr. Pad didn't tell you anything about this place, do you really think that I, as Mr. Pad's loyal subordinate, would do the job for him? The curly-haired man chuckled. Besides, you're only here for research, not to get to the bottom of things. Or is it that you care more about the truth here than the mission given to you by the Lord? When Kudodo heard this, he immediately gave up. It was obvious that Mr. Pad was helping them by allowing them to join the research. It would be bad if Mr. Pad got angry because of this. As the curly-haired man said, they were only here for a mission. There was no need to think too much. Now that we're registered, what's our next mission? Papaya asked. Someone will take you to Mr. John later. He's the one who started the research. Remember, Mr. John will decide your final rating, so you better behave well in front of him. The curly-haired man paused for a second and continued, oh, and a friendly reminder. Treat Mr. John with respect. He's much more important than you are. With that, the curly-haired man waved a hand and asked them to leave. What about me? Balba, who had been standing at the back of the group, suddenly asked, Mr. Pat asked me to join the construction mission. Do I have to go with them? Mr. John is one of the people in charge of the construction mission. So, you'll have to report to him first. Balba nodded. I see. Can I ask you one last question? Go ahead. Do you know an apprentice sorcerer with the nickname Dream Reader? Balba carefully looked at the man behind the desk, trying to find some clues from his expression. The curly-haired man smiled without hesitation. I thought my name was gone after the Purification Garden incident. I didn't expect someone to still remember me. You asked me if I know Dream Reader? Of course I do. My nickname is Dream Reader. After leaving the office, Balba kept frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. Hey, big guy. Is Dream Reader the one who registered us? Kudodo asked. Papaya also looked at Balba. Curiously. Balba didn't like talking to people. However, considering that these two would be working with Mr. Pat in the future, Balba gave it some thought and replied, when I was working in the alchemy shop, I've read almost 100 episodes of Firefly's Night Tale. One of them mentioned that there's a potential student in the Tower of Hurricane called Dream Reader Freud. I remember seeing a picture of him in the magazine. He looks exactly like that guy. Freud? He's from the Tower of Hurricane? How did Mr. Pat get involved with him? Kudodo began to imagine the conflicts between wizard organizations, spies and counter-spies, and the struggles between them were just like those in a political game. While Kudodo's imagination was running wild, Balba suddenly said, "You're right." According to the records, dream reader Freud has been confirmed dead. Both Kudodo and Papaya were stunned by what they heard. Was the person who registered them just now a dead person? How was that possible? Are you telling the truth? Is he really dead? Papaya couldn't help but ask. Balba nodded. Yes. If he's dead, then is the person who spoke to us a soul? Is this the realm of souls? The story in Kudodo's mind immediately changed from political intrigue to a ghost story. I don't know. But Freud is right. We don't need to think too much about it. We're just here for a mission. Even if it's the realm of souls, Mr. Pat won't hurt us. Balba paused for a second and said, "Don't think too much about it. The world of wizards is not something apprentices like us can understand. Focus on the mission." While they were talking, a man clad in a knight's armor suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway. The way he appeared was strange, as if he just flowed out of the wall. When he stood in the hallway, he turned from liquid to solid human form. "Who are you?" Balba instinctively stepped forward and stared at the stranger warily. "Who are you?" "Calm down. Let me introduce myself. I'm Cell. I'm Mr. Tisson's knight, and also a demon hunter." Cell made a knight's salute. "Master Disson sent me to bring you to Mr. Chown." "Mr. Tisson? Are you talking about Floyd Thiessen?" Balba asked softly. "I don't know who you are, but it's not polite to call Mr. Tisson by his name in Foundation City. I hope this is the only time." Cell turned around and said, "Let's go. Mr. John is teaching a piano class. We should be able to find him at the Ocean Theater." Looking at Cell's back, Kudodo whispered, "Will there be any problem with him? What a strange entrance. This is the center of Foundation City. I think it's the most heavily guarded place. He'll be fine." Papaya followed Angor. The group followed Cell out of Firmament Tower and headed toward the Ocean Theater through the main street. Along the way, Papaya tried to talk to Cell. She wasn't trying to find out the truth. She was just curious about Cell's ability and the so-called Sin Hunters. But no matter what Papaya asked, Cell would always beat around the bush. The Crocox couldn't compare to him in terms of slyness and craftiness. In the end, Papaya didn't get any useful information, so she had to go back to Kudodo. "Papaya, don't you think the plants here are a bit strange?" Kudodo whispered to Papaya. "They're growing well, but I think they're all new. The marks on their wheels are very shallow." Kudodo only absorbed a small amount of artificial mana, but as an apprentice of nature, he only needed a little bit of mana to notice the difference. Papaya was a bloodline warrior, but her bloodline was more plant-based, so she was just as sensitive to plants as Kudu. Hearing Kudodo's words, she carefully observed the flowers and plants on the roadside. Indeed, they were abnormally exuberant and didn't seem to suffer from any difficulties. "I saw someone tearing down a tree earlier, but when I took a closer look, I realized that it was a tree carved out of stone." Kudu rubbed his temples. "This city gives me a very strange feeling." Papaya agreed. But before she could think further, Freud's words popped up in her mind. "Do you think finding out the truth is more important than the mission given to you by the master?" Papaya closed her eyes and tried to calm herself down. "It's strange. Maybe it's the custom here. A large number of new plants is a custom?" Kudodo's head was full of questions. Kudodo decided to let it go since Papaya already told him so. "Apart from some strange places, the residents here are just like any other place." Kudodo glanced around. Many people were sneaking glances at Kudodo and Papaya. Or to be exact, they were observing Kudodo and Papaya. There were even people who called their friends over to watch the show. After all, it was rare to see a human the size of a palm. "I want to become a woodland giant now. Maybe I can learn how to shapeshift." Kudodo put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Only by becoming a big person could he avoid being stared at like that. "We're almost there. That building over there is the Ocean Theater. Once we get inside, we won't be stared at." Cell chuckled. "Don't mind it, you two. It's the first time we've seen something so small. We don't mean any harm. We're all curious. It'll be fine in a few days." Just like a few days ago, It was your first time seeing. Cell suddenly stopped talking. What is it? Kudodo asked curiously. Nothing. If you're curious, you can go and find out for yourself. I won't tell you. Although the matter of the dream plant fairy was not a secret, Cell did not know if he should tell them, so he decided to keep quiet. If they were capable enough, they could go and find out for themselves. About 5 minutes later, Cell stopped at the entrance of the Ocean Theater. Before entering the theater, they could already hear the melodious sound of a piano. I won't go in with you. Mr. John is playing the piano. You can go to the auditorium and wait for him. When he's done, I'll go find him. With that, Cell turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Cell reacted quickly and jumped out of the way. Cell turned around to check on Kudodo and Papaya, only to find that Kudodo and Papaya were even faster than him. Somehow, they were able to jump on top of the 4-meter-tall sea lion statue despite their small stature. Balba didn't react at all. He was at the back of the group, so he wasn't in the shadow's range. After making sure they were all fine, Cell looked at the ground under the shadow's feet. The cracked marble floor was crying and wailing. Cell sighed helplessly. I have to report for repair again. How many times has it been? Or more than 100? Mr. T's son is going to get mad. When the black figure heard the name Young Master Dissen, his body trembled subconsciously, but he soon ignored it. He looked straight at Cell and said, let's not talk about other things. I've finally caught you today. In order to carry out my fighting style, I must fight with you today. After saying that, the black figure lifted the crooked horned helmet, revealing a delicate and pretty face that was clearly different from the tall and sturdy figure. Sheriff Torres, I'm working right now. Cell's tone was filled with helplessness. Who cares if you're working or not? Let's fight first. As soon as he finished speaking, Torres tapped his foot and transformed into a sharp arrow that shot toward Cell. In just a few minutes, Torres and Cell exchanged hundreds of blows. The noise was so loud that the floor kept shattering. The city guards who were watching the fight all felt sorry for Torres. At the same time, on top of the treehouse bar several hundred meters away, Angor noticed something. He suddenly looked toward the direction of the Ocean Theater. What's wrong? Sunders picked up a glass filled with dark red liquid and took a sip. It's nothing. Torres and Cell are fighting. Angor sighed. Sunders didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't a big deal. Forget about them, Angor shook his head. I have the Tree of Authority, but I don't know as much about energy as you do, Professor. Do you think it's possible to build a high magic area? A high magic area didn't refer to a place with a high mana level. However, he did not increase the maximum mana level of the Dream Wasteland, which was still limited to the elementary level. In other words, he could only cast level 1 and level 0 cantrips. According to Sunders, there were a lot of things to consider if he wanted to increase the maximum mana level, and he had to solve them slowly. Therefore, he wasn't referring to the level of mana in the wasteland, but the concentration of mana in a certain area. The concentration of mana wasn't used to increase one's power level. Instead, it was used to quickly absorb and recover exhausted mana. Sunders considered for a moment. I haven't tried it yet, but it should work. Based on the current energy level of the Dream Wasteland and Luce's energy cycle formula, we should be able to create an area with a maximum of 10 Luces for every 100 square kilometers. Luce's energy cycle formula was used to calculate the core nodes of an energy field. It was usually used in high-level energy fields such as energy-gathering spells or magic arrays. Sunders knew something about it, but he didn't know how to use it yet. However, there were no absolutes in the world. He now had two major authorities, energy level limit and energy selection. If placed in the real world, both of them were top-tier core laws. In the Dream Wilderness, they were also extremely important authorities. Using these two powers, Sunders could bypass the prerequisites of learning Luce's energy cycle formula. He could use the formula as he wished. Of course, he couldn't use it freely in the Dream Wasteland. He calculated in his mind and found that it was about half the size of Ocean Theater. Can I increase the concentration of the energy field if I make it smaller? Angor asked. Sunders nodded. Yes. But there's a limit to how fast a beginner apprentice can recover. For example, in an area with high magic power of 10 rows, they can recover all the virtual magic power in their mana pool in half an hour. If they shrink down to 5 rows and the energy density is doubled, they can still recover in half an hour. So, if you want a beginner apprentice to complete the test, there is no need to continue shrinking. Angor gave it some thought and agreed with him. He wanted to create a high magic area to speed up Kudo and Papaya's cantrips in the Dream Wasteland. He wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could use virtual magic power to practice tricks in real life. For example, Spike, one of the more difficult level 0 nature cantrips, usually took 3 months to half a year to learn in the real world. There were 3 reasons why it took so long. First of all, the cantrip model of Spike was not standardized. That was to say, when you were constructing the cantrip model of Spike, everyone had to consider their own situation due to the differences in their mind space and slowly build the model. If he wasn't careful, the cantrip model of Spike would collapse. Secondly, most beginner apprentices would use up all of their mana pool's mana every time they tried to construct a cantrip model. Therefore, every time they failed to construct a model, they would have to wait for a long time to recover their mana before they could continue to practice Spike. Thirdly, the construction of cantrip models followed a special rule. As the model became more and more complete, the power of the backlash would increase if it collapsed. For example, if a beginner apprentice failed to learn Spike, the backlash would only make the apprentice feel dizzy for a moment. However, as the apprentice progressed further, the backlash would grow stronger and stronger until it could even injure the apprentice. Once the apprentice was injured, the apprentice's progress would be affected. In other words, the difficulty of learning Spike in the real world was that the cantrip model was prone to collapse, the mana recovery rate was slow, and the backlash was strong. However, these 3 problems could be solved in the Dream Wasteland. As long as he could create a high magic area in the Dream Wasteland, the apprentice would be able to build multiple cantrip models in a short time. Even if the cantrip model collapsed, the backlash would only affect the apprentice's body in the Dream Wasteland. It wouldn't affect the real world at all. Now that Spike was successfully built in the Dream Wasteland, it would be perfect if he could replicate it in the real world. This meant that the Dream Wasteland could greatly reduce the difficulty of learning cantrips during the apprentice's level, which would give the apprentices more time to accumulate knowledge and reach higher levels. Due to the limitation of energy levels, this was not as good as unlimited alchemy or information exchange. However, it would be the fastest way to see the benefits. Apprentices were the basic strength of every wizard organization. Once they grew stronger, the organization would grow stronger as well. Angor could already imagine how many people would pay attention to the training of apprentices when the Dream Wasteland appeared in the real world. Then, Professor, should we build a high magic area in Foundation City? Angor asked. Of course, Sunders understood the importance of such an area. He also wanted to see if he could apply his experience of building cantrips using virtual mana into the real world. Sure. But virtual mana is still supernatural energy. When a wide area is in a stable state, the energy will remain stable. However, if something unexpected happens, a high-energy phenomenon might occur. A high-energy phenomenon was a phenomenon that occurred in the material world when the energy in a certain area changed irrationally. For example, someone with a strong sense of perception might be affected by the energy. If they were lucky, they might even awaken some strange abilities. If they were unlucky, they might die on the spot. To prevent such a phenomenon, one could choose to use a magic array to control it. Or, one could build a high magic area in a secluded area. This was also the reason why sorcerers liked to build sorcerer towers in the wild. Yes. We need to consider such a phenomenon. Angor considered for a moment. Then, let's set up a temporary forbidden area outside the city. Ask the Sin Hunters to protect it. The Sin Hunters all had supernatural abilities, so they did not need to worry about such a phenomenon. In fact, they might even benefit from it. That's not a problem. But what kind of medium do you want to use to carry the area? When setting up a high magic area, it was best to build a medium to contain it. This would prevent the dense mana from escaping and also create a physical zone. The common practice in the wizarding world was to build a wizard tower as a medium. However, if the tower was placed near Foundation City, it did not need to be so formal. Angor considered for a moment. Let's build it as a testing ground. Inside the Ocean Theater. Papaya and her two companions followed a young boy to an office behind the theater. They're here, Mr. John. Alda bowed to John's desk. Chown looked up and smiled at Alda, signaling him to leave. Then, he turned his attention to the two little ones and Balba, who was exuding a wild aura. You're Angor's assistants? John looked at them carefully and grinned. You're Angor's assistants? Balba didn't feel anything when he saw John smile. He just nodded. Papaya and Kudodo, on the other hand, felt a chill down their spines. For some reason, John was looking at them in a strange way. Since they were dwarfs, most people would only look at them out of curiosity. However, the old man in front of them was not only curious, but also curious. I never thought I'd see Thumbelina in real life. What an interesting world, John muttered in his mind and looked at Papaya and Kudodo in a more friendly way. Mr. John, Freud told us to come to you and tell us that you're going to give us a task. May I know what it is? Balba asked. Freud told me your name is Balba, right? You're in charge of construction? John looked at Balba, whose skin was slightly darker than usual. Balba's first thought was, when did Freud tell John about this? However, Balba soon got rid of the idea. Maybe Freud was using distant sound? No matter how they informed John, it was a good thing anyway. John knew their information, which at least saved them the time to introduce themselves. Yes. After getting Balba's confirmation, John said in a low voice, your mission is to build a new city. However, it'll take some time before the construction starts. You should spend the next few days familiarizing yourself with the blueprints. I'll give you the detailed ones later. Balba nodded. He didn't know what new city was yet, but it sounded like a construction task. As long as he had the blueprints, he could do it. John looked at Papaya and Kudodo after telling Balba what to do. As for your task, I'll ask Baboda to show you around later. However, before I familiarize myself with the mission, I'm very curious about your identities. Chown said with a smile. You don't mind chatting with me? John's smile made the two kids tremble a little. They already felt that John was looking at them in a strange way, and now, they felt a little scared. In Papaya's and Kudodo's minds, John had already turned from a nice old man into a terrifying Dr. Horrible in a creepy environment. Even the faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to carry a trace of blood. And Mr. John. John. Kudodo trembled. Are you a Carabit? Kudodo had heard that the Carabits were a race that was extremely curious about life. They liked to study living creatures and had a nasty personality. Grafting Maniac Tongue and Basket Witch Shalu were both Carabits, and these two witches loved research and were cruel by nature. Therefore, when Kudodo Carabit. I've heard about it before, but I've never seen you before. I'm actually a wise, well, as you call me, a knowledgeable person, John explained. What? You want to know who I am? Kudodo sighed in relief when he heard that John was not a Carabit. But he still looked at John cautiously. No, not at all. I just think you're a person who loves to study. John rubbed his chin and nodded. You're right. I'm studying you right now, aren't I? Kudodo's mind went blank. Studying? I knew it. He wants to study us. When Kudodo was doing quests in the questing hall, he heard that miniature world de Martin often harvested brains for experiments. Almost none of his assistants could escape the fate of having their brains harvested. That was why Kudodo never dared to do any of de Martin's quests, no matter how good the rewards were. Now, he felt like crying. Although he escaped from de Martin, he seemed to have entered John's magic net. He's not going to dissect us, is he? Kudodo was already imagining all kinds of cruel scenarios in his mind. Before John could say anything, Kudodo's face turned pale. Don't just ask me. You two should answer my questions. Perhaps it was the first time John saw a thumb-sized human being, so he did not notice the complicated feelings of Kudodo and Papaya. Actually, we're just a very ordinary race. Yes, a very, very ordinary race. Our population is very small, and we're almost extinct. Kudodo said with a sad face. He tried to come up with all kinds of excuses to stop John from studying them. However, no matter what Cutadu said, Chan just looked at him with a smile, as if he was a demon who was trying to figure out how to cook them. Just as Cutadu felt that he was about to fall into a dark purgatory, John suddenly paused. He took out a strange-looking branch from a drawer. Everyone present sensed that the branch was emitting strange energy waves. They could receive the signal in the waves, but no one could read the content of the signal. John looked at the three people in front of him and saw that they were all staring at the branch in his hand. He frowned and muttered to himself, "It amplifies the energy waves, but it also reduces the privacy. I need to be careful. I'll discuss it with Boboda later." Next, John placed the branch between his eyebrows. Under the confused gazes of the crowd, Chan maintained this posture for about 2 to 3 minutes before he slowly put down the branch and looked up with a regretful expression. "Angor just told me that he wants you three to go outside the city. I'll arrange your tasks after you come back." Kudodo and Papaya's eyes lit up. What they wanted the most right now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Their joy was written all over their faces. They even ignored the second half of John's sentence. Balba, on the other hand, was still thinking about John's words. John had called Mr. Pat by his name twice, which meant that John's status was at least as high as Mr. Pat's. Someone with a higher status than Mr. Pat should be famous in the wizarding world. Balba searched through his mind, but he couldn't think of anyone who looked like John. "Who is he?" Also, Baluba noted, John received the news through a branch. There was no supernatural energy wave coming from the branch. How could it send a message? Did Freud use the same branch to send a message to John? Balba remembered that Angor mentioned studying information exchange in the Tree Spirit Palace. Did he mean this branch? Angor asked Papaya and the others to come here to tell them about the high magic area so that they could keep a record of their cantrip progress. He didn't tell them the truth about the high magic area, but he did mention that the illusory mana wouldn't affect their training in the real world. Instead, they could gain more experience in building cantrips. Perhaps they would come back to the Dream Wasteland after staying here for a long time. But it didn't matter to Angor whether they were right or not. "Consider this a gift from me for staying here," Angor said. "You can come here to train whenever you need between quests. As for what cantrips you want to learn, that's up to you. If you want to learn Kanna's Blood or Elementary Cantrip Modification, you can apply for them from Freud. Those are the rewards I promised you." Angor then looked at Balba. "You can come here to train as well. Once the construction missions start, the new city will set up similar high magic areas. Don't worry about not being able to keep up." The three bowed to Angor and thanked him. However, their gratitude was only due to etiquette. At this time, they still didn't know how much influence the high magic area would have on them in the future. It might even directly change their future. After bidding farewell to the three wizards, the two of them returned to Foundation City from the testing ground outside the city. As usual, they chose the tree bar to talk about the advancement of illusory mana as well as other topics related to the test in the Dream Wasteland. Currently, illusory mana could only allow wizards to cast level 1 and level 0 cantrips. If they wanted to advance further, they would have to increase their overall mana level. Angor could control his mana level, but he didn't know much about energy. Sunders was the only one who could do that. Sunders' answer was much faster than Angor expected. According to Sunders, he should be able to reach the level of a level 2 apprentice by the time the Stargazing Day meeting was over, and he could cast level 2 or pseudo-level 3 cantrips at the same time. You can increase your mana level quickly in the early stages because you only need to increase the quantity. There was not much difference between level 1 and level 2. It was like changing a glass of water into a bucket. It would only take a week or two to complete the process. However, according to my current plan, although upgrading from a level 2 apprentice to a level 3 apprentice is still a measurement, it's like replacing a water bucket with a water reservoir. It will probably take 1 or 2 months to complete. As for the energy rank of an apprentice to that of an official magus, this is the difference between quantity and quality. When the time comes, we'll definitely have to find a new energy balance. I can't estimate how long it'll take. Maybe a few months, or a few years, or even longer. Angor could see that. For example, the current dream wasteland was similar to a new low magic world that had just entered the supernatural society. When the upper limit of one's power level reached that of an official sorcerer, the low magic world would start to transition into a medium magic world. Although it was only a metaphor since the dream wasteland was not a low mana world, it was clear that the energy leap of an entire world would not be that simple. Therefore, there would definitely be a huge gap between quantitative change and qualitative change. However, Angor believed that he could overcome it eventually. That was because he was not alone in this battle of energy rank transitions. It's still a long way to go if I want to enter the dream wasteland as a wizard. I can put that aside for now. For now, I'll set a short-term goal. Before the tea party, I'll try my best to raise the power level of a level 3 apprentice, said Sunders. As far as he was concerned, the tea party would be a turning point for the dream wasteland. Therefore, he would try his best to increase the upper limit of his power level as much as possible. This was not a bad thing after all. Angor nodded in agreement. Since they were going to conduct a small test during the tea party, it would be best to make it as perfect as possible. Of course, it did not matter even if they did not achieve this goal. As far as Angor was concerned, the unique ability of the dream wasteland was already powerful enough to deal with the picky witches at the tea party. After explaining the general situation of the upper limit of one's power level, they moved on to other topics. Something worth mentioning was that they reached a decision. After the stargazing day, they would tell Mr. Rain about the dream wasteland. This was not a consensus. They already decided to tell Mr. Rain as soon as possible. With Rain's support, the dream wasteland would develop at an extremely fast speed, which was not something they could compete with. After all, Rain represented the endless resources of Brute Cavern. Of course, they would tell Rain Cavern, but they still needed to figure out how and how much they should tell Rain Cavern. Angor would come up with a plan in the next few days. Next, they talked about other matters in the real world, such as the prophecy of the stargazing day and the ruins. While they were chatting, a small incident occurred. Toby, who had been wandering in the dream wasteland for half a month, sensed Angor's presence and hurried to the treehouse bar to hang out with him. Before Angor could ask how Toby was doing, Toby flew toward the south of the city without looking back. Angor was surprised to see Toby's figure disappearing into the horizon. Using his omniscient eye, he saw Toby heading to the Colosseum at the south of the city. Torres never cared about public facilities when he went into battle mode. Cell wanted to prevent more buildings from getting destroyed, so they agreed to fight at the Colosseum. It's quite lively there now. Many people are going there to watch. Angor glanced around and chuckled. But Toby didn't go there to watch. He went there because Ferfili was singing. What's going on? Do they need an opera singer to liven up the atmosphere before a battle? Apart from being a glutton, Toby loved music more than anything else. Even though he was tone-deaf, his passion for music never waned. There were two people in the dream wasteland whom Toby admired the most. One was John, and the other was Ferfili. John's piano was a great instrument to Toby, while Ferfili's beautiful voice completely won over Toby's heart. Toby always went to watch Ferfili's performance. Now that he sensed Ferfili's singing, Toby immediately rushed to the Colosseum without caring about his young master. Angor was a little jealous, but he was glad that Toby could find something fun to do. Because of Toby's little interruption, Angor suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I promised Greya that I'll give her an answer. When should we tell her about the dream wasteland? I'll talk to Greya. I'm going back to Phantom Island anyway. Angor nodded. Sunders had a login device, and he could use Nightmare Illusion to send Greya into the dream wasteland. Leaving it to Sunders was not a problem. However, Angor noticed that Sunders' expression became a little serious after he finished talking about it. Sunders slowly explained, Good told me that Sumesh sent me an illusion message, and he's currently at Phantom Island. That's why I'm going to Phantom Island. Angor remembered asking Butler Good about Flora and Sumesh. According to Butler Good, they left Phantom Island about a month ago and were nowhere to be found. Since Flora did a lot of preparations for the tea party, Butler Good believed that they would return before the event. However, Sumesh had sent him an illusion message instead. That was a little strange. I hope it's not a request for help, Angor muttered. Sumesh and Flora aren't the type to ask me for help. But I think it's very likely. They're not as good at causing trouble as you are, but they're not bad either. Sunders sighed and rubbed his temples. I hope it's not something serious. I don't think I've ever caused any trouble. Sunders glanced at Angor. You've caused a lot of trouble. However, you're better than them. After you get into trouble, the benefits you bring are proportional to the trouble you're in. But they're only good at causing trouble. Sunders shook his head. I'm going to Phantom Island now. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. With that, Sunders picked up the glass on the table and drained it in one gulp. He nodded at Angor and vanished into thin air. When Sunders left, Angor muttered to himself, did I ever get into trouble? Really? He considered for a moment and said in his mind, I don't think so. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Angor shook his head and left the dream wasteland. He returned to the real world. Instead of meditating like he always did, he looked around and began to think. He wasn't thinking about whether he had caused any trouble. Instead, he was thinking about the hidden room. When he left the Star Pond ruins, the sudden inspiration he had did not seem to be a result of his thoughts being controlled. According to Sunders and Tree Spirit, the astral pool ruin might have something to do with this place. He had stayed in this ruin for a long time and was contaminated by the aura here. That was why he resonated with the Star Pond ruin, which triggered his inspiration. If this inference was correct, then the hidden room and the ruins had to be dealt with seriously. At first, he thought that since the owner of the ruin was an alchemist, he might as well look for the hidden room. Maybe he could find something useful. He didn't really care whether he could find it or not. But now that he had deduced that this ruin was related to the Star Pond ruin, he had to find this hidden room. Perhaps, the hidden room here contained information related to the ruins under the Star Pond. As for how to find the hidden room, their only clue was the broken rune on the knight's armor. With that in mind, Angor placed the armor on the table and decided to try to fix the rune. Time passed by quickly. Morning star chiming cut through the night sky. Following the illumination of the outside world, it was the morning of the second day. Warning! External object has entered the dream wasteland. Angor was still immersed in fixing the rune when he was interrupted by a message from the dream gate. He rubbed his sore eyes and focused his mind on the tree of authority. His thoughts slowly peeled away and merged with the dream gate. A pitch-black world appeared in his field of vision. The only thing that shone in this world was a bridge. It was the Bridge of Dreams. At the end of the bridge was a glowing entrance. This entrance was the so-called Dream Realm door. Standing in front of the entrance was a fat woman with heavy makeup who looked like a mountain of meat. She was looking at the entrance curiously, as if she wanted to see what was inside. At the same time, Angor received another message from the Dream Gate. Warning! Marked party has entered the Dream Wasteland. Warning! Sunders entered the Dream Wasteland without hesitation. The mountain of meat in front of the Dream Gate was, of course, Greya. Using the Dream Gate, he carefully inspected Greya. It had been a while since he last saw Greya's original appearance, so he almost couldn't recognize her. Angor wasn't surprised that Greya showed up in the Dream Wasteland in her original appearance. In Greya's mind, this was her original appearance, and she liked it very much. So it's the professor who brought Greya here. Angor waved a hand and allowed Greya to enter the Dream Wasteland through the Dream Gate. At the same time, Greya didn't need to be reminded anymore. I wonder how Greya will react when she sees the Dream Wasteland. Angor wanted to see Greya's reaction, but he didn't choose to enter the Dream Wasteland in the end. Greya had just entered the Dream Wasteland, and Angor didn't want to keep answering her questions. Besides, he wasn't sure how much he should tell Greya about the Dream Wasteland. But he knew that Sunders already knew, so there was no need for him to enter the Dream Wasteland right now. It was better to let Greya have a basic understanding of the Dream Wasteland first. He could always meet her later. With that in mind, Angor pulled his mind away from the Tree of Authority and focused on the knight armor in front of him. When he looked at the broken runes on the armor again, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Last night, he tried to fix the runes on the armor. Angor accepted the challenge again, and he lost again. Just like last time, he couldn't study them anymore. The runes were simply too broken. Each corner of the runes had more than 100 different arrangements. Who could tell which one was the correct one? Also, he had to figure out what kind of magic array the runes were supposed to form. That was way too difficult. Even with his super brain activated, Angor still couldn't figure out a way to solve the problem. The runes didn't look like much, but now, they were like an insurmountable mountain in Angor's eyes. Do I really have to spend several years to fix this rune? Angor rubbed his forehead and mumbled to himself. Yes. Yes. By several years, he meant that he would spend all his time and energy on repairing the damaged runes on the knight's armor. Only then would he have a chance to find the only shining truth among all the data combinations. This was an important point in a few years. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to spend that much time. Many wizards would spend decades researching a certain topic, so a few years didn't seem like a long time. Besides, he was a wizard now. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he could afford it. But was everything really going as he wished? Assuming that everything went according to the best result, it would take him a few years to find the secret of the hidden room in the knight's armor. He would also enter the hidden room and discover the relationship between the hidden room and the astral pool ruins. Even if everything went smoothly, time was still passing. It had already been so long. Could the Star Pond ruins really still maintain the illusion of peace? It would be fine if there were no nightmare creatures in the ruin. But now, there were a large number of them gathered there, which made the ruin a paradise for them. Besides, the ruin was right next to Brute Cavern, which meant he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the nightmare creatures came out in full force, there would be uncontrollable consequences. Is there a way to fix the runes faster? Angor mumbled. Angor muttered. Back in the dream wasteland, he once had a flash of inspiration when he was thinking about how to fix the runes. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to capture it in time. If the inspiration he lost was about how to fix the runes quickly, maybe there was something else he hadn't thought of yet. After thinking about it for a long time, Angor decided to put it aside for now. He would go to the astral pool ruin and see if there was a real map behind it. If there was a holographic map, perhaps there would be some information on it that could help him. As soon as he put away the knight armor, he sensed a disturbance coming from outside the ruin. He sensed that it was Rain and Tree Spirit who came. He checked the time and saw that the third day of the stargazing day was almost over. It was a good time for them to come. Sunders didn't come today? Rain came to the study and didn't see Sunders. Tree Spirit continued, yesterday, I received an illusion message from the outside world. It went straight to Phantom Island after reaching the mirror world. Judging from the traces on the QQ message, it's probably from Sumesh. Sunders went back to Phantom Island from Puppet Asylum last night and hasn't come out yet. It's been a while, but there hasn't been any news from Sumesh. Something must have happened to him. Rain nodded. I see. Let's hope Sumesh isn't in too big of a trouble. After all, this was a family matter of Phantom Island, so Ryan did not want to interfere. Angor remained silent. He knew that Sunders wasn't worried about Sumesh at all. It was because Sumesh was still in the dream wasteland. Since Sunders is busy, we don't have to worry about him. Rain changed the topic and talked about the astral pool ruin. Tree Spirit already told him what happened, but Rain still wanted to hear it from Angor's own mouth. He told Tree Spirit about the sudden sensation he felt when he left the astral ruin yesterday. Ryan said, a wizard's spiritual omen usually comes with a premonition in a situation or atmosphere. This kind of feeling that you have for no reason seems to be an omen, but it doesn't seem like it. Rain considered for a moment. Maybe it's because of the aura around you. You've been here for a long time, so you've been affected by the aura here. The astral ruin might have something to do with this ruin, which is why you sensed it. If we're right, maybe the ruin in the astral ruin was built by the original owner of this ruin as well? Rain nodded. That's possible. Neither of these two ruins came from Parmajai Highlands. Maybe they both drifted here at the same time. The ruin Angor is staying in was opened 1,000 years ago for some reason, while the ruin under the astral ruin only showed up recently because of the plane fusion. The easiest way to prove it is to check the entrance of the astral ruin and see if there's a map there. Rain looked at Angor. I'll go to the passage at the center of the astral ruin tonight and see if the creature with the leather shoes you saw is still there. If it's safe, I'll let you know. Angor nodded. Rain gave Angor a thoughtful look. If Angor's theory was confirmed, they would have to search for the hidden room in the ruin, which would require Angor's help again. However, this was a story for later. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after it was confirmed. Tree Spirit smiled at Angor. When can you tell me about the variable you mentioned yesterday? Variable? Rain looked at Tree Spirit and Rain in confusion. What variable? He told me yesterday in Tree Spirit's palace. I don't know the details. Tree Spirit shrugged. But I think it has something to do with the tea party. Rain looked at Angor. What? You're going to interfere with the tea party too? I don't know yet, Angor said without showing anything on his face. Rain's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Angor didn't say anything, but it sounded like he really wanted to interfere with the tea party. The tea party was a grand event in the southern wizarding region. Why would Angor want to interfere? Also, Rain wondered why Angor was so confident that he could interfere with the tea party. Then, when are you going to make your decision? Like Tree Spirit, Rain asked when Angor was going to tell them about the variable. In a few days. I need to work on it. Work on it? Work on what? Rain and Tree Spirit looked at each other and saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. It seemed Angor really came prepared. He was determined to change the current situation of the tea party. Rain wondered if Angor's variable was a small pebble that would cause a ripple or a giant rock that would cause a great wave. Rain began to look forward to it. The fire in the Lady of Dusk's fireplace lit up, illuminating the sky and burning the clouds in the distance into red patterns. When the day came to an end and night came, Rain nodded at Angor and bid farewell to the peaceful ruins. As Angor was about to return to the ruin, Tree Spirit leaned against a tree in front of the gate and asked, "Do you think Floating Mech City really doesn't know about it, or are they just pretending?" Angor paused. I don't think Dean Muse and Mr. Lawson are lying in such an important situation. You're right. It's not that easy for them to deceive the prophets. But if they're not lying, then it's a little strange. Tree Spirit pondered. It doesn't make sense. Those apprentices who were busy training in the endless corridor all went to the box of reincarnation. Tree Spirit muttered to himself, unable to figure it out. Maybe it's just not the right time yet. Tree Spirit looked up at Angor. That's the only explanation. They didn't ask their apprentices to go to the box of reincarnation, but that doesn't mean they won't in the future. I just don't know what happened in between. Tree Spirit shook his head. Forget it. I'll tell Horace to keep a close eye on those hot-blooded apprentices so they won't take on some impossible missions in Floating Mech City. Angor didn't say anything because this was the only way. Before the unknown future happened, he had to ask Sir Horace to warn the apprentices of Brute Cavern in Floating Mech City first. If there's nothing else, I'll be going back. Alright, I'll inform you as soon as Rain enters the Stellar Pond ruins. Tree Spirit nodded nonchalantly. Before Angor opened the gate and was about to be swallowed by the darkness, Tree Spirit suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. Angor looked at Tree Spirit in confusion. I noticed it when I came here today. You built a small room in B3 that looks like an illusion spell. That's where Balba and the others live, right? Tree Spirit saw Angor nodded and continued, I'm wondering why they were sleeping the whole afternoon. Tree Spirit noticed that both Balba and the two Crockets were sleeping. Didn't Angor bring them back to the ruin to do some research on information interaction? Could it be that one could exchange information while dreaming? Recently, I've been researching the combination of dreams and illusions with my mentor. In the afternoon, they were affected by a combination of dream and illusion. I'm not done with my research yet, so I might as well let them sleep for now. Is that so? Tree Spirit was doubtful. Tree Spirit was still doubting Sunder's words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Sunders had been studying dream manipulating cantrips recently, so Tree Spirit decided not to ask further. Anyway, they were just sleeping. At least they were treated much better than the apprentices he had seen at DeMartin's place. Tree Spirit nodded and did not say anything else. Angor, on the other hand, disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, in his study room, he did not meditate or repair the runes. Instead, he rested his face on his hand and stared at the flickering candlelight on the candlestick. Slowly, he sank into his thoughts. He was thinking about the message Maya sent to him through the mini-signal tower. Today was the third day of the stargazing day. Normally, the event would be less popular. However, it was different this time. Everyone was still paying attention to today's exchange with worry. According to Apulia, he was going to ask Mayor Lawson if the prophecy had anything to do with floating mech city. Angor was probably the only one who knew that the prophecy came from the box of reincarnation. Most people still believed that the prophecy came from another world, which was why they were only interested in it. Therefore, everyone was curious to know what Apulia's answer would be that day. Apulia didn't say anything because he directly used the Shadow Stone to broadcast his conversation with City Lord Rosen on the stargazing day. Mayor Lawson and Principal Muse were together at the same time. When Apulia asked about the prophecy, both of them denied it. Muse waved his hand. That's nonsense. Lawson sneered and mocked, we don't know anything about the prophecy of the apocalypse. Moreover, we've already informed the major organizations about what happened in the purification garden. We can't be blamed for the deaths of apprentices. Everyone agreed with Lawson's words. To make up for the trouble caused by the garden, Floating Mech City even opened up the endless corridor to all apprentices who won the Rising Star competition. It was a great benefit. This showed how sincere Floating Mech City was. Since they were so sincere, there was no need to repeat the same mistake and kill apprentices who won the Rising Star competition. Besides, Apulia's decision to show their conversation in front of so many prophets also showed how confident they were. Maybe Floating Mech City really had nothing to do with the apprentices in the prophecy. Of course, this was only what the other organizations, including Floating Mech City, thought. Because at this time, they still didn't know that the scene of the end of the world was very likely to happen in the Undead's box of reincarnation. Angor knew that Floating Mech City had something to do with it. Apart from Angor, Floating Mech City was the only organization in the southern wizarding region that knew about the location of the Undead Rebirth box. It was very likely that the apprentices in the prophecy were sent by Floating Mech City. They didn't want to admit it because it wasn't time yet, just like Tree Spirit and Angor said. Maybe they didn't want to do it now. But who could tell what would happen in the future? Angor wondered what would happen in the future that made Floating Mech City send apprentices into the box of rebirth. Did something happen inside the box of rebirth? With this thought in mind, Angor subconsciously looked at his spirit model. To be more precise, he was looking at the spell slots. During this time, the special energy inside the Gate of Illusion had already covered 90% of the model. It would probably take him a week or two to gather all the special energy. Last time, he entered the box of rebirth because of the Gate of Illusion. Angor didn't think he would enter the box of rebirth again, but he still wanted to wait until he had enough special energy. If he could enter the box of rebirth, he could check it out later. If he couldn't, then he would follow the guidance of the special energy and see what the end of the Gate of Illusion looked like. The Astral Pool Ruin. When the moonlight slowly covered the surface of the pool, the 3 observation pavilions on the surface of the pool began to absorb the rippling light. The light gathered at the top of one of the pavilions and released a beam of light to the other pavilions. When the rays of light connected to the top of all the observation pavilions, an invisible barrier that was hard to see with the naked eye completely enveloped the astral pond ruins. Wallace floated above one of the pavilions and spoke to Rhine, who was standing in the center of the pool. As expected of an observation pavilion designed by Aesop, the space nodes are perfect for dividing the light. I don't see anything on my side, but I think the impact can reach the level of a level 2 truthfinder. Iron Granny didn't fly to the sky. Instead, she remained in one of the pavilions. I'm fine too. After making sure the other 2 pavilions could stay open, Rhine looked at the center of the pool. Through the water surface, he saw the tunnel leading to the alternate dimension. Just like what Rhine saw before, he didn't see anything strange in the area illuminated by the starlight. He didn't see any creature wearing leather shoes either. However, this didn't mean the tunnel was safe. In the dark shadows that were not illuminated by light, there might be hidden dangers that were hard to detect. What are you thinking about? While Rhine was observing the passage, Tree Spirit's lazy voice came from behind him. Don't forget, after the wall of light is activated, tens of thousands of magical crystals are consumed every minute. Tree Spirit sounded like he was just showing off, but he was clearly urging Sunders to hurry. Rhine glanced at Tree Spirit and didn't say anything. He reached out a finger and touched the water surface. Ripples spread out on the surface of the water. Tree Spirit put away his lazy expression. Wallace and Iron Granny also put on a solemn expression. They couldn't see the nightmare aura, but they knew the ripples meant the tunnel to the ruin was open. "I'm going in," Ryan said in a flat voice. "Okay. Be careful." Tree Spirit's voice changed from lazy to serious. Ryan nodded and jumped into the ripples. It was as if Ryan had broken through a water membrane. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the pitch-black and deep tunnel. From the outside, it looked like a tunnel that led downwards. But when he entered, the gravity seemed to adjust automatically, and he stood firmly on the ground. This also meant that the ruins under the star pool were not in reality. The only connection it had with reality was the water membrane behind it. Its real body was still hidden in the unknown void. Ryan didn't look back. Instead, he closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Just like last time, his mental strength couldn't penetrate the wall, and he couldn't see what was behind the wall. It seemed that the magic array inside the wall was still operating. With Ryan's strength, he could shatter the wall, but he would definitely trigger a backlash from the magic array. It would be hard to say what would happen then. Besides, breaking the wall would alert the nightmare creatures in the core of the ruin. His goal this time was not to clean up the nightmare creatures. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Ryan did not intend to destroy the ruins. His spiritual power could only probe deeper, but when he reached the intersection of light and darkness, he could not go any further. At the intersection of light and darkness, there seemed to be the most solid spiritual barrier. His spiritual power alone could not penetrate the barrier. There were only a few places that he could probe, but at least Ryan was sure that there was no danger within the range of light. The range of light was easy to see, but it was not. Last time, when Ryan came to this passage, he noticed that there were some strange creatures that were invisible to the naked eye that looked like snot monsters. When those snot monsters sensed Ryan, they attacked him, but their attacks were very weak and did not cause any damage to Ryan. Seeing this, the snot monsters were startled and disappeared in the air. No matter how hard Ryan searched, he couldn't find the snot monsters. Later, Ryan went back and did some research. He learned that they were called void travelers, a strange existence that lived in the void. There were not many records about them because wizards rarely encountered them. Even if they did, they could not catch them. The only thing that was known was that they would wander aimlessly in the void. Another reason why wizards did not want to pay too much attention to them was that void travelers were very weak. Even an apprentice would not be able to do much harm to them. It was precisely because Ryan had encountered a void traveler that he was so vigilant. Who knew if there were other monsters hiding in places that could not be seen by the naked eye? After making sure there was no danger within the range of light, Ryan moved forward. Soon, Ryan arrived at the intersection of light and darkness. Ryan paused for a moment. This was where the creature with leather shoes came from. Ryan only paused for a moment before he kept moving forward. Soon, his body was submerged in the darkness. Tree Spirit, who was observing Ryan's movements, saw Ryan disappear into the darkness and whispered, "Let's hope nothing happened in the ruin." After Ryan entered the darkness, he did not encounter any so-called creatures wearing leather shoes. However, this place was slightly different from when he first came in. A giant head flying in the air about 1 meter in front of him was spitting stinky saliva at him. Traces of corrosive saliva could be seen on the ground. At the same time, there were some black shadows moving behind the head. Their blood-red eyes were cruel and ferocious as they glowed in the darkness. Unknowingly, this once peaceful passageway was now filled with extremely terrifying demonic creatures. It was almost midnight when he received Tree Spirit's message. He walked out of the ruin and saw Tree Spirit standing under a tree, deep in thought. Tree Spirit slowly looked up when he heard his footsteps. "You're here. I'll go tell Sunders." "No need. I've already told my professor. He'll be here soon." Tree Spirit was surprised. "You told him?" Tree Spirit was puzzled when Angor nodded. "When did he say that? I've been here all this time, and I didn't see him talking to Sunders." Even if Sunders used an illusion QQ, Tree Spirit should have seen it. Or was Angor's distant sound already able to reach the mirror world? That was impossible. Tree Spirit already noticed Rhine's distant sound when he tried to send a message into the mirror world, let alone Rhine. Or was Angor trying to trick him? While Tree Spirit was puzzled, he heard footsteps behind him. Tree Spirit turned around and saw Sunders coming. Sunders was dressed as usual. A black top hat completely covered his short gray-green hair. His formal suit fit his body perfectly. His black gloves and red cloak with dark embroidery were neat and tidy. There was not a single wrinkle on his robe. His cape fluttered in the cold night wind, but it never touched the ground. Angor believed that Sunders' cloak would flutter even if there was no wind tonight. After all, Sunders cared a lot about his noble image. "Mr. Rain is out?" Sunders asked as he approached. Tree Spirit was still wondering how Angor managed to contact Sunders, so he didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Angor who answered his question. "Yes. Mr. Rain just came out of the Astral Pool Ruins tunnel." Sunders nodded. "Let's go then." Sunders leaped into the air and followed Angor. Tree Spirit didn't move. "Mr. Tree Spirit?" Angor asked in a small voice. Tree Spirit hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. Tree Spirit was still wondering how Angor managed to contact Sunders on their way to the Astral Pool ruin. This might not seem like a big deal to other wizards. But Tree Spirit knew that there was something fishy going on. Since Lady Mirror was still asleep, Tree Spirit temporarily took over her position, which allowed him to sense all information between the mirror world and the outside world. For example, Sumesh's illusion QQ the day before yesterday also required Tree Spirit's permission to enter the mirror world and fly to Phantom Island. Tree Spirit was wondering how Angor managed to bypass the mirror world and reach Sunders when he was at Phantom Island. Angor had a teleportation ability on his spell slot. Did he use that ability to enter the mirror world to contact Sunders? But Tree Spirit quickly dismissed this idea. He had been observing the mirror world for a long time, and he didn't sense any unusual space ripples coming from the outside world. It was strange if that wasn't the case. Tree Spirit suddenly thought of something else. Earlier, Angor mentioned that he was studying information interaction, which Tree Spirit thought meant a communicator. Did Angor already figure it out? Moreover, this communicator could transcend the barrier of the mirror world? Tree Spirit's eyes lit up and he quickly asked for confirmation. Angor didn't know what Tree Spirit was thinking about. Now that Tree Spirit mentioned it, he realized that Tree Spirit was thinking about the communication point. "You're right, Mr. Tree Spirit. But the communication method isn't as simple as you think." Tree Spirit asked, "Not the usual communication method? What could it be?" "We're still working on it." "You'll know soon, sir." Tree Spirit was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little helpless. Recently, Angor had been acting mysterious about everything he did. He did not tell Tree Spirit everything he knew. Now, Tree Spirit was also hiding the information in his communicator, which made Tree Spirit, who was always curious, feel a little uncomfortable. However, Tree Spirit, as the future beneficiary of Angor's research, did not have the right to ask. It could only sigh in frustration. He'll announce the new method soon, and Mr. Tree Spirit will know about it as soon as possible. For now, let's talk about Mr. Rain's situation. Did Mr. Rain see that unknown creature in leather shoes we saw earlier? Sunders changed the topic to something else. "It hasn't appeared, but something has happened to the passage leading to the entrance of the ruins." Tree Spirit's expression became serious when he mentioned the Celestial Pond ruins. "What happened?" Sunders frowned. When Rhine entered the dark side of the passage, he encountered a lot of monsters. Tree Spirit recounted Rhine's encounter in detail. Rhine can easily deal with these monsters, but the trouble is that new monsters will emerge from the darkness not long after these monsters are wiped out. The darkness that cannot be dispelled by light is like a dark energy that summons monsters. Every time a group of monsters dies, another group will appear. Tree Spirit sighed. According to Rain, Tree Spirit did not manage to get rid of all the monsters. The demonic creatures were still coming in an endless stream. Sunders frowned. "Did Mr. Rain reach the entrance of the ruin?" Tree Spirit nodded. "Yes, and Rhine vaguely saw the demonic runes behind the door of the ruins." Tree Spirit looked at Angor. "It's normal to see runes on the gate. But I'll need you to check if there's anything related to the map." Angor nodded. Angor nodded. It was part of his job anyway. Then what should we do with the monster? It's not a big deal if they're just low-level monsters. But if there are too many of them, it'll be a problem. We need to pay attention to that. But Rain said that there'll be some time between each wave of monsters. That's something we can use. Sunders considered. If that was the case, it was worth a try. Besides, both Sunders and Rain would enter the passage. With them around, Angor should be fine. But he still needed to discuss the details with Rain when they arrived at the ruin. Angor suddenly asked, "Mr. Rain, did you see a floating head when you went in there earlier?" "That sounds like a flying head." When Angor first entered the Nightmare Realm, he went to Nether City, and the first monster he encountered was a flying head. Red eyebrows, single eye, nostrils, but no bridge. "That's a flying skull," Tree Spirit nodded. He didn't know what Angor was thinking. Sunders knew what Angor was thinking. Flying heads aren't local monsters in the Nightmare Realm. They can be found in many places. Angor understood what Sunders meant. Don't think too much about it. Rain didn't encounter a flying head from Nether City. Angor lowered his head and chuckled. He did think too much about it. After all, Flying Head was the first monster he saw with a hideous appearance. It left a deep impression on him. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that the monsters of Nether City might have come to the ruins. Now that he thought about it, that was unlikely. While they were talking, they arrived at the ruin. Angor suddenly frowned when they were about to reach the Astral Pond ruin. Sunders was looking at the sky above the ruin. Such a strong nightmare aura. It's twice as strong as before. Is it because Mr. Rain opened the tunnel? Sunders glanced at Angor from the corner of his eye. What's wrong? Sunders asked when he noticed Angor's strange expression. Angor shook his head and rubbed his temples. It's nothing. Just a little noisy. Noisy? Tree Spirit joined them. What noise? Angor looked at the ruin in the distance. There's a very chaotic flow of emotions coming out of it. It's too noisy. It's like 100, no, 1,000 ducks are chattering in my ears. Before Tree Spirit could understand what Angor meant, he heard someone speaking in a low voice. Both Sunders and Angor heard it. Life threads are erupting. Be careful when you come over. Without a doubt, it was Mr. Rain who spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a black cloud suddenly gushed out from the Star Pool ruins nearby. As soon as the black cloud rose into the air, it immediately split apart and quickly merged with the night sky, disappearing from sight. This was only a scene that could be seen with the naked eye, but with the eyesight of everyone present, they could clearly sense that the black clouds were actually made up of a large number of living threads. The so-called fragmentation and dilution was actually the spreading of the living threads in all directions. The darkness of the night was the best protection for the life threads. They looked like they were melting into the darkness, but they were actually using the darkness to hide their ferocious fangs. The life threads are erupting today? Sunders asked Tree Spirit as they watched the life threads disappearing into the darkness. Sort of. Life threads have a fixed cycle. We think it's the gestation period of the life threads. Once the time comes, they'll erupt. We don't know exactly when the gestation period will be. But judging from what we've seen so far, it could erupt within the next few days. I didn't think we'd run into it on our way here. Tree Spirit also felt a headache. What would happen to the ruin? Passage if the life threads erupted again? The emotions you sensed were from a living thread, right? Tree Spirit looked at Angor and asked, so the emotions you sensed were from a living thread? Angor shook his head. They're the same as the ones in the hospital. I can't sense them. If they're not from the life threads, then they must be old emotions coming out of the ruin when the passage is opened. Sunders paused and looked at Angor again. Can you tell the general information from the emotions? He closed his eyes and shook his head. Too messy. Even messier than last time. I don't have a clue at all. Sunders nodded and did not ask any more questions. However, his eyes showed a hint of seriousness. According to Angor's words, the tunnel was filled with chaotic emotions. Did this mean a large number of nightmare creatures showed up in the tunnel during the past few days? Rain's previous experience in the ruin already proved this fact. Still, Sunders was more concerned about the sudden appearance of a large number of monsters in the last few days. Previously, according to His Excellency Rhine, there weren't many demonic creatures in the ruins passageway. However, there were changes after that day. Was it because of Angor? Sunders did not dare to make a conclusion, but the whole thing seemed too coincidental to him. Let's go check it out first. Sunders did not tell Sunders what he was thinking. Be careful of the lifeline, Tree Spirit reminded them when he saw them moving again. To Tree Spirit's surprise, they did not encounter any life threads on their way to the astral pool ruin. There were so many of them that they could form dark clouds. If they spread out, they would not be able to avoid them no matter where they went. But they did not encounter any life threads at all. It was as if the life threads were purposely avoiding them. Maybe Sunders did something? Tree Spirit could not figure it out. In the end, he concluded that Sunders was the one who opened the way for them. Besides, Sunders was the one who suppressed the infection of the life threads in the end. Maybe Sunders really did have a way to deal with the life threads. Tree Spirit shook his head and stopped thinking about it. When they arrived at the astral pool ruin, Rain came to them and said, "The life threads came at a bad time. Something might happen in the passage. Maybe we can change the time and try again next time?" To Rain, Angor's safety was more important than exploring the ruin. That was why Rain suggested changing the time. Sunders opened his mouth to say something, but he did not say anything since Rain was the one asking for Angor's opinion. It was better to let Angor decide on his own. Angor frowned and did not speak for a long time. Rain thought Angor was thinking about his decision, so he did not urge him. However, when Angor still did not say anything, Sunders noticed that Angor's eyes were a little empty. It did not look like Angor was thinking about something. Sunders frowned and gave Angor a gentle nudge. Angor shivered and regained the light in his eyes. "Mr. Rain is still waiting for your decision," Sunders spoke in a low voice. "Do you want to continue today or another day?" "Let's do it today." Angor did not hesitate. Rain gave Angor a thoughtful look and nodded. "Very well." While following Rain to the center of the ruin, Sunders asked Angor, "Did you sense something just now?" Angor nodded. "It's the same feeling. I saw the door." Angor hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I already sensed it last time, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The reason why I was stunned was because I sensed some clearly connected emotions after I fell into the star pool." "Can you find out the meaning of emotions?" asked Sunders. Angor nodded seriously. "They're saying, 'Praise the moonlight, praise the queen, and praise Shava?'" Sunders added. Angor nodded. "So they know you're here." Sunders' eyes glinted. The nightmare creatures must have sensed Angor's arrival the other day. Perhaps this was also the reason why a large number of monsters suddenly appeared in the passage these days. What would happen if the nightmare creatures found out about Angor's presence in the astral pool? Would it be good or bad? Sunders couldn't say for sure yet. However, Angor could sense that the nightmare creatures were still praising him, which meant they didn't intend to harm him yet. Still, this was not absolute. After all, they had encountered some hostile nightmare creatures before. They still had to be careful. Rain and Tree Spirit heard the conversation between Angor and Sunders. Tree Spirit didn't understand, but Rain knew some inside information. However, he didn't know much because Sunders rarely talked about the nightmare realm. Rain only knew that Angor could pretend to be Shava among the nightmare creatures. But since it was just a disguise, it was bound to be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, after Rain finished listening, he said, "Previously, you said that there might be a powerful existence known as a minister descending. Now that they know you're here, is it okay for you to enter the tunnel?" Rain meant that if the minister found out that Angor was an imposter, it wouldn't be a problem. Angor understood Rain's meaning, but he didn't want to explain too much. After all, he didn't know much about Shava's identity yet. "We're just going to take a look at the entrance. As long as we don't step inside, we should be fine," Angor said. Rain considered. It wouldn't take them too long to take a look. Besides, Angor had the most powerful weapon of Brood Cavern with him. Even if he couldn't defeat a minister monster, he should be able to escape. With that in mind, Rain stopped trying to persuade Angor. Soon, they reached the center of the astral pool. They looked down and saw that the tunnel was still as peaceful as before. There was no sign of any monsters in the area where light and shadows intersected. There was no sign of the tens of thousands of living threads that came out of the tunnel. Angor could clearly feel the emotions in the tunnel. All kinds of praises were coming at him, as if countless nightmare creatures were singing beside his ears. He didn't feel annoyed by the compliments. However, the constant praising of Xianxia gave him a strange feeling. Who was he? Xianxia or Angor? Since we've already decided to enter, we must take note that our primary goal is not the mageweth behind the door, but our own safety. Ryan said solemnly, although there are many secrets in this ruin that we want to explore, if there are no signs of life, even if we know the secrets, it would be meaningless. Rain looked at Angor. His words were meant for Angor. He was still too young. Youth meant unlimited potential, but it also meant that he lacked experience. If he acted recklessly due to hot-bloodedness, all his potential would go to waste when he turned into a pile of dirt. Only think about the mageweth behind the door when you're sure of your own safety. Remember, do not enter the ruin. If you encounter any danger, be ready to activate your teleportation skill and move to the entrance of the tunnel. Iron Granny will be waiting for you outside. After Ryan emphasized the main issues, he nodded toward the distance. Following his movements, arcs of light appeared above the 3 observation pavilions at the same time. The arcs of light connected in pairs, forming a huge and sturdy barrier. Light congealing wall activated. Prepare to enter. Ryan nodded to the others, pointed at the ripples on the surface of the water, and stepped into the dark tunnel first. Sunders quickly followed behind him. As soon as the tunnel was opened, a large amount of chaotic emotions gushed out. Angor noticed that some of the emotions were logical, but he didn't have time to study them. He had to dive into the ruin first. Back in the astral pool, Ryan's serious words gave Angor a sense of urgency. But as soon as he entered the tunnel, the sense of urgency disappeared. The thick nightmare aura around him made him feel comfortable inside and out. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Every time Angor breathed, the mana whirlpool in his mind space would spin at a high speed, turning it into pure mana. Not only that, but the green tattoos in his right hand and right eye suddenly became much lighter, as if they had broken free from their shackles, and the hindrance had become smoother. Ryan was too busy observing the surroundings to notice Angor's condition. Sunders, on the other hand, noticed Angor's change. The boy's right eye seemed to be glowing. "Are you all right?" Sunders asked. Angor nodded seriously. "Better than ever. But the more I feel like this, the more I feel strange." Sunders was also a nightmare form, so he also felt comfortable in this environment. But he knew what Angor meant. The more comfortable he felt, the stronger the nightmare aura was. The nightmare aura here isn't as pure as the real nightmare realm, but it's not far from it. Sunders looked into the tunnel and said, "This is only the outer area of the ruin. I think the deeper parts of the ruin are already comparable to the nightmare realm." This wasn't a good sign. They didn't even feel this way when they were in Sleepless City. It meant that the demiplane here was completely fixed. It would be very difficult to move it by human means. This place was basically an extension of the nightmare realm's tentacles. The terrifying existence of the nightmare realm could unleash its full power here. Sunders wanted to say many things, but he didn't think it was the right time. In the end, he only said, "Be careful." Ryan finished his inspection as well. Same as before. There's no danger within the light. I think the danger is still lurking in the dark. With that, Ryan took the lead and moved toward the intersection of light and darkness. They were about 10 meters away from the darkness. Nothing happened in the next 10 meters, but the closer they got to the darkness, the greater the pressure they felt in their hearts. No one knew how many terrifying monsters were hiding in the seemingly peaceful darkness. Angor walked at the back of the group while trying to analyze the emotions hidden in the tunnel. He ignored the broken emotion fragments. Even if he could learn something from them, they would not be of much use. What he wanted to analyze more were emotions that were coherent, logical, or had a strong sense of existence. These characteristics meant that the creatures who created the emotions were probably in the tunnel not long ago. When they reached the intersection of light and darkness, Sunders paused and looked at Angor. Did you sense anything? Ryan also looked at Angor. Angor remained silent for a moment. There are some coherent emotions, mostly excitement and excitement. I think it's from the monsters you encountered earlier, Mr. Ryan. Apart from that, I don't sense anything else. In other words, the monsters Angor sensed so far were all unintelligent. Angor's information sounded plain, but it was exactly what Sunders and Ryan wanted to know. They didn't come here to explore the ruin. As long as they could complete their mission without any accidents, they would be satisfied. A putrid puff of white smoke came out from the mouth of a green-eyed troll. The troll's single eye shone brightly, illuminating the puff of white smoke in front of it. Angor could see the troll's face clearly. The troll was now looking at Angor's face with its enormous face. The troll's ferocious face gave off a violent vibe. However, the troll didn't swing its axe at Angor. Instead, it tilted its head and stared at Angor with a confused expression. Doubts kept popping up in the troll's limited brain. It wasn't thinking about how to chop Angor with its axe. Instead, it was thinking about something it didn't even understand. If it was smarter, it would know that this emotion was called flattery. How to flatter a living being in front of it. That was what it was thinking right now. Get out of my way, Angor. Someone yelled at him from behind. Out of instinct, he turned sideways and saw a black shadow coming from behind. The shadow split the confused troll in half. The two halves of the troll's body disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, Sunders walked out of the darkness with a shield of light around him. What were you doing there? I was attracted by the troll's emotion. Sunders frowned. Don't let anything disturb you here, and don't trust your own judgment. Make sure you're safe first. If you want to study these monsters' emotions, you have to find a safe place. Angor nodded. He sensed that the troll didn't want to fight, but that didn't mean he should expose himself to danger. Trolls were different creatures, after all. They couldn't be understood by human standards. Don't hesitate. Let's follow. Sunders could hear the rumbling noises coming from the front. He didn't say anything else. He patted Angor's shoulder and signaled him to keep moving. It had been 5 minutes since they stepped into the darkness. Angor finally noticed something strange about this place. In the dark passageway, the space seemed to be much larger. However, after using a light spell to illuminate the passageway, they could clearly see that the two sides of the passageway didn't extend. There were still thick walls, but the darkness magnified their sense of the unknown. Apart from the change in space, the monsters here were also strange. Not only were the monsters themselves strange, but there were also a lot of them. Demons continued to emerge from the darkness. Even though Ryan had been cleaning them up, and they could still hear the sounds of Ryan cleaning up the demons, more and more demons continued to emerge. For example, the green-eyed troll they encountered earlier. Rain took the lead while Angor stayed in the middle, and Sunders brought up the rear. Angor shouldn't have run into any monsters in this place, but a green-eyed troll still showed up. It wasn't that Ryan hadn't cleaned it up in time, but that the cyanide giant demon had appeared once again. No matter how many monsters they were killed, they would still reappear again. In this place, the so-called spring breeze was probably the eerie darkness that devoured all light. The reason why he thought so was because when the monsters died, their corpses would immediately be swallowed up by the darkness and disappear. And it wouldn't take long for new monsters to be born in the darkness. This strange and unreasonable situation was becoming more and more similar to the nightmare realm. Soon, they caught up with Rain. Rain was chopping down a bat-shaped monster that was flying in the air. He looked back and said, "I sensed mana ripples behind us." "Did you do that?" Sunders nodded. "We ran into a green-eyed troll." As soon as he spoke, he sensed a fragrant scent coming from behind. Everyone immediately erected barriers around themselves. At the same time, they used spells to dispel negative statuses. This series of actions was completed in one go. They didn't know what the fragrant wind was, but it would be too late to wait for it to become a deadly weapon. When they were done, they looked back and saw countless vines crawling out of the darkness and attacking Sunders and Rain like a rain of arrows. The vines had thorns on them, and there were small red flowers that occasionally bloomed. The fragrance came from the stamens of the flowers. "Venom Thorn Crimson Vine," Sunders called out the monster's name. Venomthorn crimson vine was one of the best ingredients for making poison incense in the eyes of an aroma alchemist. Not only could it be used as the main ingredient of poison incense, but it could also be used as an auxiliary ingredient for other types of incense. Unfortunately, the vine was almost extinct in the southern wizardry region. Since Sunders was standing at the back of the group, he took the lead in attacking the vine. Angor and Rain didn't do anything. The vine wasn't that strong. Once they blocked the poison, it would be a piece of cake to deal with it. Angor even wondered if Leona would go crazy if she saw so many Venomthorn crimson vines. Unfortunately, the Venomthorn crimson vine would still melt into the darkness after it died. It couldn't contribute itself as a magic ingredient. The only thing that could be collected was the poison in the air. However, there were no aroma alchemists here, nor was there any equipment to collect such things. In less than 10 seconds, Sunders burned the Venomthorn crimson vine to ashes with his dark fire. After dealing with the Venomthorn crimson vine, Sunders frowned. "Mr. Rain, something doesn't feel right. The frequency of demonic creatures appearing seems to have increased." Rain noticed it as well. When he first came in, it would take several minutes for new runes to appear after killing a batch of monsters. But now, new monsters were already appearing before they even finished the first batch. This wasn't a good sign. The only consolation was that although the frequency of monsters being born had increased, the quality of the monsters was still uneven. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be a threat to them. Now, Rain was considering whether to go back or not. Although the magical creatures that had appeared so far were not too big of a threat, any variable could lead to a change in the outcome, so Rain still needed to think seriously. After thinking about it for a while, Rain decided to keep moving forward. The situation wasn't out of control yet, and they weren't far from the gate. If there were no monsters blocking their way, they would arrive in less than a minute. Just as Ryan was thinking about that, a twisted spherical monster surrounded by countless tentacles suddenly appeared in the darkness before him. Obviously, he didn't expect to see a situation where there were no monsters blocking his way. Ryan stretched out his finger and tapped lightly in front of him. An invisible wave rushed toward the distorted spherical monster in front of him. Before the monster could react, it was crushed into a pile of minced meat. "Let's continue forward." After Ryan killed the distorted ball devil, he didn't stop and took the lead to quickly walk forward. Angor quickly followed him. However, he frowned when passing by the monster's remains. He saw a broken tentacle on the ground, which must be one of the tentacles around the monster's body. The tentacle didn't move at all. It was already a dead object. But why weren't the tentacles devoured by the darkness? As he pondered, he sensed another energy ripple in front of him. When he looked up, he saw that not far away, there was another distorted ball-shaped demon. Unsurprisingly, Ryan easily killed the ball-shaped devil once again. He paid special attention to the monster's remains and found that it was indeed different from the other monsters. The monster's remains weren't devoured by the darkness. Even the green liquid inside the monster's body didn't disappear. They ran into several more waves of monsters, and the number of ball-shaped monsters was very high. Although none of them were a match for Ryan, the remains of the ball-shaped devil had never disappeared. Both Sunders and Rain had noticed the strange phenomenon as well. In response to the question about why the ball-shaped demon's remains did not vanish, Ryan offered his own guess. "What we can see now is that once a monster dies, it would be disintegrated and consumed by the darkness. There are only two reasons why this monster didn't do that. Either it's still alive, or it's different from the monsters we killed before." This was also very easy to understand. The reason why he said it wasn't dead actually meant that the so-called ball-shaped demon wasn't a real demon, but rather something similar to the poisonous stingers that the poison thorn red vine had shot out. The poisonous stingers were only its means, and only by killing the poison thorn red vine's main body would the poisonous stingers disappear. If the ball-shaped monster was just a trick or an ability of a monster, it wouldn't be strange if it didn't disappear. Only by killing the monster who created it could the monster disappear. As for the difference between the ball-shaped monster and the other monsters they killed, it could be explained as the difference between virtual and real monsters. The monster they killed now might be a fake monster created by someone, while the ball-shaped monster was a real monster. Ryan wasn't sure which of the two situations it was. However, he personally hoped that it was the first case, because the second case made him feel vaguely uneasy. Along the way, they were getting closer and closer to the gate. With the help of their light shields, they could already see the outline of the gate not far away. However, at this moment, they encountered the fifth ball-shaped devil. This time, the ball troll was a little strange. It didn't exist alone. Instead, it was attached to the head of a troll holding a hammer. It looked like the troll was wearing a strange hat. As usual, Ryan used the sound wave spell, Silent Slaughter. The troll subconsciously raised its hand to block the attack, and its hand immediately exploded. Even the hammer he was holding fell to the ground. Ryan frowned and used Tranquil Slaughter again, hitting 3 spots in a row. They were the troll's legs, body, and head. The 3 parts of the giant demon's body exploded one after another, and the giant demon disappeared without a trace. The death of the troll should have been something worth celebrating. But now, both Rain and Sunders were frowning as well. The reason for that was because the scene before them was simply too abnormal. This was the green-eyed troll they encountered before. It was probably as strong as a level 3 apprentice. Even Angor could easily kill it, let alone Ryan. But this time, Ryan used Quiet Slaughter 4 times. Tranquil Slaughter was a spell Ryan had created himself when he advanced to become a rank 2 magus. It could be said that at that time, Ryan had already mastered the sound element spell techniques. Under such circumstances, the sound element spell techniques that he had created could be said to be comprehensive and powerful. Silent Slaughter was such an offensive spell. It looked like a wave of energy that only attacked a single spot. However, when it came into contact with an enemy, it would immediately spread out and create a large area of effect. For this reason, Ryan only needed to touch the giant demon lightly to break it into pieces. However, this green-eyed giant demon, who wasn't particularly strong, had been able to withstand 4 silent massacres in a row. This caused everyone to be in disbelief. Normally, 1 silent slaughter was enough to kill the giant demon. This kind of abnormal phenomenon was truly inconceivable. Did the ball-shaped monster use any special ability? Angor asked in a low voice. Both Sunders and Ryan shook their heads. They didn't see anything special about the giant demon. Still, they understood what Angor was trying to say. You're saying that this thing strengthened the troll's power? Angor nodded. That's all. The only thing different about the giant demon is that there's a giant demon on top of its head. Ryan chimed in. I think Angor is right. When I destroyed the giant demon's head, I saw the giant demon's tentacle sticking into its head. The giant demon doesn't have any offensive abilities, but it can strengthen other monsters. Sunders raised an eyebrow. That's rare. I think DeMartin will be interested in it. DeMartin spent most of his time thinking about how to strengthen his stand-in puppets. If the giant demon could be used on his stand-in puppets, DeMartin would definitely be interested. If the giant demon can only strengthen other monsters, it won't be a big threat. But I think it's perfect for DeMartin. If we can capture one alive, we can try to study it. Ryan paused. Let's go to the gate first. After clearing the first wave of monsters, they could already see the tightly shut gate in the distance. They didn't see any other monsters along the way. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any monsters on their way to the gate. Angor looked at the archaic gate with a cogwheel pattern on it and quickly constructed Narda's vision in his mind space. Under the scan of Narda's vision, a huge amount of data was displayed on the gate. Angor didn't look at the data in detail. It's the same. What's the same? This gate is made of the same material as the gate I used to live in. Through Narda's vision, he could see that the main material of the ancient door was an alloy that had both spatial stability and compatibility with Mageweth's. It was the same alloy used on the door of the ruin he was living in. Since the alloy was mixed with some unknown magical metal, Angor had a good memory about it. It was a bit arbitrary to conclude the connection between the two based on the similarity of the main material. However, the alloy was so rare that it was used in 2 similar ruins at the same time. How could Angor not make the connection? Considering all the traces he saw earlier, Angor was sure that this ruin had something to do with the one he was living in. I didn't pay attention to the main material when I came here. But since you're sure they're the same, these 2 ruins are getting more and more interesting. A dim light flashed in Ryan's eyes. You can study the main material after you return to the ruins. Now, check the runes on the door. Angor nodded. To make sure, he had to open the door and see what was behind it. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand to push the door open. I'll do it. A short cane stopped his hand. Rain stepped forward. Ryan tried to open the door when he came here, but nothing happened. Still, he decided to do it himself, just in case. The door wasn't locked. With a muffled creak, the door was slowly pushed open from both sides. At the same time, a faint light shone out from the crack, indicating that there was light behind the door. Since Ryan was standing right in front of the door, Angor paid close attention to Ryan's expression to see if there were any changes behind the door. Fortunately, Ryan's expression didn't change at all when the door opened more and more. When the door was completely open, Angor looked inside. There was another corridor behind the door, with 2 candlesticks on both sides. The light from the candles was weak, but it at least dispelled some of the darkness around them and gave them some peace of mind. The corridor extended for less than 10 meters before it turned at a right angle. Therefore, they could only see a short 10 meters of scenery. However, there were no demonic creatures within 10 meters of him. Looks like my luck is not bad. Rain sighed in relief. It's up to you now. Remember, don't go inside the door. Try to use your spirit feelers to look behind the door. Although the environment of the ruins had suppressed their mental strength to the extreme, they were still able to do a simple check of their surroundings. Angor nodded. Stepping through the door meant entering the ruin for real. No one knew what would happen, so it was best not to do so. He closed his eyes and slowly released his spirit feelers. Before he could reach into the door with his spirit feelers, he heard some rustling noises coming from behind. Using his spirit feelers, he saw a tall humanoid monster with various colored skin stitched together and a bulging belly walking out of the darkness. Stitch up a corpse demon? Ryan called out the monster's name, but as the monster was recognized, Ryan frowned slightly. Demonic corpses were demonic creatures that were transformed from corpses tainted with negative energy. Most of them were born by chance. Stitch-up demonic corpses were artificially created by a group of wizards who specialized in unorthodox arts. Through surgical reconstruction of organs and skin stitching, the demonic corpses could accumulate more resentment and gain greater strength. Ryan would not mind if he only saw normal demonic corpses, but a stitch-up demonic corpses like this. Did it mean that there was an artificial intelligent being behind the stitch-up demonic corpses? I'll deal with it. You keep watch over Angor. Ryan stood up and walked to the stitch-up demonic corpses with a serious expression. To determine the strength of a stitch-up demonic corpses, one had to see which organs were stitched together, as well as the skill of the manipulator. The stitch-up demonic corpses in front of them only had the skin of an ordinary monster. It did not have top-tier defense, and it was not supposed to be too strong. However, there were some stitch-up demonic corpses who went to extremes and purposely made their skin look weak, but in fact, their internal organs were extremely strong. Of course, such stitch-up demonic corpses were rare. It was not easy to achieve a balance between external defenses and internal organs. This stitch-up demonic corpses was not an exception. The stitch-up demonic corpses had weak external defenses and weak internal organs. Ryan easily took care of it. However, Rain did not relax after finishing off the corpse demon. Instead, he kept looking into the darkness. Unlike Angor, Rain was not able to sense emotions as clearly as Angor, but he could still sense the restlessness hidden deep in the darkness. On the other hand, Angor reached his spirit feelers inside the door. As soon as his spirit feelers reached the door, he felt a slight obstruction, as if he had gone through a water membrane and entered an alternate dimension. At the same time, a more concentrated force was exerted on his spirit feelers, which made it harder for him to move them. Angor now understood why he did not want to enter the door. The inside of the ruin and the outside world were 2 different worlds. He suspected that the inside of the ruin already belonged to a demiplane. This idea made him uneasy. If the ruin really belonged to a demiplane, his spirit feelers would have been discovered already. Similar to the Dream Wasteland, a demiplane already had its own laws. Just like when Angor entered Sleepless City's demiplane, he would be discovered by a nightmare creature who controlled the demiplane's laws. But since he was already inside, he had no choice but to hurry up and check the runes behind the door as soon as possible. With that in mind, Angor carefully controlled his spirit feelers to reach the door. Perhaps it was because his spirit feelers had to travel between the demiplane and reality, or because of the suppression from the demiplane, his spirit feelers were moving very slowly. They could only move several centimeters per second, which meant it would take him at least 2 minutes to reach the door. And it would take him even longer if he had to observe the door from behind. This made Angor even more uneasy, and his expression grew more serious. Something was getting closer. Closer and closer, Ryan could feel the restlessness in the darkness rushing towards him. When a 3-meter-tall silhouette was gradually outlined in the darkness, Ryan's gaze gradually froze. Ifigo? Rain's shout attracted Sunder's attention. From the darkness, a monster that looked like a pile of fat meat appeared in front of him. This demon was still a stitched corpse demon, but it looked even fatter. Its flesh was stacked on top of one another, and green fat seeped out from the stitches, emitting a strong, suffocating stench. They had seen a sutured corpse fiend once before, so it was normal to see it again, even if this one looked bigger. What surprised Rain and Sunders was the head of a human being embedded in the belly of the sutured corpse fiend. The man's eyes were closed. There were many stitches on his face, but they could still tell that he was a handsome man. Both Rain and Sunders recognized the man's identity. Ifigo, a genius wizard from Song of the Deep. 2 months ago, he was unfortunately trapped in the ruin and never came out. They believed that Ifigo might have been controlled by a nightmare creature, just like the humans in Sleepless City who were possessed by parasites and turned into clowns who only knew how to dance with the nightmare creatures. If so, there was still a chance to save him. However, they did not expect Ifigo to end up like this and become a part of a sutured corpse fiend. Sunders had met Ifigo before. Despite his pride, Ifigo did not join the internal strife of Song of the Deep. Instead, he was a pure wizard. Sunders admired Ifigo, but he did not expect Ifigo to end up in such a miserable state. Sunders could not help but sigh. Rain also showed some sympathy. However, he did not show it on his face, nor did he show it in his heart. After all, he had lived for too long and experienced too many deaths to count. It was not easy for him to show sympathy on his face. Although Ryan sympathized with Ifig's plight, he didn't let his guard down in the slightest against the sutured corpse fiend. Not only did this sutured corpse demon use the head of the adept-level Ifig as its main controller, but what was even more frightening was the fact that there was a ball-shaped demon with tangled roots hanging from Ifig's head. According to their previous inference, the ball demon could greatly enhance the abilities of monsters. Then, this sutured corpse demon, whose strength could not be underestimated, would definitely have an astonishing qualitative change under the support of the ball demon. Even Ryan had put away his relaxed expression at this moment. Protect Angor. Also, set up a defensive barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan took the initiative to attack the sutured corpse demon. A shapeless sound wave attack shot towards Ifig's head and the navel of the sutured corpse demon. Although the sutured corpse demon had 2 heads, the head above the navel was clearly the true core since the ball-shaped demon had clung onto Ifig's body. Ryan made the first move and prepared to kill him in one fell swoop. As soon as Ryan made his move, Ifig suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were originally a beautiful ocean blue, but now, his eyes were completely white. As Ifig opened her eyes, a barrier with light blue ripples appeared in front of her. Demon Manta Ray's defensive spell. Sunders recognized the barrier right away. It was a bloodline talent of the Demon Manta Ray. Ifig's first bloodline was a Demon Manta Ray. The most powerful bloodline talent of the Demon Manta Ray was its defensive spell apart from sound wave attacks. Since the Demon Manta Ray already had sound wave attacks, Ifig's defensive spell was naturally resistant to them. However, Sunders believed that the Demon Manta Ray's defensive spell should not be able to withstand Ryan's tranquil slaughter. After all, the difference between the two was too great to be measured in terms of strength. However, a shocking scene appeared in reality. Although the light blue water barrier didn't completely resist Ryan's attack, the effect of tranquil slaughter was greatly reduced by the time the barrier broke. Ifig could easily dissipate the remaining force of the impact. Ifig was able to resist the powerful self-created spell cast by Ryan, who was a level 3 Truthfinder. This unbelievable scene almost violated the basic principle of strength difference. The only thing Sunders could think of after his initial shock was the ball-shaped demon. The ball-shaped demon must have boosted Ifig's power. They did not pay too much attention to the ball-shaped demon before. Now, however, they could clearly see how terrifying the demon was. The demon did not just boost Ifig's power by percentages. It increased Ifig's power exponentially. The ball-shaped demon did not have any special abilities on its own, but it still posed a great threat to Rhine and Sunders. Still, Sunders did not believe that Ifig was a threat to Rhine. Ifig could easily block one tranquil slaughter, but what if it had to face multiple tranquil slaughters? Tranquil Slaughter was a powerful killing spell comparable to a level 3 spell. Normally, level 3 spells would require a long casting time. However, this was Rhine's self-created spell, so he could cast it instantly. With Rhine's endless supply of mana, Sunders did not think Ifig could withstand it. As expected, Rhine pointed his finger at Ifig again. This time, instead of one invisible wave, Rhine released 5 Tranquil Slaughter spells. The stacked damage was not as simple as 1+1. After blocking the first Tranquil Slaughter, Ifig could not do anything else. He could only protect his head with his body. With the help of the ball-shaped demon, Ifig's left hand blocked 2 Tranquil Slaughters, and his right hand blocked 2 more. Although Ifig was in a miserable state, with her left and right hands shattered into pieces, she still managed to survive in the end. Such a feat would be considered a great achievement in the outside world. However, Ifig would not be able to bring it to the outside world. He was destined to die here. Rhine pointed his finger at Ifig again. However, at this moment, Ifig seemed to have sensed that it was in danger. It let out a violent roar and large amounts of energy dissipated from Ifig's body. The energy started from its head and flowed to its limbs. Tentacles began to grow out of his hands, which were destroyed by Rhine earlier. They also began to sprout at a rapid speed. This kind of reincarnation was not common, but it was not uncommon either. However, it was the first time they saw it on a sutured corpse demon. It was probably the ball-shaped demon's ability again. Rhine was getting more and more curious about the ball-shaped demon. How did such a strange creature improve the strength of monsters? However, Rhine was not in the mood to study it right now. Killing Ifig was his only goal right now. Before Ifig's hands could recover, Rhine released the Tranquil Slaughter he gathered at his fingertip. Ifig glared with her pale eyes and roared madly. Although the tentacles that grew from her severed limbs had yet to take shape, they were rapidly gathering together like a fried dough twist made from multiple muscles. They attempted to increase their density to resist the invisible silent slaughter. But it did not matter if they could block 1 or 2 attacks. Ifig's severed limbs were growing at an incredible speed, but Rhine's absolute power still prevented him from doing anything. With a loud rumble, the sphere above Ifig's head shattered into pieces. Ifig's head drew a parabola in the air and bounced 3 times before finally landing in front of Rhine. His mouth was still open, revealing his sharp teeth. Foul green liquid flowed out of his pale eyes. Ifig looked hideous, but at the last moment, Rhine and Sunders saw a hint of transcendence. Sunders could still remember the man with blue hair and a pair of eyes as beautiful as gemstones, and the arrogant look on his face. But now, Ifig no longer had the right to be arrogant. He became a wretched corpse that would never rest in peace. When Ifig's head slowly turned into dim specks of light, dispersing like black smoke and merging into the darkness, there was an inexplicable sense of ceremonial finality. Perhaps this was the best release for Ifig. After Ifig's disappearance, the place fell into silence for about 10 seconds. After a long while, Rhine let out a deep sigh. Ifig was one of the few wizards from Song of the Deep who did not get tainted by otherworldly grievances. He was a cold person, but he was someone worth befriending. What a pity. Rhine looked at the spot where Ifig's head disappeared with a sad look. I didn't think the first piece of information I got would be such a tragedy. I don't think we sensed his soul? Sunders asked. Rhine nodded. His soul must have been restrained when he was made into a sewn corpse. It's very likely that his soul is in the hands of the mastermind who sewed the corpse together. Rhine and Sunders did not look too happy when they heard about the mastermind. Someone who could sew a corpse together was definitely not an idiot. In the nightmare realm, any intelligent being was not easy to deal with. They could only hope that the mastermind behind the scenes would not appear. Thinking of this, Rhine looked back at the entrance of the ruins. Behind the door, the 10-meter passageway that could be seen was very quiet. There was nothing strange about it. Even the flames on the candlesticks on both sides were as calm as ever. This calmness allowed Ryan to heave a sigh of relief. However, the calmness made Ryan feel a little unreal. There were so many monsters outside the passage, so how could the ruins remain so quiet? Was it really possible? Ryan temporarily threw these thoughts to the back of his mind, not willing to think too much about it. Then, he slowly took a few steps forward. Although the sutured corpse demon represented by Ifig had disappeared, there were still the remains of the ball-shaped corpse demon on the ground. The ball-shaped demon really did not seem to be swallowed by the darkness. At this time, Ryan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he pointed at the ground, and the remains of the spherical devil slowly floated into the air. The almost unreasonable increase in power displayed by the ball-shaped devil made Ryan curious about this strange creature. However, now was not the time to study the ball-shaped demon. Ryan planned to collect some of the remains so that he could study them with DeMartin later. Of course, it would be best if he could collect a living ball-shaped demon. Ryan looked up at the darkness in front of him. Would there be more ball-shaped demons later? Just as Ryan was thinking about the ball-shaped devil, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head around abruptly. He also sensed danger, which made every inch of his skin tense up. His hair stood on end as if an unprecedented danger was approaching him. That's the feeling. His expression changed. He had the same feeling when he saw the pair of leather shoes in the passage last time. Danger, warning, as if something terrible was about to happen. Sunders glanced at Rain and tried to warn him. However, Ryan had obviously noticed it. His expression was very dignified and serious, and his eyes were fixed on the back of the ruins door. Seeing Ryan's reaction, Sunders looked at the entrance as well. It was still quiet inside. There was no change in the 10-meter-long passage. However, the candles on both sides of the passage began to flicker. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing in from the corner of the passage. Take Angor out of here. Ryan was still staring at the passage behind the door. There was no sign of danger yet, but he knew that it would be too late when he saw the danger. With that in mind, he grabbed Angor's shoulder without hesitation. Open the door and go back. Angor was still immersed in controlling his spirit power and had no idea what was going on outside. Thanks to his concentration, he reached the entrance 1 minute earlier than expected. He even saw the runes on the other side of the door. When he was trying to find a corner of the runes that represented a map, he suddenly heard Sunders' voice. Angor was stunned for half a second before he realized what was going on. He knew that Sunders didn't mean to open the entrance of the ruin. Sunders wanted him to use the Gate of Illusion to go back to the entrance of the passage and leave the ruin. Angor felt regretful since he would be able to see the runes in half a minute at most. However, he did not try to argue with Sunders. He knew that staying alive was more important than anything else. Without hesitation, Angor withdrew his spirit feelers from the door and prepared to activate the door model in his spirit model. However, right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Aya, humans really don't know how to appreciate things. Even my cute little pet was killed by you. It really makes my heart ache. This was a slightly sharp voice, speaking the common language with a strange accent. As the voice spread out, a strange shadow that was dragged by the fire gradually appeared at the corner of the 10-meter-long passage behind the door. At the same time, a pair of leather shoes stepped out of the passage. It was the same pair of shoes that Sunders saw before. They looked plain, but they were extremely strange. As soon as the shoe appeared, a great pressure began to spread out. Sunders felt his body turning sluggish under the pressure. He looked down at Angor and stopped his movement. Sunders knew Angor was trying to open the door. Now that the door did not open, Angor stopped moving. He had no choice but to do so. Sunders frowned as he saw more and more figures appearing around the corner. It would be too late if he waited for Angor to open the door. He did not know who the owner of the shoe was, but he knew this was not a battle Angor could participate in. Maybe the enemy would let Angor go because of Shava. However, it was not a good idea to leave the right to live in the hands of an unknown person. He had to take Angor away as soon as possible. With that in mind, Sunders grabbed Angor's shoulder before he could open the door again. Along with a strong nightmare aura, the two of them vanished from sight. What was left in place was a nightmare incubus, which was burning with intense black flames and neighing at the sky. Rain relaxed a little when he saw both of them gone. He looked at the narrow path behind the door. At that moment, with the help of the candlelight on both sides of the door of the ruins, the existence wearing leather shoes had already revealed itself. Rain's pupils shrank when he saw the figure's face. What's going on? Under the candlelight, he could clearly see a figure wearing an old gray-blue suit, plain leather shoes, a round felt hat, and a walking stick that was glowing with a dark green flame. Without looking at the face, the figure was a short gentleman about 1.5 meters tall. But if one were to look at his face, it would be very strange. Because he could not see the figure's face at all, he could see through the gap between the felt hat and the collar, and see the thick wall behind it that was illuminated by the candlelight. The figure's face did not exist at all. Not only the face, but also the hands, neck, and even hair that were exposed outside. It was as if the figure was transparent. He could only see the clothes that were propped up. No skin or body parts could be seen. An invisible monster. In Ryan's long life, he had actually met and heard of many life forms that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, even if they were invisible, they definitely wouldn't wear a full set of clothes on the outside as if they were purposely invisible. Invisibility was their talent, and they would not expose themselves on purpose. Unless they were fearless. Coupled with the terrifying pressure, Ryan felt a trace of threat for the first time in decades. Hey, I smell something familiar. Is it His Majesty's scent? The voice of the unknown existence was suddenly surprised, but it was followed by a disdainful sound. There's also the unpleasant smell of the Watchers. I hate the Watcher. Oh my, this Watcher is so bold. How dare he take His Majesty away? I can't see His Majesty's back. Damn it. Ryan listened to the creature's repeated mutterings. He was confused and had no idea what it was talking about. Was it talking about Sunders taking Angor away? However, His Holiness and Watcher, what kind of names were these? Still, Rain could not ask since the creature had already left the ruin. Without hesitation, Rain pointed a finger and erected an invisible wall of silence between him and the invisible monster. The wall of silence was not a powerful spell, but Rain's action signaled the beginning of the battle. On the other side, Angor and Sunders showed up in the darkness. Angor was still in a daze. He was indeed affected by the pressure, which prevented him from using the Gate of Illusion in time. However, the pressure did not affect him too much. It only made him feel a little depressed. On the other hand, Sunders suddenly pulled Angor from behind. Angor was caught off guard by the sudden change in the space around him. It took him a while to recover. Professor, was that a nightmare double? He recalled the last scene he saw, in which a nightmare double covered in black flames stood in front of the door instead of him. This reminded him of Sunders' famous spell. That's right. Sunders looked back and checked the surroundings. Are we still inside the tunnel? Sunders nodded. As a precaution, he left a nightmare monster in the dark tunnel. When the nightmare double was used, the nightmare double was teleported to the ruin gate, while Sunders were teleported here. There might be more monsters here. Let's get out of here, said Sunders. If the nightmare double didn't have a teleportation range, he would have placed the nightmare double at the entrance of the tunnel. As he spoke, they heard a loud noise coming from the end of the darkness. Judging from the source, it should be near the ruin gate. There was no doubt that Ryan had already fought with the demon wearing leather shoes. Is Mr. Rain okay? Angor asked worriedly. Don't worry. Mr. Rain will be fine. Even if he does fall into the ruin, he should be able to escape. After all, Rain has more than one trump card. Trump card? Angor was curious. We're still in the dark side, and there might be danger at any time. Let's get out first. Can you open the gate now? Angor nodded. With a thought, an ancient-looking gate appeared in the darkness. Behind the gate, they saw a ripple of water. The ripple was the entrance to another dimension at the end of the tunnel. Once they passed through the ripple, they would reach the astral pool. Sunders didn't say anything and led the boy into the Gate of Illusion. The monsters in the dark side weren't strong, but they still gave him a strange feeling. He had to get out of here first. They stepped out of the illusion gate and found themselves in a brightly lit tunnel. Here, he felt less threatened. He turned around and looked at the intersection of light and darkness in the distance. He couldn't see what was going on in the dark side, but he could sense waves of energy spreading out. Even the stagnant space couldn't stop the energy waves from spreading. It was obvious how terrifying the battle was. "Let's hope everything goes well," Sunders muttered to himself and turned to Angor. "Let's go." Sunders and Angor moved toward the ripple. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. When Angor was about to pass through the ripple, he suddenly bumped into something. Before he could react, a powerful force came from the front. Angor had never let his guard down in this strange ruin. Even so, he didn't expect to be attacked by an unknown creature as soon as he left the water ripple. But it was better than he thought. The force coming from the front was fierce, but Angor's reaction was fast enough. He reacted almost as soon as he felt the wind coming from it. Angor took a step back and leaned his back against the wall to avoid the attack. However, he believed that there would be a second wave of attacks. He quickly activated a defensive spell and cast a level 2 cantrip called Dispel Confusion in his mind space. Even though he managed to dodge the first wave, he still couldn't see what the attacker looked like. The first step was to figure out where the enemy was. There were many cantrips that could reveal the enemy's figure, such as Pig's Nose, True Sight, Echolocation, and so on. Either Angor didn't learn any of them, or they were too advanced and took too much time to construct. After considering all the options, Dispel Confusion was the fastest cantrip he could come up with, and it did have the ability to see through illusions. As Angor tensed up to look for the monster hiding in the water ripple, a pair of nearly transparent hands suddenly reached out from the wall behind him. Angor was busy constructing the Dispel Confusion spell while keeping his eyes on the water ripple. He didn't notice that something strange was happening to the wall behind him. Sunders, on the other hand, noticed it. He quickly pointed a finger at the wall behind Angor and released a beam of light. At the same time, he shouted, "Leave this place." However, everything was a step too late. Angor only saw Sunders shouting at him while casting a nightmare illusion at his position. Before he knew what Sunders meant, the wall behind him suddenly became soft like water ripples. The wall he was leaning against suddenly disappeared. Angor finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity and tried to move away from the wall. But before he could, a pair of transparent hands reached out from behind him and wrapped around him. With an extremely gentle movement, he gently pulled back. His entire body sank into the wall and disappeared as if he was submerged in water. Only after Angor disappeared did Sunders' light finally touch the wall. However, the strong dim light did not cause any damage to the wall. Only a wisp of green smoke could be seen dissipating. Sunders quickly approached the wall and transformed his right hand into a golden mantis scythe. It was the scythe of the phantom mantis he transplanted into his right hand. Sunders activated his bloodline and swung the scythe at the wall with great force. The huge force finally caused damage to the wall. There was a hole in the wall, but there was nothing behind the hole. It was still a wall made of earth and stone. However, a terrifying energy began to leak out from the hole. This was the energy of the void. Although he did not completely break through the wall, the appearance of void energy meant that there was a violent void behind the wall. A large amount of energy in the void interacted with the energy in the passageway, and a terrifying energy vortex was about to be formed. Suddenly, something flickered behind the water ripples. A silver-haired Iron Granny suddenly showed up beside Sunders. Without saying anything, she took out something that looked like soft mud and sealed the hole in the wall. As the hole was sealed, the violent energy around the wall slowly calmed down. From Angor being forced to dodge, to the two hands dragging him away, to Sunders destroying the wall, and to Iron Granny's appearance, it all took less than 3 seconds. Everything happened in a split second. If we use void energy, the ruin will become even more complicated. Angor will be fine. Iron Granny tried to comfort Angor by saying something that even she herself couldn't believe. Iron Granny was guarding outside the astral pool and saw everything that happened inside the passageway. Sunders quickly calmed down after his furious attack on the wall. Yes. Angor will be fine. No nightmare creature will harm him. No one will dare to do so. Sunders' words might sound like a joke to Iron Granny, but Sunders meant it seriously. Sunders didn't explain anything to Iron Granny. Instead, he looked around the water ripples. Just like Angor, Sunders had been keeping an eye on the surroundings to avoid any potential danger. But to his surprise, Angor was still attacked in the end. Angor didn't see who attacked him, but Sunders did. While Angor was only using his senses to sense the danger, Sunders was using his spirit power to observe the surroundings at all times. When Angor was about to reach the water ripples, he saw a soft creature that looked like a snot monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked Angor's path. It was this snot monster that Angor could only see with his spirit power. Sunders was no stranger to this snot monster. It was a creature that lived in the void. Due to its incredible speed and tendency to wander in the void, it was known as a void traveler. After being hit by Angor, the void traveler attacked Angor out of reflex. That was why Angor sensed the tremendous force coming from it. In other words, it was this void traveler that appeared out of nowhere that caused Angor to be swallowed by the wall. Sunders immediately used his spirit power to restrain the creature. At this moment, the void traveler was tied up by a rope made of mental strength. It was struggling in front of the water ripples, but it couldn't move at all. It looked rather pitiful. Sunders walked to the void traveler and stared at the tiny, transparent creature with a cold look. He reached out his hand and removed the mental shackles on the void traveler. Then, he directly crossed the physical world and firmly grasped the void traveler in his hand. The void traveler kept changing its shape and tried to escape, but to no avail. It was like a kitten that was chained by the back of its neck. It couldn't fight back at all. Is this the void traveler? Iron Granny looked at the creature in Sunders' hand. Sunders nodded. Yes, it is. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and the void traveler in his hand instantly exploded. The broken pieces of the void traveler scattered around the narrow passage as if they had turned into countless sticky, gelatinous objects. Ugh. Iron Granny sighed. It's not easy to find a void traveler. Now that we've captured one alive, we can use it for research purposes. Ryan had encountered a void traveler when he entered this passageway before. The fact that the void traveler managed to escape right under Rain's nose was proof of how good they were at running away. It was a rare chance to capture such a strange creature alive, but unfortunately, Sunders crushed it into pieces. Sunders was also wrong when he said that the void traveler was the source of the disaster. Apart from being able to run, the void traveler was extremely weak. It couldn't even harm apprentices, let alone Angor. In the end, it was the creature behind the wall that took Angor away. As for whether the void traveler was instructed to do so or was just passing by, it was hard to say. Sunders couldn't really blame the void traveler either. That thing has no redeeming qualities other than being able to run. So what if it's dead? Sunders gave her a cold look. Granny, can you sense the aura of the monster that took Angor away? Sunders knew that the void traveler wasn't the real culprit. He only killed the void traveler to vent his anger. After venting his anger, he looked at the wall again. Iron Granny reached out a hand to touch the stone wall and closed her eyes. She seemed to be trying to sense something. A moment later, Iron Granny opened her eyes again. I can't sense anything behind the wall. Maybe it's a feature of the ruin. I can only sense Angor's aura around here. There's nothing else. You mean, it's not a living creature? Sunders did try to sense it earlier. Indeed, he couldn't sense anything else, but he did sense some energy waves. It was similar to the feeling of some undead creatures. However, he couldn't sense the negative aura of undead creatures here either. That was why he asked Iron Granny for help. Maybe, but it's also possible that the other party is from some special race, or has a special ability, a special race or a special ability. When Sunders was about to ask more questions, he noticed that Iron Granny's expression suddenly froze. Sunders quickly looked back. He did not see anything strange with his naked eyes, but he noticed that the void traveler he crushed earlier was slowly coming back together. The scattered pieces of colloidal matter had now gathered into 3 lumps of sticky substance, which were still squirming. It seemed that they were going to reform soon. He didn't die? It was also Sunders' first time seeing a void traveler so close. He did not expect the man to come back to life after his body was torn apart. Sunders raised an eyebrow and pointed a finger. A beam of nightmare light began to gather in the air. Obviously, he intended to kill the Void Traveler completely. However, the three body parts of the Void Traveler seemed to have sensed it. They moved even faster and tried to run away as one. Unfortunately, Sunders was faster than it could fuse with the creature. When the explosive attack landed on the Void Traveler's body, it seemed that the Void Traveler's fate was sealed. However, Sunders frowned as soon as he cast the spell. Because in his perception, he didn't attack anything. When the smoke dissipated, Sunders and Iron Granny were both surprised by what they saw. The three lumps of Void Traveler's body parts did not come back together. However, there were three more transparent Void Travelers in the tunnel. They seemed to be the companions of the first Void Traveler. Each of them had a lump of meat on their heads and stood in three different directions of the tunnel. Without a doubt, Sunders' spell did not hit the Void Traveler because these three newcomers saved him. Iron Granny suddenly moved while Sunders and Iron Granny looked at each other in confusion. As soon as Iron Granny moved, Sunders moved as well. He did not know where these Void Travelers came from, but capturing them was more important. The first Void Traveler was dismembered, which prevented it from using its ability to escape. However, these three newcomers were perfectly fine. To catch them, Sunders had to catch them by surprise. Iron Granny and Sunders were already fast enough to catch the Void Travelers off guard. However, the Void Travelers were still faster than they expected. When they thought they could catch them, the three Void Travelers suddenly disappeared from their sight. When they looked back, they saw the three Void Travelers each carrying a lump of meat and disappeared into the wall. They got away. Sunders sounded calm, but there was a hint of anger in his tone. Forget it. Void Travelers are creatures of extreme nature. It's too hard to catch them. I was surprised when you caught one just now. That one bumped into Angor and got knocked out. That was why Sunders could easily trap it with his spirit power. Fine, it's gone. Speaking of which, why are there so many Void Travelers here? Iron Granny was puzzled. She saw Void Travelers the last time Rain came here. Why did they show up again this time? Void Travelers were very, very rare creatures. Due to their weak strength, they would not interact with other creatures. They would run away as soon as they sensed the presence of living creatures. For this reason, there were very few records about Void Travelers in the Wizarding world. It was only in the Void supplement of Where Are the Magical Monsters that there were a couple of sentences about Void Travelers, and the wording of these records was basically uncertain. It was clear that the Wizarding world's understanding of Void Travelers was very limited. Why would Void Travelers, who were rarely seen, appear in this ruin in a group? Iron Granny looked at Sunders and asked, "Can you tell what these Voidwalkers are? Are they from the Nightmare Realm?" If these Void Travelers were monsters from the Nightmare Realm, then it made sense for them to show up in such a large group. Reasonable meant that everything in the Nightmare Realm was unreasonable. If these Void Travelers came from a completely unreasonable world, then it made sense for them to show up in such a large group. Sunders did not answer right away. Instead, he tried to recall how he felt when he held the Void Traveler in his hand. After a while, he frowned and shook his head. I don't sense any Nightmare Realm aura on them. So they're not monsters from the Nightmare Realm? Iron Granny was surprised. She thought she knew the truth, but it seemed that the truth had taken a turn for the worse. I don't think so. Sunders was not sure. However, all the Nightmare Realm monsters he met, including the glutton flowers and flying skulls in the real world, were bound to have some Nightmare Realm aura on them. Sunders was not sure if there were any exceptions. However, he did not sense any Nightmare Realm aura on these Void Travelers. It was highly possible that they were not from the Nightmare Realm. If they're not from the Nightmare Realm, why are they gathered here? Or is there something here that's attracting them? Also, since they were not from the Nightmare Realm, they should not be controlled by Nightmare Realm creatures. Their encounter with Angor was probably just an accident. The pair of hands that went through the wall wrapped around Angor's body and fell backward. Angor felt as if he had bid farewell to light and was falling into a dark ocean. Everything around him was dark and silent. Everything in the world was still. Only his body kept falling to the bottom of the ocean like a sinking whale. Moreover, the dark world was also filled with a pressure similar to the depth of the ocean. Both his body and spirit were restricted. He couldn't even turn around to see who was hugging him. He could only allow himself to follow the guidance of a force and continue to fall. The feeling of being unable to control himself in the dark must be terrible. Surprisingly, he did not feel too bad about it. Instead, he felt calm. Even the sense of urgency from the attack at the entrance of the passageway was soothed in this boundless darkness, becoming peaceful and quiet. Maybe it was because his mind was calm, Angor began to pay attention to the details around him and magnified them. The first thing he noticed was the pair of hands hugging him from behind. He could not see who was hugging him, but he could feel that the hug was very gentle. It could even be described as gentle. But there was one thing that puzzled Angor. During the whole process, the person kept loosening their grip and tightening their grip. Angor could feel that as the hug tightened, the person's emotions were also changing. Sometimes it was excited, sometimes it was scared, sometimes it was worried, and sometimes it was hesitant. Angor could not decipher the exact meaning of the person's emotions. However, this change was probably the fastest among all the nightmare creatures Angor had ever met. Yes, Angor was sure that the person was a nightmare creature. This was not good news. Since the person's emotions changed so quickly, it meant that the person was not stupid. Angor was not sure if he could fool a highly intelligent nightmare creature. As Angor was thinking about how to confuse his words when facing the creature, a bright light suddenly came from under his feet. The light meant that the darkness was about to reach its end. Next, he felt as if he had passed through a water-like barrier. When he entered the barrier, he was immediately greeted by a strong nightmare aura. He was still descending and probably had not reached the ground yet. However, what was different from before was that his body, which seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, regained the ability to move on its own. As soon as the shackles disappeared, he turned around to see who was hugging him from behind. However, the nightmare creature behind him seemed to be playing a game of hide-and-seek with him. If he turned left, the nightmare creature would turn right. If he turned right, the nightmare creature would turn left. He suddenly realized that his spirit power was no longer restricted, so he simply used it to look behind him. However, as soon as his spirit reached out, the person behind him shrieked and turned into a puff of smoke before dashing away at full speed. Angor only saw the back of a woman in a dress appearing in the distance before she disappeared. Without the man's support, Angor quickly fell down from the sky. When he regained his footing, he used his spirit feelers to check his surroundings. He still didn't know who hugged him, so he wanted to see if there were any remaining information. However, there was nothing on his back. There was nothing wrong with him either. It was as if the person simply brought him to this strange little garden. He didn't even see what the person looked like. He only knew that it was a woman. There were very few humans among nightmare creatures. Maybe female was better, regardless of the person's gender. Angor's head was full of question marks. There was no one who could answer these questions. He sighed and decided to put them aside for now. Instead, he observed his surroundings. At least, he needed to make sure he was safe. The ground was moist and fertile, and there were layers of tall mushrooms around him. It looked like a mushroom forest right out of a fairy tale. However, when Angor fell from the sky, he roughly checked his surroundings. Rather than a mushroom forest, it was more like a small garden under a dome. The flowers here were all colorful mushrooms. There were no other plants in the garden except for mushrooms of different sizes. If Angor saw this outside, he would probably be surprised and do some research. But since this was the territory of nightmare creatures, a mushroom forest or a mushroom garden wasn't too surprising. At least, Angor was not too surprised by the mushrooms in this place. He even wondered if Regina, the mushroom lover from the research department, would come to the ruin willingly if she knew about this mushroom garden. As far as he could see, most of the mushrooms here were strange and out of his knowledge. Apart from the big mushrooms that looked like trees, there were also clusters of small mushrooms around the rocks. Angor didn't see any other plants. As for danger, he didn't sense anything with his spirit feelers. However, he couldn't tell what exactly it was. Apart from checking his surroundings, Angor also tried to sense the nightmare energy in the air. When he entered this place, he already sensed a strong nightmare energy. Now that he was here, the feeling was even stronger. Angor could absorb a large amount of nightmare energy every time he took a breath. Through the mysterious energy, his mana whirlpool was quickly changing. Angor believed that if he could train in this place, it would be the same as when he trained near the tunnel in Pakriti. However, he couldn't stay here for now. His biggest goal now was to leave the ruin and return to the real world. As for how to leave, the first thing he thought of was to use the Gate of Illusion. However, the Gate of Illusion couldn't be used to locate the previous tunnel. Judging from the concentration of nightmare energy and the fact that I can't use the Gate of Illusion to leave, I'm sure I'm inside a demiplane. Angor considered. The Gate of Illusion could only be used to travel through the same world. Demiplanes were separated by boundaries, so he couldn't use the Gate of Illusion to go through them. In other words, he was inside the ruin. If he wanted to leave, he had to walk out of the ruin himself. However, he didn't even know where he was. How could he leave the ruin when he didn't even know where he was? What's the situation over there? Who took you away? Sunder's expression was calm, but his voice sounded urgent. I don't know. I'll try my best to find a way out. Angor was currently at the top of Heaven's Tower in the Dream Wasteland. A minute ago, he entered the Dream Wasteland after making sure that there was no danger around him for the time being. His plan was to ask Freud to leave a message for Sunders so that he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. To Angor's surprise, as soon as he stepped into the Dream Wasteland, Sunders showed up at Firmament Tower. That was why Angor told Sunders about his current situation. I can't tell if the mushroom garden I'm in is dangerous or not. I have to go back now. Angor set up some simple defenses around the garden before entering the dream, but he wasn't sure if they would be able to protect him from danger. Sunders was still worried about Angor's safety, but he didn't want to show it in front of Angor. Your safety is the most important thing. Keep in touch. I understand. Angor nodded. With that, Angor vanished from Freud's office in the blink of an eye. Only Sanders, who was deep in thought, and Freud, who had no idea what was going on. Angor opened his eyes again. He checked his body first, then checked his surroundings to make sure there were no other creatures nearby. Only then did he put away the defensive alchemy items around him. Next, he saw 3 palm-sized, emerald-green mushrooms huddled together under his feet. They looked like a cluster of green flowers, which made them look quite cute. I didn't see them before. Angor reached out a hand to touch the cap of one of the mushrooms. As soon as his finger touched the smooth cap, the green mushroom under his finger emitted a joyful emotion. The green mushroom began to wiggle its head and rubbed itself against Angor's finger as if it was really happy. The other mushrooms, to Angor's surprise, pulled themselves out of the ground and rubbed themselves against Angor's hand like little people. They were trying to please Angor. For a moment, the 3 little fellows that had disguised themselves as motionless mushrooms all revealed their true forms. Clearly, all 3 mushrooms showed up around him while he was dreaming. To Angor's surprise, they did not trigger any defense mechanism. Why? He looked around and did not see any footprints. Did they grow out of the ground? He didn't sense any hostility from the mushrooms, but he still raised his guard. He had entered the dream too casually just now. In the future, before he could figure out the specific situation of an unfamiliar environment, it was best to give up on entering the dream. After all, it was impossible for him to be so lucky every time. Angor looked at the 3 green mushrooms that were eager to be touched. He hesitated for a moment and reached out his hand to touch their mushroom caps. The 3 little fellows immediately began to shake their heads in joy. He didn't know why they were so happy. Or did they think that they were also a big mushroom? The emotions of the mushrooms were very weak. Angor could tell that they were even less intelligent than the rainbow dragonflies, so he didn't plan to get any information from them. After patting their heads, he stood up and prepared to leave. Angor was a little speechless when the 3 green mushrooms saw him leaving. They quickly hopped into the ground gracefully as if the ground was a swimming pool for them. Not long after, the 3 emerald green mushrooms appeared beneath his feet once again. Angor didn't know what to say. He thought they already left. Did they just stick to him? Angor had no choice but to touch them again to tell them that he was going to leave. But this time, the mushrooms became even more eager. They followed him wherever he went and would shake their heads whenever they showed up. In the end, he simply ignored them and let them show up on the ground. Angor's main goal now was to leave this place. He didn't know the way, but he didn't wander around randomly. He was heading in the direction where the female who hugged him disappeared. Even if the woman was a highly intelligent nightmare creature, she did not hurt Angor, so he might be able to get some information out of her. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find a way out of this strange mushroom garden. Angor walked for about 3 or 4 minutes. Apart from the 3 green mushrooms under his feet, he didn't see any other creatures or danger. But the mushrooms here were really strange. Like the one beside Angor. It was so tall that it reached the clouds like a giant tree. Angor had never heard of such a tall mushroom before. Angor patted the mushroom's body. It felt sturdy and had a unique fragrance. Angor couldn't help but think of the cream of mushroom soup made by Headmaid Manna. I feel like eating mushrooms now, Angor mumbled as he walked forward. However, he didn't notice that when his figure disappeared, a crack had appeared in the middle of the huge mushroom that he thought was harmless. The crack was filled with sharp teeth, and between the teeth, some bones could be vaguely seen. Angor walked for another 10 minutes and came to a small stream. It was a bit of a stretch to call it a stream. The water in the stream was pink. There was also a thin layer of pink mist on the water surface. The colorful mushroom forest seemed to complement each other quite well. Angor knew that curiosity killed the cat. Since he knew that his goal was to leave this place, he would try to stay as far away from dangerous places as possible. For example, this unknown stream. Angor opened an illusion gate and went from one end of the stream to the other. When he landed on the ground, the 3 green mushrooms came out of the ground at the same time. How did they cross the stream? Angor didn't think too much about it and kept moving forward. After crossing the stream, Angor went over a small hill and saw the first strange creature apart from the mushrooms. It was a bee wearing a pink apron and a pink hat. This was probably the largest bee Angor had ever seen. It was about 2 meters long. The bee was dressed like a nurse in a child's play. There was even a red heart on its pink hat. However, it did not have any tools that a nurse would use. It did not fly like other bees either. Instead, it was hoeing the ground with a hoe in its front limbs. Its waist and abdomen held a pink pouch with a heart on it, which looked like a bag of seeds. The 2 antennae on its head were also carrying a basin filled with pink water. At first glance, it looked like a carer, a farmer. Angor instinctively wanted to hide when he saw the busy bee. Judging from its appearance, Angor could tell that it was intelligent. However, when Angor noticed it, the bee moved its antennae and turned its head 180 degrees to look at him. The 2 pairs of eyes stared at each other. Any other wizard would have raised all kinds of spell shields and prepared to fight the bee. He had the same idea at first, but he knew that he was already at the center of the nightmare creature's territory. If he were to fight them, he would be the one who would end up losing. Angor's only advantage right now was Shava's identity. If he wanted to get out of this dangerous ruin without fighting, he had to rely on Shava's identity. Using Shava's identity to fool the other nightmare creatures was not a good idea. Angor slowly stopped retreating. Instead, he walked toward the bee with an expressionless face. Angor looked calm on the surface. However, this bee was not like fox harp or frog chanter. He had never seen it before. The model of the illusion gate in his mind. Space was already glowing. If anything went wrong, he would immediately use flashback. Fortunately, nothing happened. The bee turned its head 180 degrees like an owl and watched Angor walk past it with a blank expression. When Angor walked past it, it slowly turned around and looked at Angor again like a sunflower chasing after the sun. Even so, the bee's eyes were still blank. Angor could not tell what it was thinking. He was planning to sense the bee's emotions. If it was hostile, he would need to be careful. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Did I guess wrong? Isn't this a highly intelligent creature? Angor glanced at Bee from the corner of his eyes. Bee's blank expression made him look like an idiot. He couldn't sense the bee's emotions, but he could tell that they were working. There was a hole dug in front of it. The hole had not been filled yet, and the thing in the hole could be seen clearly. However, what it cultivated was not vegetables, but strips of mycelium in seed bags. At this time, the mycelium was swaying in the pit, like hair blown by the wind. Could it be that it's the gardener of the mushroom garden, in charge of growing mushrooms? It should know how to get out of here, right? Angor wondered. Should I ask it? But it doesn't look very smart. Suddenly, B widened his eyes and swung his hoe at Angor. Angor did not move at all. There was no resistance, nor was there any escape. He watched B's movement coldly and allowed the hoe to fall in front of him, until it was half a meter away from Angor. B quickly let go of the hoe and bowed to Angor. Why yes, Mr. Shava. He stuttered. B bowed again and grabbed the mycelium that was running away from the hoe. Seeing B's movement, Angor's heart finally calmed down. He did think about dodging when he saw B swinging his hoe. But after careful observation, he realized that B's hoe would not hit him. It would hit the ground instead. At the same time, the mycelium in the pit was running toward Angor. Angor calculated that B's hoe would block the mycelium's path. He assumed that B was trying to stop the mycelium with the hoe, so he did not move. Judging from how B bent down to pick up the mycelium, Angor was right. Praise the moonlight. Praise the queen. And praise Shava. B chanted praises and stuffed the mycelium into the seed bag on his abdomen. Stupid Blair was too careless. That's why enchanting's offspring almost disturbed you. Enchanting? Was it referring to the mushrooms he planted? Angor had never heard of such a species before? Or was it a name given by nightmare creatures themselves? Angor cast his thoughts aside and looked at the bee who called himself Blair. Angor was a little surprised when he sensed the creature's clear consciousness ripples while mumbling something. He thought the bee was an idiot, but that did not seem to be the case. Since bee could express itself so clearly, it must be a highly intelligent creature. But why did he look so dazed earlier? Angor considered for a moment and spoke in a cold tone. I thought I met another Ori. But at least you know how to be humble compared to that arrogant owl. And you know your place. Ollie, of course, was not the Ollie made from Pat Manor. It was the green-feathered owl that called itself Lady Ori Angor saw in Midnight Sovereign. B. Blair immediately recalled Ori's proud expression when it heard Shava's words. B. Blair had seen Ori before, but never spoke to Ori. Obviously, Shava was not referring to B. Blair's pride. Instead, B. Blair was referring to B. Blair's stupidity. Your Excellency Shava, I just didn't expect to meet you in the flower spirit garden. Blair stuttered. Because I was surprised, I didn't react in time. Angor nodded. However, his eyes flickered for a second. This place is called Dueling Garden. He carefully observed Blair and noticed that the green tattoo on his right eye kept flashing. It seemed he was very focused on his task. Blair lowered his head in confusion. He did not know why Shava was looking at him so seriously. Do I know you? Angor raised an eyebrow. You look familiar. B. Blair's eyes flashed with joy. I met you once during the Queen's inspection. I didn't expect you to remember me. Angor waved a hand. I just thought your outfit looked familiar. Who else would wear something like this? B. Blair hesitated for a moment and showed a frustrated look. It was difficult to observe a bee's expression, but as an intelligent bee, Blair's eyes, emotions, and even subtle movements allowed Angor to sense what was going on in the bee's mind. From the conversation, Angor could tell that Blair respected Shava a lot. But in fact, Blair never talked to Shava before. This was similar to the nightmare creatures Angor encountered before. Angor had no idea what Shava was like. The only thing he was sure of was that Shava had always been on a high pedestal and rarely interacted with other nightmare creatures. Do I know you? Angor asked Blair directly. Through Blair's answer, Angor could prepare for his next step. If Blair said that it knew Shava well, or that it once interacted with Shava, Angor would try to find a way to get rid of Blair to avoid exposing his identity. However, if Blair said that he didn't, he could use Shava's identity to get some information from Blair. Angor was satisfied with Blair's answer. He knew about Shava's noble status, but he never interacted with her. In this case, he was free to act as Shava or ask questions. But he didn't dare to jump out of line. Based on the few times he met Shava, Angor had a feeling that Shava was a cold and indifferent person. If he wanted to act as Shava, he had to be as cold as possible. Blair, is it? What are you doing here? Angor glanced at Blair's waist. The seat bag was still vibrating, which meant the mycelium inside was still active. Blair answered honestly, I'm planting mystic gems. The mystic gem said that the land near Pink Princess is suitable for planting mystic gems. They can replace Phantom. Angor nodded, but his mind was full of questions. Blair's words contained a lot of information. Pink Princess, mystic gems, and Phantom? What the hell was that? Judging from Blair's words, Pink Princess probably meant something close to the land. Pink? Maybe a stream. Phantom could be replaced by mystic gems. Mystic gems were mushrooms, and Phantom was probably some kind of mushroom too. As for the mystic gems, it sounded like some kind of creature. Maybe Blair's superior? Mystic gems? Angor uttered the name in a soft voice. He didn't ask anything about the name, so he could come up with an explanation no matter what Blair said. As for Phantom and Pink Princess, Angor was curious, but he couldn't ask about it because of his status. Blair didn't know what Angor was thinking. He thought Xianxia was asking about mystic gems, so he answered honestly, mystic gems are the owners of the garden, and Mr. Nuka's subordinate. Angor could tell that Blair respected Myrtle. Blair was only a farmer, while Myrtle was a gardener. As for that Lord Nuka, Blair trembled a little when talking about him. Blair was even more scared than Myrtle. Angor wasn't unfamiliar with the name Nuka. Before old Pad passed away, there was a very good fruit farmer in Pad Manor named Nuka. The grapes planted next to John's stilt house were planted by Nuka and John together. Angor was a little surprised when he heard the familiar name. But he had heard too many similar names already, so he quickly calmed himself down and began to think about Nuka's identity. There was no doubt that Nuka was someone important. If Nuka was someone important, Angor wouldn't have the time to ask about it. Because with Xianxia's identity, she should know Nuka's background. With Xianxia's status, he wondered how he should ask about Nuka's background. But he soon realized that he had to ask Nuka. The most important thing for him now was to leave the ruins. Everything else could be put aside for now. Do you know where the exit of Flower Spirit Garden is? Blair's dark eyes dimmed a little. It seemed that Her Excellency Xianxia was going to leave. It took him so much effort to see Xianxia's body. Although Blair's eyes were full of reluctance, it still said, if Xianxia doesn't use the Void Tunnel and wants to go to the land of Xianxia, there is only one exit from the Flower Spirit Garden, and it is in the chimney of the Golden Maiden's house. Angor's mind was filled with questions again. What was the land of sinners? What the hell was the chimney of the mystic Gold Maiden's house? Yes. Angor didn't show it on his face. Where's Mystic Gold's house? Blair picked up his hoe and pointed in a certain direction. Go straight ahead, and you'll see Mystic Gold's house. It's the only castle in Flower Spirit Garden. Angor looked at where Blair was pointing. It was the same direction he had been going all this time. According to this, the person who hugged him and brought him here was Xianxia. Angor wasn't sure, but it was very likely. After all, only the owner of the Flower Spirit Garden would dare to lay a hand on Xianxia in such a huge place. However, why did the Xianxia run away after bringing her here? Why did Mystic Gold bring him here? Angor had a lot of questions in his mind. He looked at Blair, who was still looking at him with a pair of pitch-black eyes. Should he ask Blair? Would he give himself away if he asked? After all, he wasn't the real Xianxia. Angor hesitated for a moment and decided to ask. Anyway, Blair and Xianxia didn't know much about it. At most, he could just bluff them a little. Blair was also surprised by Angor's question. So Mystic Gold brought you to Flower Spirit Garden? No wonder Mystic Gold left the garden all of a sudden. Do you know why she wanted to see me? Angor asked. Blair stretched out his forelimbs and scratched the tentacles on the basin. I rarely see Myrtle, and she rarely leaves the castle. So I don't know why she wanted to see you. Then how did you receive her orders? The butler of the castle told me. Angor asked a few more questions, and Blair answered them all without hesitation. He seemed to be an honest man. However, Angor knew that this was only because Xianxia's power level was too low. It would not dare to do anything to Xianxia. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be honest. Angor glanced at Blair's hoe. He couldn't tell what it was, and there was a faint smell of blood on it. It was obvious that Blair was not as harmless as it appeared to be. Most of Angor's questions were about the Flower Spirit Garden. He also wanted to ask about other things, but since Mystic Lady brought Blair here from the nightmare realm, the bee had been planting mushrooms all day. It did not know much about other things, so it only gave vague answers. After asking enough questions, Angor showed that he was going to leave. Blair sighed and emitted a sorrowful mood. It was not easy to see His Majesty standing in the clouds, but in the end, he had to say goodbye before he could take a few more glances. This made him feel very depressed. Blair lowered its head and helplessly hoed the ground with its hoe. A moment later, it looked up and was surprised. Huh? Why is Shava still here? Why is she watching me while I'm hoeing? Is she observing me to see if I'm serious about my work? Blair did not know what Shava was thinking. But when it sensed Shava's gaze, it suddenly felt full of energy. If it could perform well in front of Shava, it would not give up. Blair was very serious about planting the bewitching jade. At this time, he was even more focused and wanted to show the best side of him. Angor watched Blair working so hard and was confused at first. But he soon realized that it was because of the pressure of class and Blair's idle aura. But it was not a bad thing. He did not leave right away because he wanted to see what Blair was working on. What was mystic gems? Since Angor was acting as Shava, he could not ask what mystic gems were. So, he decided to see with his eyes. He was already here. His main goal was to leave, but it would be best if he could get more information while accomplishing his goal. Of course, he had to ensure his own safety first. Blair did not disappoint. It even used a trump card that it rarely used when planting the mystic gems. When it placed the mystic gems hyphae into the soil, it sprinkled pink princess tears on the ground. The hyphae quickly expanded under the nourishment of the tears. In a flash, the mystic gems broke out of the soil. Angor was surprised to see that the mystic gems were actually small mushrooms with green spots on them. He looked down at the 3 mushrooms behind him. They looked exactly the same as the mystic gems. So, the mystic pearls that Blair planted were actually the little ones that followed him. While Angor was trying to figure out the effect of the illusion, Blair lifted his fat belly. Whoosh! A sharp, glowing crimson spike suddenly emerged from somewhere indescribable. This spike was like a conical sword used by knights, but the aura it emitted was far superior to that of a conical sword. Even though Angor was standing a dozen meters away, he could still feel the terrifying pressure. The invisible pressure made Angor confirm that this honeybee Blair was definitely not a harmless monster. Angor was not sure how strong Blair was, but he was sure that Blair was at least as strong as a wizard. Perhaps even higher. While Angor was still trying to stay alert, Blair stabbed the spike on its tail into the mist growing on the ground. That aura carried the wind and rain, as if it wanted to crush the bewilderment. The 3 little ones at Angor's feet were so scared that they all turned into gophers and buried their heads in the ground. However, the mist was not destroyed as Angor expected. Instead, it began to expand rapidly in front of Angor's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized mushroom grew into a giant mushroom the size of a house. As the mushroom grew bigger, the edge of the cap formed a row of spikes. These spikes were not for attacking, but a special kind of tube. A large amount of emerald green dust was ejected from the tube. The dust looked like scales, which glowed in green. They gathered together in the air like a glowing green mist. Angor did not know what the green mist was for, but he had a feeling that it was not to be underestimated. This was because he could sense a large number of complex emotions from the green mist. This meant that the green mist was made up of some kind of tiny creatures. With such a large number of creatures gathered together, no matter how small they were, they could not be careless. While Angor was observing the green mist, Blair was looking at him with an expectant look. Angor quickly realized that Blair was asking for praise. I need to increase the density. Angor did not know what the green dust was, so he could only give a vague answer. Blair's eyes dimmed a little. As expected of Mr. Shava. You saw the problem right away. It's all because of that, ahem, my tail got hurt. It can't activate bewitching jade to a perfect mature form, so the coverage density is reduced. That tail? Blair said it got hurt because it was attacked? How could it be attacked in the ruin? Did the nightmare creatures fight among themselves? Or was there some unknown danger in the flower spirit garden? Angor quickly thought of something. As long as it's still effective, it's fine. Blair lowered his head in disappointment. It's not that effective. Some humans who have found the true path can't break it. But it should be fine for other people. Perhaps to prove the effect of mystification, Blair added, half a month ago, I tried it on a captive human. Illusions didn't have much effect on him, but mystification could control him. Angor lowered his eyelids to hide his surprised expression. From Blair's words, it could be confirmed that the goal of cultivating mystic-ing was to target humans. Furthermore, Blair's words implied that illusion and bewitchment were used to control humans. The effect of hallucination was not very good, but the effect of bewildering light was better than hallucination. It could control humans who had not found the true path. If the true path referred to truthfinder wizards, then Blair was implying that mist could control humans who were not truthfinders. Angor then thought about the recent situation at Parmajai Highlands and thought of the life thread eruption. Humans who were infected by the life thread eruption would play different roles, which fit the name of illusions. If illusions were the cause of the life thread eruption, then Angor needed to pay attention to mist. The life thread eruption had already caused a lot of trouble for Brute Cavern. If mist, which even ordinary wizards could not resist, really showed up, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was only Angor's speculation, but he had a feeling that it was the truth. It's not only about the density and effect of the coverage, but also how to fix the flaws. Angor glanced at the mist around the mystic gems. He didn't seem to care about it, but he was actually thinking about something else. If the mystic gems and illusions were really as he thought, he had to inform Rain about it as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed to learn more about the mystic gems. Therefore, when he said this sentence, it seemed as if he was commenting from a high position, but in fact, it was as good as not saying anything. He was simply using Blair's idolization of Shava, or in other words, the halo of Shava to guide Blair to say something that confused Ing. If he could get Blair to tell them the flaws of the mystic gems, they would be able to prepare a countermeasure when the mystic gems went out of control. Maybe it was because Shava's halo was too bright. Blair didn't doubt Angor at all. He even followed Angor's words and mentioned the flaws of the mystic gems. Shava is right. It's important to fix the flaws. I'll do my best to keep the mycelium safe so that Mr. Nuka's handiwork won't be exposed. Blair was thrilled by Angor's words. Angor tried to figure out the meaning of Blair's emotion. The meaning of Blair's words was very clear. There were two core points. First, the creator of the mystique was the unknown Lord Nuka. Second, the biggest weakness of the green mist was actually the mystique itself. Leaving everything else aside, why did Blair say that the mystic gems' weakness was the mystic gems themselves? As Angor wondered, he suddenly noticed that the 3 green mushrooms that were hiding underground had appeared near the giant mystic gems. As soon as they came out of the ground, they began to absorb the green mist around them. In just a short time, a large part of the green mist was gone. Seeing this, Angor realized what was going on. Blair probably meant that since the mystic gems could release the green mist, they could also absorb it. Therefore, the biggest weakness of the green mist was the mystic gems themselves. But if Angor thought about it carefully, this wasn't really a weakness. This was because Ming couldn't be found in the outside world at all. The green mist had really caused a huge disaster in the outside world. If Sir Ryan wanted to get Ming to save the disaster, he would have to step into the ruins to find traces of Ming. Even if he managed to obtain Bewitching Eagle still had a weak intelligence. It would not be easy for Ryan to control Bewitching Eagle. Therefore, from a comprehensive point of view, this weakness hardly constituted a weakness. Angor's reminder to Blair to fix the flaw of enchantment seemed a bit out of place. Angor thought he could persuade Blair with his words, but he was being too arrogant. Before he understood the characteristics of the mystic pearl, he would look foolish if he commented too much. Angor glanced at Blair from the corner of his eye. Blair was still staring at Angor with a feverish look. Fortunately, Blair was shrouded in the aura of Sharva and did not suspect him. If it were a highly intelligent and shrewd nightmare realm creature like the fox, it would have noticed something was wrong already. After this, Angor had to remind himself that if he wanted to maintain his identity as Sharva when meeting nightmare creatures, he should try not to talk too deeply about topics he was not confident about. Good. It's your responsibility to protect the mycelium, Blair said. Angor was planning to ask for more information, But after some consideration, he decided not to say anything more and decided to leave first. I'm going to see Mystic Lady. I'm curious about why she invited me here. Angor nodded to Blair without changing his expression and left. Before leaving, Angor glanced at the 3 green mushrooms. They were still devouring the green glowing mist, and they were having a great time. Now that he knew the 3 kids were probably perplexing pearls, he began to have some ideas. Since the green mist's weakness was the meaning itself, the mushrooms were important to him. If he could take them away, he wouldn't have to worry about the green mist anymore. But would they still be willing to follow him? If not, Angor planned to take a look around the mushroom forest and see if he could find more meaning. Perhaps the mushrooms sensed Angor's gaze. Seeing that Angor was leaving, they quickly gathered together and dug into the ground. A moment later, they poked their heads out of the ground and appeared right beside Angor's feet. After confirming that they would still follow him, Angor calmed down a little. He turned around and walked toward the castle where Mystic Lady lived. However, half a minute later, Angor heard a buzzing noise coming from above. He paused to take a look, only to see Blair flapping his wings and flying across the sky. Blair hesitated for a moment before descending from the sky and standing beside Angor in a respectful manner. Anything else? Angor looked at Blair with a cold expression. Mr. Shava, I just remembered that the human controlled by the Mi'ing was in the direction you went last time. I want to take care of him so that he won't disturb you, Blair said honestly. Angor's interest was piqued. He already wanted to ask about the human controlled by the Mi'ing. Since the ruin was sealed, the people who showed up here were either from the wizard clans who first explored the ruin, or from Brood Cavern or Song of the Deep who went missing. Angor didn't want to expose himself, so he didn't ask until now. Now was his chance. No need. I'll take care of him. Also, I want to see the effect of your Mi'ing. Blair's eyes lit up. Her Excellency Shava. Is she going to inspect my results? Go do what you need to do. Don't worry about anything else. Angor waved a hand and kept walking. He kept an eye on Blair's condition while walking forward. If Blair really wanted to take care of the human, Angor had no good excuse to stop him. Fortunately, Blair seemed to have listened to Angor's advice. He only stood there for a long time, thinking about something. Angor couldn't tell what he was thinking. A moment later, Blair waved his hand at Angor's back and walked away. Angor sighed in relief when he sensed Blair's return. At the same time, he was curious about the next step. Who was the human controlled by the Mi'ing? Could he use this chance to find out the real effect of the Mi'ing? Angor looked up at the sky above the garden. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, all one could see was a gray sky. But he also knew that the highest point of the garden was a glowing dome. The reason why the flower spirit garden was not dim was because the light source came from the dome. Just like the dome in Sleepless City, the dome covered the entire demiplane tightly. Unless he found the right path, he would not be able to leave this place easily. There were no flying monsters in the sky, but Angor still chose to walk on the ground to avoid attracting too much attention. Besides, he had the 3 little guys with him, so flying was not an option. Angor could see that the mushroom forest was getting denser and denser. Each mushroom had a different shape and a colorful cap. There were quite a few of them that looked hideous and bright. However, it seemed that these mushrooms were harmless. They did not show any intention of attacking him. The road was not completely safe, but at least it was quiet. He finally had time to think about something he had neglected before. For example, what was the invisible creature that attacked him at the exit of the water ripple? The question only flashed in his mind for a second before he dismissed it. His instinct told him that the invisible creature was on the same side as the Mystic Lady. If the creature did not attack him, he would not have to hide behind the wall or follow the Mystic Lady into the garden. Since they were on the same side, maybe he could find the answer when he met the Mystic Lady. Apart from this, there was something else he was more concerned about. He had been wondering since the first time he saw the nightmare creatures. How did the nightmare creature recognize him? Or rather, how did they know he was Shava? At first, Angor thought that he looked similar to Shava, and the nightmare creatures only recognized his appearance. But later, he saw Shava with his own eyes. He did not see Shava's face, but she was much taller than him and had long hair. The only thing similar to Shava in terms of appearance was the blonde hair. This time Angor used polymorph to change his appearance. Even if he was a red-haired, golden-eyed middle-aged man, the nightmare creatures still recognized him. This proved that the nightmare creatures did not recognize him based on his appearance. What else could it be? Projected bloodline? That did not seem to be the case. Even before he projected his bloodline, his identity had already been identified by the frog chanter and the fox harpsichord. Since it was not an external feature, could it be that the nightmare creatures recognized something on a spiritual level? For example, aura, soul origin, or something else? He couldn't get a definite answer right now. He had to find the answer himself in the future. However, since he now knew that the nightmare creatures did not recognize him based on his appearance, he could use Shava's identity to gain more control. However, he also understood that having more space to manipulate didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. He did not need to be reserved when he faced creatures with low intelligence, such as the three little bewitching gems who appeared and disappeared under his feet. But if he faced Blair the bee, or creatures with higher intelligence, he still had to be careful not to give himself away. About a quarter of an hour later, he saw a new area. As far as the eye could see, it was still a mushroom forest. As far as he could see, everything around him was a sea of red. No matter if it was a tall mushroom tree, a slender mushroom vine, or a short mushroom bush, the color of the cap was basically red. At the very least, it was black and white. Although it was still very bright, it wasn't as colorful as before. More importantly, the mushrooms weren't the only red color. Even the air seemed to be giving off a fiery glow. The reason why the air was glowing was due to the high concentration of fire elements in the air. The amount of fire elements gathered in the air was almost as high as the activity level of fire elements in an area covered by volcanic ash during a volcanic eruption. Angor guessed that this was where some kind of fire mushroom was planted. Angor wasn't surprised to see different elemental areas in the spirit garden. He was just a little worried. Could the three little guys behind him enter this hot area? As he pondered, the scorched ground under his feet moved slightly, and the three little guys showed their heads at the same time. Angor sensed their emotions. They were still trying to please him and did not complain about the environment. They seemed to have adapted well to the environment. Angor felt relieved and kept moving forward. The fire domain was hot, and the ground was scorched. However, it wasn't a poor place. There were red mushrooms everywhere, and they looked almost the same as the mushroom forest Angor went through before. The only difference was that there were many streams of red lava flowing through them. The glowing fiery red lava, the fire elemental particles in the air, and the dense, fiery mushrooms in the surroundings made this area not only not monotonous, but also extremely beautiful. If Angor wanted to write a wizard's travel book like Fine Worder, he would definitely write about this place. Angor didn't get carried away by the beauty of fire. He knew that the more extreme a place was, the more dangerous it would be. Moreover, he had a faint premonition that perhaps this place was not far from the human who was being controlled by bewitching Ing. For the first time since he came to the spirit garden, Angor began to spread his spirit feelers outward. He had been using his spirit power to check the surroundings, but he did not leave his sight. He was worried that he might disturb some nightmare creatures. However, because of the omen in his mind, he decided to extend his spirit feelers deeper into the cave after considering for a while. Since he knew that there was a high possibility that a human magus was trapped here, even if he couldn't bring the magus out, at least meeting the magus was better than just ignoring him. While walking, Angor sensed the feedback from his spirit feelers. Angor's expression became more and more strange during this process. The reason why he had a strange expression was not because he had found the human being who was controlled by bewilderment Ing, but because he had just realized that the mushrooms around him were actually not dead. They were clearly transmitting their emotions to each other. Angor didn't find his target. Instead, his mind was filled with all kinds of emotions. Angor always thought the spirit garden was peaceful. But now, he realized that it was just a facade. The emotional signals floating in the air above the mushroom forest were as noisy as a large chat room. Also, the mushrooms seemed to follow the rules. You talk, I talk. For a moment, Angor felt as if he had logged into a forum called Mushroom Forum. Angor had gotten used to it since he sensed a lot of emotions around the astral pool ruin. However, these mushrooms were different. Not only were there a lot of emotions, but they were all talking about Angor. To be precise, they were all talking about Shava. I can feel it. That noble aura is coming. I think I'm going to open it. Don't open it. Keep your filthy mouth shut. Lord Shava doesn't want to see an inferior mushroom with a mouth full of sharp teeth and stinky saliva. Don't drag me down. Yes, you have to be calm. Maybe Lord Shava will touch me just like how she touched the bone mushroom. Compared to the bone mushroom, I'm more jealous of those mystic gems who ran away from home. Not only did they not get punished for running away, but they also met Lord Shava. More importantly, Lord Shava brought them along. I'm so jealous. I want to be Lord Shava's follower too. Praise the Queen. Praise Shava. These were some of the emotions Angor sensed. Angor's expression was strange because he sensed the flattery of the mushroom forest. He felt like a brave warrior who thought he was walking in the dark abyss and was about to face a hidden demon. Who knew that it was not a demon that came out of the abyss? It was a rainbow and a children's song. Angor shook his head and shook his head. These mushrooms are flattering Lord Shava. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, the more he was fooled by these words, the more likely he would overlook the potential danger. Angor clearly remembered that he felt a little uneasy when he stepped into this area. This kind of uneasiness would definitely not arise out of nowhere. Angor put away the thought of going to the wrong path and became alert again. At the same time, he began to think about the parts of these emotions that were beneficial to him. From the large number of conversations in the mushroom forum, it could be seen that the intelligence of mushrooms was uneven. Not all of them were low, and there were existences whose intelligence was comparable to that of Blair the bee. However, no matter how intelligent these mushrooms were, they had no reaction in front of Shava. Perhaps this was what Mushroom meant by calm down. He sighed in relief. If a large number of mushrooms kept talking to him, he wouldn't know what to say. Judging from what the mushrooms said, they were also aggressive creatures. For example, the mouthparts full of sharp teeth they mentioned were not just for show. It was just that they did not reveal themselves in front of him. If it was anyone else who fell into the flower spirit garden, perhaps it wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. As expected, even the harmless-looking mushrooms in the nightmare realm were not easy to deal with. Apart from that, he also learned something else, which was the origin of the three little creatures following him. They were mystic sprites, and they followed him because they ran away from home? It did not matter why they ran away from home. As for where this home was, he was not curious. Even if he knew where it was, he would take a detour. After all, he had already made up his mind to take the three kids away with him. Angor kept moving forward while sensing the conversations in the mushroom forum while looking for the human being controlled by the mystic sprites. Among the conversations, Angor found something that didn't agree with him. The so-called disharmony referred to the fact that he saw some information that had nothing to do with Shava among the praises of the crowd. The warm air coming from your side is soothing me all over. Wonderful. I can welcome Shava's visit in my best posture. You're lucky. You can meet the noble Shava. I don't think I can. With that filthy bastard here, Shava won't come. It sighed and was comforted by the mushrooms around it. Angor suddenly stopped walking when he heard the conversation. Filthy bastard. Angor repeated the word in a low voice. As far as he knew, the nightmare creatures despised humans. Blair the bee also said that humans were filthy. Was the filthy bastard they were talking about referring to the human being controlled by the mystic sprites? Angor wasn't sure if he was right, but he still decided to check it out. He stood still and continued to sense the conversations. Through his analysis, he soon found the location of the mushroom that represented the source of the emotion. While moving forward, Angor heard something else from the mushrooms again. He's at the end of his life? Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved here. However, he didn't expect that the Honorable Lord Shava would descend not long after he moved here. I should have waited a few days. You won't have a place here if you're late. You're right. It's a tough choice. Ah. I feel it. That noble aura is coming this way. Huh? Lord Shava is coming to you. Angor quickly blocked the conversation when he saw that it was about to go in a certain direction again. From the mushroom's conversation, Angor obtained some information that he wasn't sure if it was useful or not. Although the mushrooms called him a filthy bastard, they were all gathering toward him when he reached the end of his life. Angor didn't know what end of life meant, but if filthy bastard really referred to a human being, it definitely wasn't a good word to use. As he got closer, Angor also noticed something strange. The mushrooms around him were getting denser and denser. If it weren't for the fact that the mushrooms' caps might cross each other, there wouldn't even be a small gap between them. The temperature in the area was rising rapidly, and the fire elements in the air were more active than before. Hot gusts of wind were blowing in the mushrooms, and each time they did, they would take away a large amount of sparks. For the mushrooms who loved fire, this was a pleasure. But for Angor, who was walking on this strange path, each gust of wind was like a baptism of fire. Under the continuous fire attack, he walked to Mushroom, who was talking about the discordant voice. "Ah. I was touched by Her Excellency Shava. I can feel it. Such a noble aura." Angor tried to listen to what the mushroom tree was saying, but he only heard an ear-piercing shriek when he reached out with his spirit feelers. Angor quickly retracted his spirit feelers and slowly pulled his hand back. Since he couldn't get an answer from the calm on the outside but passionate on the inside mushroom, Angor decided to look for it himself. According to what the mushroom said on the forum, the filthy bastard it despised and tried to approach should be nearby. Angor first looked around from the shady side of the mushroom tree. Just like before, the place was filled with large mushrooms. There were some small mushrooms on the ground, but not too many. Since he couldn't find anything in this direction, he decided to go around the mushroom's handle and check what was in front of him. The surging flames were coming from the front. If there was anything wrong, it should be in this direction as well. With great hope, Angor walked to the front of the mushroom handle. When he looked up, he was surprised by what he saw. There were still rows of mushroom trees in front of him. However, Angor could already see something in the distance. Bright red light, intense heat, and a strong, pungent smell. He couldn't see the whole thing clearly, but he was sure that it was a lake of lava. Angor moved forward step by step. After going through the entire mushroom forest, he finally saw the lava lake in its entirety. The dazzling flames, the rolling waves of fire, and the gurgling bubbles all indicated the heat of the magma lake. Angor had seen lava in volcanoes before, so he wasn't too surprised to see a lava lake. However, this magma lake was very different. The surface of the magma, which was emitting an orange-red glow, was not only spitting out white smoke and bubbles, but also spurting out some strange patterns made of flames. For example, about 10 meters away from Angor, a fire python flew out from the surface of the lake and into the sky with a loud noise. This fire python was the strange pattern Angor was talking about. It was called a pattern because the fire python was still in shape when it came out of the lake. However, when it fell from the sky, it turned into ordinary sparks and could no longer maintain its shape, so it could only be called a pattern. Apart from the fire python, there were also fire cats, fire dolphins, fire men, fire roses, and so on. However, all of them were treated the same way. When they were first born, they would turn into sparks and return to the lava lake in a few seconds. However, there were exceptions. After observing a dozen different patterns, a new one came out of the fire. It didn't turn into sparks though. It was a rabbit. Made of orange flames, about the size of a palm. When it came out of the lava lake, it rose to the sky just like the other patterns. Normally, it would disintegrate in the next second. Angor even saw the sparks coming out of the rabbit's body. However, a strange wind of fire came from the distance. Angor didn't know what kind of energy was contained in the wind. Instead of dispersing the rabbit, the wind helped it solidify. The rabbit landed on the surface of the lava lake. It didn't sink. Instead, it stood on the surface of the lake and looked around curiously. It turned around and saw Angor. Perhaps Angor's surprised look scared the rabbit. The rabbit's ears perked up, and it quickly turned around and dashed in another direction. Angor was going to open the door and catch the rabbit to see what was going on. However, before he could do anything, a huge mushroom standing on the shore of the lava lake opened its mouth and swallowed the flaming unicorn rabbit the moment it landed. Angor learned from the mushroom forum that these mushrooms all had mouthparts. Now he knew where they were. He was still far away, but he clearly saw a vertical crack in the center of the mushroom's handle. Under the sharp teeth of the mushroom, the rabbit was completely devoured. The moment the mushroom opened its mouth, Angor sensed a deep and violent energy ripple coming from the calm creature. It wasn't a wizard, but it was definitely at the level of a peak-level apprentice. These mushrooms were not easy to deal with. If all the mushrooms here were at the level of a peak-level apprentice, it would be terrifying. If there were wizard-level ones, this place would become a place of terror. While the mushroom swallowed the rabbit, Angor logged into the mushroom forum. Ignoring the mushrooms who were flattering him, he managed to get some information about the flaming unicorn rabbit from the large amount of emotions. It went that way? That thing got lucky. Yeah, a bone-chewing mushroom from the south actually stole our food. What bad luck. Look at its terrible table manners. It didn't even clean the bones on its tongue before it tried to steal food from us. I want to pull out all the mycelium on it. I want to eat as well. But Her Excellency Shava is right next to me. If I eat, wouldn't it be rude? Oh well, I need to control myself. I really want to eat. Similar comments about hunger filled the air above the mushroom forest. While he was still digesting the information, another small creature appeared in the lava lake. This time, it was a creature with a solid body. It was a fire butterfly about the size of a baby's head. As soon as it appeared, it flapped its fiery wings and flew away from the lava lake. Angor sensed that the mushrooms in the direction of the butterfly were already preparing their weapons. However, before the mushrooms could do anything, Angor quickly opened a door and arrived at the butterfly's location. The slightly translucent light blue hand of mana easily pinched the flame butterfly in its palm. Because the hand of magic was formed from energy, when it curled up in the palm, it formed an effect similar to an energy cage. Even if the butterfly turned into a pure fire element, it could not escape from the hand of spell. Seeing the butterfly in his hand, all the mushrooms around him withered up. If they were caught by other mushrooms, they might have thought of robbing them, but if they were caught by Her Excellency Shava, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of robbing them. He studied the butterfly and found that it already had a weak spirit inside it. In other words, in the wizarding world, it was a fire elemental creature. Of course, in the eyes of most wizards, the spirit of the butterfly was neither complete nor powerful. It was not even a larva of an elemental creature. At most, it was an embryo. For wizards, elemental creatures were not only used as consumable materials, but they could also be bred to live in symbiosis with other elemental creatures. They could also serve as mediums for casting elemental spells, which could also improve one's affinity with elements and make it easier to learn spells of different classes. However, to cultivate such embryonic elementium creatures to the point where they could coexist with adepts, it would take a lot of effort and money. If Angor had to choose an elemental creature, he would never choose such a butterfly. However, Angor was surprised that the lava lake could produce elemental creatures. Elemental creatures were not rare, but they were not abundant either. Generally speaking, they could only be born in places where the environment was favorable. If there was a place that could continuously produce elemental creatures, even if it was just an embryo, all wizards would fight for it. After all, it was not easy to cultivate an embryo. However, there were many ways to make the lava lake produce elemental creatures' larvae. Angor loosened his hand of spell. Perhaps it sensed the elemental energy coming from Angor. The butterfly did not leave immediately. Angor reached out a finger to touch the butterfly's flaming wings. He had to admit that the creature was very beautiful. Even Angor, who had high standards for aesthetics, was tempted. Unfortunately, the butterfly's weak foundation was a big problem. Angor could start from zero if he wanted to cultivate an elemental creature. But if he had to start from a negative number, he would have to give up. Besides, Angor already had some ideas about how to cultivate an elemental creature. There was a place that he always kept in mind. There should be an elemental creature there. He would go there when he was ready. There was no need to rush. With that in mind, Angor touched the butterfly's antennae. With a push of power, the butterfly was pushed aside. The butterfly did not fly back to Angor. Instead, it flew away. However, there were too many mushrooms that were drooling over it. They did not attack the butterfly for Angor's sake. But as soon as the butterfly left Angor's side, the mushrooms revealed their true colors. Almost all of the mushrooms around Angor were attacking the butterfly with everything they had. Mr. Shava touched it. I must have it. It's tainted with Mr. Shava's aura. I'll keep it in my stomach even if I don't eat it. Angor logged into the forum to listen to what the mushrooms were saying, but he was quickly pushed away by the crazy and twisted emotions. Better to withdraw his spirit feelers. Instead of paying attention to the mushroom's emotional exchange, he looked at the lava lake again. The lava lake was still spewing out fire patterns. Most of them dissipated into sparks. A few turned into fire elemental creatures, but they were all eaten by the mushrooms. Now he understood why mushroom gathered here. It was probably because it wanted to eat the fire elemental creatures. He decided to put the fire elemental creatures aside for now. Now, he was thinking about the origin of these creatures. From what Mushroom had said earlier, he knew that they hated filthy bastards. But, from their words, he could tell that filthy bastards had brought them tremendous benefits. Now, the truth of the benefits had been revealed. It was these fire elemental creatures. But how did the filthy guy come into contact with the fire elemental creature? Also, where was the dirty guy? He looked toward the north of the lava lake. Smoke kept rising from the surface of the lava lake, so he couldn't see anything clearly. But he still kept his eyes on the lake. This was because he remembered very clearly that every fire elemental creature that was born could only materialize under a strange wind of fire. And this strange fire wind was blowing from the north. Perhaps we should go and take a look? With that in mind, Angor did just that. He stepped lightly on the reddish ground, and with a ripple, he flew into the air. The 3 little mushrooms on the ground tried their best to jump up. However, they couldn't fly, so they could only stare at Angor helplessly. In the end, they lowered their umbrellas as if they were abandoned. Of course, Angor wasn't going to give them up. He pointed a finger at them, and they floated up. In the end, they chose to stay on the heels of Angor's shoes like mushroom decorations. This pair of boots was supposed to be low profile, but it gave them a fairy tale-like feeling. After making sure that he wouldn't lose them, Angor left them alone. Looking into the distance, Angor quickly created a fire shield around him and night glider, which gave off a dim glow. He quickly arrived above the lava lake. In less than half a minute, he reached the center of the lava lake. It was also here that he saw an inconceivable scene. At the center of the lava lake, several dozen meters below him, there was an isolated island about 30 meters wide. The island was made of red crystals. Standing on the highest point, Angor clearly sensed that these crystals were fire elemental ores. They could be found in the lava, and the energy contained in them was very stable. The value of this island alone was estimated to be more than 100,000 magical crystals. However, the most important thing about the island wasn't the fire elemental ores. It was the giant mushroom at the center of the island. The incredible scene he saw came from this mushroom. The mushroom was constantly compressing and expanding. Every time it did so, Angor could sense a terrifying amount of energy gathering. When the mushroom expanded, the energy would spread out and form a fiery wind from its pores. The pores were like chimneys on the mushroom's body, allowing the fiery wind to spread in all directions. Without a doubt, the fiery wind was the medium for the birth of elemental creatures. Angor saw a fire snail not far away from him turning from a fire pattern into a solid object. Angor didn't want to know what the fiery wind was. What he was more concerned about now was the mushroom in the center of the isolated island in the lava lake. Just like the mushrooms in the mushroom forest outside, this one was also fire elemental. Its smooth cap was covered with small crimson spots. However, its body shape was different from the mushrooms outside. The mushrooms in the mushroom forest outside had slender bodies. The handle of the mushroom was almost straight up, just like the trunk of a big tree, straight and firm. Most of their caps had edges and corners, and some even looked quite hideous. However, this mushroom was different. Although it was still very tall, about 10 meters or so, its stem was not slender or straight. Instead, it was very fat and had a sense of roundness. The cap was also smooth and round. Its curve was not stiff at all. Instead, it had a beautiful, streamlined shape. Angor noticed the shape of this mushroom because it didn't look like a native mushroom. Instead, it looked like, he lowered his head and looked at the 3 little fellows whose heads were touching each other near his heels. Yes, this mushroom looked like enchanting. To be more precise, it looked like a mature version of enchanting. Is this a camouflage? At the same time, he reached out his spirit feelers to see what kind of emotion the strange mushroom was going to give him. But as soon as his spirit feelers reached out, Angor's expression changed. Why are the emotions here so violent? Angor did not sense any clear emotions like the ones he saw in the mushroom form. Instead, he sensed anger, hatred, and endless violence. It was as if the mushroom's flame wind was spreading all over the isolated island at the center of the lava pool. Something's wrong with this mushroom, Angor muttered. Ever since he stepped into the garden, this was the only mushroom he could sense that was hostile toward him. It was not the kind that would seep into people's hearts and make them shiver in fear. Instead, it was direct and undisguised, as if it hated everything in this world. Angor also noticed that the three little creatures behind him were also camouflage. They were not showing their complete emotions, but Angor could still sense their hatred toward the mushroom on the island. It was not something that was acquired. It was an innate hatred. If the mushroom on the island was also a camouflage, why did the camouflage show such hatred toward it? He couldn't find an answer to this question yet. However, from what he had seen so far, he was sure that the mushroom was the source of Filthy Guy, which was called Filthy Guy on the mushroom forum. But he did not know what Filthy the mushroom was talking about. Was it the human who was controlled by the camouflage? Angor considered and decided to take a closer look at the mushroom. Blair said that the captured human was controlled by the camouflage, and this mushroom looked very similar to the camouflage. Angor felt that there was a connection. Since his spirit feelers could not reach the mushroom, Angor decided to check it out himself. However, as soon as Angor made up his mind and slowly descended from the sky, something unexpected happened. Several orange-red fire ores on the island suddenly exploded without warning. Black smoke with a pungent smell of sulfur quickly filled the air. Amidst the thick black smoke, a powerful flame energy rushed towards the sky. Their target was Angor. Since he already knew what was going to happen, he quickly came up with a countermeasure in his mind. He only needed to move a little to dodge the attack without using any mana. Still, he did not let his guard down. The fire blast did not come out of nowhere. There were so many places in the sky, but it chose him. Clearly, he was being targeted. Angor did not believe that it could be destroyed so easily. As he expected, a long shadow broke through the smoke and attacked him at an incredible speed. It was faster than Fire Blast, but he was still able to dodge it easily with his current speed. However, that was not the end of it. The shadow took a turn in the air and locked onto Angor's position. It kept attacking him. He finally realized that the shadow was actually an octopus tentacle. However, there were no suckers. Instead, they were covered with fiery red spots. The spots were exactly the same as the ones on the mushroom cap on the island. Angor was almost certain that the tentacle was made of mycelium, which came from the mushrooms on the island. At first, Angor was able to dodge the fast tentacle by using Night Dash and his computational ability. However, the tentacle's attacks were not always the same. One of the whips of the tentacle added extreme heat to it. Combined with the intense fire element above the lava pool, each of the tentacle's whips caused a terrifying explosion in the air even if they did not hit Angor. For a moment, the sky above the island was filled with loud explosions. There was still some visibility in the area, but now, it was all covered by the black smoke. Mushroom clouds of black smoke slowly rose into the sky. At first, Angor was having a hard time dealing with the series of explosions. Since he was caught off guard, he only used ordinary elemental defense, which did not help him much in the face of the series of explosions. Even a fire-type shield was destroyed by the shockwaves. Angor's robe almost caught on fire. But he soon found his rhythm again. A thin layer of white mist covered his body. It looked like a formless mist, but in fact, it was a special armor made from a large number of phantom limbs. Angor rarely used his phantom limbs for defense because they were not very effective. However, using them would consume a lot of nightmare aura. Even if he could continuously replenish his nightmare aura, he might not be able to maintain them for a long time. However, this place was filled with nightmare aura that was almost identical to that of the nightmare realm. Angor could use his nightmare aura as much as he wanted. The environment not only helped him replenish his nightmare aura, but also stimulated his mana whirlpool to generate mana. If he used his nightmare aura here, he would be able to exert 100% of his power, or even more. The armor made by the phantom limbs had several layers. Even if the outer layer was damaged by the explosion, the nightmare aura would quickly replenish it. Therefore, Angor was not in any danger right now. What he needed to do now was to figure out how to deal with the current situation. Attacking the tentacles was not very effective. The consecutive explosions did damage to Angor, but the tentacles themselves were also damaged. Even if the tentacles were immune to some of the fire damage, they still had to bear the brunt of the physical impact of the explosions. However, the tentacles were still fine. It could be seen that the defense of the tentacles was very high, whether it was against energy or physical attacks. Besides, the mushrooms could continuously produce mycelium. Even if he cut off one of the tentacles, it would only take a while for a new one to grow out. There were only two ways to deal with the current situation. Either he stayed away, or he attacked the mushrooms on the island. For a moment, he wondered if he should just leave. After all, he was in Flower Spirit Garden, the territory of nightmare creatures. It was not a good idea to attract too much attention. But in the end, he chose not to leave. While dodging, he sensed that the mushrooms on the island were releasing some unique signals. Angor was already suspicious about the mushroom growing on the lava island, so he kept an eye on the mushroom's emotions while dodging the tentacle's attacks. Basically, all the signals the mushroom gave him were violent, resentful, and shrill cries. "It hurts. It hurts. It's all your fault. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all of you. Ha 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 ha. All of you." Just as he was about to withdraw his aura, a strange signal suddenly came from his aura. Angor noticed that the mushroom did not release any emotion when it sent out the signal. It sounded like an unconscious murmur. This was strange enough, and Angor's analysis made it even stranger. Adelia? To nightmare creatures, it might sound like a meaningless signal. But to Angor, it was the name of a famous and powerful witch in the southern wizardry region. Adelia, one of the permanent members of the Council of Truth, also known as Dark Baron. Angor did not believe that the mushroom would call out the name of a Dark Baron for no reason. The only possibility was that the mushroom had something to do with Adelia in some way. With this in mind, Angor came up with a theory that he could not prove right now. Perhaps the enchanted human was hiding inside the mushroom, and this human might know Adelia. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the mushroom sent out Adelia's signal. Angor did not know why the mushroom called out Adelia's name. Was it an enemy, a lover, or something else? But none of that mattered now. Since the mushroom might be hiding a controlled human, Angor had to find an answer. The mushroom's tentacles were still chasing after him. This time Angor did not try to dodge them. Instead, he dashed toward the center of the island. Angor's action angered the mushroom. Its round body shrunk again, and the spots on its body became even redder. When it gathered its strength, it expanded from its shrunken form, and a large number of tentacles began to grow around the mushroom. These tentacles were not as thick as the first one, but they still carried a great heat. Like phantom limbs, they weaved into a net to prevent Angor from getting close to the mushroom and also to capture Angor. Angor was now trapped in a pincer attack. Behind him were the exploding tentacles that were creating mushroom clouds of black smoke, and in front of him were the same tentacles that were about to explode. There was nowhere to run, however, Angor did not seem to notice the ever brighter and redder tentacles in front of him. He kept flying toward the mushroom island without slowing down at all. It didn't take him long to reach the tentacle net. The tentacles were only 20 meters away from Angor's body. For the exploding tentacles, 20 meters was nothing but a blink of an eye. However, before the tentacle could reach Angor, a door suddenly opened on the right side of Angor. Angor dashed inside and closed the door behind him. The moment the door disappeared, the exploding tentacle directly faced the dense tentacle net in front of it. Boom! Boom! The explosion was even louder than the previous one. It echoed across the entire lava lake. As a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, violent waves began to appear in the originally calm magma lake. A large amount of magma surged towards the surroundings. The magma that soared into the sky even rained down fiery red magma in all directions. Luckily, there were no other living creatures in the area. The lava rain was like bathing water to the mushrooms in the mushroom forest. Instead of harming them, it only served as nourishment. The explosion lasted for a minute, but the lava did not stop there. 5 minutes later, the smoke around the isolated island in the middle of the lava lake began to disperse. As the smoke dissipated, the situation on the isolated island was revealed. The giant mushroom was in a terrible state. Not only did the first thick tentacle burst into 2 halves and fall to the ground, but the tentacle net woven by the subsequent mushrooms also had a big hole in it. Although it was barely hanging, it could not exert much of its power. The white handle of the mushroom was now charred black. Perhaps the mushroom didn't expect that its most powerful attack would end up in such a miserable state. Compared to the mushroom, Angor was completely unharmed. He was standing on top of the red ore, which was emitting heat, while the giant mushroom was right in front of him. Angor observed the mushroom closely and found that it looked very similar to Mystic Gem. Unfortunately, he did not find any trace of a human being. "Answer me. What is your name?" Angor asked in the common language. He did not get any response, so he used his emotions to express himself. However, the giant mushroom seemed to be a little dazed by the explosion and reacted very slowly. It took a while for it to express its emotions, which were still anger, unwillingness, and intense malice. Once the malice was expressed, it was followed by endless attacks. Without the tentacles, the mushroom still had other abilities. For example, it could control the lava that kept falling from the edge of the mushroom's umbrella, or control the raging fire tornadoes around it. These attacks were not as strong as the tentacles. Any other wizard might have a hard time dealing with them, but for Angor, who was protected by layers of phantom limb armor, they were not enough to deal with them. While fighting back, he kept asking the mushroom questions, hoping to get more information from the creature. But no matter what he asked, the mushroom only responded with a grumpy attitude. "Did I guess wrong? Does it have nothing to do with humans? Or is it a human, but it has already digested its self-consciousness?" Angor mumbled to himself. The mushroom form mentioned that the filthy thing had reached the end of its life. Did it mean that Mystic Gem had already digested it? Angor didn't want to give up. Did he really come here for nothing? He considered for a moment and asked, "Do you remember Audria?" When he asked this question, the mushroom's attack slowed down. "It worked?" Angor continued without hesitation, "Black Baron, Audria. A councilwoman from the City of Truth, a powerful occult dark wizard, one of the chief editors of the Forest of Time." Every time Angor said something, the mushroom's attack would become slower and slower. At the same time, the signal it emitted was also changing. But it still did not mean that it could be used. "Audria." The mushroom kept repeating. It was as if Audria was its only thought. Nether Floating Realm, City of Truth. This extraordinary city that occupied the entire Nether Floating Realm was located on the back of a black creature that looked like a jellyfish. This strange creature was so huge that even hundreds of island whales combined would not be able to compare to it. This jellyfish-like creature was the unique characteristic of the Nether Floating Realm. The Nether Floating Realm that carried this irreplaceable City of Truth in the southern region was the Nether Floating King, Karapui. Ever since the first chairman of the Council of Truth conquered Karapui, the City of Truth had been standing on Karapui's back for the next 3,000 years, patrolling the Nether Floating Realm. Now, Karapui was slowly floating under the starry sky of the Nether Floating Realm. At this moment, a luminous object that looked like a comet suddenly appeared from the void and flew past Karapui. Karapui's watery eyes clearly reflected the luminous object. "Long time no see, little Nether Floating Realm." A teasing voice came from the luminous object. Karapui was confused when he saw the luminous object, but when he heard the voice, he slowly closed his eyes as if he did not want to talk to it. "How heartless. I'm the chairman of the council. Give me some face." The luminous object sighed and did not talk to Karapui anymore. Instead, it flew towards the City of Truth. At the same time, in the center of the City of Truth, there was a dark palace surrounded by a large number of Nether Floating Realm tentacles. The empty palace was soaked in darkness. The only source of light was the bloody light in the eyes of the skeleton sitting on the throne in front of the palace. Sitting on the throne was a woman dressed in black noble attire. One of her hands was subconsciously tapping the skull of the skeleton, while the other hand was pressing against the tip of her eyebrows. She seemed to be deep in thought, her brows tightly knitted together. While the woman was deep in thought, a consciousness broke through the void and descended into the palace. As the consciousness arrived, a voice broke the silence of the darkness. Atalaya, you don't look well. The woman in the black noble dress was Atalaya, one of the permanent members of the Council of Truth. Atalaya opened her eyes. Her eyes were the same as her hair, pure black without any impurities. The moment she opened her eyes, there was a complicated look in her eyes. However, she quickly returned to her usual indifference. Sir Speaker, I don't feel any discomfort. I just thought of an old friend who lives in Bird Island. Bedford Island? Is it Bird Island where the Purcell clan is located? Hearing the name of the Purcell clan, Atalaya's eyes moved slightly. Yes. Since you're thinking about him, I'm very interested in this person. Humph, Atalaya snorted. He's just an idiot. Idiot? Although no one appeared in the palace, a meaningful laughter echoed in the palace. I hate your laughter, especially in my palace. I forbid anyone to laugh here. Even you, Chairman Zhuguang of the Truth Council, are the same. This is my territory, so please follow my rules. You're still as stubborn as ever. You're too obsessed with following the rules. Sometimes, you'll miss opportunities. Chairman Zhuguang's voice carried a hint of hidden meaning. Atalaya pretended not to hear him. This is my principle. It's also my path to truth. Atalaya paused for a moment. There's no need for you to worry about my matters. May I know why Sir Speaker is looking for me this time? Speaking of this, you. Alright, let's get down to business. My clone just came back from the outside world and confirmed some information from the Crown Star. I'm here to discuss with you about the supplement of the Forest of Time. The Forest of Time was a magazine co-edited by the Truth Council. It had unparalleled authority in the southern region. It was originally a supplement. It was published once every 10 years. The number of times it published a supplement was few and far between. Every supplement represented an incredible event. Atalaya was one of the chief editors of the Forest of Time. She was also the one who stuck to the rules the most. She disliked change the most. She was also a supporter of the Forest of Time's 10-year publication. She believed that this way, the quality could be maintained after many years of polishing. Otherwise, it would be reduced to a gossip magazine. But this time, when it came to the supplement, Atalaya, who had always been a dissident, was silent for a moment. I understand. This supplement is indeed necessary. On the stargazing day, there are indeed a few things that are worth mentioning in the Forest of Time. It's not too late to announce the germinal organization after the coffin is closed. However, regarding the Peach Heart Theater, this is an opportunity for the Southern Region Wizard World. We must not miss it. Even if we have to break the rules, we must announce it as soon as possible. Chaser chuckled. The Peach Heart Theater is indeed an opportunity, but it could also be a giant mouth that devours the foundation of the wizard world. You should also know that the Peach Heart Theater is like the time thief. It's a path created by the great being standing at the top of the world to fight for the truth. It's not that easy to find an opportunity on this path. That being said, the importance of the Peach Heart Theater was undeniable. The Forest of Time supplement this time was also because of the arrival of the Peach Heart Theater. Especially for those who stood at the top of the world, such as Monkey, who had already lost his manners in the abyss, probably had set his sights on the Peach Heart Theater. You're the chief editor. Remember, don't exaggerate the Peach Heart Theater. Try your best to spread the word about how dangerous it is. After all, the outside world knows too little about it. Audrey humphed. Most major organizations know about it. Those who don't know about it are mostly wizard families or wandering wizards. It doesn't really matter if they know about it or not. That's true. But are you going to watch those wizard families walk into the abyss of death? Atalaya was about to retort when the adept clans were mentioned, but a shadow suddenly flashed across her mind. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Chaser continued, actually, there are other people you can pay attention to in this supplement. For example, that prophet apprentice from Brute Cavern, Dodoro. I think we can dig into his story. Maybe we can put him in the first half of the Forest of Time. Audrey nodded. I understand. I'll look into it. Since the tea party is held at Brute Cavern, I'll go and meet this Dodoro, and that genius alchemist. I'm glad you understand. That's all for now. I hope this supplement can point the lost wizards in the right direction. Chaser paused for a moment. Last but not least, my dear Lady Dark Viscount. I hope you can find peace in this palace of darkness. Chaser's consciousness slowly faded away. Only Audrey's breathing could be heard in the silent darkness. Peace? After a long while, a sigh echoed in the spacious palace. As Angor frowned and tried to find more clues, the mushroom's mood suddenly changed again. It was still muttering Adelia, but it was getting more and more agitated. At the same time, it began to show its malice again. As Angor tried to figure out what was going on, he saw a giant crack in the middle of the mushroom's handle, which was obviously the mushroom's mouthpart. Angor could see rows of sharp teeth around the edge of the crack. Angor once read about snails in his hologram tablet. According to the information, snails had hundreds of rows of teeth in their mouths, and there could be tens of thousands of them. Angor remembered this information, but he never thought much about it. Now, when he saw the densely packed sharp teeth in the mushroom in front of him, he instantly recalled it. However, compared to the snail's teeth which were harmless to humans, the mushroom's teeth were different. As an alchemist, Angor could tell that the teeth were sharp enough to tear apart a human with defensive spells. However, the mushroom's range of movement was limited, and its teeth could not reach far enough. In terms of danger, the teeth were not the main problem. Now, he was able to dodge several bites with ease. Angor was fine. The mushroom, on the other hand, was getting dizzy because it kept bumping into the ground. Seeing that the bites were not working, the mushroom stopped and shot out a tongue covered in sticky liquid at Angor. Angor could already deal with the tentacles easily, let alone this tongue. Angor also noticed that the mushroom's power was getting weaker and weaker as it got closer. While dodging, Angor even kept talking about Adelia, hoping to get some feedback from the mushroom. However, the mushroom only became more and more frantic. In the end, even Adelia's name could no longer arouse the mushroom's emotions. Now, it had completely turned into a crazy chaotic battle. Once again, he dodged another attack and slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the mushroom with a cold look. He thought the mushroom might have something to do with the human it controlled, but he did not get any useful information after so long. Angor was getting impatient. If there was no useful information, there was no need to waste more time. There were only two choices in his mind. He could leave now, or he could kill the mushroom first. Angor preferred the second option. However, this was the territory of a nightmare creature. Would it be overstepping his boundaries if he killed it? As Angor pondered, the mushroom launched another round of attacks. This time, the mushroom did not control fire or use its tongue. Instead, it began to expand slowly as if it took a deep breath and turned into a big fatty. By the time Angor realized what was going on, the creature had already spat out the air in its mouth at Angor. He thought it was something similar to fire and wind, so he didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, when he looked at the aura, he noticed that there was no fire element in it. Instead, there was something else he was familiar with. It was a green mist. It was the same glowing mist Angor saw from Blair the Bee. The mushroom spat out a large amount of glowing green mist that completely covered Angor's path. He didn't know how dangerous the green mist was, but he didn't plan to test it out himself. Instead, he prepared to open the door and leave the area. However, before he could activate the gate of illusion, he sensed something exciting. It came from the three young mystic flowers on the heels of his shoes. When Angor was fighting earlier, the three little creatures had been pretending to be accessories on his shoes. But when they sensed the green mist, they immediately revealed their true forms. They jumped out of their shoes and began to crazily release the green mist around Angor. In the end, the mist was completely absorbed by the three little creatures before it could even get close to Angor. Angor also sensed that the creatures were getting more and more excited. Some of them even moved closer to the mushroom's mouth, hoping to occupy the best spot and enjoy the delicious food alone. Angor was going to stop them since the mushroom was still releasing evil thoughts. But when he looked up, he froze on the spot. He looked at the mushroom's mouth. Before, he could only see the sharp teeth inside. But now, when the mushroom spat out the green mist, he saw a dark shadow inside its mouth. He couldn't see the shape of the shadow because of the mist, but he was sure that it was a humanoid shape. There's a human inside the mushroom's mouth. Angor's eyes brightened up. Could it be that the human he couldn't find was inside the mushroom's mouth? Angor quickly constructed an observation spell in his mind space so that he could see the person's face. However, the mushroom seemed to have realized that the green mist was useless against Angor, so it was about to shut up. Angor wasn't going to let it do that. He raised an eyebrow and activated the green tattoo in his right eye for the first time in the flower spirit garden. Following the movement of the tattoo, a large amount of fluid flowed out of his right eye, which quickly formed into a mask covered in strange patterns. The mask covered half of Angor's face. The mask was covered with strange patterns. It was completely black, and the right eye looked like it was squinting when it smiled. However, the dark color and contrast of the mask didn't make it look funny. Instead, it gave off a dark and strange feeling. As soon as the mask appeared, a terrifying pressure descended upon Angor from all directions. The island mushroom's mouth, which was about to close, froze. The movements of the three little fellows also stopped. Even the dense green mist in the air had stopped flowing. It was as if time had stopped. But it was only as if. Of course, Angor wasn't strong enough to affect time. He just activated a green tattoo in his right eye that had the property of pressure. This was one of the results of Angor's research on the green tattoo in his right eye. His plan was to make the mushroom pause for a moment so that he could find out the truth as soon as possible. However, to his surprise, the effect of this pressure was much better than he had imagined. Not only did the mushroom stop moving, but Angor also sensed something other than madness and malice from it for the first time: fear. Angor assumed that it was a nightmare creature. Perhaps the green tattoo was more effective against nightmare creatures. This was a good thing. Angor could easily find out the truth behind the figure. While maintaining the pressure from his right eye, Angor calmly approached the island mushroom. Instead of checking them right away, he reached out a hand and touched the three young mystique gems. A green light flashed on the mushroom's surface, freeing the three creatures from their frozen state of fear. The green light from his right eye could inflict serious damage to some extent. Angor was planning to take them away instead of killing them. However, when the green light disappeared, the creatures were still terrified and did not dare to act recklessly in front of Angor. They just stood there, trembling. They only calmed down when Angor tried to soothe them with his emotions. After that, Angor looked at the island mushroom's mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. The pungent smell of sulfur and rotten eggs assaulted Angor's nose. Angor remained calm in the face of such horrible stench. He even tried to think if he could dilute the smell and make it look like a fragrance. Of course, the smell was not his main concern. Angor still focused on the figure. Although most of the green fog had been swallowed by the little guys, the green fog in the mushroom's mouth part was still very thick. Only the dark silhouette of a human could be seen in the fog. Angor was planning to use an eye-enhancing cantrip to see the man's face. However, when he used his activated right eye to look, he discovered that using his right eye for depth detection would improve his eyesight like never before. His right eye only improved his eyesight without doing anything else. However, this improvement also gave him a terrifying effect. The green mist was actually a type of fine filament-like particles. Angor's improved eyesight allowed him to see through these particles and see the true face of the man inside the mushroom's mouth. It was a man. The lower part of his body had completely merged with the crimson hypha. Only his upper body remained in human shape. Even so, his exposed skin was covered by a thin layer of hypha. His hands were hanging, and his forearms were also fused with the hypha, making him look like a human being who was about to melt. His face was twisted and covered by a lot of hypha. Even so, he still managed to reconstruct the man's face in his mind. However, he still couldn't recognize the person even though he had a general idea of what the person looked like. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked about the specific people who had fallen into the ruins when we entered. He could go to the dream wasteland and ask Sunders, but now was not the time to do so. Angor tried to call out but received no response. Maybe it's because of the pressure? Angor considered and decided to remove the pressure before asking. However, as soon as Angor removed the pressure from the man's body, the man woke up, and the mushroom began to move as well. Ah! I'm in so much pain. Why me? I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. The man opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes. They were completely green. As the man screamed, the mushroom flicked its long tongue at Angor and spat out a powerful flame. Angor happened to be right next to the mushroom's mouth, which caught him off guard. However, he did not panic. He chose to stay close to the mushroom because he was on high alert. He had already considered all possible scenarios in his mind. Without hesitation, he controlled the phantom limbs on his back to form chains in front of him to protect him from the impact. At the same time, the green tattoo in his right eye flickered again. When the tattoo on the mask became darker, the mushroom froze again. Because the whole process happened in an instant, when it was suppressed to the point where it couldn't move, it still didn't close its mouth. In fact, it opened and closed its mouth even wider, pushing the bound man above its sharp teeth so that more parts of his body could be seen. The man was still screaming when he was trapped, which was why he was still wearing that hideous expression. Angor had an idea about what was going on. He only removed the man's pressure, but the mushroom came back to life, which meant something was wrong. The man and the mushroom had an inseparable effect. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. In fact, this man might be the mushroom's core. Is this what Blair meant when he said that Mystique controlled the human? He can't be separated from the mushroom, and will eventually be assimilated with it? Angor wondered. Regardless of whether he was right or not, the most important thing right now was to get more information. Apart from observing, the best way to get information was to ask questions. But how was he supposed to get information from the man who was almost assimilated? He already tried calling out to the man and provoking him with words, but they didn't work. So what should he do? Take him to the dream wasteland? It was a good idea. But he wasn't sure if the consciousness of the creature would be a human or a mushroom in the dream wasteland. Besides, this wasn't a good place to enter the dream wasteland either. Angor looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the green mist around the old man. According to Blair, Mystique's weakness was the mist itself. If this was a human being controlled by bewitching Ying, would he return to normal if he absorbed all of this green mist? Angor decided to give it a try. If Mystique really showed up in the outside world, he could take precautions. With that in mind, Angor looked at the three little creatures at his feet. The process of absorbing the green mist went much smoother than Angor expected. The three little creatures weren't very smart, but they still understood Angor's order, and they were more than happy to do so. However, after absorbing the green mist, Angor tried to wake the man up again. Still, the man didn't show any signs of humanity. Angor had to activate the green tattoo in his right eye again to force the mushroom into its oppressive state. Why is it still not working? Angor looked at the man again. Angor looked at the man from head to toe and finally looked at his eyes. Both the pupils and the sclera of the man's eyes were green. At first, Angor thought it was just an organ mutation caused by the assimilation. But now, he noticed that the man's eyes were almost the same color as the green mist around him. Also, the green mist was glowing faintly, and it seemed to be flowing. Could it be that his body also has this kind of green fog? Angor couldn't confirm it yet, but he was sure that this was the cause of the problem. But even if he did, how should he deal with the problem? Angor hesitated and looked at the little ones. They seemed to be enjoying their meal and were looking a little lazy. Could they do it? Angor didn't know the answer, but he decided to let them try. Since they weren't intelligent enough, Angor took a long time to convince them to jump onto the man who was assimilated by the mycelium. Maybe it was their natural disgust toward humans that made them very uneasy. They kept trying to get away. Angor kept guiding them. After several minutes of hesitation, they finally moved unwillingly. They opened their mouths, which were so young that they didn't even have teeth yet. They bit down on the man's neck, but they didn't break the skin. They tried several more times, but they still couldn't break the skin. They turned their heads around and blew saliva bubbles at Angor, as if trying to tell him that they couldn't do anything. Angor considered and controlled the phantom limb to make a small cut on the man's neck. 3 small wounds appeared on the man's neck. Angor took a closer look and didn't see any blood coming out of the wounds. They were all filled with dense mycelium, as if the mycelium had replaced all the tissues inside the man's body. When the little ones saw the wound, they hesitantly came to the wound, opened their mouths, and sucked at the wound. Through the gaps between their mouths, Angor saw a large amount of green mist drifting out and entering the little ones' bottomless stomachs. As they absorbed the green mist, the green color in the man's eyes slowly faded and returned to normal. Angor was glad to see this. About 2 minutes later, the little ones stopped absorbing the mist. Angor brought them back and looked at the man again. Hopefully, he would be surprised this time. With that in mind, Angor withdrew his green runes. As the pressure was removed, the mushroom began to move, and the aura of flames began to fill the air again. Angor frowned when he sensed a wave of hostility coming at him. Did he fail again? Before he could decide whether to activate his right eye again, Mushroom spoke in a hoarse voice, "Don't stop. Don't stop." It took him a while to realize that it was a real human voice this time. It was not something that was expressed through emotions. Angor stared at the man inside the mushroom. The man's eyes were cloudy, and his mouth kept moving. "Don't stop." His words were the only thing that came out of his mouth. "I'm going to kill you all." Angor was still wondering what the man meant when he suddenly sensed something furious. "I'm going to kill you all." The transmission of emotions was accompanied by the violent impact of the flames. He was already prepared for this, so he easily blocked the attack and activated his right eye again to suppress the mushroom. When the air returned to normal, Angor looked at the man in confusion. The man spoke in human language, which meant he had regained some consciousness. But after he regained consciousness, he said, "Don't stop." Was he trying to remind me of something? Angor looked at the man, trying to find some clues. But when he looked into the man's eyes, he was stunned. The man's eyes, which had returned to normal, were now filled with faint green again, and the color was getting darker. Angor quickly understood what was going on. The green mist inside the man's body was still there, so he kept saying "Don't stop." Was he trying to stop the 3 little ones? With that in mind, Angor quickly asked the 3 little ones to absorb more green mist from the man's body. This time, when the man's eyes returned to normal, Angor did not tell the kids to stop. Instead, he took the risk and removed the pressure on his right eye. The mushroom moved again, but this time, it did not show any signs of aggression. The man slowly raised his head and looked at Angor, who was standing outside the mushroom's mouth. "Thank you," the man spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Hearing this, Angor knew that he had made the right choice. "I don't know who you are, but I know everything that happened. You never attacked me. You can take whatever you want from me. But please don't stop them from absorbing the parasites inside me. The parasites are still growing, and once they stop, I'll lose control again." The man spoke slowly, but it answered Angor's question. The green mist was still growing, and in order to keep the man's consciousness, Angor had to keep absorbing the new green mist from him. Angor already knew the answer, but he did not feel relieved at all. If Mystic's effect was really that powerful, how could he save the man under its control? "I promise. I'll let them keep absorbing the green mist inside you, the parasites." Angor considered. "So you're still under Mystic's control, but you can still sense what's happening outside? Mystic?" Angor snapped his fingers and showed the illusion of a mature mystic in front of the man. "This is Mystic. You should know it. So it's called Mystic." The man was a little surprised. "Of course I know it. It's the cause of my current condition." When he said this, the man's eyes flashed with anger and excitement, but at the same time, there was also obvious fear and timidity. Seeing the man getting more and more agitated, Angor cleared his throat to draw his attention. "Let's put aside the question I asked you earlier and introduce yourself first." Angor decided to calm himself down first. He reported his name and looked at the man. His meaning was obvious. "Angor? You said you're Angor? Mr. Phantom's student?" Angor nodded. "Wait, I saw Angor's face in a magazine. And he's an apprentice. You." The man was confused. Angor smiled and deactivated polymorph, turning back into the elegant blonde noble. "Yes, my teacher is Sunders. As for my strength, I just became a wizard not long ago." It's normal that you don't know. The man was still doubtful, but he did not say anything else. It was rare to meet a human in this place. I'm Reeves, from the Purcell family. Reeves' story was not complicated at all. He came from a wizard family called Purcell family on Boddard Island. Purcell family was not the best among all the wizard families in the southern region, but they were still one of the best because they once had a truthfinder magician. Angor did not know who Reeves was, but he had heard about this magician before, Mirror of Tides Yagulo. Antonio once told Angor about floating mech city. According to him, many long-distance teleportation arrays in the city were drawn by Yagulo of Purcell family. As a Mageweth warlock who was a space element Mageweth warlock, Yagulo could be said to be very popular due to his unparalleled Mageweth drawing skills. However, it was a pity that Yagulo had left the Purcell clan more than 100 years ago without any warning. No one knew where he went or if he would come back. 100 years had passed, and there was still no news about Yagulo. It seemed that he had completely cut off all contact with the Purcell family. It was common for wizards to leave and stay in the southern region. For example, the previous leader of Brute Cavern left the southern region after becoming a legend and never came back. Therefore, it was not a rare thing. After all, one had to give up something in order to pursue the truth. However, this kind of open-mindedness only applied to wizard organizations. Most wizard organizations had powerful successors, such as Mr. Rain, who became famous early and whose strength surpassed the current generation. After successfully taking over the position, he did not cause any trouble for thousands of years. But the Purcell family was different. Yagulo was the only one who could not be replicated. Previously, the entire family relied on Yagulo to support them. After he left, the family was short of talents, and there was no one who could replace Yagulo. If it were not for Yagulo's popularity and the long-term contracts he signed with the major wizard organizations, the Purcell family would have been devoured by others long ago. In the past 100 years, the Purcell family barely maintained their status as a first-class family. However, after Yagulo's departure, their influence in the various circles in the southern region was greatly reduced. They also could not get good resources from the outside. The internal pressure and emotions had been piling up for a long time and could explode at any time. In the midst of internal and external pressure, they urgently needed to change. Thus, Reeves left the Purcell clan to look for hope. The so-called hope was either that Reeves would break through to the truth-knower realm during his travels, or that he would be able to find something useful for the development of the family. It wasn't easy to step onto the path of truth, not to mention that the resources of wizard families weren't very good. Reeves' accumulation of knowledge and foundation wasn't stable, so he hadn't made any achievements over the years. Therefore, he set his sights on the outside world, hoping to obtain things that could help the family develop. He wanted to find a useful mystery item, but he had been to many places. He had been to the Devil's Sea and Silver Palm Island, but he had not found a single mystery item. Just as he was feeling depressed, he received news that a plane fusion would occur in the Parmagei Highlands. For example, the fragment of eternity was the main material of a sorcerer's garden. If the family could have a sorcerer's garden, it would be a great boost to morale. Even if he couldn't obtain the fragments of eternity, he could still find a new subsidiary plane and plunder its materials. Thus, Reeves had come to the Parmagei Highlands. Of course, what happened next was a tragedy. The plane fusion failed, and all his hopes were in vain. When Reeves was about to leave the Parmagei Highlands and start his journey of hope again, he saw a pool of salt under the starry sky. Under the pool, he could vaguely see a deep tunnel, as well as traces of man-made excavation. Angor listened to Reeves' story and felt sorry for him. The despair in the name of hope, the despair of coincidence, and true despair were all placed on Reeves's path forward. He could have chosen another path, but he had no choice but to brace himself and move forward as he was shackled by the burden of his family's responsibilities. However, Angor's sympathy only lasted for a moment. He didn't come here to listen to Reeves' sad story. "So you're one of the first to enter the ruin?" Angor asked. Reeves nodded with a self-deprecating expression. "To be exact, I'm the first one to enter the ruin. I always thought that being the first to find gold would bring me more benefits. I never thought that gold would have its own way." Angor's eyes lit up when he heard Reeves' answer. The nightmare creatures would only enter the ruin later. Since Levis was captured by a nightmare creature, it meant that Levis had been exploring the ruin before the nightmare creatures entered. He might know the secret of the ruin. Can you tell me what you saw in the ruin? Angor suppressed his excitement and asked Reeves. Reeves' eyes flickered when he heard about the ruin. He slowly lowered his head without saying anything. I don't know if you've noticed, but this ruin is very strange. It had already caused several adepts to lose their way before these otherworldly creatures arrived, including you. They never came back after entering the ruin. So, I want to know what's so strange about this ruin? Angor asked. Reeves looked up. You became a wizard in such a short time. You're a genius. I also heard that your alchemy skills are even better than mine. Since you have such great achievements and a bright future ahead of you, why did you come to this ruin? Not long ago, I was at the entrance of the ruin and was about to leave. However, I encountered a situation. I accidentally fell into this place. Angor briefly told Reeves the information he knew. Reeves looked at Angor in silence. I don't know if you're telling the truth. You saw the mystic lady in your story. She's a terrifying lunatic. I can't believe that you could escape from her and move freely in this area. However, I just saw the mystic gold lady fly back to her territory, so even if your words are ridiculous, there seems to be some truth in it. But it doesn't matter if you're lying or not. I'm not far from death, so I don't mind telling you some things. At least you're still a human. Angor could understand Reeves' suspicions, but there were some things Reeves said that bothered Angor. I didn't come here to save you, but since I found you, I'll do my best to save you. This was Angor's response to Reeves' words about his imminent death. Reeves shook his head. I know my situation better than you. I'm destined to die. There's no saving me. Even my soul will be trapped here forever. How do you know if you don't try? There's no need. Reeves looked behind Angor and saw an orange-red lake of lava. However, Levis wasn't looking at the lava lake. Instead, he was looking at the strange patterns that kept jumping out of the lava lake. Levis looked at Angor with great sadness. Even if I can be saved, it won't mean much. Besides, most of my body has already been assimilated by the parasite. Just like the goddess of spring, the assimilation is irreversible. In the wizarding world, there was a special name for the half-tree feather, goddess of spring Demeter. Levis was using the Demeter as an example to say that he was already half-mushroomized and could no longer be saved. Perhaps it was because of the topic of saving, Reeves temporarily put aside the matter of the ruins and started talking about his current situation. After listening to Reeves' explanation, Angor's face was filled with shock. Angor found it hard to believe. Leaving aside what Levis went through in the ruin, what happened to him after he was possessed by Mystique was beyond Angor's imagination. Levis inhaled the green mist and was controlled by Mystique. Their initial reaction was to go crazy and lose their rationality. They were filled with the desire to attack everything around them. During that period of madness, Levis destroyed many mushrooms, so Blair the Bee trapped him in a barren mountain. And that barren mountain was where Angor and Mystique were standing. At first, this place was not a lava lake. It was just dry land. After being trapped here, Levis lost control of himself and began to use fire spells on his surroundings. He was an elemental fire magus. Because he was inclined towards the lava faction, he attacked the earth crazily. In the end, he turned a barren ridge above ground level into a magma lake. About 10 days after being possessed by Mystique, Levis' skin began to sprout a large amount of Mystique. Time slowly passed. After a while, Levis' body was covered by the Mystique and could not move. The only thing he could do was to let Mystique control him to release fire spells. Under the nourishment of the pure fire energy, an isolated island of fire ores was formed under his feet. After that, Levis was completely covered by the Mystique and slowly turned into a mushroom. The human body was hidden inside the mushroom. After a few more months, Reeves' hands and feet were completely assimilated and turned into mushrooms. Along with the assimilation of his body, his original flame ability began to be squeezed, and finally escaped from the mind space that was already riddled with holes, forming various flame patterns in the magma lake. As for how these flame patterns had turned into elemental life forms, Reeves didn't know. But, he was certain that some special ability of the mycelium within his body had combined with the flames of his main body to create a massive number of fire elemental life forms. This was because the flammability in his body was continuously weakening. The power of the mycelium is very strange. It can even affect the mind space. My mana whirlpool is already in tatters and is doomed to collapse. It is only the power of the mycelium that is keeping it from collapsing. But I can feel that I won't be able to maintain it for much longer. At most, in half a month, my mana whirlpool will be completely squeezed dry and I'll die. Even my soul will be exhausted. It could be said that this high-temperature region of flames was created by Reeves alone. From this, it could be seen how terrifying mysticking was. Not only would it assimilate you, but it would also completely control you, squeeze you dry, and use up all your remaining value before finally killing you. Angor already imagined that Mystic Ying's effect would be far more effective than living infection. After all, Blair the Bee said that Mysticking could be used against wizards. But now that he knew the truth, Angor was still shocked. Mysticking did not mean to kill a wizard, but to cut off their flesh with a blunt knife. This was even more horrifying. Of course, this was only from the perspective of the person being controlled. Mysticking was the most terrifying parasite Angor had ever seen. Not only would it torture you, but it would also slowly eat you away. But if you looked at the surrounding fire mushrooms, it would definitely be a blessing. Rich fire energy, large numbers of fire elemental life forms, and all kinds of fire ores. Not only the mushrooms in the mushroom forest, even fire apprentices and fire wizards would find this place to be a holy training ground. Mysticking could efficiently squeeze, purify, amplify, and spread the power of a wizard's entire body without wasting any energy. It was the most perfect masterpiece. If a human wizard could control it, it would be a godsend. Not only could it kill enemies, but it could also improve one's own strength. Was there anything better than this in the world? But this only made Angor even more cautious. If Mysticking really spread out, someone would soon discover his secret. Of course, even if they did, they would not be able to take advantage of it. There would be a large amount of green mist around Mysticking. Even if they knew they could use the mist to train, they would not be able to control it. But if Angor used Mysticking's larva to break through the green mist, things would go out of control. Angor did not hesitate to use the worst method possible to predict the human's reaction. When they realized that he could create such a holy training ground, not only would Angor's safety be threatened, but many innocent wizards would also be dragged into the mess and become human sacrifices to Mysticking. Because of this, Angor was alarmed. He had to control the spread of this as much as possible. It would be best if he did not spread it at all. What's on your mind? Reeves saw Angor's blank look and asked. Angor shook his head. Nothing. Angor considered. It was still too early to think about this. After all, the Mysticking had not been leaked yet. Besides, the most important thing right now was to get more information from Reeves instead of falling into a mental trap. Is there anything I can do to help you stabilize your mind space? Reeves shook his head. I don't know. But it's not necessary. Even if my mind space is stabilized, I'll still die. My body has been completely assimilated. There were no human organs left in Reeves' body. All he had was his mycelium. Moreover, these mycelium were constantly producing glowing green mist. Parasites, or the green mist you mentioned. Once they take over my mind, I'll lose control. I'll still die in the end. Angor pointed at the 3 Mysticking's larvae that were happily sucking the mist from Reeves' neck. I can let them keep you awake. These mushrooms look like. Never mind. I don't want to ask. Reeves paused. Even if I let them absorb it, it's still useless. The green mist from these mushrooms is consuming my energy. They can keep absorbing the green mist while I'm losing energy. When I run out of energy, I'll still die. Besides, my mana whirlpool can't be replenished. This is already a dead end. I'm destined to die. Reeves' words reminded Angor of the information he received from the Mushroom Forum. That filthy bastard had reached the end of his life. When the Mysticking reached the end of its fusion with a human, it was already destined to die. At this point, no matter which direction it went, there was no way out. Either the Mysticking would go crazy and die in half a month. Or the Mystic King would stay awake for a few hours and run out of energy. No one could change Reeves' fate of death. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I've already accepted my fate. If only you had come earlier. Forget it. Being able to find a human to talk to at the end of my life is already my fortune. Reeves sighed softly as he looked at Angor with a somewhat gloomy expression. If Angor had come earlier, he might have been able to use some means to take over Reeves' body. But it was too late now. He knew his own body very well. It was already in the final stage of assimilation. Even if a legendary wizard came, there was nothing they could do. Perhaps only those great existences who could create miracles could turn something rotten into something magical. However, with his lowly status, how could he make those miraculous people look at him in a different light? So, Reeves had already accepted his fate. Hearing Reeves sigh, Angor's heart also felt a little heavy. He could see some negative thoughts hidden in Reeves' eyes, but he also knew that Reeves was telling the truth. Angor understood the sadness and evil of human nature, so he did not think that Reeves' dark thoughts were a big deal. If he was in Reeves' shoes, he would have the same thoughts. At least for now, Reeves had suppressed his wandering thoughts. He was not like some crazy people who knew that even if they were going to die, they would drag the whole world down with them. From this point of view, Reeves used to be a rational light wizard. After a moment of sadness, Reeves regained his rationality. His life energy was constantly flowing away with the green mist, so he did not have time to waste on sad emotions. Don't you want to know the secret of this ruin and what I went through here? I can tell you. But before that, I hope you can agree to a condition of mine. Reeves looked at Angor after he finished speaking. Seeing that Angor did not intend to follow his words, Reeves was not annoyed. He took the initiative and said, "Don't worry, it's just a small request. I hope that after you leave here, you can help me send a message to someone. It won't be important, and it won't affect you. You can even remain anonymous. It's not a threat, nor is it a deal. It's a request without any restrictions. Because I don't think you have a chance to leave here. But there is still some hope, so I still want to try." Angor and Reeves were strangers after all, so Angor was very cautious when Reeves asked for something, even if he wanted to get some information from Reeves. However, Reeves' words were sincere, and he also eliminated many possible hidden restrictions. So, after giving it some thought, Angor nodded. "What do you want to tell me?" "To whom?" "A farewell letter. Think of it as my last words. To a counselor from the City of Truth, Adelia." "So Lady Dark Viscount is important to you?" Reeves nodded with a somewhat sad expression. "She is very important to me." Reeves didn't mention anything about his relationship with Adelia, but Angor could sense something from the man's emotions. Perhaps Reeves and the counselor of the Council of Truth had a romantic memory? "Sure. I'll let her know if I can get out of here alive." "Do you have anyone else you want to talk to? Like the Purcell family?" A trace of complex emotions flashed through Reeves's eyes. There was regret, helplessness, anger, and bitterness. Finally, he said with a bitter voice, "If you really go out and have the time, just send them a message about my death. If you don't have time, it's fine." Angor did not know what was going through Reeves' mind. Maybe he felt guilty for not fulfilling his family's glory, or maybe he hated the fact that he lost his freedom and carried the burden of his family all his life. But no matter what it was, it would dissipate with Reeves's death. "I'll find a way to tell the Purcell family. Now, it's your turn. What's the secret hidden in this ruin?" An hour later, Angor looked at Reeves in front of him. Reeves' appearance had completely changed. Before this, Reeves' body was mostly assimilated by the mushroom. However, Angor could still tell that Reeves used to be a handsome young man. But now, Reeves' energy was almost all sucked dry by bewitching Gem's larva. He was so skinny that only his skin was left. "Thank you." Reeves could no longer see Angor's figure. His last words were almost nothing more than the sound of a gentle breeze. However, he still tried his best to express his final thoughts. "May you leave hell and find peace." Angor gave Reeves a deep look. "That's also my wish." As his voice fell, the last remaining flame of Reeves' life burned out. He finally closed his eyes. As the flames burned, the giant mushroom in front of him slowly turned into sparks and disappeared. Finally, it turned into ashes with the unique aroma of fungi. Fire wizards often said, "Fire is my life. Even if I burn the whole world, I will be reborn in the raging flames." Perhaps a fire wizard who found the truth could do this. But for ordinary wizards, this was just a joke. Reeves died completely as the flames disappeared. Angor did not choose to leave. Instead, he quietly looked at the pile of ashes that was still filled with a green mist. Not long after, a spirit body emitting a faint glow slowly emerged from the ashes. It was a newly born undead spirit. Without a doubt, it was Reeves' soul. Angor did not leave. He chose to wait here to see what would happen to a soul that died under bewitching gems. Was it really as Reeves said? Impossible to save, Angor waited for the complete form of the undead spirit. About a minute later, the undead spirit finally took the shape of a human. Angor's expression became a little strange when he looked at the undead spirit in front of him. Normally speaking, a soul's form was the same as it was before death. Sometimes, it would change under the influence of a strong will. For example, when an old man died, he or she would have a strong yearning for his or her younger self, which would affect the condensation of his or her soul. It was very likely that a young soul would appear in the end. In any case, the soul would always be a human. However, Reeves' soul was a little strange. It looked like a human, but there were several mushrooms growing on his body. For example, there was a huge green mushroom on his head. It looked like he was wearing a green hat. There were also 2 mushrooms on his chest. There was also a mushroom on the back of his left hand. Furthermore, although his soul had successfully condensed, his spirit body was still constantly surging. It was as though there were more mushrooms hidden in his spirit body, hoping to break through the restrictions and grow again. Right in front of Angor's eyes, another one of the wild mushrooms appeared on the back of Reeves' right hand. Apart from the strange soul form, Reeves' emotions were also abnormal. Normally speaking, only when a soul had fallen into an undead creature that only knew how to kill would it release such strong evil thoughts. But now, Angor could clearly sense that Levis had not yet fallen into an undead creature, but he was already giving off negative emotions. His pale eyes glowed with a dark green light and were filled with malice as if he wanted to devour someone. Angor narrowed his eyes. As Reeves said, mystic gems not only controlled people's bodies when they were alive, but also their souls after they died. As far as Angor knew, soul zones existed in a higher dimension. The fact that mystic gems could affect soul zones and contaminate souls was already beyond Angor's knowledge. Angor remembered Blair saying that mystic gems are Mr. Nuka's masterpiece, and this Mr. Nuka was mystic gem's superior. Mr. Nuka must be someone powerful to be able to create something as terrifying as mystic gems. Angor even wondered if Mr. Nuka was the minister who came to this ruin. Unfortunately, Reeves did not have any information about Nuka. Angor focused on the strange soul in front of him again. Judging from the green light in Reeves' eyes and the mushrooms that kept popping out of his body, Angor guessed that the green mist existed in Reeves' soul as well. Angor looked at the 3 larvae of mystic gems that had returned to his shoes and gave them an emotional command. He wanted to see if he could get the bewildering luster larva to absorb the green mist from Reeves' soul. Reeves' soul form was still not liked by the little creatures. However, since it was Angor's command, they reluctantly jumped down from Reeves' shoes and hopped toward him. However, when the larvae were about to reach Reeves, Reeves suddenly let out a terrifying roar as if he had gone mad. Soul hell, the larvae did not expect to be attacked so suddenly and were instantly stunned. Their tiny mushroom cap spun several times on the ground and was about to fall. Angor also did not expect Reeves to use a common soul skill right after turning into a soul form, hell. Although it was called a hell, it was actually a kind of soul frequency resonance. Through a special soul frequency, it affected spiritual creatures. Generally speaking, the more experienced a soul was, the more terrifying its soul hell would be. Reeves' spirit hell could only be considered average. It might be useful against acolytes, but it had no effect on official magi. Even if his soul hell was 10 times louder, it would still be useless against someone like Angor. Reeves thought his ambush only stunned the larva, but Angor was completely unharmed. Angor even used the aura of a formal wizard to suppress Reeves' soul and make him unable to move. The 3 little fellows, who had been stunned for a few seconds, also regained their senses. Angor sensed anger from them. Perhaps they were unwilling to accept the fact that they had been tricked, so they rushed to Reeve's spirit body without hesitation. They opened their pink mouths and bit down on Reeve's spirit body. A moment later, the little ones jumped down from Reeve's spiritual body and looked at Angor in bewilderment. He didn't need them to tell him that they didn't absorb the green mist. Reeve's spirit body was still intact, and there were still mushrooms trying to come out. You can't absorb it? Angor tried to convey his emotions. Unfortunately, the larva's intelligence was too low, and they couldn't express their thoughts completely. Angor only managed to decipher the scattered emotions. It appeared, then disappeared. It appeared again, then disappeared again, Angor considered. If the larva bit Reeve's spirit body, it meant that they sensed the green mist in his soul. Otherwise, they would directly tell Angor that they couldn't absorb it. If there was green mist in Reeve's spirit body, why couldn't the larva absorb it? Was it because it appeared 1 second and disappeared the next? Angor tried to recall the previous scene. Before the larva bit Reeve's spirit body, there was a faint green light in his eyes. But after the bite, the green light disappeared. Maybe the green mist knew that the larva wanted to absorb it, so it hid on its own. If this was the answer, was there a way to prevent the green mist from hiding? Angor thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. After all, he didn't know much about Reeves. Most of his knowledge came from Reeves' description. However, in Reeves' explanation, there was no mention of the lustrous green fog concealing them. Maybe this was a special ability of the green mist that lived inside the spirit body. If that was the case, it would be difficult to solve the problem. Angor sighed. Maybe I should take this mutated soul with me and ask someone else later? Isn't Ness outside the astral pool? He's a soul wizard. Maybe he knows something. According to common sense, this was actually a relatively good choice. However, when he saw Reeve's spirit body continuously releasing mushrooms, Angor suddenly thought of a word he read in the mushroom forum: terminal stage. When Reeves was still alive, he was controlled by Reeves to the terminal stage. There was no way to save him, and the only way was to die. The only thing left of him was his soul, which was still mushroomizing. Was it possible that when Reeve's spirit body was completely mushroomized, it would also reach the terminal stage of his soul, where his spirit body would eventually disappear and become nutrients for the spirit garden? It was only a guess, but Angor's instinct told him that it might be true. Angor didn't have much to do with Reeves, and Reeves' spirit had nothing to do with him either. However, if there was a way to save Reeves' spirit, Angor was willing to try. If there was no way to get rid of the green mist, Angor would choose to give up. With this in mind, Angor decided to calm down and think carefully about whether there was a way to save Reeves' spirit from being taken over by Reeves. Time ticked away. Reeves was still unable to move due to the pressure. However, the mushrooms on his body kept popping up. There were already 9 mushrooms so far. At this rate, Angor estimated that Reeves would be covered in mushrooms in less than a day. Angor thought for a long time but still couldn't come up with a solution. He decided to observe Reeves again. As he stared at the unmoving soul in front of him, he suddenly had an idea. If he wanted to let the little guys absorb the green mist, he had to make sure that the green mist couldn't be avoided. Angor had an idea on how to prevent the green mist from getting away. Maybe he could try using the power of his right eye. Angor looked at the blurry spirit lying on the fiery ground with a slightly surprised expression. He actually succeeded? Originally, he just wanted to test it out. When he activated his right eye earlier, the pressure it produced not only made the mushroom unable to move, but even the green fog floating in the air seemed to have been frozen by time, and directly froze in place. Because of this, when he learned from the little ones that the green mist inside Reeves' spirit body would move away, he decided to try using the green tattoo on his right eye. To see if it could intimidate the green mist. And it worked. He activated the green tattoo in his right eye. As soon as the mask appeared, a terrifying aura immediately suppressed Reeves' spirit. Not only did the green mist stop moving, but the mushroom monsters around Reeves' body also stopped moving. Taking advantage of this, the little ones stepped forward and sucked the green mist inside Reeves' body dry. Judging from the appearance of Reeves' spirit body, he was still wearing a giant green mushroom hat. However, Angor repeatedly confirmed from the little ones that the green mist inside Reeves' body was indeed gone. Angor himself had done some research on souls. From his perspective, Reeves' spirit body was no different from an ordinary soul. At most, his soul energy was purer and stronger. After all, Reeves was a formal wizard when he was alive, so this was understandable. The only downside was that Reeves' spirit body was not stable. Perhaps it was because the lustrous green mist had already fused with Reeves' spirit body, becoming one of the basic units of his spirit body. After the lustrous green mist was completely absorbed, his spirit body immediately showed signs of instability. The current manifestation was that his body became a little blurry. The outline of his spirit body was also not clear. Sometimes it even merged into the air, as if the spirit body would disappear at any time. Due to the instability of his spirit body, Reeves' spirit consciousness could not be expressed smoothly. Perhaps in Reeves' mind, he had completely died and entered the dark abyss. But in reality, his spirit body was only unstable and on the verge of dissipating. Unstable spirit body was indeed a serious problem for a soul, but compared to being controlled by the green mist and eventually turning into a mushroom spirit body, the current outcome was much better. At least there was still a chance to save Reeves' spirit body. But if he was assimilated by the mist, there was no way to save him. Angor took out a golden church from his bracelet space. It was emitting a bone-chilling aura and was carved from white bones. The white bones and the dazzling gold created a strange beauty. This was the Church of the Deceased, where Tora's spirit body had been sleeping. The main body of the Church of the Deceased was made from the bones of the dead, which could be used as a dwelling place for dead souls. The base of the building was also engraved with Rune of Death, which released a large amount of cold aura and slowly strengthened the spirit body of the dead soul. Since he saved Leva's soul, he was going to take him away from this ruin. The Church of the Deceased was a temporary residence for Levis. Reeves' spirit body was damaged, and the death energy in the Church of the Deceased could slowly help Reeves repair his foundation. Even if he couldn't completely repair it, Reeves didn't have to worry about his spirit body dissipating as he lived in the Church of the Deceased. Angor scanned the church with his spirit feelers and chose a small attic at the top of the church as Reeves' room. When he put Reeves into the attic, he clearly sensed that Reeves' spirit energy was no longer leaking out. His spirit body was no longer blurred. Everything seemed to be going well. The Church of the Deceased was made when I was still an apprentice. The materials used are crude, and many of its functions are not perfect. Tora's spirit power is growing slowly. Angor muttered. I need to get rid of it. I'll make a new one later. After making sure Reeves was fine, Angor put the Church of the Deceased back into his bracelet space. Meeting Reeves was an accident. Angor wanted to take him away, but he still didn't know how to get out of here. Let's keep going. I need to see that mystic lady. Angor sighed. If Mystic Lady's personality is like what Reeves said, it's going to be hard to convince her. But no matter what, he had to see Mystic Lady first. Angor slowly flew up from the small island at the center of the lava lake. When he was in the air, the small island made of fire-type ores was instantly swallowed up by the lava. The existence of Lake Heart Island was for Reeves. Since Reeves was gone, the island no longer needed to exist. In fact, the mushroom forest that absorbed the fire would slowly disappear as well. After all, the mushroom forest relied on Reeves for its development. Once Reeves was drained dry, everything would return to normal. Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. He flew toward the right direction. After flying over the lava lake, Angor didn't return to the ground. He lowered his altitude and flew forward quickly while staying close to the ground. This way, he could quickly react to any danger on the ground or in the air. He wasn't worried about the danger in this mushroom forest. These mushrooms loved to chat. If something went wrong, Angor could easily tell from their conversations that something was amiss. Angor was currently hanging in the mushroom forum and listening to the mushroom's emotional comments while moving forward. That filthy bastard is dead. He's at the end of his lifespan, so it's normal for him to die. Too bad I didn't get to eat his fruit of purity. Angor frowned at the mushroom's regretful tone. Angor only drained Reeves of a fire-type life form. Why did it sound like Reeves ate his son? Serves him right. I sent a strand of mycelium across the lava lake, and I saw that filthy bastard attacking the Honorable Shava. He deserved to die. Someone's indignation instantly stirred up the mushroom forum. Really? Oh, my queen. I can't believe such an intolerable thing happened. Filthy bastards will always be filthy. Blaspheming Her Excellency Shava is like stepping on my umbrella cap. I should have killed him first. Yeah. I feel like I'm being insulted too. I want to kneel in front of Shava and beg for her forgiveness. It's all our fault for not noticing it. That filthy bastard got in your way. Angor was planning to observe the mushroom forum to see if there were any changes so that he could prepare in advance. However, the forum was filled with all kinds of flattery as if they didn't cost anything. Everything in the mushroom forum was the same, but Angor still managed to find something. For example, Angor saw one comment, "It's all that old bastard Blair's fault. He put that filthy bastard here. That's why this happened. We need to report it. We need to report it. Yeah, report it to Mr. Fong. Let Mr. Fong deal with it. Mr. Madman." Angor muttered the name. Apart from Blair the Bee, Mr. Myrtle, and Mr. Nuka, this was the fourth creature Angor had heard of since he came to the garden. Also, judging from the mushroom's tone, Mr. Madman must be Blair the Bee's superior. Angor wondered how Mr. Myrtle was related to Mr. Myrtle. If he wanted to leave the garden, he would have to go through both Mr. Myrtle and Mr. Madman. If that was the case, Angor felt that his future was bleak. Angor sighed and decided not to think about it. Even if there were a lot of traps ahead, it was better to face them head-on than to stay behind and scare himself. Angor logged into the mushroom forum while flying toward Mr. Myrtle's castle. After flying for about 10 minutes, Angor finally left the fire mushroom area. In front of him was a normal mushroom forest. Angor had spent a lot of time in this place before. If it were someone else, the mushrooms here would not be so gentle. They would have already bared their fangs and devoured them. After returning to the normal mushroom forest, Angor flew for another 10 minutes. He still could not get out of the mushroom forest. This reminded him of something Levis told him. After I was captured by those terrifying monsters, I was brought all the way to this flower spirit garden. At first, the area of the garden was very small, just like the size of the ruin itself. Perhaps it was modified by the material warehouse of the ruin. But later, the size of the space changed. Levis was controlled by Mr. Myrtle, but it was only his consciousness that was suppressed. His eyes, nose, and ears could still sense the information around him. He just could not respond to it through his main consciousness. It was like a parallel personality that was suppressed by someone with dual personality disorder. Therefore, even though Reeves was out of control, he was still able to sense the changes in the spirit garden. At first, this place was only as big as the material warehouse in the ruin he was living in. But as time went on, the boundaries of this place grew bigger and bigger until it was as big as a city. Angor first thought that this was caused by an expansion rune. But he quickly rejected that idea. Expansion runes could expand space, but the total amount of energy inside remained the same. The energy here was too dense to be the work of an expansion rune. Besides, the space where the expansion rune was located was not very stable. Even the slightest bit of energy could cause the rune to break. The garden space was very stable, so it should not be caused by an expansion rune. But Angor was not sure. However, he knew that when space changed, it would definitely involve spatial energy fluctuations. Therefore, he wanted to determine the situation of the spirit garden by asking Reeves about his perception of spatial energy. However, the answer Reeves gave was very strange. When I lost control of my thoughts, I was constantly releasing fire energy, so I was actually able to sense the changes in the surrounding energy. During this period of time, I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. Without spatial fluctuations, how could he expand the space? Angor was surprised. It's as if this garden has a consciousness of its own and has grown into a new place on its own. After all, Reese wasn't a spatial magus, so he didn't quite understand. The only change is that there's a strange aura in the surroundings that's constantly rising. But I'm sure this energy has nothing to do with space energy. Reese only mentioned strange aura, but Angor quickly realized that the strange aura must be the nightmare aura. The nightmare aura was growing, but there were no space ripples, which made Angor even more curious about the garden. In particular, now that he had measured the size of the spirit garden, he could confirm that it was completely different from the original spirit garden that Reeves had described. What was the meaning of the space ripples? Angor remembered which Maya mentioning that Towalu saw a large number of monsters moving space materials in the ruin during the stargazing day. Could it be related to that? Were the nightmare creatures trying to expand the ruin into a fortress that could attack the southern wizarding region? Angor had no idea. But the behavior of the nightmare creatures was so strange that Angor could not help but wonder what they were up to. Of course, the nightmare creatures were not the only strange thing. The ruin was strange as well. Just thinking about what happened to Reeves when he first entered the ruin already gave him a strange feeling. Angor was about to think about the ruin when he was interrupted by a piece of music. It sounded soothing, but for some reason, it gave Angor goosebumps. The moonlight shines on the devout people, who pray for a better life. The devout people walk on the carpet of moonlight, who come to where the moonlight leads. But there are only humans who live happily. No bones, no darkness, no wasteland. So the moonlight did not shine. It was a lie. It sounded like a dark nursery rhyme. Even if the singer was only humming the lyrics, the horror contained in the song would still reach the listener's heart. Who's singing? This was not a normal song. Angor quickly put up his guard. The phantom limbs on his back quickly formed a suit of armor while he used his spirit feelers to sense danger. But he did not sense any danger. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to find the source of the sound. It was a tall mushroom less than 20 meters away from him. The sound came from behind the mushroom. Was there a creature singing behind the mushroom? Or was the mushroom singing itself? Angor hesitated for a moment and decided to take a closer look. He knew it was dangerous, but he was already in a place full of unknown terrors. He could not be reckless, but he could not afford to be timid either. Step by step, Angor approached the white mushroom. His spirit feelers could not detect the mushroom's emotions. The mushroom form was also quiet, which gave the place an eerie feeling. When Angor was about 10 meters away from the mushroom, he checked the ripples in the air and found no other creatures around it. In other words, the mushroom was probably singing on its own. The song suddenly stopped when he was 5 meters away from the mushroom. At first, he thought the mushroom stopped singing because it noticed him. But the next second, he heard something strange from the mushroom. You're trying to express your guilt. You can't do that by criticizing the moonlight, a hoarse voice spoke. After a moment of silence, a woman's voice spoke again. What should I do then? Love the moonlight, or tear it apart? Why do you keep talking about the moonlight? It has nothing to do with this. The clear blue sky was reflected in the astral pond during daytime, which made it look like a mirror of the sky. It was a pity that the magi guarding the celestial pool had no way of appreciating such a beautiful scene. You're awake? Inside the observation pavilion, Iron Granny put down the crushed tea powder and looked at Sunders, who had just woken up from a deep sleep. Sunders opened his eyes with a serious expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Your student is missing, and you're still in the mood to rest? You even used Dream Walk to help you sleep. You're so brave. I'm not as brave as you are, a gray-haired old man spoke in a mocking tone. No one in Brute Cavern would dare to make fun of Phantom Master other than Sunders' old friend, Ness. Your student was killed, and you didn't do anything about it, Sunders replied in a plain tone. Sunders was referring to Hookdick's death. Ness knew what Sunders meant, but he didn't seem to care. Hookdick deserved it. I gave him a chance to live, but he didn't take it. He has no one to blame but himself. Let's get back to Angor. Aren't you worried about him at all? Of course I'm worried about him. His situation. Sunders considered. Before he could finish, Sunders suddenly stopped and looked toward the center of the astral pond. A misty figure emerged from the passage of the ruins. Under the dazzling sunlight, it slowly formed a tall and straight figure. Mr. Rain is here. It was Firewalker Philo. He had been feeling down ever since he learned that the red-haired man was Angor. Rain's return was the only good news they received in the last few hours. After Rain appeared, everyone immediately gathered over. Rain didn't seem to be injured. However, he was staring at the passage under the astral pond with a serious expression as if he was in a standoff with someone. However, when everyone followed Ryan's gaze and looked at the passage, they saw that it was still an empty corridor. There were no creatures at all. Mr. Rain, what's with that invisible creature? Is he outside the passage? Wallace stared at the empty passage, wondering if an invisible creature had come out and was confronting Ryan. I don't think so. I only talked to it briefly, and it somehow returned to the ruin on its own, Rain said. Seeing the creature leave, Ryan let out a sigh of relief. The power of the invisible creature wearing leather shoes was something Ryan had never seen in his life. The creature was almost as strong as Rain himself. In other words, the creature was at least a level 3 Truthfinder wizard. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Ryan did not dare to fight with his full strength. He could only wander around the edge, trying to gain information through conversations while trying to control the battlefield in this tunnel. This was because only in this fragile tunnel would there be a chance to limit the enemy's strength. Later on, the other party mysteriously retreated. Although Ryan felt that it was very strange, it did make him feel a little more relaxed. I originally wanted to get some information from it, but that fellow is very strange. Its words and actions are very absurd, so I didn't get any useful information. However, from its character, it shouldn't have taken off its clothes and hat and secretly come to the outside of the passage in a completely invisible state. I think it should have really returned to the ruins. Ryan sighed. Only then did he move his gaze away from the passage and look at everyone. With this look, Ryan suddenly realized that something was wrong. Where is he? Rain didn't mention Angor's name even though Iron Granny and Wallace already knew who he was. He only used him as a substitute. Rain noticed that everyone's expressions changed. Even Iron Granny's eyes dimmed a little. He had a bad feeling about this. Angor went missing. Sunders broke the silence. Angor is missing? What's going on? Although Ryan's voice sounded very calm, the aura on his body suddenly changed. Angor was a key figure in Brute Cavern's future plans, and Rain valued him greatly. Now that Angor was missing, Rain couldn't help but feel anxious. Let me explain. Here's what happened. Iron Granny began to explain what happened. Rain didn't say anything. He went back into the passage and sensed the wall where Angor disappeared. Then he returned to the astral pool and shook his head. 10 minutes later, everyone in the observation pavilion looked serious. It's an accident. I didn't expect Angor to run into a void traveler at the last moment. Wallace shook his head and sighed. Sunders mentioned that the Voidwalkers might not be on the same side as the creatures in the ruin. But is it really so coincidental that Angor went missing because of them? I think Sunders made a mistake. They might be on the same side. It's just that their auras are different. Iron Granny glanced at Wallace. It's possible. But Sunders knows more about nightmare creatures than you do. It's already happened, so we don't need to worry about the details. Rain gestured for the others to stop arguing. What's more important now is where Angor is, and how can we save him? Indeed, it wasn't the right time to look into the details. Everyone knew how important Angor was to Brute Cavern. Saving him was their top priority right now. I'll go to Starleech Church. Stargazing Day isn't over yet, and most of the observers are still there. I can contact some of them and ask them for help, said Wallace. He often disagreed with Sunders, but it was only because of different ideas. Wallace knew what he should do and what he shouldn't do in the grand scheme of Brute Cavern. Even the observers can't do anything when it comes to this ruin. Rain shook his head. Besides, Angor has an item that prevents prophecies from working on him, Iron Granny added. Unless we have a mystery item with the power of prophecy, we won't be able to find Angor's whereabouts. However, such mystery items were rare. They only knew about the mystery of the stars, which could only be opened once every half a year. Stargazing Day had just ended, and the mystery of the stars couldn't be reopened just yet. Therefore, prophecy was a difficult option. But what else could they do if they couldn't find Angor through prophecy? Even if they forced their way into the ruin, they wouldn't be able to locate Angor quickly and take him away without knowing where he was. Everyone fell into silence. After a long moment, Ryan broke the silence. I'll go in. Everyone understood that when Ryan said enter, he did not mean to stay in the outer passage of the ruins, but to enter the inner part of the ruins. Tree Spirit was the first to react. He frowned and said, "We haven't fully grasped the situation in the ruins yet. It's not a good time for you to go in now." "I understand your concern," Ryan said. But we can take it slow. Now that Angor is inside the ruin, we need to make some changes. No matter what, we have to deal with the ruin. We have to go in. Maybe we can find Angor if we go in now. Still, we need to be careful. Even if you insist on going in, we need to be fully prepared. Tree Spirit knew how important Angor was. However, he still hoped that Ryan would be careful when he heard that there might be creatures as powerful as him or even stronger in the ruin. Ryan shook his head. No need. I'm carrying it with me. The worst-case scenario is that I'll be sent back to the tower with serious injuries. I'm going in now. It's been 3 hours since Angor went missing. The sooner, the better. The outer passage was already dangerous enough. Ryan was sure that the inside of the ruin would be even more dangerous. Angor could be killed at any time inside the ruin. The sooner he went in, the better chance he would have of surviving. Everyone remained silent. They all wanted to object to Ryan's hasty decision, but from a rational point of view, it was a relatively acceptable strategy. Just as Ryan had said, with that item, even if he encountered a powerful threat, he would be able to come back alive. But was it really worth risking his life? They all knew Angor's value. However, Angor was like a cat trapped in a clown's box of surprises. No one knew what would happen to the cat inside the box. The box of surprises always contained more surprises than surprises. It was too dangerous for the cat to stay inside. There was a high chance that the cat was already dead. No matter how valuable the cat was, it would be pointless to save it once it died. Besides, if Ryan really did get hurt, the organization would be in danger. While everyone was looking at each other, Iron Granny picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip. If you want to go in, then go in. If anything happens, I'll come out of the tributary. Iron Granny had always stayed in the tributary and trained like a hermit. Her current stance was a message to the other magi who were worried that she would step forward if there was a problem. Iron Granny's strength had always been a mystery, but her words meant that she was definitely capable of controlling the internal balance of power. Hearing Iron Granny's words, everyone's worries were lessened a bit, but their thoughts were still complicated. On the other side, Ryan stood up and nodded to Iron Granny. Clearly, he didn't want to waste any more time. Mr. Rain, please don't enter the ruin for now. I've contacted Angor. He's not in any danger. The atmosphere in the observation pavilion was tense, oppressive, and restless. However, Sunder's words were like a bolt from the blue, which instantly disrupted the tense atmosphere. Everyone's expression was one of bewilderment, and they were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. You can contact Angor? How is that possible? Before Ryan could say anything, Wallace quickly asked, Isn't Angor trapped in the ruin? How did you contact him? Or is it just a puppet you put in the sorcerer's garden? Wallace's imagination made Sunders glare at him in annoyance. Wallace already said that Sunders should have put Angor in the gravity garden. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Wallace only meant to mock Sunders. If he were in Sunders' shoes, he wouldn't put Angor in the sorcerer's garden either. After all, Angor was a wizard with free will, not a baby in a cradle. Angor is indeed trapped in the ruin. But I have a way to contact him. Sunders considered for a moment and decided to speak. The ruin itself is located in the many layers of space attached to the wizarding world. You shouldn't be able to contact it. How did you contact Angor? Iron Granny couldn't help but ask. Before Sunders could answer, Tree Spirit suddenly thought of something. Is it because of Angor's research on information interaction? Tree Spirit helped Angor bring Papaya and the others away not long ago, so Tree Spirit immediately recalled Angor's research. Sunders nodded. Yes. I'll need Angor to explain the details to you. But I did use this new method to communicate with Angor. You've been sleeping all this time. Did you talk to him while sleeping? Ness asked curiously. Ever since Sunders came back to the observation pavilion, he had been sleeping with his eyes closed and did not try to contact Angor at all. Ness quickly realized that Sunders could only contact Angor because he was sleeping. Sunders didn't answer Ness' question and looked at Ryan. Rain sat down as well. He knew that Sunders and Angor were both studying dream manipulators, and he agreed with Ness' theory. However, Rain did not ask right now. He was curious about the new communication method, but he was more concerned about Angor's current condition. Since you've contacted Angor, how is he doing? Is there any danger around him? I can't communicate with Angor right now. However, not long ago, I obtained some information about his location from him. He's in an area filled with all kinds of mushrooms. There's no danger around. Mushroom area? Rain didn't know what was going on either. Then whose hands did you use to take Angor's body away? Didn't they attack him? According to Angor, the owner of the pair of hands left without saying anything after entering the mushroom area. Which means Angor is trapped in the mushroom forest. Not completely. He's trying to find a way out. Angor had no idea what was going on outside. He was currently looking at the white mushroom with a strange look. He was now at the front of the mushroom. As he expected, there was no living being on the front of the mushroom. It was the mushroom itself that was talking. A long slit appeared on the mushroom's face, which Angor called its mouth for now. All the singing and talking came from that mouth. He had seen the mouthparts of several different mushrooms, but this one was the strangest one. There were no teeth in its mouth. Instead, there were several strands of mycelium hanging down from its mouth. The mycelium curled up like musical notes and vibrated according to the pitch of its voice. As Angor carefully observed the mushroom, its voice suddenly changed. Shit. He's here. It was a mixture of a woman's voice and a horse voice. The two voices were still talking, but they suddenly shouted at the same time. When this ear-piercing cry fell, the big white mushroom closed its mouth and didn't say anything else. Angor was puzzled by the series of actions. What's going on? He isn't here for me, is it? Ah. The mushroom stopped talking. I can talk now. While Angor was still trying to figure out what was going on, the mushroom forum, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly became lively again. It's shy, isn't it? If it were me, I would also feel embarrassed to be stared at by the noble Shava. It's not just shy. The other mushroom also stopped talking, so it stopped too. However, Her Excellency Shava's arrival is definitely the biggest reason. Then came a series of praises for Shava. From the mushroom's conversation, Angor had a general idea of what happened. The white mushroom was called a telepathy mushroom. Its current ability was similar to a telephone, which allowed it to transmit sounds from the parent mushroom to its offspring. In turn, the offspring could also communicate with the parent mushroom. This white mushroom was the offspring of a telepathy mushroom. Next, Angor saw more telepathy mushrooms on his way. However, none of them spoke. Angor was thinking about something. Since he knew about the telepathy mushroom's ability, the voices he heard earlier must be a conversation between intelligent creatures near the parent mushroom. Then who was talking to him? He remembered that when the voice transmission mushroom began to speak, all the other mushrooms stopped talking. They only dared to speak when the voice transmission mushroom went silent. These mushrooms clearly weren't afraid of the voice transmission mushrooms. Instead, they were afraid of the life forms that were conversing with them. One had to know that Blair the bee was also an intelligent life form, but not only was Mushroom not afraid, it even wanted to complain. Based on this deduction, there was a high possibility that the person they were afraid of was the owner of the spiritual garden, Mystic Gold Lady. Moreover, the mother of the sound transmission mushroom couldn't have been planted casually. Perhaps it was in the Mystic Gold Lady's castle. Through the sound transmission mushroom, Mi Jin Yang could give all kinds of orders to the mushrooms in the garden. As he pondered, he saw another transmission mushroom. He thought that this sound transmission mushroom would be the same as the previous one, unable to speak. However, as Angor walked past it, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Praise the moon, praise the queen, praise Shava. The voice was hoarse and rough. Angor immediately recognized it as the voice that spoke to the female voice. Judging from the voice, Angor imagined that it was an old man who had been smoking for his entire life. His throat was already damaged by the smoke. The old voice sounded like a grinding saw. Angor wasn't frightened by the sudden voice. Instead, he looked at the sound transmission mushroom. Speak your name. The sound transmission mushroom suddenly closed its mouth and didn't say another word. Angor didn't show it on his face, but he began to wonder if he wasn't playing the role of Shava. Or was it because he couldn't use such an authoritative attitude when speaking to someone else? Angor didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't just stay here and wait for the voice to speak. Since he already guessed that the speaking creature was most likely in the mystic gold lady's castle, he would find out when he arrived. With that in mind, Angor turned around and flew away. When Angor's figure completely disappeared from sight, the sound transmission mushroom suddenly opened its mouth again. Shit. She's really angry. This time, it was a faint female voice. Not long after, a roughened hoarse male voice replied, I heard from Lord Nuka that Her Excellency Shava's tone has always been cold. You don't have to worry too much. But I'm still a little scared. Fine, I'll keep practicing my song. Let's tear the moonlight apart, I told you, it has nothing to do with the moonlight. The voice slowly faded away until it completely disappeared. Angor didn't know about this little interlude. He kept flying forward. About 5 minutes later, he saw a small hill that looked like a volcano. He didn't sense any fire energy coming from it. There was a 30-meter-tall hill in front of him. It might be an exaggeration to call it a hill, but it was more like a mound of dirt at best. Angor cut the top of the mound with a knife, which made it look like a volcano. Angor noticed the mound not only because of its unique terrain, but also because there was a faint light at the top of the mound, which was where the volcano was supposed to be. The light was like a hat made of white light covering the top of the mound. This attracted Angor's attention. He hesitated for a moment and slowly landed on the ground. Following the undulating lines, he slowly climbed to the top of the mound. Even though he was careful, he still reached the top of the mound in about 1 minute. Angor stood at the edge of the mound and looked inside. His pupils shrank. There was a depression in the middle of the mound. The white light he saw earlier wasn't coming from the top of the mound. It was coming from the depression. And the light came from a castle. The depression in the mound was huge. It was like a small independent garden inside the flower garden, where a large number of strange-looking mushrooms were planted. The strange shapes of these mushrooms could be seen with the naked eye. White mist intertwined, green mist rose, light mist filled the air, and colorful colors floated in the air. But these were not the most important things. More importantly, there was a giant castle at the center of the mushrooms. As soon as he saw the castle, Angor recalled Blair's words. Mystic Lady lived in a giant castle. There was no doubt that this castle was the residence of Mi Jin Yang. The castle looked like something he had never seen before. It was made up of multi-storied spires, which looked like a church building. However, the outer wall of the castle had a silvery white metallic luster. All the light that shone on the sunken area seemed to be absorbed by the outer wall, leaving the entire castle shining in a dazzling white light. It was too bright to see the entire castle with his naked eyes, so he activated his right eye and tried to see more details of the castle. However, the first thing he noticed was not the details of the castle. Instead, he saw a figure standing behind a window on the 3rd floor right above the castle gate. He did not see the figure's face. This was because the other party had a head of long black hair that completely covered his face. Logically speaking, when one saw a head of black hair, one would think that the person's back was facing the window. Angor was sure that the figure was facing the window because her hands, which were glowing with a faint light, were touching the window. Also, he could sense that the man was looking at him through his hair. Angor did not know how long she had been looking at him when he activated his right eye. However, before he could take a closer look, the figure behind the window suddenly disappeared. Angor did not know if she was the legendary Mystic Lady, but her hands looked very similar to the ones that carried him into the spirit garden. Angor considered for a moment and flew into the sunken area from the edge of the mountain. Since he was already discovered, he did not need to hide anymore. Besides, this was the territory of nightmare creatures. If they really wanted to kill him, they had plenty of ways to do so. Besides, he was now Shava. If he acted like a coward, he would become a joke. He entered the mushroom garden outside the castle and walked toward the castle with a calm expression. Many of the mushrooms in the small garden were different from those in the outside world. They didn't look easy to deal with. For example, there was a terrifyingly huge mushroom on the left. This mushroom was constantly emitting lava, and there were many fire elementals jumping around it. These fire elementals were completely different from the fire elementals that had been forcibly created in the lava lake. They were definitely mature fire elementals. Moreover, each of them had a ferocious expression. They swept their surroundings with bloodthirsty eyes, as if they were ready to attack at any time. For example, 100 meters to the right, there was a green mushroom standing by a small pond. Although it was very small, there was a dark green gas around it. This gas was obviously poisonous because there were no other creatures around it. On the empty ground, there were even a few human skeletons. There were also spinning mushrooms with long strands of mycelium waving in the air. At first glance, it looked like a merry-go-round in an amusement park. However, human bones were tied to its mycelium. All kinds of terrifying mushrooms that could not be seen outside were gathered here. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very cautious inside. When he saw a creature that looked like a sea urchin but was much bigger than a sea urchin rolling toward him, he couldn't help but raise his guard. However, this huge sea urchin didn't attack him, it just slowly rolled past him. Angor noticed that the sea urchin was also a mushroom. However, the mushroom's body was round and covered with thorns and dark mycelium. The mycelium was very hard and would not soften when it touched the ground, which allowed it to roll on the ground. Angor did not lower his guard even though the sea urchin did not attack him. He only sighed in relief when the sea urchin disappeared at the end of the path. Angor kept moving forward. He did not see anything strange, but he chose a path that avoided those scary mushrooms. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. He used this chance to reach out his spirit feelers to see if he could find any mushroom forms in the area. And it turned out that there was one. Compared to the mushroom forest outside, most of the mushrooms here were very quiet and did not express their emotions. However, this did not mean that the mushrooms in this small garden could suppress them. The few mushrooms that spoke were much more aggressive than the ones outside. "My queen, your venom has corroded one of my legs. Do you want to duel with me? The human that Mr. Feng fed yesterday was right next to me. You stole my leg when I wasn't paying attention, so it's only fair that I corrode your leg. That human was useless, but my leg was grown after I came here. There's no comparison. I'll fight you right in front of Mr. Nuka and turn you into my food. You're my food." This was the conversation between the green mushroom he saw earlier and the tall, skinny mushroom next to it. "Quiet down. Didn't you notice that Mr. Feng is quieter than usual?" The spinning mushroom spoke again. "I know. It's because Shava is here." "That's right. Do you want to fight in front of Mr. Shava? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Shava will turn you all into fertilizer?" Perhaps the spinning mushroom's persuasion worked, because the two mushrooms who were about to fight each other calmed down. At the same time, the mushroom forum also quieted down. After a while, Angor noticed a cheerful comment. "I mustered up my courage and pretended to pass by Her Excellency Shava by accident. I thought that I would be killed by Her Excellency Shava, but not only did Her Excellency Shava not kill me, she even glanced at me." Angor didn't even need to look to know the source of this emotion was the sea urchin-shaped mushroom. He was so scared that he didn't expect the mushroom to have such thoughts. Angor found it ridiculous. At the same time, he began to wonder about the identity of Shava. Shava's identity had brought him a lot of benefits. But Angor was still worried about it. Were the mushrooms so sure that he was Shava because he would be replaced by Shava one day? Angor didn't want to think too much about it. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. No one spoke in the mushroom forum, and Angor had safely reached the castle. Through the open iron gate, Angor saw what was in front of the castle. There was a white statue standing in the middle of a fountain, as well as a tall, pure white mushroom in front of the fountain. Judging from its appearance, Angor was sure that it was a message mushroom. However, compared to the message mushroom he saw outside, this one was at least twice as large. It looked like a giant mushroom tree. Apart from that, there was something else special about the mushroom. For example, there was a round eyeball above the mouth of the mushroom. The eyeball was staring at Angor. However, when Angor looked at the mushroom, it quickly closed its eyes in a panic. Angor looked at the mushroom carefully and muttered to himself, "So this is the main body of the message mushroom?" As soon as he finished, he heard a rough voice speaking, "Esteemed Shava, you are correct. This is the main body of the message mushroom. Angwar's expression did not change at all. He did not even bother to look at the mushroom. So, the message mushroom is cultivated through its spores? Yes, its offspring are spread through spores. But the main body is not cultivated through spores. Instead, it needs a mycelial clone inside the main body. Angwar immediately got his answer. Esteemed Shava, are you going to cultivate a message mushroom? Angwar kept looking at the fat mushroom for a while before he slowly looked at the source of the voice behind the mushroom. When he was outside the castle, he saw a fountain behind the mushroom. He thought it was the statue that was talking to him. To his surprise, it was the statue's hat that spoke. It was a pure white top hat with black ribbons. There were 2 round eyes and an unbelievably large mouth on the top of the hat. The 2 round eyes were staring at Angwar curiously. Angwar's expression did not change. He was not pretending. His mind was basically the same as his appearance. The top hat did look strange, but this was an extension of the nightmare realm. Anything strange could happen here. Angwar nodded. I'm just a little interested. If you're interested, I can give you a mycelial clone later. Angwar chuckled in a meaningful way. After a while, he nodded. All right. The man looked a little nervous. Hearing Angwar's answer, he sighed in relief and began to tell Angwar how to split the mycelium in a relaxed tone. Angwar did not seem to mind, but he was actually thinking about something else. His previous series of actions, including his muttering and conversation, were actually a simple test. First, he tried to see if there were any creatures paying attention to him. After getting a positive answer, he tried to see if the identity of Shava could still work in this mystic castle. Angwar hinted that he wanted to cultivate a message mushroom to test Shava's bottom line. The hat's respectful way of addressing him and offering a mycelial clone without hesitation meant that Shava's identity could still work here. Angwar was not completely certain. There had to be a reason why he was brought here. But what could it be if it was not malicious? Angwar did not dare to lower his guard even though he got some information from the hat. He even wanted to test Shava's bottom line a little more. But he knew better than to go too far. He was still in Shava's territory, and he could easily fall into a bottomless abyss if he overestimated himself. While the hat explained the difficulty of cultivating a mycelial clone, Angwar slowly looked down at the statue. It was a pure white statue made of a material he had never seen before. It seemed to be a mixture of some special clay and other additives, which gave the statue a smooth texture like porcelain. The statue was not a human being. It was a white mouse wearing a top hat and a pure white tuxedo. The mouse was tying a bow around its neck with both hands. The mouse's buttocks were raised so high that a cup of tea could be placed on it. His curved white tail curled up to the sky as he lifted the top hat behind him. After all, the top hat was too big and his head was too small. He was afraid that the top hat would directly cover his face, so in order to maintain a good image, he had to use his tail to lift the top hat. The statue looked funny, and even cute. But Angwar did not doubt that it was a powerful Nightmare Realm creature. After all, most Nightmare Realm creatures who could dress up like human nobles were powerful. He moved his gaze away from the statue and looked around. According to some customs in the modern world, statues were usually placed in front of a castle to sing praises to ancestors or someone who made great contributions. But Angwar did not know if such customs would work in this place. However, to be able to erect such a statue here, the white mouse was undoubtedly a big shot. Angwar had seen Mystic Lady's appearance before. He did not see her face, but he was sure that this statue was not Mystic Lady. Perhaps she was standing here with a higher status than Mi Jin Young. Could it be Mr. Nuka? Angwar had a lot of guesses, but he did not have a reason to ask now, so he had to hold back his curiosity. After talking for so long, don't you think you should introduce yourself first? Angwar spoke in an indifferent tone unique to nobles. He gave the hat a "you're being rude" look. The hat's round eyes paused for a moment. I don't have an official name. But for some reason, you can call me Mad. Mad. Angwar muttered. He remembered Mad Mister mentioned in the mushroom form earlier. It was probably this top hat. Angwar nodded. He wanted to change the topic to the statue after asking about the hat's identity, but he decided against it. After all, this statue only looked like a statue, but who knew if it would suddenly speak like a top hat later? Besides, if the statue really belonged to someone powerful, Angor did not know if he could hide his identity. If Shava knew the mouse on the statue, it would be even harder to ask. Angor changed the topic. Is Mystic Lady still in the castle? Hearing this question, the madman suddenly became silent. After a long while, he said, yes, the Mystic Lady is in the castle, but she, halfway through, the mad scientist suddenly paused. After a long time, he said, actually, Jin Yang, Angor wanted to hear more from the madman, but the madman kept pausing. It seemed the madman didn't know where to start. He considered for a moment and decided not to ask any more questions. Instead, he strode toward the castle. Yes. Mr. Shava, Angor stopped and looked at the crazy top hat to see what the man had to say. However, the crazy top hat remained silent as if he had something else to say. Angor sighed and headed to the castle without wasting any time. When he reached the bottom of the castle, Angor could feel how extraordinary it was. He thought the walls of the castle were made of some kind of metal. But when he looked closer, he noticed that the walls were covered with all kinds of fine, silver runes, which gave them a metallic texture. At first, Angor thought the silver runes were magic runes. But when he looked closer, he realized they were strange three-dimensional patterns. They looked like the green pattern in the right eye of Angor's right hand. Maybe it was some kind of power unique to the nightmare realm. Angor was confident that he could decipher the runes. However, it would take him several days or even longer to decipher them. The castle was full of runes, and he might not be able to decipher all of them in several years. Therefore, he only gave it a cursory glance. Instead, he focused on the main goal of this trip. The chimney on the roof. According to Blair, the only way out of the Flower Spirit Garden was through the chimney in Mystic Castle. The castle was huge. Angor saw about a dozen chimneys. However, what attracted his attention was the largest one on the roof. Angor had a strange feeling that the chimney was the exit. Angor gave the chimney a long look. There was no smoke coming out of it. Then he looked away and walked to the gate of the castle. He pushed the door open without any resistance. A long carpet stretched all the way to the inner hall of the castle. Angor thought the castle of a nightmare creature would be different from that of mortals. But so far, the interior of the castle was perfectly normal. Although the armors that were supposed to show off their martial prowess had turned into dancing mushroom sculptures, although there were a lot of blinking eyes on the velvet carpet. Although the dazzling array of decorations, whether it was teacups or tableware, all of them had slender arms and legs moving randomly, he walked into the inner hall of the castle without looking away. The floor was paved with smooth marble, which looked like screaming human faces in abstract paintings. Many decorations that were running around on the luxurious table had returned to their original positions. The dim light from the candlesticks made the hall bright and warm. Even the air was filled with a faint fragrance. He nodded in his mind. Ignoring some minor details, this place still looked like a traditional noble's castle. But generally speaking, there were no intelligent creatures that could communicate with each other. The teacups and platters could also express their emotions, but he had a teacup band in his nightmare domain, so he knew that these nightmare creatures could not really communicate with them. He acted like a polite guest and did not wander around the castle. Instead, he went to the long table in the center of the hall and sat down. When he sat down, he could feel the plate and the wine glass in front of him shaking a little. Both of them seemed to be pleasantly surprised. There were some edible mushroom buns on the plates and some red liquid in the wine glasses, but Angor did not touch them. He looked like a normal guest, but it was only for show. After all, this was the territory of Mystic Lady, who was from an unknown faction. He needed to be careful. He chose to sit here because he saw the table full of food. When he arrived, the candlesticks lit up as well. It looked like a welcoming feast. Since that was the case, Angor decided to sit here as a guest and see if the real host would come. Angor sat down and did not do anything. Instead, he slowly glanced around the hall. This was because not long after he sat down, he felt a gaze that seemed to be looking at him from somewhere. He looked around and still did not find anything. Even the person in the painting on the central wall had his eyes closed. Angor had no idea where the gaze came from. Since there was nothing, Angor did not bother to look for it. He had a premonition that when the banquet truly began, the other party would definitely appear. Angor withdrew his gaze and looked at the center of the long table. Angor chose this place because he noticed a thick book placed on the glass in the center of the table. His seat was the closest to the book. Angor glanced at the decorations that were trying to please him and quietly looked at the thick book on the table. It was strange enough that the book was placed on the table, let alone in the center of the table. He could see the cover of the book clearly from where he was sitting. The cover was pure black and not flat. There were a lot of bumps on the cover, which looked like mushrooms of different sizes. However, at the top of the bumps, there were orange eyes. Almost every protrusion had an eye, looking full of horror. Right above the book cover, there was a row of orange words, which was the title of the book. It was worth mentioning that the title of the book was written in a font, but when reading it, it was directly projected into one's mind, which completely skipped the look and read stage. Angor had never seen this font before, but he still knew the real name of the book. The Journal of Mad Wood's Cultivation. There was no author's name, but the title suggested that the author might be a creature called Mad Wood. Angor did not remember anything about Mad Wood in his personal memory. Maybe the creature was not a human, the meaning of the book's title was obvious. Combined with the dark mushrooms on the cover, Angor had a guess. Maybe this book was a record of mushroom cultivation. As Angor was thinking, the thick book on the table suddenly floated up. Angor was surprised, but he quickly concealed his surprise. It was just a floating book. Wasn't it normal for nightmare creatures? Even if the book could speak, it was not a big deal. Just as he was thinking this, the thick-shelled book really did grow a pair of round eyes and a large mouth that did not conform to the principle of proportion. Speaking of which, the shape of the mouth and the black and white eyes looked familiar. "Mr. Shava, welcome to the banquet we have prepared for you at Silver Knight Castle." A familiar rough voice came into his ears. Mad? Angor looked at the book in front of him in confusion. He already had his doubts when he saw the big mouth and round eyes. Now, the book's voice sounded exactly the same as the mad top hat on the statue outside. "Esteemed Lady Shava, I didn't think you would still remember my name." The book's eyes became watery as if it was touched. "The last time we met was 3 minutes ago," Angor said. Fearing that Angor might misunderstand, the book opened up, and 2 slim hands reached out from the pages and waved at Angor. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that Lady Shava has a bad memory. I mean, it's my honor to be remembered by Lady Shava." Angor remained silent and did not know what to say. He decided to change the topic. "Why did you turn into this book again?" "I'm a spirit, and I can attach myself to anything. But speaking of which, this book is my real body." "Your Excellency, look at the title of the book, Crazy Wood's Cultivation Journal." I used the prefix of the book's title to refer to it. "Ah, Mystic Lady warned me not to tell anyone what my true form is. Otherwise, they would burn me with fire, and I'll die for good. Yes, fire is my weakness. I'll be burned to a crisp. However, it won't be a problem to tell Her Excellency Shava about this." The madman pointed at the word madman on the book and began to explain. He even talked about his own body and weaknesses. Angor frowned. Angor did not plan to deal with the madman. At least, not yet. He only frowned because the madman was a bit noisy. When they were outside the castle, Angor felt that the madman was a bit talkative. Now, he was sure that the madman was not only talkative, but also talkative. However, he could make use of mad scientist's nagging personality. He might be able to obtain some useful information. "What's this book about?" Angor interrupted the madman while he was talking. He was worried that the book was actually famous in the nightmare realm, and it might give him a chance to act as Shava. However, compared to using Shava's identity to ask about the Silver Knight Castle and the Mystic Lady, this question was relatively less likely to be exposed. Fortunately, the mad scientist didn't seem to have any suspicions and continued to speak with great interest. Mad scientist had inherited Love's way of talking and explained the whole story of the book. As Lunatic explained, Angor got a general idea of what the book was about. This was actually a journal that recorded the cultivation of mushrooms. The author was Crazy Wood. Many of the mushrooms in Duoling Garden came from this book. However, there were also some special mushrooms that were cultivated by others. For example, enchanting was created by Nuka. Angor wanted to know who Crazywood was, but it seemed that Crazywood didn't know either. Angor was surprised to hear that. As far as he knew, Mad Scientist was the spirit of a book. It was the first time he heard that a spirit did not know the author. Angor wasn't sure if Mad Scientist was lying or if he really didn't know. However, Angor decided not to ask further. He had to listen to the old man's rambling. Mad Scientist was getting more and more excited. He even mentioned that the Queen once read the book. However, Mad Scientist's perspective was a bit strange. When the Queen's fingers touched me, I felt a white light in my head, and I felt weak all over. I felt like my whole life was worth it. Other than the Queen, Minister Nuka also flipped through me. Although I was very happy, Minister Nuka's fingernails were too sharp, and it hurt a little. It wasn't as gentle as when Mystic Lady flipped through me. Mad Scientist's eyes became blurry as he fell into his memories. However, when he was talking about the Mystic Lady, he suddenly sensed a strange energy fluctuation. It wasn't directed at Angor. Instead, it enveloped Mad Scientist and shut him up. He turned around and looked at the wall behind the main seat. That was where he sensed the energy coming from. On the wall, there was a wall lamp burning with a faint flame. There was also a painting frame with golden ripples on the edge. Inside the frame was an oil painting of a half-length portrait. Angor noticed the painting as soon as he entered the hall. The painting used very dark colors to depict a graceful young girl in a luxurious dress. However, the girl's eyes were closed, as if she didn't want to see the world. Since nobles always had oil paintings in their halls, Angor didn't think too much about it. Now that he sensed the strange energy fluctuation that caused Mad Scientist to shut up, he couldn't just ignore it. This painting was the source of the strange energy fluctuation. The girl in the painting had her eyes closed, but Angor still remembered that her hands were resting on her waist and abdomen. Now, her hands were clenched into fists. Angor could even see the blue veins on the back of her hands. Angor wasn't surprised if it was just the girl's hands. After all, this was a demiplane of the nightmare realm. The thick nightmare aura here could give birth to all kinds of strange things. Angor stared at the painting because of the strange energy fluctuation. Another reason was that the girl in the painting gave him a sense of familiarity. The shape of her hands was familiar. And the black hair that was tied up reminded Angor of the woman who looked at him from the window on the 3rd floor of the castle. Mystic Lady? Angor muttered the name in a low voice. Just as the name was being read out, the girl in the painting couldn't hold it in any longer. She turned into a spirit and jumped out of the painting. As soon as she came out, her hair fell down on its own and covered her face. Her luxurious dress turned into a white one. She was the woman Angor saw before. Since she was in spirit form, her body was emitting a soft light. The light wasn't too strong, but it made her hands look long and fair. Angor remembered the hands that wrapped around him earlier. They were the ones that pulled him into the spirit garden from the entrance of the tunnel. By now, Angor was sure that the girl was the Mystic Lady. Mystic Lady brought him here, and she was the owner of the spirit garden. She couldn't be weak at all. He didn't know if Myrtle was trying to harm him or not. After confirming her identity, Angor didn't know what attitude he should use to face this unknown intelligent life form. But he was surprised to see that Mystic Lady seemed to be even more nervous than him. After Xianxia got out of the oil painting, she didn't sit down. Instead, she held the chair closest to the oil painting with her hand and almost squatted on the ground. She leaned against the back of the chair to cover her whole body. Not only that, from the exposed black hair, the mystic gold lady seemed to be trembling. Angor was a little confused, but he did not know what was going on. "You're the Mystic Lady?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly screamed and flew out from behind the chair. Angor instinctively raised his guard, but what the Mystic Lady did next stunned him. Instead of attacking him, the Mystic Lady jumped into the air and circled around like a headless fly. In the end, she hid behind the crystal chandelier and shivered. Angor did not know what to say. Angor did not know what was going on. He should be the one feeling nervous. Why was the Mystic Lady acting worse than him? Moreover, the Mystic Gold Lady not only looked nervous, but also a little scared and evasive. Angor's head was full of question marks. Did they just flip their roles? Seeing Angor's frown, the mad scientist spoke up, Mr. Shava, please forgive the mystic lady's rudeness. Angor looked away from the chandelier and looked at the book floating on the table. She didn't mean it. She's just... The mad scientist paused. The mad scientist's tone was exactly the same as what happened outside the castle. It seemed the mad scientist could not bring himself to finish the sentence. Angor did not know how to react. He kept calm and picked up a knife on the table and played with it casually. Then, he said softly, I thought that since you prepared a banquet, you should be fully prepared. But... Angor did not finish his words so that the mad scientist and the mystic lady could fill in the blanks. Angor did not know what madman was thinking, but his eyes kept changing. In the end, he made up his mind and said, Myrtle didn't do it on purpose. She was just a little shy, that's all. Shy? Angor was puzzled. He thought there would be something more to the answer, but the answer was shyness. Angor did not believe it at all. According to Levis, the mystic lady was a terrifying madwoman. According to Reeves' description, this kind of horror was cold-blooded, cruel, and completely different from the dark values. Because of this, Angor had always been on high alert after entering the castle, because he knew he was about to face a terrifying madman. Angor didn't believe it at all when mad scientist told him that mystic lady was shy. Angor did not know what to say. He did not know whether to nod or shake his head. In the end, he could only smile and remain silent. On the other hand, since the mad scientist had already revealed the truth of Mi Jin Yang's shyness, he no longer hid it and continued, because of this, even though Mi Jin Yang wanted to personally host the welcoming banquet, she was too embarrassed to face Her Excellency Shava. In the end, she placed me on the table and had me replace her to welcome Her Excellency Shava. But Myrtle really wanted to meet Her Excellency Shava. That's why she hid in the painting. The madman sounded sincere, but Angor still didn't believe him. I see. Angor was enlightened. He did not want to expose the mad scientist's lie, so he decided to give the mad scientist a way out. Angor looked at the mystic lady on the chandelier. Being shy isn't a bad thing. It's kind of cute. The mystic lady hiding on the chandelier muttered in a low voice, cute? Cute? Really? Angor did not express his thoughts, but he still smiled and nodded. Of course. Angor did not want to continue the topic. Instead, he changed the topic. By the way, I want to see you and ask you some questions. How about you come down and talk? The mystic lady hesitated for a long time before she slowly floated down from the chandelier. However, Myrtle still looked uneasy when she landed on the ground. She chose to sit on a seat further away from Angor and extinguished the candlestick in front of her. Only a vague outline of her figure could be seen. It seemed that covering her face with her hair was not enough. She had to be completely immersed in the darkness to give her a sense of security. Angor did not say anything. This was the mystic lady's territory. If she wanted to put on a show, so be it. When the mystic lady sat down, Angor cleared his throat and tried to think of a way to ask her why she brought him to the spirit garden. Before he could ask, the mystic lady's faint voice came from the darkness. Take a seat first. Angor was surprised. It was not because of the content of the words. It was because the mystic lady's voice reminded him of the voice he heard when he first found the transmission mushroom. He was almost certain that the woman who talked to the mad scientist and kept singing Tearing Moonlight was the mystic lady. According to the transmission mushroom, the mystic lady was trying to express her guilt by singing Tearing Moonlight. What was this guilt? Angor did not care about it now. He only thought about it for a moment. Instead, he focused on the mystic lady's words. Take a seat first? Who did she mean? Was it the mad scientist? The mad scientist suddenly spoke. I almost forgot about it if the mystic lady didn't remind me. Esteemed Shava, your seat is right here. The mad scientist pointed at the end of the long table, where the main seat was. Angor squinted and looked at the mystic lady sitting in the guest seat. He realized something. Does it matter where I sit? Besides, I'm just a guest. Angor was implying that mystic lady was sitting in the guest seat, so how could he, a guest, sit in the main seat? The mad scientist quickly shook his head. No, it's not like that. Mystic Lady prepared the banquet, but there are many guests here. Even Mr. Nuka is here. We can't just sit like usual. According to the order of Moonlight's favor, Shava should be sitting in the main seat. Otherwise, when Lord Nuka arrives and sees our rude arrangements, he will definitely fly into a rage. Angor sighed in his mind after hearing Madman's words. His premonition was right. He noticed that more than one table had food and tableware on it, so he paid more attention to it. When the Mystic Lady asked him to take the main seat, he immediately had a hunch that he and the Mystic Lady were not the only guests, right? As expected, the mad scientist immediately confirmed his premonition. Angor was already worried about meeting the Mystic Lady. Now that he might have to face more intelligent creatures from the nightmare realm, he became even more nervous. Also, if the lunatic was right, there was a Moonlight's favored ranking. The Mystic Lady was sitting at the end of the table, which meant that most of the guests were more honorable than the Mystic Lady. Honorable status did not necessarily mean power in the real world. However, for nightmare creatures, the more honorable they were, the more powerful they were. Angor tried his best to stay calm, but he was not in a good mood. He even felt that the air he breathed in was incomparably cold, and his heart was cold. You're holding this banquet just for me? Angor was panicking inside, but he still managed to keep his voice calm. Yes. The lunatic nodded solemnly and praised Angor for a long time. Angor really wanted to tell him to cancel the banquet. However, he did not show any signs of rejection when he entered the banquet. It did not seem right to cancel the banquet. Unless Shava was a fickle character? All this for a dinner party? Angor raised an eyebrow and looked at the Mystic Lady in the distance with sharp eyes. From the perspective of playing Shava, canceling the banquet was an obvious point of conflict, which would reflect many of the character's characteristics. Angor did not know much about Shava. The best way was to not create any obvious conflicts and try to hide her obvious personality. Of course, this was also a risk. However, it was more moderate than creating conflicts to show one's character. Therefore, at this point in time, not stopping the banquet might allow him to act as Shava better. However, if he did not cancel the banquet, he would have to face more unknown dangers. So he decided to use a milder way. He would not cancel the banquet directly. Instead, he would point out that the Mystic Lady forced him to attend the banquet in the Spirit Garden, so that he could focus his anger on the Mystic Lady and express his strong dissatisfaction. If he followed normal logic, he could find an excuse or a reason to cancel the banquet. This way, it would be more reasonable to stop the conflict at the banquet, and it would not appear that Shava was too unreasonable. When he heard Angor's disgruntled voice, Fugaka shut his mouth and looked at Mystic Lady anxiously. The Mystic Lady was completely hidden in the darkness, but from what the lunatic knew about her, she must be trembling right now. 20 seconds after Angor spoke, the Mystic Lady did not say anything. The air around them was very quiet. Angor kept his sarcastic expression on his face, but he was actually feeling a little nervous because of the long silence. Don't tell me that focusing my anger on the Mystic Gold Lady won't work, right? It was difficult for sentient beings to control their thoughts, let alone the Mystic Lady, who did not follow common sense. Angor always assumed the worst-case scenario when dealing with such people. If this was not a good move, Angor already knew what he should do to make up for it. If he waited for another 10 seconds and Myrtle still did not speak, he was ready to leave with his sharp words. In less than 10 seconds, a voice finally broke the silence. But it was not the Mystic Lady. It was the Book of Madness floating in the air. Please calm down, sir. The Mystic Lady didn't mean to act first. She just didn't have time to invite you to the banquet. Angor could tell that the lunatic was trying to appease Angor. It also meant that he did not have to back off just yet. Didn't have time? Don't tell me she's shy again? Angor curled his lips. The lunatic sighed as if he did not notice Angor's sarcasm. It's true. The Mystic Lady wanted to send the invitation first, but she's not good with words, and she's too shy in front of you. That's why, Angor humphed. He did not say anything. The lunatic was getting anxious since he could not appease Shava. He kept looking at the Mystic Lady, hoping that she would say something. But the Mystic Lady only hid in the darkness and trembled. Angor saw this and wondered if the mystic lady already had a reason to cancel the banquet. Now that he mentioned canceling the banquet, the mystic lady shouldn't cause too much trouble, right? His rude behavior made this banquet full of ridicule and absurdity. There's no need to hold such a banquet anymore. Cancel it. Angor lowered his head. He looked calm, but his mind was filled with excitement. He was excited when he announced the cancellation of the banquet. But after that, he began to feel nervous. It seemed like he was making a decision, but he knew that he did not have the right to choose. Esteemed Lady Xianxia, we've sent out the invitations. The masters are all on their way. If we cancel now, they'll definitely blame us for not doing our job well. The flower spirit garden will be demoted, and we don't even know if it'll be taken into the Heart's Land. The lunatic's eyes were filled with tears. Angor remained silent, but he was trying to figure out what the madman just told him. Demoted the flower spirit garden? Taken into the Heart's Land? Mystic Lady didn't mean it. She's been feeling guilty ever since she returned to Silver Night Castle. She even searched for a song that praised moonlight just to apologize to you, sir. Angor now understood why the mystic lady felt guilty when he heard the message from the message mushroom earlier. But, singing a song that praised moonlight was the only way to make up for offending Xianxia? Was this a custom in the Nightmare Realm? This is a part of the message mushroom's mycelium. Mystic Lady found the best one when she knew you wanted to cultivate it. She wanted to express her regret. A small white mushroom suddenly crawled out from the table and hopped onto Angor's bracelet. Just like the 3 young mystic flowers, it turned into a pendant. Angor wanted to refuse. He wasn't really interested in the message mushroom. He only said that he wanted to cultivate it as a test. But he already said that he wanted to cultivate it. If he refused now, it would seem like he was contradicting himself. In the end, Angor decided not to say anything and let the mushroom's mycelium turn into a pendant. Still, Angor did not give in. When the atmosphere became awkward, Mijin Nyang, who was hiding in the dark corner, finally spoke. Mystic Lady did speak, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she began to sing. Surprisingly, the song didn't sound so ridiculous. There was no dark fairy tale, nor was there any hint of horror. Instead, he was simply singing about Swan Lake illuminated by the moonlight. There wasn't anything special about the lyrics, but Mystic Lady's voice was too cold. The high notes were sharp, while the low notes were strange. It was a normal song, but it felt like a haunted theater. As far as Angor was concerned, the song could be considered a piece of art. Also, Angor could sense some of Mystic Lady's emotions from her singing. Surprisingly, Mystic Lady's personality matched Mad Scientist's description. Mystic Lady was indeed feeling guilty. She was trying her best to use this song to express her guilt and hope that Angor would forgive her. Angor didn't understand why Mystic Lady would think that she could be forgiven by singing. Was it because it was a custom in the Nightmare Realm? Or did Xianxia like to listen to songs? If Mystic Lady was really expressing her guilt, then what Mad Scientist said about Mystic Lady being a shy person? Did that make sense? If that was true, it made sense that the Mystic Lady screamed and ran away when he tried to check on her when he came to the spirit garden. But what about Mystic Lady's personality? Was she really shy? Angor might have taken this seriously before he came to the castle. But now, with the pressure of the banquet, he didn't really care. There was only one thing on his mind. Once Mystic Lady finished singing, he would still insist on canceling the banquet. However, just as Mystic Lady was about to reach the climax of her song, her voice suddenly stopped. It was so sudden that Angor didn't even have time to react before her voice was swallowed by darkness. Angor looked up. Mystic Lady was still shrouded in darkness, so he couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, Mad Scientist, who was floating in the air, was staring at the long hallway covered with a velvet carpet. At the end of the hallway was the gate of Silver Night Castle. Mad Scientist didn't say anything, but his gaze and Mystic Lady's sudden stop told Angor everything. Someone was coming to the castle. Although he didn't know who it was, if it could make Mad Scientist and Mijin Yang act strangely, it definitely wasn't a native of the Flower Spirit Garden. It was probably a guest from the banquet. Angor sighed. He did not want to face an unknown nightmare creature, but it was already at his door. If he refused, it would be a bigger conflict than canceling the dinner. He wanted to play Shava in a low-key manner, so he did not want to create unnecessary conflicts. Besides, he wasn't sure whether the visitor was friendly or not. If the visitor was violent and refused to meet him, Angor would have to think about how to solve the problem. Therefore, no matter what he chose, it seemed that he was destined to meet the new guest. He glanced at Mi Jin-young, who was hiding in the dark. He wondered if Mi Jin-young was just trying to buy time instead of apologizing. But when he thought about it, Mi Jin-young hadn't been singing for long. It had only been 1 or 2 minutes since he said that he wanted to cancel the banquet. Maybe the mystic lady was really trying to buy time. But no matter if it was true or not, it was not realistic to cancel the banquet when the guests were already here. As Angor tried to think of a way to deal with the current situation, the ground suddenly trembled. It was as if a giant creature had landed outside. As Angor wondered if it was a guest, the ground trembled again. This time, the tremors didn't stop. Instead, they became more frequent. Everything in the hall was shaking because of the tremors. The teacups, plates, and candlesticks all reached out their hands and feet, trying their best to keep themselves steady. Esteemed Shava, the most lovely Devoja has arrived. Mi Jin-young looked at Angor with a pleading look. Please take the main seat, Shava. Or I'll be turned into mint-flavored candy by Devoja, and Mi Jin-young will turn into ice jelly. Mi Jin-young didn't understand the strange words, but he did know what Mi Jin-young was trying to say. Mi Jin-young wanted him to take the main seat, or Mi Jin-young and Mi Jin-young would be punished. Angor was happy to see Mi Jin-young and Mi Jin-young being punished. However, he was only familiar with Mi Jin-young and Mi Jin-young in this banquet. Rather than letting them disappear, it was better to let them stay. For one thing, it would be a favor to Mi Jin-young. For another, if Mi Jin-young really wanted to talk about something during the banquet, he could use it as an excuse. With that in mind, Angor gave Mi Jin-young a meaningful glance. Then, he stood up, walked to the main seat, and slowly sat down. As Mi Jin-young sighed in relief, the gate of the castle was pushed open. Along with the trembling of the ground, the sound of huge footsteps could be heard in the hall. So this guest is a big one? Angor looked at the carpeted hallway. At a glance, he saw the open door. He didn't see anything. However, the footsteps and the tremors didn't stop. Instead, they were getting louder, which meant the guest was approaching the hall. Angor hesitated for a moment and slowly looked down. He finally saw the guest. It was a short, fat man wearing a bright red tutu. The man was about 1.2 meters tall, with short limbs and a big belly. He looked like a ball. That's Devoja? As soon as he saw the fat man, he began to construct a multidimensional analysis in his mind. Devoja had a humanoid face. His facial features were squashed due to his fat. His most distinguishing feature was his 2 dark nostrils and large red mouth. There was an iron chain tied to his waist, and at the end of the chain was a black iron ball. Every time Devoja moved forward, the iron ball would bounce and fall to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, it would cause tremors. It could be seen that the weight of this iron ball was definitely not ordinary. Mi Jin-young didn't move when Devoja entered the hall. Instead, Mi Jin-young flew to him and spoke in a respectful tone, "Welcome, my most lovely Devoja, to the banquet of Silver Night Castle. Please allow me to present you with this lollipop made from the rainbow mud worm." A rainbow-shaped lollipop appeared out of nowhere and landed on Devoja's hand. Devoja licked the lollipop without hesitation. His face was full of fat, so Angor couldn't see his expression. However, judging from his expression, Angor could tell that he was excited. "If my lovely Devoja likes this lollipop, I won't eat you this time." Devoja accepted the lollipop with a "I'll let you off the hook this time" look. The mad scientist sighed in relief. Devoja kept dragging the metal ball forward. When he reached the banquet table, he purposely went to the dark corner where Myrtle was. Myrtle was too absorbed in her own thoughts to notice Devoja's movement. Devoja stood beside Mi Jin-young for a full 5 seconds. She was very happy with the lollipop in her mouth, but when Mi Jin-young ignored her, she became furious. "Damn Mi Jin-young, don't you like the cute Devoja?" As soon as she said that, a large amount of rainbow-like aura escaped from her mouth, which quickly spread out in all directions. Angor, who was sitting in the main seat, remained calm on the surface, but he was already on high alert. Even though the rainbow aura did not spread in his direction, he still felt a strong sense of danger. When the aura reached the table, the little creatures who were pretending to be plates and wine glasses all reached out their hidden limbs and ran around the table. They were all trying to avoid the aura. One of the candlesticks was too slow and got caught by the aura. In the next second, the silver base of the candlestick quickly turned into a rainbow color. The metal became thin and brittle while releasing a sweet smell. The white candles on the candlestick didn't change color under the influence of the aura, but the smell of milk began to spread. It was as if the candlestick had turned into a candy bar and a milk bar. Angor sniffed the air and swallowed his saliva. Then he shivered. He finally understood why the mad scientist said that Devosia would turn him into mint-flavored candy and myrtle into iced jelly. It must be because of the aura. So powerful. The aura was probably some kind of gourmet superpower. It was mysterious, and he couldn't touch it. Angor watched as the aura around him grew stronger and stronger. His heart raced. He tried to look calm on the surface, but inside, he really wanted to run away. However, he knew that he couldn't run away in the territory of nightmare creatures. Besides, he would lose the chance to act as Shava if he made a mistake, and the consequences would be even worse. Therefore, no matter what, he remained unmoved with a smile on his face. Fortunately, the aura didn't reach Angor's seat in the end. The myrtle in the dark tossed out a white jade candy with a 6-leaf stalk. Devosia's eyes lit up. Devosia's cuteness is well known. Devosia accepted the white jade candy with a satisfied expression. It opened its scarlet mouth and hid the white jade candy in its cheeks before continuing to lick the lollipop. Perhaps because of the gift from the myrtle, Devosia finally retracted the aura. The messy tableware workers slowly returned to their original positions. Angor also sighed in relief. But he didn't know what was going on. But in the next second, his heart tightened again because Devosia was walking in his direction. Every time the ground shook, Angor felt his heart pounded faster. She licked her lollipop and stared at Angor with a thoughtful look. He didn't use his spirit feelers, but he still sensed the strong expectation in Devosia's aura. It didn't take long for Devosia to reach Angor. Angor's heartbeat calmed down at this moment. As soon as Devosia entered the hall, Angor began to sketch the man's words and actions. He needed to know more about Devosia's personality so that he could know what to do when he acted as Shava. Devosia seemed to be someone who loved food. Angor could tell that from the myrtle and the myrtle's behavior. Of course, it was possible that Devosia didn't like food, but something else in the candy and lollipops. Angor didn't know yet. If Devosia loved food, did that mean Devosia was hoping that Angor would give him food as well? Angor already had a plan in mind. He had plenty of food in his bracelet. But did Devosia really like these things? Did Devosia really want normal food? There were still many unanswered questions, and it was still risky for Angor to answer Devosia's question. Devosia bowed deeply to Angor. Mr. Shava, the lovely Devosia greets you. Devosia didn't leave right away. Instead, he stayed beside Angor for 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, Angor could tell that the man was probably thinking about food. But Angor wasn't sure if he should give Devosia his food. Would Devosia release his rainbow aura if he didn't? While he was still hesitating, Devosia walked around him and moved to his left. As she walked, she whispered, "Devosia isn't cute anymore." Devosia sat down on the second seat on the left. He didn't do anything that Angor was worried about. Instead, he looked like he had lost his soul after sitting down. When Devosia was feeling depressed, a pure white milk jelly-like product suddenly appeared on his plate. A light blue liquid was slowly flowing on the top of this jelly-like product, which looked very appetizing. Devosia looked up at Angor in surprise. Angor nodded at him. He was the one who put the food on the plate there. Angor didn't have to give Devosia his food, but he still did it. Since Devosia didn't get angry at him like how he treated Myrtle, it meant that Devosia respected Shava's identity. Even if Shava's food didn't suit his taste, he shouldn't dislike it. Angor thought about it for a long time. Both options had their pros and cons, and he couldn't decide which one he should choose. In the end, he chose the one he preferred. There was a piece of devilish meat on the plate, along with imp hovering steers. The mochi meat was tasteless, and was purely for filling the stomach. The tears of the nether floating imp were used to make the mochi meat more tender when eaten, although it was still tasteless. Angor didn't know what Devosia wanted, which was why he decided to use devilish meat, which could be eaten by both savory and sweet people. To make sure that Devosia didn't think that he was being perfunctory, Angor also added some nightmare aura to the meat. As someone who knew little about food, Angor's manna bread tasted like stinky socks. This was probably the best food he had ever prepared in his life. With an expression of disbelief, Devosia excitedly asked, "Is this for Devosia?" Angor nodded. "Yes, for the lovely Devosia." Devosia's squinting eyes, which were squeezed by his fat, began to shine brightly. "Yes, I'm the most lovely Devosia." De Valencia, who had regained her confidence, took a deep breath at the plate. Devosia quickly sucked the devilish meat, which was still soaked in the tears of levitating imp, into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. "Huh?" Devosia suddenly exclaimed after she finished eating. Angor looked at Devosia nervously. "The dessert is tasteless, but it contains a lot of origin energy. My stomach feels like it's being massaged by a pair of soft hands." "So nice." Devosia looked delighted. "Wonderful. My lovely Devosia can eat another 1,000 plates." Angor sighed in relief when he saw Devosia's joyful expression. It seemed his carefully prepared food wasn't disliked. Did he manage to get past this hurdle? While Devosia was still yelling in excitement, Angor slowly looked at the long banquet table. There were 8 seats on the table. There were 3 on the left and 3 on the right, each with a set of tableware. There were also 2 main seats at the front and back of the table, each with a set of tableware. This meant that apart from himself, there were a total of 7 guests at this banquet. Mystic Lady and Devosia each took a seat, which meant there were 5 more who hadn't arrived yet. Angor didn't know how the seats of Moonlight's favored were arranged, but Devosia was sitting on the second seat from the left, while Mystic Lady was sitting on the third seat from the right. Judging from their conversation earlier, Devosia was probably stronger than Mystic Lady in both status and strength. So, the seats were arranged in descending order. If that was true, it meant the 2 seats next to him had higher statuses than Devosia and Mystic Lady. Of course, the seat directly opposite him was also considered the main seat. According to normal circumstances, the person sitting opposite him might be the person with the highest status and strength in this banquet other than him. Could it be the legendary minister who had descended? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Could he still keep up his act in front of so many unknown and powerful creatures? He felt uneasy, but he was already on the verge of death. He had to hold on no matter what. He only hoped that the next guests would be as easy to deal with as Devosia. As he pondered, a beam of light suddenly appeared outside the dark gate. When the halo dissipated, a sharp laugh and a low chuckle that seemed to come from the depths of a nasal cavity were transmitted into the hall at the same time. All the guests at the banquet shifted their gazes to the door. Angor did the same. But he didn't seem to care. He looked into the distance and slowly looked away. It was only a quick glance, but Angor still managed to memorize the man's appearance. The newcomers didn't come alone. Instead, there were 2 of them. At first glance, they looked like women wearing dresses. But upon closer inspection, Angor realized that they were neither humans nor beasts. They were both about 2 meters tall and looked very similar. However, one of them was dressed in black while the other was dressed in white. From their curly long hair to the scales on their faces, even the huge steel tutu skirt and the smoke coming out from under the skirt, they were all black and white. At first glance, they looked similar to Netatep, the demoness from the Void Tower. Lady Shava, they are Lord Nuka's favorite black and white maids. They are currently the overseers of the land of sinners. Before Angor could figure out who the newcomers were, the lunatic quickly revealed their identities. From the mad scientist's words, he understood that he, or Shava, was still not familiar with the black and white maids, just like Dewasia. This was good news. At least he didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Unlike Devosia, the 2 maids didn't make a big fuss when they entered the banquet hall. Instead, they took their seats peacefully. However, they didn't actually sit on the chairs. They were wearing large steel tutu skirts, which made it difficult for them to sit down. Instead, they stood on their respective seats. The black maid stood on the second seat from the right, while the white maid stood on the third seat from the left. Both of them had their hands folded in front of their abdomens, which made them look like the perfect example of a noble lady. Of course, that was only if one ignored their looks. After taking their seats, the two maids immediately began chatting. I didn't think I'd have the chance to sit at the same table as Lady Shava. This is enough for me to go back to my rat hole and show off for 1,000 years. The maid's eyes were filled with joy. She looked at Angor with tender affection as if she was looking at her lover. However, the white maid's face was covered with pure white scales. She had no ears, which made her look even more terrifying. Angor wasn't afraid of her appearance, but he still felt a little scared. Before Angor could think of something to say, the black maid suddenly spoke in a high-pitched voice. You said you'd go back to your rat hole and show off for 100 years if I accompanied you to this filthy world. You said 100 years was the limit. Why is it 1,000 years now? The black maid looked at Angor with more caution than before, as if Angor was trying to steal her most precious treasure. The white maid chuckled in a low voice. Don't worry about time. Time is just a meaningless number to us. But you lied to me, said the black maid. It's not really a lie. There's no rat hole for me to show off, right? The white maid smiled at the black maid. Don't worry about such details. You'll disappoint Mr. Nuka if you argue in front of Lady Shava. The black maid's expression changed a little, but she didn't say anything. The conversation between the two maids was short and boring, but Angor still managed to see some details under the surface. According to Angor's previous observation, the black maid should be more powerful than the white maid, and her status should be higher as well. However, between the two, the one who held the dominant position was actually the white maid. The black and white maids weren't as easy to deal with as Devoja. They all treated Angor with great respect, but Angor could tell that it was only on the surface. The one who truly earned their respect was Mr. Nuka. It could be seen from the last words of the white maid to the black maid. The shy and crazy Myrtle, the cute but gluttonous Devoja, the elegant but cold maid in black and white. Angor never thought that he would one day share a table with these extreme nightmare creatures. Also, he was waiting for the 3 new guests who might be even more terrifying than them. Angor's mind was filled with thoughts of leaving. But he also knew that it would only get more and more unrealistic as more and more guests showed up. His only hope now was to smoothly get through this deadly banquet. To fulfill this small wish, he needed to know more about the banquet and the guests. And the maid's conversation was the best way for him to find out more information. By the way, I can understand why Gentleman Boiling didn't come. He's on duty in Bewitching Corridor, and it'll take him some time to get here. But why hasn't the tentacle monster arrived yet? The white maid looked around at the guests at the banquet and suddenly asked. Why do you care so much about him? The maid looked a little annoyed. I'm just curious. Bayer Point and your sunken graveyard are both farther away than that guy's cross house, but he hasn't come yet. But he hasn't come yet. Could it be that there's a new situation in the crossroads? The white maid's tone was calm and tranquil, causing the black maid to swallow her complaints into her stomach in the end. The maid considered for a moment. Maybe. When I was patrolling Sunken Graveyard, I sensed a strong aura of origin. Maybe it's from the inner sector. So that's it? No wonder I sensed it. Sensed what? Angor was eavesdropping on their conversation. Their conversation revealed too much information, and Angor almost couldn't help but prick his ears up. However, he did not expect that while he was eavesdropping, the white maid would suddenly stop halfway through her sentence. Angor thought his little trick was discovered, so he sneaked a glance at the maid and saw that she wasn't sitting at the main seat. Instead, she was taking a deep breath as if she was sniffing something. On the other side, the black maid seemed to have smelled something as well. A hint of yearning flashed in her dark eyes, but at the same time, there was also a strong sense of fear. It's the smell of boiling. His mind went blank when he heard the boiling smell mentioned by the maid. Boiling still had a smell. He also took a quick sniff. There was nothing else in the air apart from the sweet aroma of food. Therefore, he was a little confused. What was the smell that the black and white maids had smelled? The white maid nodded. The smell of the boiling origin energy really fascinates me. My kinetic energy furnace is already starting to glow with steam. Angor noticed that the white mist coming out of the maid's steel skirt was getting stronger. On the other side, the black gas under the black maid's skirt was rapidly becoming thicker as the white maid's abnormality changed. And this change was all because of what they called the smell of boiling. He didn't know what boiling meant, but he did hear something similar from their conversation. Boiling gentlemen. At present, there were 3 empty seats left in the banquet. One of them was the so-called Master Nuka. From the conversation between the black and white maids, the tentacle monster mentioned by the boiling gentleman and the white maid should be attending the banquet. In other words, the remaining 2 seats should be theirs. Since they had all mentioned boiling, did that mean that this boiling gentleman was here? As Angor pondered, all the lights in the hallway went out. The path from the hallway to the gate was plunged into darkness. Only the gate of the castle was left open, which allowed Angor to see some light from outside. When he looked up, he saw a pair of plain but shiny leather shoes at the edge of the gate. Angor's mind went blank when he saw the shoes. He recognized them. They were the same pair of shoes Sunders saw in the passage outside the astral pool. The owner of the leather shoe was also the target that His Excellency Rhine fought in the corridor full of strange creatures later. Angor didn't expect him to come to the banquet as well. Was he the boiling gentleman the black and white maids talked about? While thinking, Angor's eyes suddenly twitched. He saw something flying past the shoes and into the darkness of the hallway. Was it an illusion? The Book of Madness, which was hovering in the air, announced, "Boiling Gentleman is here." Perhaps the Book of Madness thought Angor didn't know who Boiling Gentleman was, so he added, "Boiling Gentleman is called a gentleman because he is also a respected noble in the inner sector. Also, the black and white maids are related to Boiling Gentleman." The Book of Madness didn't mention how the black and white maids were related to Boiling Gentleman. After all, the person involved was here. However, the white maid didn't seem to think it was a secret. "You don't have to hide it. Lady Shava is a noble of the royal court, so she knows these secrets. Boiling Gentleman was created by Minister Dim himself, and he inherited Dim's will. Mayan black maid's power furnaces are also his creations." After the white maid finished speaking, she lowered her head and looked at the white gas that kept coming out from under her skirt. Her pure white eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. "Every time I get close to Boiling Gentleman, the power furnace will automatically start up and refurbish. This feeling is really amazing." While they were talking, Boiling Gentleman had already entered the dark hallway. As soon as Boiling Gentleman entered the dark hallway, something unexpected happened. A terrifying energy wave suddenly came from the hallway. Angor didn't know what boiling smell was before. But now, he had a general idea. When the terrifying energy came, the calm nightmare aura around them suddenly became restless. It was like boiling water, rolling around in the air. Even without any outside help, Angor already felt a great threat from the nightmare aura. Still, Angor was able to endure the nightmare aura. What made him even more nervous was that there was more than boiling energy coming from the hallway. There was also a suffocating pressure. Angor could tell that the pressure wasn't directed at him. It was just a force field created by the restless energy. Even so, the pressure was still much stronger than he expected. He felt as if he was standing on the surface of a stormy sea, facing a raging sea that kept pouring in. It was as if in the next second, it would be overturned by the shocking waves and be annihilated. He knew it was all fake, but he couldn't afford to underestimate the aura that could make people hallucinate. Angor had experienced many kinds of auras before. This one wasn't the strongest, but it was definitely the most unbearable for him. More importantly, he was still pretending to be Shava at the moment. He had to stay in this state to face the aura. He didn't know much about Shava, but he knew how powerful she was. The fact that she was able to kill the soul of an abyss demon god across countless planes proved how powerful she was. This kind of aura was child's play for someone as powerful as Shava. She probably wouldn't even bat an eyelid. He could try his best to pretend to be Shava, but he wasn't the real Shava after all. Since he wasn't facing the aura himself, he might be able to get through it with his own strength, but he couldn't do it as easily as Shava. If his face turned a little pale in the aura, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Angor was facing the same danger as when he faced Isabella's aura in Silent Hill when he was still an apprentice. If he made any mistake, the nightmare creatures would notice something wrong, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Angor tried to think of a way to deal with the situation while maintaining a calm expression. He even tried to observe the other guests' reactions. Well, none of them reacted. Both the maids and Devosia were calm as usual. They didn't care about the aura coming at them at all. Even the mad scientist, who was floating in the air, was like a drizzle in front of this level of pressure. He was not worth mentioning at all. Their only reaction was that they were curious about what had happened in the dark corridor to make boiling gentlemen suddenly use such a large amount of origin energy. Only Angor, who was sitting in the main seat of the banquet, remained vigilant against the energy pressure. This proved that the strength of the nightmare creatures here was not to be underestimated. The only weak one was himself, who was pretending to be the strongest among them. Angor suddenly felt helpless. If he knew this would happen, he would have covered himself in darkness like Mystic Lady did. That way, he would be able to hide his abnormality. Besides, he believed that if they really respected Shava's identity, they wouldn't bother to check if he was happy or in pain. But it was too late to think about that now. If he used darkness for no reason, he would attract too much attention. Back to the present, he had to find a way to deal with this problem as soon as possible. Although he could still resist the waves of energy pressure, at this rate, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he couldn't hold on any longer. And it would be too late. Angor quickly went through all his abilities in his mind. There were many ways to deal with this situation. However, it was very difficult to act as if nothing had happened, or to act as if nothing had happened and deal with the energy pressure. The only possibility was to try using the oppressive force field in his right eye. The ability of his right eye was a high-level application of nightmare energy, and the green patterns in it came from Shava. His right eye could create an aura field, and the aura field created by the green patterns was similar to a law domain. When inside the aura field, it could exclude all energy of the same nature. Theoretically speaking, it was possible. But Angor wasn't sure if the aura field created by the green patterns could withstand this level of aura. There was no other way. He had to take the risk. Angor sighed in his mind. When the aura field reached him in an even stronger wave, his right eye began to glow with a green light. As soon as the strange mask appeared, Angor clearly sensed that the aura around him disappeared. However, from the investigation of his spiritual sense, the energy pressure was still coming in waves. He could even see with the naked eye that the flame on the candlestick on the table was suppressed by the invisible pressure to the point where the flame could not be seen. The aura didn't disappear, but it didn't affect Angor. This meant, he won the bet, Angor sighed in relief. But now, there was another problem. Since he activated his right eye, the green runes on it quickly attracted the attention of the other guests. Fortunately, Angor didn't see any doubt in their eyes. Instead, they looked at him with fear. He didn't know whether they were afraid of the green patterns or the bloodline aura he might release when activating his right eye, but it gave him a chance to do something. Angor remained calm under everyone's stares. He looked at the dark corridor in the distance like a god looking down from above. He considered for a moment and grinned. Angor didn't say anything, but his expression told Angor what happened in the dark corridor, and he found it interesting. Of course, Angor didn't know what happened in the corridor. He just wanted to distract everyone's attention so that they wouldn't keep staring at him. Perhaps it was impolite to look directly at Her Excellency Shava, or perhaps something really strange had happened in the dark corridor, but everyone quickly retracted their gazes and continued to look at the dark corridor. Angor also stared at the corridor. At first, he was just trying to distract himself. But after a while, he sensed something familiar from the corridor. It felt like Angor recalled some memories from his past, and he saw the same thing in them. Could it be? While he was thinking, a white beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark corridor. It dashed out of the darkness and quickly reached the banquet hall. The light turned into a sharp arrow and flew toward the banquet hall, aiming at Angor, who was sitting in the main seat. Normally, Angor would have already set up some defensive measures. But this time, he did not do anything and simply let the white light come at him. Soon, the light collided with Angor's chest. Following this collision, white light even let out a childish woof-woof sound. Angor looked at the light in his arms with a strange expression. When the light faded away, the light revealed its true form. It was a spotted puppy that wasn't much bigger than Toby. Woof woof. The puppy climbed onto Angor's body with its short, chubby limbs. It breathed out a milky breath and licked Angor's face excitedly. Angor lifted the dog up, put it on the table, and tickled its chin. The dog finally stopped licking Angor's face and moaned in pleasure. "What are you doing here?" Angor teased the puppy while chuckling. The puppy didn't answer. It didn't seem to understand Angor's words. It only wagged its tail like a fan to express its happiness. Angor didn't believe that the puppy couldn't understand human language. When he first saw the puppy, it pretended to be an ignorant puppy. Later, Angor learned that the puppy could understand human language. Because as long as it was a good thing for it, it would understand it immediately. But if it was not a good thing for it, it would pretend to be confused. Angor recognized this puppy. It was the puppy from Sleepless City. It was thanks to the puppy that Angor and the others were able to escape from the dome of Sleepless City. Later on, he was inspired to create Mystery Manifestation because the puppy swallowed him. The puppy might look like a mortal puppy, but it was very likely to be a mystery spirit. Or rather, a living mystery creature. "You don't want to tell me?" Angor narrowed his eyes and pinched the puppy's soft ears. "Don't tell me you snuck out behind Minister Dimp's back again." The puppy was rubbing itself against Angor's hand excitedly when it heard Angor's words. It paused for a second and continued rubbing itself against Angor's hand as if nothing had happened. It even licked Angor's hand to show that it did not understand what was going on. Angor didn't notice the puppy's reaction for even a second. Judging from the strange pause, Angor believed that his guess was correct. "Aya, Aya," it escaped. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the dark corridor. Following the sound, the short fur on the Dalmatian's body suddenly exploded. It turned its head and roared at the dark corridor. Unfortunately, its cries were all in a childish voice, and its deliberate "I'm very fierce" was not threatening at all. Angor kept stroking the puppy's fur while he stared at the corridor in the distance. Following the sound of footsteps, the corridor that had suddenly turned dark suddenly lit up again. One by one, the wall lamps were reignited with bright flames. Suddenly, the corridor lit up, revealing the figure of the person who had just arrived. It was a man about 1.5 meters tall. He was wearing an old gray-blue suit, a round felt hat, and plain leather shoes. He held a walking stick with a green flame in his hand. If one didn't look at his face, they could tell that he was a poor gentleman. Unfortunately, he didn't have a face. He was wearing clothes, but he was an invisible creature. All the skin on the outside was transparent and invisible. When Angor saw the man's leather shoes, he already guessed that he was the one who fought against rain. Now that he looked at the man's clothes, he was even more certain. The gentleman slowly walked into the banquet. Angor couldn't see his expression, but the way his clothes were folded showed that he moved elegantly. He slowly approached Angor, and under Angor's careless and highly vigilant attitude, the man finally arrived at the head of the table on Angor's right, which was obviously his seat. The gentleman first bowed deeply to Angor, then nodded to the other guests, especially the maids, before taking his seat. After taking his seat, the gentleman first looked at the puppy who was still acting fierce and smiled. Oops, don't be so mean to me. When you were born, I also helped out." The other guests didn't react to the gentleman's words, but Angor's heart skipped a beat. Did the gentleman mean someone interfered with the puppy's birth? As far as he was concerned, the spotted dog was the most mysterious creature he had ever met. After experiencing the world inside the puppy's belly, Angor believed that many mystery creatures out of order weren't as mysterious as the puppy. How could a puppy like this be created by someone? If that was true, it would be terrifying. Angor saw the rise and fall of countless civilizations in the puppy's belly, as well as endless mystery powers, which laid the foundation for Angor's creation. If someone could create the puppy, even if it was just to add fuel to the fire, he or she would at least need to know all the mystery knowledge. Angor believed that whoever could do this was already very close to the truth. The puppy's owner was Minister Dim. Was this Minister Dim the one who created the puppy? While Angor was thinking, the puppy was still barking at the gentleman. It seemed the gentleman's complaints didn't affect it at all. The gentleman sighed. "Since you found someone to rely on, I'll let you go for now." The gentleman paused and looked at Angor. "As expected of Shava. You got it right. Angor didn't know how to respond. He simply looked at the gentleman. I just received news from the tentacle monster. Just as Her Excellency Shava speculated, this little fellow sneaked out behind Minister Dim's back. The tentacle monster kept postponing the banquet because it was looking for the puppy. I didn't expect the puppy to come here first. Perhaps because the gentleman told it not to catch the puppy didn't try to attack Angor again. Instead, it lay on the table and enjoyed Angor's pet. Boiling Gentleman watched this scene. Although he didn't say anything, he was actually quite surprised. Apart from being friendly to Minister Dim, the puppy was very aggressive to other people. It was strange that the puppy was acting so harmless. As expected of the Moonlight's favored who was closest to becoming a king. It came with Yorkshire last time. Why did it sneak out again this time? Angor asked curiously. The gentleman shook his head. Who knows? It's never been quiet. Boiling Gentleman muttered to himself, since it's here, I guess we don't have to look for the tentacle monster anymore. Maybe I should tell them to forget about it. That thing is really annoying. While Boiling Gentleman was talking to himself, he suddenly seemed to realize something. Oh, because of this little guy, I almost forgot about my business. Boiling Gentleman turned to Angor and spoke respectfully, Madam Shava, please forgive my mistake. Angor did not know what Boiling Gentleman meant, but he did not ask to maintain Shava's image. Instead, he looked at Boiling Gentleman and signaled him to continue. If Boiling Gentleman did not continue, Angor would show a cold smile and pretend he did not hear anything. Boiling Gentleman continued, I didn't notice that you were with a watcher who lost his faith, which caused me to lose the chance to pay my respects to you. In order to beg for your forgiveness, I placed a more precious pet outside the corridor. I promise I won't lose the chance to pay my respects to you again. Angor did not know what to say. What was there to forgive? Angor understood Boiling Gentleman's meaning, but he did not understand Boiling Gentleman's logic. Boiling Gentleman blamed his watcher, Saunders, for failing to pay his respects to Shava, and wanted to strengthen the monsters in the tunnel. Since Saunders, the watcher who had lost his faith, stayed by Shava's side, it meant that Shava trusted Saunders. If Boiling Gentleman went against Saunders, Shava would hate him even more. Angor had many complaints in his mind, but he did not show them on his face. He thought about it according to the normal logic of a normal human being, so he felt that Boiling Gentleman's words were full of contradictions and something was wrong. But Boiling Gentleman was not a normal human being. Angor did not even know what kind of creature he was. Besides, he was living in the nightmare realm. Maybe the logic of Boiling Gentleman was the correct one in his mind. Angor did not want to comment on this strange logic, but he did not want to talk about it. Besides, despite Boiling Gentleman's strange way of thinking, he respected the identity of Shava very much. At least compared to other guests, Angor could feel more warmth from Boiling Gentleman. Therefore, there was no need to argue with the passionate gentleman about values, lest he pushed a fan to the other extreme. It's not something important. No need to talk about it, he said in a casual tone. Boiling Gentleman nodded in agreement. Her Excellency Shava is right, this is indeed not important. Although the human who appeared outside the bewildering candle corridor today blocked my opportunity to pay my respects to my lord, he is not particularly powerful. Unfortunately, this is not my homeland, and I don't have any suitable tools. If I can recover my full strength, it won't be difficult to kill him. The human Boiling Gentleman mentioned this time was no longer Saunders, but Rhine. Boiling Gentleman said that he could kill Rhine if he recovered his full strength, then his strength was legendary. Even if they were in a different world, Rain should still be able to defeat Rain without much effort. However, Angor believed that Boiling Gentleman had no reason to lie to him. The man must have a certain degree of confidence. Perhaps, what zealotry meant by recovering his full strength was not his actual strength, but the suitable tool that he had previously pointed out. The White Maid mentioned that the energy furnace inside her body was Boiling Gentleman's creation. He didn't know why the maid had a furnace inside her body, but it wasn't hard to guess that Boiling Gentleman was something like an alchemist. His strength might really have been bestowed upon him by external objects. If that was the case, Angor would like to talk to Boiling Gentleman and learn more about the alchemy system of the Nightmare Realm. Unfortunately, he was Shava now, and he had to think carefully before doing or saying anything. By the way, those pets of yours are quite interesting. You mean the distorted seeds, Excellency Shava? Angor was referring to the spherical demons in the tunnel that would not disappear. They looked like distorted objects wrapped up by countless tentacles, which should be the distorted seeds mentioned by Boiling Gentleman. He could recognize most of the monsters in the tunnel, except for the ball monster. Angor nodded. Yes, he's an interesting one. Boiling Gentleman's eyes lit up. So Excellency Shava has the same idea as me. What a cute little thing. You can see how perfect it is just by looking at its appearance. Not only can it increase its strength, but it can also learn and evolve according to its host. It can interfere with the host's mind as fast as possible. There's no other pet as hardworking as it. Boiling Gentleman spoke with confidence. He was obviously happy that Angor appreciated his creation. While chatting, he also explained the various properties of the distorted seeds. The more he talked, the more surprised Angor became. Angor already knew that a distorted seed could increase a monster's strength. After being possessed by a spherical demon, Ifage was able to resist Rain's tranquil slaughter. Angor was already surprised by the fact that the distorted seed could increase a monster's strength by several times. More importantly, the distorted seed could control its host's mind to learn and evolve, which would greatly increase its power. More importantly, it could also be controlled by someone. Earlier, they joked that DeMartin would be interested in the spherical demon because DeMartin was always tinkering with stand-in puppets. Now, after hearing about the distorted seed, Angor was sure that DeMartin would be very interested in it. He might even go crazy for it. Once a wizard mastered the distorted seed, it would become a puppet medium that was more advanced than the umbrella fungus bloodline. The substitute puppet of the mushroom fungus bloodline was deprived of its ability to think, so many of its abilities were sealed. Even if it was a puppet made by an official wizard, it could not use wizard-level spells. It could only be used as a fixed suicide bomb. However, if it was a substitute puppet made with the help of the distorted seed, the suicide bomb would not only be much more powerful, but it could also learn more powerful abilities on its own. It could also affect the host's thinking and use the spells that the host was proud of to fight. This gave the stand-in puppet many more possibilities. It might even lead to a new field of study. In other words, the distorted seed was a better substitute for the umbrella fungus bloodline. Of course, it was not without its flaws. As long as the person who absorbed the umbrella fungus bloodline was not brainwashed into a stand-in puppet, he or she could still think and move freely, just like Balba. However, even if the person possessed by the distorted seed thought that he or she could think independently, his or her mind would be influenced by the distorted seed and become more extreme and bloodthirsty. In the end, he or she would end up as a tool for the distorted seed. Angor quickly listed the advantages and disadvantages of the distorted seed in his mind. There were many flaws, but they were enough to make up for them. Boiling Gentleman continued to talk about the distorted seed. Such a perfect and obedient little pet. However, there are some annoying people who always look at it coldly from the side. Tell me, Mr. Shava, isn't he annoying? Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't know who Zeal Gentleman was talking about. But since Zeal Gentleman mentioned it so seriously, the guest must be someone important. Maybe even more important than Zeal Gentleman. Angor glanced at the first seat on the left. Was this the guest Zeal Gentleman was talking about? If this annoying guy was really a guest at the banquet, Angor believed it was best not to comment on it. As Angor pondered, someone suddenly snorted in the banquet hall. How dare you mention the distorted seed in front of me? A cold voice came along with the snort. This voice was abnormally strange. It sounded like countless people were whispering together. Just hearing it made one feel a sense of helplessness as if they had fallen into an abyss of despair. In order to analyze everyone's personality and psychology, Angor took a profile of every guest in the banquet hall. He remembered the characteristics of each guest's behavior, including the characteristics of their voices. The voice that came out of nowhere was not from any of the guests. Angor looked at the door in the distance. As expected, a new figure appeared at the door. Outside the open door, a black shadow with a strange appearance walked into the hall in a strange way. When the visitor entered the well-lit corridor, the candlelight illuminated his figure. It was a strange creature that looked like an octopus. Its body was round like a meatball. just like Devosia's, and it was wearing a military cap that looked like a sergeant's. Its main feature was the countless tentacles swaying under the meatball. These tentacles were like spider legs, carrying the meatball as they moved forward. As soon as he saw it, he realized why the maid and boiling gentleman called it a tentacle monster. It was a tentacle monster. Angor could at least see the number of tentacles on an octopus, but he couldn't see the number of tentacles on this meatball. The tentacles were so dense that they looked like a brush head. Considering what Zeal Gentleman said and how the tentacle monster responded, Angor was sure that this was the annoying guy Zeal Gentleman was talking about. When the tentacle monster arrived at the corridor, the Book of Madness floating in the air introduced the visitor as usual. His name was not Tentacle Monster. Perhaps Tentacle Monster was just a nickname made up by the other guests. His real name was Menawaro, and he was the highest-ranking warrior under Lord Nuka's command. He was also a fervent believer in Lord Nuka's ideals. This was what the Book of Madness said about Manavaro, which sounded a bit derogatory to Angor. However, Manavaro didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he nodded at the Book of Madness. Manavaro seemed to agree with Zeal Gentleman's comment. When Manavaro entered the banquet hall, Angor sensed a strong gust of wind. Judging from the man's appearance, Angor could tell that the man was stronger than Angor. However, Angor's mood was much calmer than when he first saw the guests. Maybe it was because he was relieved. Every one of them was stronger than him, and he could neither escape nor fight back. Instead of worrying, he might as well accept it calmly. At least, none of the guests seemed to be trying to hurt him. It was precisely because he had relaxed his state of mind and removed the burden from his previous thoughts that his observation skills had increased a lot. He noticed a lot of details when he was fighting Menavaro. For example, the tentacles on Menavaro's body felt very familiar. The texture, shape, and color. They were slightly different from the tentacles of the ball-shaped monster, but Angor had a feeling that they were similar. Angor even felt as if he was facing a gigantic, ball-shaped demon as soon as Menavaro approached him. But wasn't a ball-shaped monster, or distorted seed, a pet created by Zeal Gentleman? Menavaro glared at Boiling Gentleman with her bloodshot eyes. Don't think you can get away with it just because you mentioned it in front of Lady Shava or got Lady Shava's approval. This is absolutely impossible, and it won't work. Menavaro turned to Angor and bowed respectfully. Esteemed Lady Shava, please don't listen to his nonsense. He's no gentleman. He's just a thief. His distorted seed wasn't created for Lord Nuka's beliefs. It's just a byproduct of his creation to annoy me. This seal thief stole one of my detached tentacles and used it as the main ingredient for his distorted seed. Not only did he steal it, but he also spread rumors about me everywhere. This is the worst kind of behavior ever. Please, Lady Shava, don't believe this seal thief. Menavaro stared at Angor with a serious expression, as if he was trying to express his strong emotions. Angor, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. Menavaro already put him in the center of attention. He even felt like Angor was asking him to uphold justice. He could tell that Menavaro didn't really respect him. Just like the maid, Menavaro still respected Lord Nuka. Menavaro didn't really want Angor to become a judge. He just didn't like Boiling Gentleman, who kept badmouthing Menavaro behind his back, which led to the current situation. Angor didn't dare to uphold justice like this. He didn't even know what was going on. What could he say? He could only maintain his calm expression. While Angor was thinking about how to answer, Boiling Gentleman spoke up. What do you mean by stealing? I just found it by accident. The distorted seed I created was approved by Lord Nuka himself. I didn't steal it. Menavaro was still angry. What do you mean happened to pick it up? My detached tentacles are in the secret space of the cross office. That's not a place for you to wander around. I just want to check on Xianxia's progress. If you need my help, I can help you too, Zeal Gentleman argued. The cross office is only responsible for space issues. I can't see Xianxia's progress. Besides, you didn't just enter the cross office. You also entered my secret space. Is there such a thing as looting in someone's house? I'm just taking a look. Angor couldn't see Zeal Gentleman's expression, but his argument was getting weaker and weaker. What Menavaro said was probably true. After all, the distorted seed's appearance was quite similar to Menavaro's. The main ingredient of the distorted seed created by Zeal Gentleman was probably Menavaro's tentacle. Besides, I didn't pick it up, did I? Lord Nuka asked the maid to give you the tentacles you didn't want, Zeal Gentleman added. Menavaro sneered but didn't say anything. Angor already understood that Zeal Gentleman created the distorted seed by accident. Lord Nuka saw the potential of the distorted seed and asked Menavaro to give it to Zeal Gentleman. He knew what was going on, but he didn't want to get involved. The only thing he was glad about was that he didn't respond to Boiling Gentleman's words earlier. Otherwise, he would have offended Menavaro for no reason. Maybe offending Menavaro would earn Boiling Gentleman's favor, but Angor wasn't here to play the game of friendship. It would be better if he didn't offend anyone. Besides, they weren't enemies. Maybe they just loved each other and hated each other. Under such circumstances, Angor naturally chose to remain silent and not side with anyone. He just wanted to play Shava's role, wait for the banquet to end, and find a chance to return to reality. Apart from that, Angor was also thinking about the information he learned during their conversation. For example, Xianxia's arrival. Did Xianxia's arrival have anything to do with the land of Xianxia? What was this arrival about? Also, when the black and white maids were chatting earlier, they had mentioned many places, such as Sunken Cemetery, Bayer Corner, the Lost Candle Corridor, and the crossroads that Menavaro was guarding. These were undoubtedly areas within the ruins. But the more he listened, the stranger he felt. When the ruins had just opened, Reeves of the Purcell clan had been the first to explore the ruins. According to Levis's first impression, the ruin shouldn't be too big. At least, it shouldn't be as big as the Spirit Garden. He didn't know how big the land of Xianxia, Sunken Graveyard, and Bayer's Point were, but he didn't think they were small. Was this really the same ruin he saw before? While Angor was still trying to figure out what was going on, Menavaro and Boiling Gentleman had already stopped arguing. It was not because they made peace. When they were talking about each other, the puppy, which was lying on the table and enjoying Angor's petting, suddenly barked. Its barks didn't sound threatening. They were just comfortable. However, it did attract Menavaro's attention. Menavaro looked at the puppy with a complicated expression. He searched the entire land of Xianxia several times just to find this thing, and he didn't expect it to be sleeping in here. This made Menavaro feel a little indignant, and this indignation even surpassed his desire to argue with Gentleman Boiling. But no matter how indignant he was, he did not dare to do anything to the spotted dog. After all, it was Minister Dim's favorite pet. Minister Tim was the Minister of Arms, and the Dalmatian was his #1 weapon. Even if no one was controlling it, it was still very threatening. At the very least, Menavaro himself was no match for the Dalmatian. It could only look angrily at the spotted dog. The more it thought about it, the more depressed it became. In the end, it angrily sat in the first seat on the left and didn't say anything. Zeal Gentleman did not stop there. He kept talking about the properties of the distorted seed. Although Menavaro heard it, he could not be bothered with it. Angor agreed. He was interested in the distorted seed as well, but he didn't want to ask too much with Menavaro around. The gentleman chatted excitedly for about 2 or 3 minutes before stopping. Boiling Gentleman wanted to say more, but the situation did not allow him to do so. The guest sitting in the last seat of the banquet, opposite to Angor's seat, finally showed up. Angor knew who the last guest was. It must be Mr. Nuka, the man they kept talking about. But he didn't expect Mr. Nuka to show up in a different way compared to the other guests. Before Nuka showed up, Angor could sense a terrifying pressure coming from the air. This pressure was different from the energy pressure or the aura of a person. It was more like the pressure field created by the green tattoo in his right eye. However, it was more subtle, but the effect was more powerful. The pressure would not kill anyone, but it was suffocating. It was like a divine aura. It made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts and forced them to submit. He wanted to activate his right eye to fight against the pressure, but he knew that the pressure was similar to the green tattoo in his right eye. He did not have enough control over the green tattoo in his right eye, so it would not help him much in the face of greater pressure. But if the pressure kept getting stronger, Angor felt that his act would be exposed. As Angor thought about what to do, he suddenly noticed that the puppy lying on the table did not react to the pressure at all. It even rubbed its head against Angor's palm, wondering why he did not continue stroking it. When the puppy rubbed its head against his palm, Angor clearly felt that the pressure on his mind weakened a little. Angor usually did not notice this difference, but under the pressure, it was very obvious. Angor's heart skipped a beat as he realized something. He pretended to caress the puppy carelessly. He even caressed the dog's chin. The puppy seemed to like it. It leaned its head closer and closer until it jumped onto Angor's lap and enjoyed the caress. When the puppy landed on Angor's lap, the pressure around him disappeared. Angor knew that he was right. The puppy must have some kind of special force field that prevented it from being affected by external pressure. When the puppy sat on his lap, the force field also spread to Angor's body, helping him to resist the pressure. Angor sighed in relief. Another one passed. Without the pressure, Angor began to pay attention to the other guests' reactions. Both the black and white maids and Menavaro were very excited about Nuka's arrival, especially Menavaro, who was so excited that he was practically trembling. This was probably why the Book of Madness called Menavaro a fanatic. Devosia and Boiling Gentleman did not react much, but Angor noticed something. Previously, Devosia had been focusing on eating. No matter who came, he did not change his attitude and actions. Only when the spotted dog came did he show a defensive action, showing his fear of the spotted dog. But later, when he saw that the spotted dog did not do anything destructive, he returned to his old self. But now, Devosia was acting strangely as if he was not used to the pressure around him. Boiling Gentleman was the same. Angor could not see his expression, but it was clear that he was not used to the pressure either. As time went by, the pressure grew stronger, and Devosia and Boiling Gentleman showed more obvious reactions to it. The maid and Menavaro, on the other hand, did not feel uncomfortable at all. Perhaps it was because they were already loyal to Nuka. As Angor pondered, Nuka finally showed up at the door. Judging from the silhouette, it was a nobleman who was about 2 meters tall, wearing a top hat and tuxedo. However, when the candlelight on both sides of the hallway illuminated the figure, Angor was surprised. The newcomer was a white mouse. To be more precise, it was a white mouse dressed in a pure white tuxedo. It was dressed in an extremely expensive manner. The little white mouse was about 1.6 meters tall. The reason why it looked like it was 2 meters tall at first glance was because the tall hat was not on its head. The little white mouse used its long tail to hook onto the hat and raise it as high as possible. From afar, it looked like it was 2 meters tall, but up close, it could be seen at a glance. It looked exactly the same as the white statue Angor saw outside the castle. Angor already suspected that the statue outside the castle might be Nuka's, and he was right. Nuka slowly walked into the banquet hall. He walked in a strange way, with his body swaying left and right in a flat arc. It was strange, but no one was paying attention to Nuka's movements. They were all stunned by the aura he was emitting. Even though Angor used Spotted Puppy to block Nuka's aura, he could still feel the atmosphere getting tighter and tighter. Even the candles on the candlesticks were dimming down. It was obvious that Nuka's aura was not just a simple psychological suppression. It was also affecting the real world. Angor was glad that Spotted Puppy showed up. Otherwise, he would be exposed right away. When Nuka walked through the hallway and stepped into the hall, the aura reached its peak. Under such pressure, Angor noticed that the people in the banquet were divided into 2 groups. The black and white maids and Menavaro belonged to the submissive faction. Their bodies, hearts, and souls had all submitted to Nuka, so they did not feel much pressure from Nuka's oppressive force field. Seething Gentleman and Devosia, on the other hand, did not submit to Nuka. They were trembling slightly as if they were trying to resist Nuka's aura. As for Myrtle, she was still hiding in the darkness. Even if she moved, she would not be able to see anything. However, since there was a statue of Nuka outside the castle and flower spirit garden, Myrtle was probably one of Nuka's people. So the nightmare creatures in this ruin aren't all from the same faction? If all the people here were humans, it was possible for them to divide into different groups, considering the nature of human beings. However, they were not humans. Angor could tell that these nightmare creatures had different opinions. However, if they really had to face humans, they would tie them up like a rope. To them, anyone who did not belong to their race was considered a heretic. Naturally, it was impossible to break them down one by one. The only one who was not affected by Nuka's aura was Angor. He kept stroking the puppy's fur while looking at Nuka casually. There was neither disdain nor respect in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an insignificant person. He knew he was walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. In order to maintain his identity as Shava, even if he was afraid, he could not show the slightest bit of fear. No matter how strong Nuka was, even if it was above legendary, Angor still had to look down on it strategically. Of course, if it weren't for the puppy, Angor would have been exposed already. After all, he was not strong enough to resist Nuka's aura. Fortunately, the puppy's appearance gave him a chance to continue pretending to be Shava. He did not care if Nuka would notice that he was at the end of his rope. This was the only thing he could do. He had to put up a good front and get through the banquet before anything else. Today, we welcome the Honorable Mr. Nuka, the Queen's most valued Minister of Agriculture. As Angor made up his mind, the Book of Madness loudly announced the last guest of the banquet. Angor's pupils shrank a little when he heard the announcement. However, he quickly lowered his head to hide his expression. When he was outside the astral pool, he sensed something about a minister. Back then, both he and Sunders assumed that a minister from the Nightmare Realm would come. Now, it was confirmed that there really was a Nightmare Realm minister. Nuka, the Minister of Agriculture. Angor did not know how important a Minister of Agriculture was in the Nightmare Realm, but from what he knew about the distribution of strength among nightmare creatures, a minister was definitely stronger than a legendary. Perhaps due to the rules of the world, Nuka could not bring his legendary strength into the wizarding world outside the ruin. However, as long as Nuka stayed in the ruin, the core of the ruin would be invincible. To fight a legendary, one had to be at the same level. Currently, there were no such legendary wizards in the southern wizarding region. Angor lowered his eyebrows and looked a little worried. If Nuka stayed in the ruin for too long, Brood Cavern, which was closest to the ruin, would be in serious trouble. It might even be worse than what happened in Sleepless City. As Angor thought about it, Nuka entered the banquet hall. Just like the other guests, Nuka looked at Angor before sitting down. "It is my honor to be able to dine with Her Excellency Shava." Nuka controlled his tail and put the hat from the top of his head to the front of his chest. Angor sighed in relief when he saw Nuka's reaction. At least Nuka was not as important as Shava. In an environment with a clear hierarchy, Nuka should not use his strength to spy on the authenticity of Shava. Angor nodded without changing his expression. However, he controlled his emotions and tried to show a bit of kindness. By now, Angor was sure that Mystic Lady did not come up with this banquet on her own. Nuka must be behind this. Angor did not know if Nuka and Shava knew each other. But since Nuka invited Shava to this banquet, he did not mean any harm. Of course, there was also the possibility that this was a banquet for desperation. However, from what he saw and how the guests behaved, Angor could tell that they took this banquet seriously. If they really wanted to kill Shava during the banquet, they would have to see through his disguise right from the beginning. But if that was the case, there was no need to set up such a trap. Anyone here could kill him on the spot. Since this banquet was not a banquet for desperation, Angor did not care if Shava knew Nuka or not. He decided to show a bit of kindness first. Nuka always hid his emotions well, so Angor couldn't read his mind with his emotions, let alone his expression. Angor could not tell what was going on with the mouse's expression. But since Nuka didn't attack him directly, it meant that Angor didn't feel threatened at all. Nuka didn't waste any time on pleasantries and took his seat. The pressure around him didn't weaken at all. Judging from the expressions of the other guests, they were used to it already. Maybe this was Nuka's daily routine. Frost, the legendary wizard he met, didn't feel any pressure coming from him. This was because Frost intentionally hid his aura so that he wouldn't accidentally injure others. Frost's behavior was based on his values. However, Nuka wasn't a human. He didn't care about morality. In the Nightmare Realm, where social classes existed, it was understandable that Nuka didn't hide his aura. After all, Nuka's aura was natural, just like how humans breathed air. Frost, on the other hand, hid his aura as a form of self-restraint. With this thought in mind, he no longer felt pressured. Out of instinct, he stroked the puppy's head. Nuka also saw the puppy in Angwar's arms, but he didn't say anything. He only gave the puppy a quick glance and looked away as if everything was normal. Since everyone's here, when can we eat? Perhaps because Nuka's aura was getting better, Devoja didn't tremble like before. She even had the mood to eat. Or do you want my lovely Devoja to turn you into a box of rainbow cakes? Devoja looked at the hovering book of madness and said resentfully. The mad scientist glanced at Nuka from afar. He didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he wanted to ask something. Nuka nodded. The mad scientist didn't announce the start of the banquet right away. Instead, he looked at Angwar again. Angwar acted casual, but he was actually paying attention to every movement in the banquet. This was to analyze the mental state and personality of the guests. Angwar also noticed the interaction between the mad scientist and Nuka. Angwar quickly understood what the mad scientist was trying to say. Nuka was probably asking if the banquet was about to start. Angwar nodded casually. Seeing this, mad scientist's large eyes flashed with understanding. Then he flipped open the tightly closed book. A large number of fireworks and ribbons were released from the book. Accompanied by a song of praise, mad scientist announced loudly, "The banquet begins." After the ceremonial celebration, the mad scientist turned to a new page of Crazy Wood's cultivation log. It was unknown what was recorded on this page, but when Madman flipped it open, the page began to erupt with a large amount of colorful light. These colorful lights formed a rainbow bridge in the air. A large amount of delicacies appeared on the rainbow bridge and fell down one after another. The plates on the table immediately grew hands and feet and ran back and forth on the table to catch the food that fell down. Perhaps it was because they had been trained, but after a few seconds, all the people returned with their plates full of food. No one knew what they did while they were running, but each plate was beautifully decorated. 5 plates appeared in front of Angwar. They all looked delicious at first glance, but he didn't know what they were made of. He looked at the other guests and noticed that their food was different from his. Menabara's plate was filled with some sort of paste, while Gentleman Boiling's plate was filled with twisted worms. Maid Black and White's plate was filled with some sort of metal. It seemed the banquet was prepared with everyone's tastes in mind. But he did not know what was on the plate in front of him. Because of the appearance of the food, the cold banquet instantly became livelier. Of course, it only looked lively. Apart from Devoja, no one touched the food. They didn't attend this banquet just to eat. Angwar, on the other hand, began to dig in. Compared to Devoja, Angwar looked more elegant and casual. He picked up a long, rainbow-shaped pastry and put it into his mouth. He didn't choke. Instead, using some tricks, he covered the pastry with a layer of nightmare aura and pulled it into his nightmare domain as soon as it entered his esophagus. He did this because he didn't know if the pastry was good or bad for him. If it was prepared according to Shava's standards, Shava might be able to eat it, but it would be poison for him. That was why he had to find a way to pull the food into his nightmare domain. He could choose not to eat, but he wanted to maintain his carefree persona. Not eating anything would seem too restrictive, and he might embarrass himself. Being a little more casual would make him look more carefree. Still, Angwar was worried that his little trick would be discovered. Nuka might be a legendary monster after all. But he still did it anyway. Not only did he have himself, but he also had the puppy in his arms. Due to his great attention to details, Angwar noticed that the puppy was able to resist the aura. Also, due to his careful analysis, Angwar clearly sensed that there was a highly distorted area around the puppy's body. Within this range, all pressure and energy couldn't approach. It was like a law domain. Or perhaps a law of a higher level. Moreover, this law had an unreasonable and absolute power. Angwar knew that this unreasonable thing was a mystery power. Because of this, Angwar was sure that he wouldn't be detected by the puppy's energy, which was why he did this. Perhaps Nuka was strong enough to see through the puppy's law. But if Nuka really did it, Angwar would be able to sense it immediately. But from what he knew about Nuka's profiling, Nuka wouldn't do that. It wasn't worth it. Angwar represented Shava, while the puppy represented Minister Dim. If they really fought, he would offend both of them at once. As expected, Nuka didn't do anything strange after Angwar ate the pastry. Angor didn't eat all the time. He picked a few that looked like typical food and pulled them into his nightmare domain. As for the rest, they were casually fed to the Dalmatian. Angor's action prompted the other guests to do the same as well. They didn't eat before because they thought it would be rude to do so in front of Shava. But now that Shava was enjoying her meal, it would be inappropriate for them to act so reserved. As the guests began to eat, the Book of Madness floating in the air secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, it secretly praised Shava. If Angor didn't eat first, the atmosphere of the banquet would be even more awkward. As the host of the banquet, the book had to take responsibility. End of chapter 2063. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.